the teacher asked the students to lie down and dream during the exam. The more amazing things they dreamed of, the higher their scores would be, and the process of dreaming would be live-streamed on the internet. This is a world invaded by creatures from the void, and people need to create powerful spirits in their dreams to fight against them. When I dreamt of creating the Chinese underworld, the eerie atmosphere frightened the audience. However, the invigilator in charge of monitoring mocked, saying, "What underworld? I've never heard of it. It's just a facade." It turns out that there is a missing part of Chinese culture in this world, and people are unaware of the heavenly court, the underworld, and mythology. As a time traveler, I have become the only person who knows about Chinese culture. However, at this moment, an unexpected event occurred during the Dreamweaver's awakening ceremony. My spiritual potential was classified as S level, with a compatibility score of only 1 point. Chapter 101, Bone Mist Attack. To a heavy rain? Endless black arrows descended from the sky, densely covering the sky, each one flashing with sharp arrows that could kill. Ow! The bone wolves ignored the deadly threat and still roared as they charged. As an expendable and time-limited creature, their lives are as short as floating, with no fear of death, but only an unquenchable feral desire to kill, tear apart the humans ahead. As the bone wolves approached, a sharp black arrow was the first to fall, ruthlessly piercing through the body of a bone wolf that was at the front, directly tearing it apart and pinning it to the spot. It was as if this was a signal. The large black arrow rain was like a black iron curtain, ruthlessly blocking all the bone wolves' figures outside the Great Wall. The grayish-white wave came to a complete standstill at that moment. The wolves in front were disrupted in their charge by the rain of arrows, and a large number of bone wolves tripped over the corpses of their companions and tried to get up only to be stepped on viciously by the following bone wolves. The entire stampeding wolf pack was a mess. The viewers in the live broadcast room felt a sense of watching a blockbuster as they watched this scene. Holy shit, this general is really fierce. That's what I call defense. Look at the power of this dream-making wall. It's just too much, isn't it? Why didn't I meet Big Brother Sumu when I took the unified exam? Already crying with anger. Killing the enemy on this city wall is not something simple and casual? Holy shit, that was fierce. Hempface staggered as he watched the scene. He had no doubt that if he had been within range of the arrows, he would have become a pierced hedgehog as well. Mobile Team 2 support the left wall. Just as everyone was still lamenting, Sumu's voice had alerted out. The crowd sniffed and turned their heads, only to realize that a small cluster of bone wolves had directly stepped on the corpses of their companions to cross over the iron curtain made of arrows, and had already approached the range of the city wall. The number of bone wolves was simply too many. Even the rain of arrows couldn't cover the entire place. What follows will be a deadly battle. This was the case here in Sumu, and even more so over at the Steel Pass, which, as the main pass of the entire outpost, was cared for even more severely by the beast tide. Countless pitch-black balls of light fell from the sky like rain, bursting out hordes and hordes of bone wolves in such a large number that the number seemed endless. Inside the steel fortress, on the other hand, heavy lasers and ice picks were constantly being shot out in an effort to clear the raging horde of beasts. Many of the candidates had never seen such an apocalyptic scene at all. Beast tide, the nightmare of mankind. Of course they had heard of it, but for the readers, it was just a few words in a textbook. How many people died and how hard it was to defend in the past. That's just some of the information they had to memorize. Many people don't have a clear understanding of this. And now, as they surveyed the grayish-white tide in front of them, for the first time, they truly realized the despair that the beast tide had brought to humanity. They couldn't even imagine how. In that era when the Dream Realm battlefield hadn't yet been opened up, the human race had managed to withstand wave after wave of attacks, survive with great difficulty and drive the star beasts out of reality completely. Also, now that's just a beast wave. There was also the Phantom Siren and so on, but none of them had appeared yet. Hell no, I just want to go to a good college. Does it have to be this hard? Yeah, I went to college so I could go home and teach, and the dream battlefield and all that is still a long way off, right? Damn it, I'll just die inside the steel barrier. And you want me to support the other fortresses? I'm not going anyway. Candidates located inside the steel and majestic passes complained. But on the contrary, those in the fortress and on the city walls had no complaints. Exactly, they have absolutely no time to complain. My Buddha is merciful. After Zhu Wenning blasted the head of a bone wolf with one punch, his mountain-like body quickly retreated, nimbly dodging the pounces of the surrounding bone wolves. And in the sky, one large tomato after another went over his head and exploded into the bone wolves in front of him, corroding gaping hole after gaping hole and buying him a moment's respite. Between the shifts in viewpoints, another round of Iron Curtain arrows were fired, but with little success. This attack would never be stopped until the great dragon in the sky was removed. A lucky bone wolf had already run under the city wall and howled before leaping into midair, only to have its head sliced off by a flash of starlight. Ginger Red Spoon's figure then surfaced and blocked the first bone wolf that tried to jump onto the wall. But soon new bone wolves came forward, and the glimmer of starlight she had created seemed to be drowning within the tide of beasts. Sumu was observing the entire battle situation from the city wall, and his gaze couldn't help but look towards the Bone Spur Lord in the sky. If one wanted to resolve this endless battle, one would inevitably only be able to advance into the Bone Spur Lord in the sky, and only by stabbing it would these waves of beasts stop. It would also take time for the corruptor to transform another Bone Spike Lord, but outside is the dream battlefield. Next to the Bone Spur Lord are all corruptors. This thing, Sumu now summoned out of the thing, is not likely to be able to only break a defense. Why don't you try? As his thoughts electrified, a violent clap of thunder emerged from the distant sky. A blazing white light instantly illuminated the surroundings. Accompanying the flash of white light came a hiss of intense pain from the beast. The black seeds smashing down in the sky then rapidly decreased, and were eventually controlled within a stable range. This is, the high powers intervened? Waiting for the white light to dissipate, Sumu immediately looked up, only to see that the Bone Spur Lord's wings had a huge gap, and the decaying around its body was a large group that had been missing at a speed visible to the naked eye. They hissed and wandered around, but were unable to find an attacker. Apparently, there was an S-ranked Dreammaker out there. If it's controlling the number of monsters, it's a much better fight. But while Sumu was pondering, in front, all the bone wolves that were surging forward suddenly came to a collective halt, followed by a thumping sound of self-explosion. A large grayish-white mist then enveloped the front of the city wall. It's life to time. As said before, bone wolves were troops thrown out by the Bone Spur Lords, characterized by their high quantity and their tendency to self-detonate after a certain amount of time into a cloud of grayish-white gas made up of ashes. These fogs are very harmful to dream-making items and characters. Quick! Build a dream blower, someone on the city wall shouted. Immediately, someone called out a creature with a bulbous surrounding resembling a large bag of, only to see the creature take a deep breath and immediately blow a violent gust of wind towards the front. Between the howling of the gale, the grayish-white mist instantly retreated and dispersed backward as if it had been forced back. Seems to be working pretty well? The crowd was happy to see this. But then they looked at the center of the fog that coalesced with countless gray-white mist, which spun around like an entity in the gale, and spread up against the wind. The wind is useless. Moreover, the number of bone wolves that blew themselves up was so high that they had formed a natural grayish-white mist that rolled in front of the city wall. With the appearance of the mist, the visibility in the fog was less than 2 meters, and the archer's sight was greatly weakened, only able to fire arrows into the fog by luck. More and more bone wolves used the cover of the fog to pounce viciously to the perimeter of the city wall. The situation, it seems, is moving in an unfavorable direction. Many of the viewers in the live stream were Dreammakers who had been on the Dreamland battlefield. I shook their heads at the scene. Dealing with this bone fog with wind effect is not necessarily good. Unless there is a high-level Dreammaker directly scrape a tornado before it is possible to blow away all the bone fog. These students are still a little too young. The best way to deal with these bone mists is actually with water. It's not bad. It's the truth to artificially form super large areas of precipitation by creating clouds and launching things like dry ice. Only, that's not a low consumption if you want to create such a large area of clouds. Big brother, we have to think of a way to take out these mists, or else we won't be able to defend ourselves well when they float up. Pockmarked Face shouted towards Sumu while making the bison he had summoned jump and rampage under the city wall. Sumu looked at this scene and frowned slightly, thinking carefully for a while, immediately recalling some knowledge that had been described in the textbook. The most powerful thing that can get rid of fog is still water. A heavy rainfall. He tilted his head to look at the sky. I don't know if it was because of the intersection with the Dreamland battlefield. The few clouds in the original sky almost dissipated to nothing. Wanting to precipitate water could only rely on them to create their own clouds and cast a large area of precipitation spells. No. Compared to this complicated method, Sumu had thought of a simpler one. It's about needing water, not necessarily rainfall. Everyone stop using the blower and conserve your mental energy. Leave this bone fog to me. Chapter 102 Yellow River Water Uncle. The concept of remodeling the Hellmouth. Okay, don't worry about making dreams. Big brother, we're holding up. Receiving Sumu's reply, the surrounding candidates were instantly quite relieved, and they passed this news to the nearby candidates who hadn't been able to hear it. Just as Sumu was pondering and preparing to start, a red aura flashed before his eyes, and it was Go Nung jumping onto the city wall. Amitba Buddha, Sherfu, you need a mental power restoration device, right? Such a large piece of fog can require quite a bit of water. Go Nung said that he was about to unhook the large disc he was carrying on his back and hand it to Sumu. He obviously also knew what Sumu was about to do, and understood how complicated and difficult it was to dream up a piece of precipitation cloud, and a mental power recovery device should be essential. It's fine, just take it and use it. I'm not going to rain down. Sumu sniffed and gestured for the other party to continue carrying it. Traveling clouds and rain. There are quite a few gods and goddesses in Chinese mythology who can perform such arts, but each one pushes the envelope a bit. Not to mention the water gods such as Gong Gong, or the Four Seas Dragon King that could bring down rain. Sumu didn't necessarily call out. Still a little too low on the scale. Otherwise, when the heavenly court within the dream-creating heartfield was perfected, if he wanted to make a rain, it wouldn't be a matter of summoning a few immortals to do the job. As for now, the pages of the book uniquely belonging to the 1,000 years of China slowly turned in Sumu's mind. An old man in coarse linen clothes with gray hair floated in the scroll, and next to him was a choppy river, with countless living beings living on this river. It's also the place where Quaaludes used to drink water. Yellow River. This old man is the Yellow River water boat. The minor deities of the water god lineage in the heavenly court are under the authority of the water deity star god. Of course the character that Sumu wanted to create a dream this time wasn't him either, but the magic treasure in his hands. An alabaster pellet filled with half a cup of water. This is a treasure for holding water. Similar in shape to a small teacup made of white jade. It may not look like much, but one cup will fill up a river of water from the Yellow River. In the journey to the west, Sun Wukong relied on this magic weapon to defeat the Green Ox spirit, who was holding the Vajra facet of the Supreme Lord. Of course, there is a high-end version of the water-holding fabulous. The jade pure vase in Guanin's hand is one of them. That jade net bottle is able to contain the water of the 3 rivers and 5 lakes. That is, he can't build it now. Building this alabaster pellet is estimated to be a bit of a challenge, but creating a low-profile version to solve this grayish-white mist is sufficient. The fog is not filling the area very high, and the Great Wall is at a high level. Dumping out half a river's worth of water would be enough to obliterate it all. If any more bone wolves burst into mist, they will also be completely confined by the snow and river below. Thinking about it, Sumu somewhat understood why the exam team had specifically chosen the battle map within the snow. This was able to greatly limit the bone wolf's mist once it had rained and the snow melted. This is one of the perks given to them by the exam team. Begin. Sumu muttered and opened his source power panel. Ever since the Great Wall of Dream-making and Immortal Qin had appeared, his source power value had begun to skyrocket, approaching the 5,000 point mark from the previous 1,000 or 2,000 points. Source power, 4,986. Seeing that there was an abundance of source power, Sumu didn't have any scruples and tried to spend 300 points of source power to start constructing that water-containing magic treasure. Without realizing it, he could already manage to use several hundred points of source power without feeling any pain. In the old days, dreaming up a little scene would have been a bit of a stretch. As Sumu thought, he subconsciously glanced at the even more ancient and boundless black mist within the dream-creating heartfield. It's been a bit of a cold spell for the first to show up in hell. Perhaps after this great battle, more source power could be injected to refurbish and remodel everything in hell. There could be a lot of things in there with potential he hadn't been able to tap into yet. It's a pity that the River of Forgetfulness isn't compatible with snow isn't the best choice. Otherwise I could have spent 1,000 points of source power to upgrade the River of Forgetfulness this time. As the thoughts flashed, the pages of the book in his mind that uniquely belonged to the 1,000 years of Huaxia slowly flickered. The white jade Meng and yellow river waterbow's hand then quietly left the pages of the book and turned into a ray of light that merged within Sumu's ocean of consciousness, along with Bai Yumeng's continued clarity within Sumu's mind. The 7-colored light in his hand then flourished, and as the light faded, a slightly worn cup quietly emerged. Teacup size. Inside, it held half a cup of water, so clear that it was as if it could be finished in a small sip. Ever since Sumu said that he wanted to create a dream to solve this bone fog, the camera in the live broadcast room was already aimed at where he was. But when the audience saw that what Sumu had dreamed up was only a small teacup, everyone was confused. What is this? It looks like the teacups I drink at home. Why did Sumu dream this up? To liven up the atmosphere? Or to practice with a teacup? I can finish this in one gulp. What's this little thing for? Shu Ganing, who was standing beside Sumu, was confused. Sure, master. Are you thirsty? He half-heartedly stifled such a sentence. And you watch, Sumu said with a smile, walking to the edge of the city wall, tilting the mouth of the cup in his hand, and starting to pour the water in the cup. The clear stream of water formed a straight line falling slowly, slightly, wet the snow. Everyone was confused and wanted to say something when they suddenly realized something was wrong. Wait, there's so much in that half a small glass of water? Still not finished pouring? Chapter 103 Sacrifice, Plague Rats, 2 in 1. As far as the naked eye could see, the small cup of water flowed out of the cup's volume of fresh water that did not belong to the volume of the cup at all, and the flow rate continued to become faster and more abundant. After a second or two, it was even more like a torrent of water, gushing out. Because the Great Wall was located on a high slope and the bone fog was piled up all the way down, the water flowed straight down the snow, forming a meandering stream that rushed into the bone fog. That dense bone mist began to thin out at a speed visible to the naked eye when it met water. The bone wolves that had hidden themselves through the bone fog were forced to reveal their forms. Crap, there's something about this dream-making item. A small cup that can hold so much water? Flooding instead of rain? Has his mental power always been that strong? This is a great move. This is an uphill snowy place. How slippery must it be with a layer of water on the surface? Release the arrows. While the spectators were talking, Meng Tian on the city wall had already seized the moment when the bone mist had partially subsided and organized his archers to shoot a new round of arrows at the bone wolves running below. With the black iron curtain descending once again, the attack of the bone wolves outside the Great Wall finally stagnated. Large swaths of bone wolves were dinged to death on the ground by bows and arrows, and the self-destructs that reached their time of death were completely eliminated by the raging currents. Sumu held the white jade cup in his hand and walked all along the Great Wall, making sure to cover the entire downhill slope of the Great Wall with the water in the cup. After touching about 10 minutes, the snow on the bone wolf's attack path was affected by the water flow and began to slowly melt, and the entire ground was soaked with snow water. Some of the bone wolves that didn't use their claws to grasp the ground steadily while running slipped and fell down, trying to stand up but were quickly trampled into powder by the bone wolves that came after them. The attack of the bone wolves became more and more disorganized, and although the raging wolves came in wave after wave, they seemed to be completely unable to threaten the crowd guarding the Great Wall. With Sumu's assists, this defense battle was unexpectedly easy. Amitba Buddha, Monk Wuning chanted in a tone of praise before jumping off the city wall once again. Sumu is so good. It's simply not too comfortable to brush your score down there. Be careful not to let the monsters touch you. Looking at the snow that had already begun to melt on its own, Sumu reminded him and took the white jade cup back inside the dream creation heartland. Everything on the battlefield seemed to be shifting for the better. Perhaps because the Dream Realm battlefield wasn't under the control of the examination team, Sumu didn't enjoy the examination team's favorable treatment again. Such a fine atmosphere until the crowd was ready to rotate the members when there was a sudden violent explosion up ahead. Boom! Accompanied by the roar of an explosion, a burst of black smoke floated up in front of the left side of the Great Wall, as if something was on fire. The pockmarked face saw this and slightly stopped the dream-making action in his hands, thoughtfully drew out a map from his coat, and after carefully surveying it, his face changed and he shouted towards Sumu, "Biggie, this looks like Fortress 1 on the left front." In order to be able to better differentiate between each other's fortresses, Sumu's few people discussed and numbered the fortresses according to their proximity to the battle line. One fortress was the closest fortress to the Star Beast invasion point, and it was also their front fortress. Sumu sniffed and turned his head to look at the array of black smoke. His brows slightly wrinkled as he felt that there was something not good. According to the previous plan, the wall they were on would draw most of the attack as a way of mitigating the impact on the other fortresses. Even so, the fortress in front of us still hasn't been able to withstand the attack? Unable to even come over to them for help? Only able to get their attention by exploding? One fortress goes down. There's no chance it'll start a chain reaction. Once all the fortresses in front of the Great Wall had fallen, then the Great Wall would be alone, and it would only be a matter of time before it was breached. Also, there is another question. Was that fortress overrun by the Bone Wolves, or by other star giants? The Dreamweb was linked to the Star Beasts, and it wasn't necessarily huge creatures like the Bone Spur Lords that were attracted to it. It was not unlikely that some of the Star Beasts' cubs were mixed in as well. A good example of this is the Dragon of Desire hatchling. Everyone, don't mess around. I'll go and find out what's going on over there. After giving the crowd a piece of his mind, Sumu called out the white impermanence in the hell and gave the other party a thought. And the white impermanence dived into the ground and acted towards the location where Fortress No. 1 had burst, extremely close to the dream battlefield, next to Fortress 4. The 7 were at full strength and gathered by the walls to kill the bone wolves that were trying to break through the defenses and come up. Go to hell! Only to see a burly man carrying an ice cone launcher, injecting spiritual power. A large number of ice cones then gushed out, ruthlessly dinging the bone wolves that tried to approach to death in the snow. Another slimmer boy cooperated by dreaming up a beast capable of breathing fire, and with an open mouth, orange fireballs were launched out, smashing into the ice picks launched out by the burly man. The ice and snow melted, and a large amount of snow water effectively hindered the spread of the bone fog. Cool, the burly man laughed, lowering his weapon to rest slightly. You guys fight first. I'll cook a pot of broth to come. It's cold in this damn weather. His name was Qin Hao, and he was the leader of the candidates of Fortress 4. His B-rank spiritual potential allowed him to single-handedly resist the ice cone launcher, and he was the big brother of the whole team, as one person could be used by 2 people. Boss, don't worry, with just these bone wolves, We're still too few, the thin man who launched the fireball said with a smile. If you ask me, we might as well send 1 or 2 of our men over to the walls to help out. That's where the bone wolves will be attacking. As fortresses that weren't too far from the city walls, they naturally joined Su Mu's defense system. The 7 were able to keep the bone wolves out even without weapons, and like now when the attack was weakening, they could even take shifts for a meal. Brother Chin, should we go help? Another teammate suggested. They say there will be a conspicuous sign to notify us if there's a problem, so we don't need to be in such a hurry. You guys go on and let me rest. Chin Hao said that he had just started a fire to boil up the snow water when he heard a violent roar coming from his front. Turning his head, he could clearly see thick black smoke coming out of the black iron fortress. This is Fortress 1 in front of them. Hey, what the hell? Chin Hao's face changed and he dabbed his feet. Are all the people in Fortress 1 stupid? We've shunted so many bone wolves to them here and we still can't defend? Brother Chin, it seems like the people of Fortress 1 aren't dead. Someone's coming over. The thin man had dreamed up a telescope at some point and called out as he surveyed the situation. There seems to be a man alive. It's heading our way in a sleigh. Oh, didn't they say that when the fortress is gone, the people will be gone with it? How was he still able to run out? Chin Hao froze at his words, gazing carefully toward the front, and indeed saw the figure of a sled cart in the snow. However, the condition of the man on the sled wasn't too optimistic, blocking the bone wolves that were attracted around him while struggling to drive the sled towards Chin Hao's side. Brothers, save him. At least we can add a little bit of combat power to our fortress. Seeing this, Chin Hao made up his mind and greeted his teammates with firepower, attracting the attention of the bone wolves while protecting the sled car to reach the bottom of the fortress. The arrivals were fortunate enough to reach the lower part of the fortress in their sledges with somewhat blanched faces. Seeing this, Chin Hao immediately greeted his teammates to build a dream ladder and put it down to pull him up. They wouldn't dare open the gates at this time of year, and the sled wagon would be completely discarded even if it was. The man who was pulled up was very pale, and seemed to be in a somewhat depressed state of mind from excessive shock. Bro, what's going on over there with you guys? Seeing this, Chin Hao squatted down and fetched a cup of hot water for the other party. Thanks. This candidate took the cup of water and seemed to recall the scene. His face paled even more. I don't know. I was holding well earlier. I belonged to the rotation. I just closed my eyes to rest for a while. When I heard my teammates' screams coming from the walls, I just wanted to go up and take a look. When I saw one of my teammates stumbling in, his face was pale and shouted to run, and then he just unleashed the flames to ignite our weapon piles. I don't know what happened, just realized that the situation is not right, and rushed to drive the sled car to escape, and heard a burst of explosions behind me, and I don't know why, and this test didn't judge me negative. He said, coughing, and hastily took a sip of hot soup for himself. Look at it this way. Didn't you guys see what attacked you? I don't think it was a bone wolf by the looks of it. Also, a flash of confusion surfaced as Chin Hao thought about sizing up the man. With his teammates gone, this man is still able to run away in a sleigh? Is it hard for that monster to be a very slow-moving variety? That's not right either. If the opponent was moving very slowly, then they would definitely be discovered by the candidates guarding the city. As Chin Hao thought about it, he suddenly felt a tightness in his chest and some tickling in his throat, so he couldn't help but cough it out. Ahem. Along with the coughing, he felt chills all over his body and snot instantly ran down his nose. This sudden change made Chin Hao immediately alert. A cold? In this body of his own, there's no way he could have gotten sick so quickly. Not right. Cough. Everyone cover their mouths and noses, Chin Hao said, and his coughing became even worse. While talking, it was as if he was about to cough his lungs out. Boss, what's wrong? The skinny man on the side sniffed and covered his mouth and nose with some caution. But it was this action that made him feel as uncomfortable as if he were suffocating. Why am I kind of out of breath? The thin man said, feeling his arm a little tingly and itchy, and when he reached out to scratch it, a gush of red spots appeared. Allergies. He obviously didn't touch anything. What's with the allergies? In his confusion, the thin man felt his surroundings begin to turn upside down in a trance and stumbled to the ground with a thud. On the city walls, 8 people erupted in various types of discomfort one after another. Dizziness, heavy cold, allergies, coughing up blood. When the dream maker was unable to concentrate on dreaming, all defensive attacks came to a standstill. Candidates running away in sleds are straight up unconscious. Without an obstacle, the bone wolves stormed the fortress one after another, about to climb up and clear out the crowd. Damn it! At this moment, Chin Hao seemed to understand something and tried hard to carry his weapon, but his hands were completely devoid of any strength, not to mention injecting spiritual energy to catalyze this equipment. What to do? As his thoughts flickered, a guttural voice rang from his ears. Are you going to hell when you die? Chin Hao sniffed and turned his head to look, only to see a white shadow slowly emerge from the city wall. It was clearly the white impermanence who had arrived. Hell, Qin Ming felt familiar when he heard the word, and his eyes lit up after a careful thought. You're a dream character created by Sumu? Support coming so soon? You seem to be about to die. White impermanence looked at the bone wolf who was already about to jump up and said, I can hook out your soul and leave with it. Your physical body. I shouldn't want it. Hooking out souls? Qin Hao froze at his words, and hope was lost in his eyes. He craned his head to look around and the figures of his teammates had all fallen without any fighting power, and even his heavy cold felt like his head had gone dizzy. Since this was the case, Qin Hao twisted his head to look at the pile of weapons to the side, a flash of absolute determination in his eyes. He finally realized why the people at the front fortress were trying to blow up the weapons pile. You go back and report first. Tell Sumu that the plague is coming. Everyone, ahem, all abstain. If you can't walk away, you have to give the people behind you a ride. Qin Hao said as his eyes flashed with a hint of sternness, looking at the bone wolves that were about to come up with flames coming out of his hands. Boom! Deafening explosions rang out again from the left front of the wall. This time, the rolling black smoke filling the sky was even more striking. Shit, it blew up again. If it's second from the left, that's where Fortress 4 is, right? Pockmarked Face and the others exclaimed in shock. In Sumu's mind, white impermanence had returned. He quickly recounted the scene he had seen, and the word plague mentioned. Plague. At this moment Sumu finally realized what exactly had been encountered ahead. Viral infections. As Sumu pondered over the knowledge there was about the plague, several types of starry sky giants had already appeared in his mind. Ranked first was a strange beast called the Underworld Flame, whose main body was a dark purple flame that could transform into all kinds of strange species according to its own mind. It is rumored that anyone who is radiated by its light will be infected with all sorts of weird and bizarre diseases. Even star giants and soul bodies are no exception. This thing was a one-of-a-kind within the dream realm battlefield, and basically, neither humans nor star beasts wanted to see it. If this thing comes, this exam will really be a life and death battle, so it can't be it. Then only, a term came to Sumu's mind. Plague rats. A 3-meter tall, invisible rat that is very cunning and can spread plague in the air. The toughest thing about it is its plague ability. Swarms of rats can spread air that is completely unstoppable to regular people. Without a word, you can be poisoned and experience all kinds of unpleasant symptoms. The only way to avoid contamination is to heat the air to sterilize it or wear special dream-making protective clothing. I didn't realize it was these shady bastards who had snuck in. Chapter 104, No Danger? Clear the squad. What? Plague rats? Is this thing even here? The Great Wall of Qin. Sumu, who had gotten the news, immediately summoned one of the members of each group and announced the news to them, causing an uproar. All the candidates had also heard of each other's greatness, and some of them subconsciously wanted to create a few masks to wear to filter the air. Sumu saw this was immediately stopped their behavior. Plague rats can spread plague through the air, and once your skin comes into contact with the plague they spread, there are certain negative effects as well, such as allergies and the like. Masks are no protection at all, unless one builds a dream-complete protective suit. In addition, plague rats are cunning by nature, preferring to stay behind the star giants in groups, and will only come closer to the front lines when they release the plague. If we want to clean up, we'll just have to wait for the other side to address the plague when it's released, and then wipe them out in one fell swoop. The viewers in the live broadcast room were murmuring as they listened to Sumu's words. Some people traveled to the live streams of candidates from other countries, only to find that what the candidates from other countries encountered was again a bit different from Sumu's side. Sumu's side was using bone wolves as their main attack unit, while some other countries were using phantom sirens as their main attack unit. There is a phantom mother out there having a wonder right now. This time, the difficulty of the exams varies from country to country. The exam team really doesn't seem to be able to control the creatures that come in from the dreamland battlefield. I see that in other countries' live broadcasts. The ones that come in aren't plague rats. The plague rat thing is a battlefield killer. So if you don't have a high-level dream maker to shelter you, you'll have to dream up the relevant targeted species on your own. The main thing is to solve the plague, but also the root cause must be solved. The rats are not eliminated for a day. The plague will continue to appear, and it is difficult to go deep into the beast tied to decapitate the head. Dream battlefield. The junction of the dreamweb and the battlefield. Rafi looked at the plague rats that Sumu and the others had encountered. They chose the remote location of the link between the dream network and the dream realm battlefield, and it was because they saw that there was no major trouble in these places that they linked over. And now, how is it that more and more things are arriving? However, these races were fairly weak, and there weren't any tough guys arriving. The situation was still under control, he thought, and with a slight flash of his thoughts, a transparent ball of light emerged from his hand. Currently, aside from him watching over the gate, there was also an S-ranked powerhouse presiding over the entire dream network. controlling the entire situation and ensuring that the candidates would not actually die. The remaining 3 Zunis were creating a commotion in various parts of the Dream Realm battlefield, holding back those powerful behemoths that might have smelled their way over. 3 silhouettes soon flashed on the light ball, each sending a message to him. Monsters such as the gathering point of the Dragon of Desire horde, the ones that even they felt were tricky to deal with, didn't move around. Seeing this S-class powerhouse from the west let out a slight sigh of relief. I'm probably just being paranoid, he muttered and released some strange balls of light that floated into the dream battlefield to probe the surrounding area as an additional alert force. I have a way to be able to deal with the plague. On the Qin Great Wall, as the crowd talked, Huang Yunxiang's hand was raised. Seeing that everyone was looking over, he said somewhat timidly, my grandfather was a dream creation sculptor and also specialized in dream creation inscription carving, and he taught me a way of inscription carving that can effectively fight viral germs in the air. It's sort of a defense-type inscription, but I need some time to prepare and carve. It would be best to have a mental power restoration device to assist as well. As he spoke, a flash of starlight flashed, and Jiang Hong Spoon, who had been chopping down bone wolves with Zhu Wuning below the crowd's meeting position, jumped up. I can go decapitate the rats, she said. One blocks the plague, one decimates the rats. It didn't seem like he was needed for this one. Sumu pondered for a while and nodded. Yes, he said, creating a map out of his dreams and opening it up to place it in front of the 2. According to the plague rat's attack route, the next stop will inevitably be the 3rd in line on the left side, which is the 7th fortress not far from us. I'm going to give you 2 more men and you'll form a team of 4 to travel together to Fortress 7 to help them fight off the plague and decimate those rats outside of Fortress 7. Shu Wuning also jumped up from under the city wall upon hearing this. Amit Ba Buddha, why don't I go with the 2 monks? I can carry the spiritual power recovery device and have some combat power as well. Okay. Sumu nodded and twisted his head again to call out Zhang Yukai, calling him over. Zhang Yukai is able to see energies that you can't, and with him there should be able to identify the exact location of those plague rats. Zhang Yukai, who rushed over, nodded after thinking for a while. No problem. Don't worry, big brother. After this period of time, he realized that Sumu was not the kind of character that would take people to death if they were offended. Right now, for this man's advice, Zhang Yukai could still trust it. Seeing that all 4 of them nodded their heads in agreement, Sumu did not delay any longer in arranging it. Without delay, you will come out on the sledges at once, and after you have settled it, do not delay, but return to the defense at once. In the meantime, I'll start a rotation for the men on the wall, he said, craning his head to glance around. After a fierce battle, the dream makers here all showed their tired mental state, and their dream-making state was completely unlike before. If it weren't for the Qin soldiers guarding above the Great Wall, this 1,000-meter wall would have been gaping for fear. Is there any problem on Big Brother's side? Can you still continue to maintain such a large amount of mental energy consumption? Zhang Yukai was a bit worried. Don't worry, I'm still able to continue to hold on. I'll rest a little for a while when you guys come back. Sumu smiled at his words. Since most of the Qin soldiers on the Great Wall were sustained by the energy of the wall itself, the only characters he dreamed up were Meng Tian and a kind of personal soldier, which consumed a fair amount and were able to support themselves by consuming source power. Of course, it's a bit overwhelming in the long run. Alright, then, big guy, we can leave right away. Okay, I'll arrange for someone to draw fire and give you guys a chance to get out. Sumu nodded, and the plan was finalized. The Qin soldiers on the stage quickly focused their arrows into one spot in unison, clearing a path for Jiang Hong Spoon and the others' sledges. The 4 of them sped out on the 2 sleds, bypassing the front line of the Bone Wolf's charge, and traveled rapidly towards the location of the 7th fortress. Seeing that several people's sleds had bypassed the unfrozen lake and successfully left the main force of the beasts, only then did Sumu let go of his heart, arranging for the crowd to continue defending and start rotating the guard members. After doing so, he twisted his head to look at the bottom of the unfrozen lake, and couldn't help but feel some misgivings in his heart. After such a long time, it seems that this phantom siren hasn't seen a single one. So the seal at the bottom of the unfrozen lake is gone? Sumu pondered for a while and sent out black impermanence to float over to check it out, and the result he got was that the 7 colored bubbles were still there, and the seal hadn't dissipated. However, the phantom siren's bug cocoons were not even seen anymore. Everything was normal, as if the phantom mother had left. Do we have to go over there again to see what's going on? Sumu quickly dispelled the idea of making his own death. Seeing that the Great Wall was still not in any serious condition, he found a corner, sat down on a plate, closed his eyes and threw his consciousness into the dream-creating heartland within his mind, a location uniquely belonging to Hell. Sumu was prepared to take advantage of the lull in the war to give Hell a good leveling up. There's one more chapter that I don't think I can post. so I'll wait for tomorrow's explosion to post it together QAQ. Chapter 105 Dream Creating Zhongkue, the three-eyed human that had manifested once again. Along with the continued existence of the Great Wall, the source power consumed by Su Mu's manufacture of Mengtian was quickly replenished, and it had already steadily broken through 5,000 points. This time, he wanted to carry out a comprehensive upgrade of the Hell alone, to improve the Hell and play its role to a greater extent. After all, the source power consumed by the current Hell is still a bit too little. Otherwise, when dealing with Zhou Ming that day, the black and white irregulars with Ghostbusters would not necessarily have been suppressed. Su Mu thought, twisting his head to look first at the black and white irregularities, Oxhead and Horseface, and the other group of veteran employees. The upgrading of Hell begins with them. By the way, add some more helpers out. Su Mu looked at a few people's hearts slightly moved. The pages of the book that belonged uniquely to the 1,000 Years of China flew and flipped to a page of Hell, revealing the figures of the black and white irregulars and the others. Along with the pages of the book turning, Su Mu slowly injected 800 points of source power into it. Under the shroud of the eternally boundless black mist, the black and white irregulars walking on the Yellow Springs Road immediately sensed something and stopped in their tracks. Black mist then emerged from under the ground to wrap around the two men, revealing a gust of strange pure black light. As the light swept through, the soul-hooking rope in the hands of the black and white irregulars was the first to change. With a subtle tearing sound, the soul rope collapsed into a gust of black mist, and gradually molded into the shape of a human leg bone, to which are attached thin spikes and like a cloth that can move with the wind. One black and one white, the weapons of each of the two men. The name is Wailing Stick. On each of them hangs an immovable bell, and by shaking one of them the other is bound to ring. Between the dancing of the wailing rod, black mist surrounded the room, and some ghostly wailing sounds vaguely appeared. The spikes on the white bones seemed like the sharp claws of Hell, slicing through the void with a chilling chill. Ghosts on the Yellow Springs Road, looking at the changing scene here, not waiting for the ghosts to urge, self-consciously accelerated some steps, for fear of being killed by the wailing stick. After the weapon in his hand changed, the black mist that swept around the black and white invincible circumference swirled and dissipated cleanly. At first glance, the two men themselves don't seem to have changed much in their appearance. But a closer look can find two people's soul body more and more substantial, around the body filled with the cold and solemn atmosphere more and more thick, gleaming in the eyes. A closer look is able to find gusts of black mist filled. Just see black impermanence hands black fog swept, as Su Mu Dream likened from the hands of his original change out of the hook soul rope, has been able to put weapons put away freely. Have a Enin man some model. Bullhead and Horseface did the same, and after their own strength was enhanced, the weapons in their hands were also changed, fitting more and more into the mold of the myths. The iconic steel hairpin appeared in Oxhead's hand, while Horseface brought up his gun and spear. The two of them slammed the weapons in their hands fiercely towards the ground, causing a tremor on the surrounding roads, causing the many ghosts to shrink in fear of attracting their attention with a look of horror on their faces. This Hell is getting more and more decent. The bull's head surveyed the steel hairpin in his hand, then touched his smoother and smoother bull's horn in satisfaction. I don't know when there are real ghosts coming from reality. The two of us, can't we take advantage of a little? Ma Mian rubbed his fingers together looking a little expectant. These two. Su Mu shook his head for a while as he listened to the two men's words, drumming up the black mist to sweep aside the ghost soldiers who were maintaining order, allowing their postures to be shrouded within the black mist for certain upgrades. This Hell is still a bit different from Xianqin. At the very least, up until now, he hadn't acquired the setting where the strength of the Hell Ghostbusters followed the increase in his spiritual power. This might require items that actually create dreams such as the Book of Life and Death, or maybe the boss in Hell. However, these big brothers could not be manufactured by Su Mu if he wanted to right now. More than making a boss, Su Mu had another idea. Between the slight flipping of the pages of the book that uniquely belonged to the 1,000 ancient Chinese, a middle-aged man wearing a gauze hat and a red official's coat appeared in front of Su Mu's eyes. The looks were so ugly that even a ghost would be a little chilled at the sight of it. Born with a leopard's head and ringed eyes, his face was green and iron, full of black whiskers, and ferocious. It is Zhongkue. It is a god who drives away ghosts and evil spirits. Legend has it that he is a native of the Terminal Mountain. Born ugly, but very talented. More upright people. His portrait can often be posted on doorways to ward off evil spirits. The character that Su Mu wanted to create a dream this time was him, good at driving away demons and catching ghosts. There is even the strange legend of Zhongkue catching ghosts circulating, namely because of a good face that was born extremely close to the Hell. Once Zhongkue arrives, there can be one more powerhouse in the Hellmouth. In addition to these advantages, he was also looking at the protection features of the other side. There aren't many people who can act as a gatekeeper. With him around, you'll be able to gain some shelter even in your sleep, right? Su Mu thought as his thoughts flickered slightly. Gritting his teeth, he once again injected 1,000 points of source power to create a dream bell kue. Along with the injection of 1,000 points of source power, the entire hellmouth emitted a violent humming sound. The heavens and earth seemed to tremble. Inside the empty Fengdu city, the Hook Pen judge seemed to have sensed something and turned his head to gaze at a spot in the main hall. Between there, black fog filled the area, and a footstep soon came from the thick mist, accompanied by the sound of footsteps coming from far and near. The big man facing ugly and fierce stepped out from the black fog, the red official hat on his body contrasting with the gloomy blackness around him. Just as Sumu was sizing up the other party, with the intention of seeing if his 1,000 points of source power spent were worth it, he saw Zhong Kuei seem to sense something, and with a turn of his body, he slowly walked out of the main hall, his eyes that were like copper bells glaring straight at the sky shrouded in black mist. What kind of brat dares to hang around outside of hell? His voice was like a flood bell filling his ears, reverberating in Sumu's mind, causing him to be stunned, not being able to figure out for a moment whether Zhong Kuei was asking himself, or whether he was looking at the little demon within that golden mountain temple on earth. Just as Sumu froze, Zhong Kuei's body was filled with black mist, and all of a sudden, even with him, he flew directly out of the dream-creating heartland, and came within Sumu's ocean of consciousness, following the direction that he had raised his head to look up at before, and straight and continuously upward, seemingly rushing out of Sumu's mind. This action caused Sumu's expression to go into a slight trance, and in a daze, he came back to a world with a slight shimmering light in the darkness, and in front, it was that three-eyed figure. Chapter 106, Zhong Kuei Eats Ghosts, linked to the black line in the depths of the dream world. Here we go again. This dream. As Sumu watched the scene, his heart faintly shuddered, and he quickly realized that this three-eyed human made up of pure black eyes hadn't actually left him at all. The opponent is still lurking somewhere. Thoughts flickered. The three-eyed human race in front seemed to be immobile as if it had sensed something, and its originally static body gradually began to move. When Sumu saw this and wanted to summon something, the black mist around his body filled the air, and the Zhong Kuei with that ferocious appearance had already surfaced at his side. Humph! Zhong Kuei's voice seemed to carry some sort of deterrent, directly stiffening the three-eyed human race in front of him that had originally begun to move in place. Zhong Kuei saw the situation as a big step came to the three-eyed human race. A hand ruthlessly grabbed the three-eyed human race's neck. The other hand actually went straight to the other party's face and plucked out those three eyes alive. During this process, that three-eyed humanoid's figure trembled continuously, as if it wanted to do something, but Zhong Kuei did not give the other party a chance at all. His big mouth opened. His figure then became more and more stout, and he even directly swallowed the three-eyed human in one bite. Sumu was slightly stunned at the sight, and then reacted. Isn't this what happens when Zhong Kuei catches a ghost? This 1,000 points. It's worth it. Between the thoughts, the world in the depths of darkness then shattered into pieces, and when he shook his eyes, Zhong Kuei had already returned to his mind holding the three eyeballs wrapped in black mist. Facing Sumu's doubts, Zhong Kuei saluted. This brat was born smart. It didn't invade among the consciousness, but used these three eyeballs as a core, transforming into an object that lurked near the brain place outside the body. When you are dreaming, it will unconsciously conjure up scenes that will have an effect on the conscious dream, but it won't do any harm. From this, none of the ghosts of the Hellmouth have realized it, and of course it is also caused by the fact that they have just recovered their strength at the moment. Ghosts that hover outside my physical head and thus indirectly influence my dreams, and it was also able to influence the black and white irregulars and the others with the help of their eyes, so that they were unable to discover the wonders of it? Hiss. Sure enough, something is trying to hurt me, but it's a good thing it was taken care of by Zhong Kuei. Sumu's heart was slightly relaxed for a while as he listened to Zhong Kuei's words. It felt like one less threat weighing on his chest. Right now, he could be sure that the giant black eye could not pose any threat to him. As for the three eyeballs, Sumu's thoughts had just flashed, when he saw Zhong Kuei casually skimming away some of the gray mist that had wrapped around the eyeballs, and pressed his finger on one of the eyeballs. All of a sudden, Sumu only felt that he was suddenly able to see a thin invisible branch line from it, which had been traveling out of his mind and connecting to the outside. He followed his realization and opened his eyes, then saw an invisible branch line wrapped around his finger at some point, which extended all the way to his rear, behind Qin Changqing's. That is, the direction where the Steel Fortress and Dream City are located. This, without waiting for Sumu to think about it carefully. In his mind Zhong Kuei again pressed his hand on the other two eyeballs. See two more spin-offs quietly emerge. One was similarly connected to the rear, while the other shot straight up into the sky behind it, as if connecting to something in the sky. These three spurs connect several locations in Dream City? Sumu frowned slightly, and many thoughts immediately surfaced in his mind. Invisible spurs may be related to concepts like surveillance or control. He was entangled only after seeing the black giant eye, also known as the mother of illusions, and logically there should be one that would connect to the inside of the unfrozen lake in front of him, linking to the black giant eye inside. Unfortunately no. This branching off that made him feel uncomfortable came from within the Dreamweb instead. Is it a secret technique performed by some S-class powerhouse? Or is it a special means triggered by some bizarre dream-making item? That's a tough one. If there was an invisible spur connecting beyond the Dreamweb, in that dream battlefield, I would have reported this immediately. But this branch connects to the inside of the dream network. Does this belong to the authorization of the examination team? Or does a certain bigwig have the intention to test me? Sumu looked at the 3 invisible branches entwined in his hands, thought for a while, and inquired in his mind, Zhong Kuei, what do you think of this black branch? Zhong Kuei sniffed aloud. Although that brat was eaten by me, these 3 most crucial eyes are the important items. As long as the 3 eyes are still there, we'll be able to follow the branch line to find the ghost mastermind behind the scenes. Trial, and send him to the 18 layers of hell. With the isolation of the black mist of hell, these 3 eyes won't play any more role. On the contrary, when someone tries to utilize these 3 eyes, I will be the first to understand the other party's purpose. In addition, it is best to add the ability of the River of Forgetfulness to suppress the 3 eyes within the river, so as to ensure the best. Is it safest to suppress these 3 eyes within the River of Forgetfulness? Is that so? Sumu smiled thoughtfully and said thank you. And after arranging for Zhong Kuei to return to the Hellmouth, he brought the 3 eyes to the side of the River of Forgetfulness. Originally, he was thinking of arranging for the black and white irregulars to take the 3 eyes and float directly down the branch line to see what was going on. But right now it's not going to happen. If he wanted to check it out, he would have to travel there himself. Once this side of the Great Wall was completely stabilized, Sumu felt like he had to move to the Steel Pass side to see if he could encounter the first invisible branch line there. This is important for him to judge the current situation. If this threat came from the outside world, he would report it immediately. If the threat had come from within, he would have found the man and waited for time to settle a score. Trying to pull a fast one on him? Sumu thought and turned his head to look at the raging blood-colored river under the Naiha Bridge. In reality, the role of dream making this river effect is exceptionally good. This is also considered to be one of his killing attacks. After all, if the enemy is a little careless, fell into the River of Forgetfulness, it is not so good to come out. Also, when the ghosts are collected into the hell, whoever dares to resist will be thrown into the river for eternity. The situation at hand gave him just the excuse he needed to drastically improve his forgetfulness. Sumu thought, pondered for a while, and directly injected 800 points of source power into the river. Wow! Along with the injection of source power, the raging water of the River of Forgetfulness immediately stirred. The tumbling ghost bones in it seemed to sense something, hissing and screaming more and more frantically. There is an interesting legend about the River of Forgetfulness. If an infatuated person wants to keep the memory of meeting his or her beloved in the afterlife, he or she can choose not to drink Meng Patang, jumped straight into the raging River of Forgetfulness, with ghostly bones, with raging pain that seemed to wash over the soul, waiting for thousands of years before being able to re-enter the cycle of reincarnation and reincarnate. During these thousands of years, the infatuated man will watch his beloved walk up the Yellow Springs Road and step onto the Neho Bridge over and over again. But the infatuated are not able to recognize each other with them, and are only able to survey each other silently in the sinking and floating of the River of Forgetfulness. Chapter 107, The Plague Fills the Qin Great Wall. From Meng Tian's recommendation, the infatuated person hopes that the other person will not drink manhwa soup, but is afraid that the other person cannot withstand the thousands of years of torment in the River of Forgetfulness, and cannot bear the bitterness of this long wait. If such infatuation can last for 1,000 years and still remember their beloved ones, they can return to Earth with their memories and find their cherished ones again. This is a beautiful legend from the River of Forgetfulness. Of course, Sumu didn't think so. After all, even if someone does stick around, that other half doesn't necessarily reincarnate as an adult every time, right? When he dreams up the 6 paths of reincarnation, and wants to be reborn as a human being that will also be judged, the infatuated person returns to Earth, but his other half is not always reincarnated as an adult. Sumu thought to take back his thoughts, his eyes gazing towards the more and more raging River of Forgetfulness, the vicious blood color within it even more. A few drops of river water hit the bank between the waves, causing the surrounding ghosts to howl in terror, fearing that they had accidentally gotten into the river water, which was strong enough to corrode the spirits. On the Naiha Bridge, many ghosts even directly stopped crawling on the bridge, fearing that they would be thrown off by the constantly shaking Naiha Bridge. At this moment, however, there was a person who slowly stepped forward, his pale body quietly standing beside the River of Forgetfulness along with Sumu surveying the river's churned-up water within the river. The visitor is Mona. The other party looked at the raging water of the River of Forgetfulness and seemed to be recalling something. With regards to Meng, Sumu poured not much source power into it too, After all, it wasn't time for her to go on yet. The Mona who guards the bridge isn't too bad in terms of strength, so let's just wait for a time to upgrade her as well. After a while, the speed of the flow of the river of forgetfulness gradually tends to moderate, and it is back to its original appearance. However, Sumu could sense that the river was stronger than before, and as long as there was a soul that dared to fall into the river of forgetfulness, it wouldn't be so easy to come out again. Sumu thought, casually throwing the 3 eyeballs he had brought into the river of forgetfulness, letting the raging river water completely submerge the eyeballs, sinking them to the bottom of the riverbed, waiting for his next use. As his thoughts rolled around, a slight cough came from a short distance away. Ahem. Someone coughing? Sumu immediately opened his eyes when he heard the coughing sound and turned his head towards that side. The one who was coughing was the short and skinny candidate, who also seemed to have noticed his abnormality and shouted while coughing hard. Something's not right. Ahem. It's not right. I seem to be sick. Maybe the plague rats are coming. Plague rats? At this moment, the surrounding people heard the coughing of the candidates next to them. Their faces changed, and they hurriedly took a few steps backward in a mischievous manner, not caring about dealing with the raging pack of bone wolves below the walls. And in unison, they created a mask for themselves to cover their mouths and noses. People infected with the plague are contagious and infect those around them. Shit, didn't someone go and take care of the plague rats? How come the plague is still coming over? Something's not right. The fortress over there didn't explode either. Can it be that a small number of plague rats have gotten to us? Aren't they infested in groups? The hearts of the viewers in the live broadcast room were flabbergasted at the sight of this scene. Oh ho! Finished. This plague rats are infested in groups. But we can't rule out a small portion of plague rats coming to the city walls in a group. This wave of sneak attacks can make it difficult for the people on the city walls. Zhang Yukai, who can see the movements of the plague rats, is gone. And Huang Yunxiang, who can create dream-suppressing talismans, is gone. So there are no more candidates against the plague on the walls of this city. Not necessarily. Sumu might be able to do it, right? As the viewers were talking, the camera of the live broadcast just happened to twist towards Sumu, who was sitting cross-legged on the Great Wall, preparing to stand up, only to see the other man cough a few times even as he rose, and touch his forehead with his hand. Where it entered, it was hot. This virus came on fast and struck fast. Just when Sumu wanted to take some measures, he found that his legs sitting on a plate were a bit numb, and the moment he got up, he was even more dizzy, and the scene in front of his eyes turned upside down. He's sick, too. That body temperature just suddenly went up so much, along with the rise in body temperature. Instead of feeling heat around his body, Sumu also felt that he was flooded with cold. The coat he was wrapped in did not bring him any warmth at all, causing him to tighten his shirt. Watching the scene, the audience were not aware of what was happening. The 2 words finished kept swiping in the pop-ups. Holy shit, Sumu was also hit. How can this be? It still looks like a fever. Trying to create a dream in a high fever state, that's a bit difficult. Seeing that his face is a bit flushed, I'm afraid that it's not a direct high fever. This dream maker wants to create a dream in a state of high fever. Is his mental power able to concentrate? Other people don't know. Anyway, when I make dreams in a high fever state, my hands are shaking again. What I can normally make dreams out of is totally impossible to do in a high fever state. And that feeling is too unbearable. Indeed, the main thing is that the high fever state also consume mental energy will lead to high fever state more serious. This time the people on the Great Wall can really suffer. The new rotation hasn't arrived yet, and now there are few people on the Great Wall. If it weren't for the fact that this Qin Great Wall comes with so much armor, the dream maker who is topping all kinds of negative statuses would have long been hit with a gaping hole, along with Sumu and the lean boy being poisoned together. On the city walls, other than the dream-making creatures, more and more candidates felt physically sick, coughing up blood. Allergies, and even the transient blindness symptoms associated with being snowblind are beginning to manifest. It was as if the nightmare that had happened on Fortress 4 before was about to come back again. Biggie. Ahem. The situation, it seems a bit off. I saw my tits. The first cold fever that lean boy 2 eyes guilty of dizziness and unsteady then fell beside the city wall. Eyes pupils lax. Mouth murmuring voice is getting smaller and smaller. The other party's onset was a bit faster than Sumu's. Sumu listened to the sound of the other party's words and braced himself to walk to the front of the city wall and gaze downward. As far as the eye could see, the scene was full of bone wolves running around. Where was any plague rats? The other party is more treacherous and cunning than he imagined. Sumu scanned the circle as completely did not see a trace, but he was certain that these things were poking around in the shadows somewhere, unleashing a plague in an attempt to poison them all on the walls. The first step in trying to catch the other side is to solve the plague. Sumu coughed, his mind somewhat unclear as he pondered what he should use to purify this plague. Because the plague was not a spiritual attack, His scapegoat ability had not been triggered. Otherwise, where else could it be the turn of these plague rats to cause trouble? It is to purify the plague with the water of the jade pure vase. Or do you call on Shen Nong to appear? Or maybe summoning one of the Taoist children of Lord Tai Shan Lao? While Sumu was pondering, he suddenly heard a sound of footsteps coming from around him. Turning his head, he saw that it was Meng Tian who was commanding the defense of the whole army. Blatantly poisonous? I can recommend a person who will be able to lift this scourge. Oh, Monty recommended to him a man who could solve the plague. Someone from Xianqin? Chapter 108 Dream Creator Su Fu, Xianqin Qi Practitioner. This Qin also has someone who can solve the plague? Xianqin. Could it be that the one who can solve the plague is the so-called Xian? Before Huang Yunxian could create dream magic inscriptions to solve and suppress the plague, what method should the Xianqin's people use to solve it? Hiss. It's starting. Which one is more powerful? Xianqin or the magic civilization? You can tell from this means of solving the plague. Is it possible that this dreamer is a physician or something? Between the idle chatter of the viewers, the group of C-rank dream makers who had been squatting in the live broadcast room to delve into dream-making inscriptionism got excited. They could have been waiting for this moment. I hope that character is using an inscription carving method similar to the Great Wall to solve this plague. An old, gray-haired professor stroked his beard in anticipation. This way we can just about compare the Xianqin civilization with the magical civilization in terms of inscriptions. Actually, I feel that it's still a bit more reliable for a magical civilization. After all, this magical civilization has been explored and improved by generations of dream makers, and has already formed a good system of dream-making logic. A dream maker said thoughtfully. Indeed, this immortal Qin civilization is after all an empty thought of Sumu alone. It shouldn't have too rigorous a logical system. It's hard to match the magic civilization, and I guess it's impossible to match the magic civilization in terms of inscriptions. A dream maker similarly concurred, but the crowd stopped chatting and watched intently for Sumu's next move in the live broadcast. Speculation is speculation, but it's all about the subsequent manifestations. From the previous live broadcasts, the characters created by Sumu were extremely bizarre and all had ancient and other kinds of mysterious colors. It was possible that this time, he would really be able to give a completely new solution to the problem in inscriptionism. That was truly a historic breakthrough in dream-making inscriptions. They may be able to draw a lot of useful knowledge from it. If that's true, it wasn't wrong for these people to call Sumu a teacher. There is a capable person as a teacher. Worshipping a budding dream maker as a teacher is a bit strange, but it is not unacceptable. While the crowd was looking forward to it, Meng Tian had already said the name of the person to be raised. Send Su Fu here. He's a magician, and the poison of the plague can surely be cured. Fonzie? The crowd froze slightly at the term, not being able to come up with an image of it in their minds. Founder? What's a square human? A square human? Is this a profession in Xianqin? Just like magicians, there are various types of professions? I've never heard of it, but I feel that the name is very consistent with our Chinese meaning. Maybe it's some kind of ancient Chinese occupation. Su Fu? Sumu immediately had some clarity when he heard this. Yes, Su Fu, the first great liar of the Qin dynasty. The most famous story is Su Fu's eastward journey. He was dispatched by Emperor Qin Shi Huang to seek the elixir of immortality in the eastern fairy mountains, and then directly ran away and disappeared without a trace on his second trip east. There are rumors that Su Fu traveled east to the east and became the ancestor of the east. The gods enshrined in the temples of eastern Japan are actually Chinese, such as Su Fu. During the Qin dynasty, Su Fu was a great liar. But after he upgraded the Jade Seal of Transmission, Qin also became Xianqin. Then Xiufu, who has a profession as a founder, also known as a cultivator, will obviously improve as well. He may actually have some ability. Dream-making, he could give it a shot. Mostly cheaper too. Anyway, the strength of Xianqin's crowd would go up as his spiritual power went up, and the characters created from the dream basically wouldn't lose out. Su Fu can indeed give it a try. Sumu thought, forcibly enduring his increasingly drowsy state. He once again took out the Jade Seal of Transmission within the dream-creating heartland, and along with the blood-colored light, the pages of the book in his mind that belonged to ancient China were then slowly flipped. Yu Daqin's page turned to a unique page. Eyeing the man in the pages, Sumu pondered and injected 200 points of source power into it. 7 colored rays of light flowed in his hands and soon formed a middle-aged man's shadow. He was wearing a classical and complicated black robe, and the patterns engraved on it were similar to Meng Tian's shoulder armor next to him. His face was broad and dignified. His demeanor was dignified and courteous, and he could not see that he was a treacherous and cunning liar in the time of Great Qin. It was no wonder that Emperor Qin Shi Huang believed the other party. Just this face alone was able to add a few points of goodwill. Sumu did not have time to do too much emotion. Seeing that the crowd on the city wall was about to completely lose the ability to fight, he hurriedly coughed and told Su Fu about the plague. Upon hearing this, Sufu arched his hand and saluted. Kung, please be at peace. With that said, Sufu unclasped a small pouch he had hanging on the side of his waist, opened it and stuck his hand into it. Just as the crowd was sticking their necks out wanting to see what magic weapon the other party was about to take out, he was the one who took out a large vat from it in an extremely unreasonable form. Seeing only Sufu's low voice, the vat was suspended in front of Sumu's body, and the snow water accumulated under the great wall around him seemed to be attracted by some kind of attraction as if it was turned into a gust of water lines, filling the vat to half, and then a gust of heat rose up from inside. When the water in the tank was boiling, Sufu took out another chapter of yellowish-brown rectangular paper from his pocket, and with a wave of his hand he made it stick in mid-air. This is paper? Sumu looked slightly stunned. He initially thought that the other party was going to refine some sort of elixir to solve this plague poison for them. As it stands now, it seems to be trying to apply some sort of charm. Doesn't seem like a conflict? Sumu remembered that the word charm first originated in the spring and autumn and warring states period, and the word meaning about charms was mentioned in the Book of Shang. Right now, there was no problem with Sufu, who had already been promoted to Immortal Qin. Knowing a little bit of this Tao, along with the talisman paper, Sufu took out another wolf brush and began to outline a complicated and strange line on the talisman paper. The strange thing is that when someone wants to memorize this paper, but inexplicably feel a dizzy spell back to think, but it feels plausible. This is the inscription, right? This is the method of inscribing inscriptions by Xianqin Fengshi, and with a defense? Watching this scene, many viewers in the live broadcast room were in an uproar. Holy shit, what's going on? Brothers, do you have a feeling of dizziness when you look at that talismanic paper through the screen? Hissing, you guys have it too? I felt it too. I thought it was an illusion. I just wanted to look at the lines and try to dream one up myself, but I felt like I couldn't remember what the spell looked like in my head. Outrageous. We're all watching through the screen. This spell can affect us even through the screen. As the pop-ups were sent, viewers suddenly saw a mosaic on their footage that showed the runes. You're not allowed to see it? Chapter 109 Epical Dream Making? Advances in Inscription. Just as the audience was in an uproar, a red explanation box popped up on the screen of the live broadcast. Viewing the content will cause discomfort and will be restricted to non-Dream Maker personnel. A replay button will be available in 10 minutes. So Dream Makers are invited to watch selectively. It's really going to cause discomfort. Holy crap. Xianqin personnel still bring this kind of effect when they draw and engrave inscriptions? If you want to steal it, you have to have a certain level of strength to be able to do it? If you're not a Dream Maker, you can't even look at it. Then again, what should I do with this drawing once it's on paper? Stick it on the city wall? That doesn't feel as good as a magic inscription. After all, they're able to use it by drawing it directly onto the walls. It's not right. I don't feel it sticking to the wall. Otherwise, how can you boil a pot of water? Can't it be that it's sticking to the pot? While the audience was confused, the group of C-rank Dream Makers who were watching the drawing and engraving process intently were scratching their heads at the situation. Did either of you just record it? How did he inscribe it? The footage from the live streaming room hasn't been uploaded so quickly that you can't watch it. A Dream Maker eagerly twisted his head and asked around. Unfortunately, no one answered. Seeing this, the Dream Maker could only stop and join the circle of discussion around him. It doesn't look like it's engraved. Why do I get the feeling that he's simply using a pen to draw on it? That pen doesn't look like a high-level item either. Then again, is it really possible to withstand the power of an inscription with just that thin piece of rune paper? What other auxiliary props does he need for this magic inscription? The magical inscriptions we normally draw and inscribe don't have such steps at all. While many Dream Makers were discussing, Sufu on the Great Wall had already finished his painting for the talisman. With a slight movement of his fingers, the talisman fell into the freshly boiled vat of water and quickly dissolved in the water and disappeared. Along with the dissolution of the rune, the originally boiling water gradually stopped, as if it had been cooled in an instant. Take a sip of water and the plague is immediately dissolved and you will not suffer the negative effects of the plague for a day. Sufu saluted. Drink the water mixed with this charm and be free from the negative effects of the plague for a day? The crowd was shocked at the words. Holy shit, this charm is so effective? It even comes with its own antibodies? What? Is this how the plague-carrying inscriptions of Xianqin are used? After drawing it, they just drink it with water? After you drink it that effect stays on you? Hiss. The more the crowd thought about it, the more absolutely this runic inscription was not simple. It was unusual for them to have to rely on various dream-making items for their dream-making inscriptions. And if they wanted to use this inscription, they would have to inject their spiritual power to activate the dream-making item, thus being able to obtain the effect of the inscription. The same is true for engraved charms that want to create a plague inhibitor. They must be engraved on an item and then infused with spiritual energy to activate the item in order to get the defense effect. And now, This founder named Su-fu that Su-mu had dreamed up actually directly made the talisman melt in water, using water as a medium to release a continuous effect. It also ensures that the spell will remain effective for a day after it has lost its effect. This is a strange feature that they have not yet researched. At the very least their current dream-making magical civilization can't do that. Is this able to briefly prove that the Xianqin civilization is more advanced than the magic civilization? Damn! I have a feeling that this kind of talisman engraving method isn't just used in defense against the plague. Indeed, there's this effect charm that prevents the plague. So would there still be something like a defense-type charm? One that can be mixed with water and drink to act directly on the body for a day? Holy shit! If we really have this talisman, what starry sky behemoths are we afraid of? Everyone dries 3 large tanks of water before going into battle, and with all sorts of effects added to their bodies, they can simply increase their combat power by several times. Inside the main examination room, Chen Fengqiu watched Su-fu's approach, his expression containing excitement. As we all know, the underlying logic that can drive a dream maker to create dreams is mental power, or energy. When possessed of energy, everything the dream maker dreams up possesses all types of magical transformations. But when the injection of spiritual energy is stopped or the energy injection is cancelled, everything that the dream maker creates is without its underlying cornerstone, and everything that creates the dream will stop functioning. It wasn't like they didn't have dream-making increase-type items that could last for a day, but such items also needed to be powered by energy. Once the driving energy was gone, so was the enchanting effect the item gave to the dream maker. But now, what did he hear? This Su-fu from Xianqin said his talisman could last for a day. The talisman that came out of a dream was definitely an imaginary item, and by the time Su-mu retrieved Su-fu, the effect of the talisman would have disappeared, even if the talisman was blended and dissolved in the water in advance. By the time Su-fu disappeared, the kind of energy in the water that could resist the plague should have disappeared along with it. And now it's a whole different story. If Su-fu disappeared and the energy dissolved in the water did not diminish, the dream makers would still be able to obtain the bonus from the charm, which showed that the charm completely defied the underlying logic of the dream makers. It simply didn't look like an item that a dream maker could create. This kid, it's really going to be a big surprise for him. Other than that, if this charm water could really last for a day, from then on, the threat level of this plague rat species against them could be basically equal to nothing. It wasn't just Chen Fengqiu. Many of the high-level dream makers who were paying attention to Su-mu had all associated themselves with this matter. For a while, countless people were glued to the screen, watching Su-fu and Su-mu's every move, waiting for the verification of that conjecture in their minds. If it was truly successful, it would be an epical change for dream makers. Items dreamed up in the future might be able to be sustained without the use of mental energy. When all the people were looking forward to it, Su-mu listened to Su-fu's words and didn't delay. After creating a dream out of a cup then dragging his increasingly groggy body, he walked over to the water tank, sank the cup into it, filled it with a bowl of water, and gulped it in. Accompanied by the slightly cool water flowing down his throat and into his belly, Su-mu suddenly felt a strange chill emanating from his body. A few moments later, his groggy head recovered as if he were recovering from a serious illness, and his violently elevated body temperature quickly resumed its descent. With each passing day, the more it returns to its previous healthy state. This water works. Seeing this, he immediately greeted the candidates who still had some mobility around the wall to come over and share the charm water, and quickly filled up his water cups to seek out those who looked like they were about to forfeit and poured it in. Like Su-mu, the many candidates who had drunk the charm water felt refreshed, and the various types of illnesses that had originally acted on their bodies were quickly resolved. Holy shit, Big Brother Bull! The plague were able to be cured so quickly. Ha, this is great. I almost had to abstain just now. A candidate said with a palpitating heart. I feel like I'm too tits to walk. The small candidate who drank the charm water was still lying on the ground, muttering, but becoming more and more conscious. He was the first to be poisoned and it was deep, but he was less than a few minutes away from being cured after drinking the rune water. Those who recovered returned to the battlefield immediately. Seeing that the crowd had already drunk the talismanic water, Su-mu immediately commanded the crowd to salvage the now somewhat unstable situation. As he said that, he smoothly took Su-fu back inside the dream-creating heartland. It was this unintentional move that made all those who were watching the live broadcast stare in disbelief. They all wanted to see if the charm's lasting effect was really that good. Chapter 110, Killing the Plague Rats. The intention to travel to the Steel Fortress, just at the moment when Su-mu put Su-fu into the dream-creating heartland. All of the dream makers who understood the value of the rune stared intently at every candidate on the city walls who appeared within the camera of the live broadcast, waiting for the other person's face to look unusual, or expecting it not to change at all. The former would represent the failure of Su-mu's dream-making, while the latter was about to open a brand new era. The unintentional move Sumu made in inscriptionism would affect the next development of dream-making inscriptionism. After that, it's not unlikely that inscription will become a formalized subject in the college classroom. It also opened up a whole new path for them, the specialists who focused their energies on inscriptions. The many experts couldn't help but breathe a little sharply as they thought about it. In a heartbeat slightly more than half a beat faster. 1 second passes. 2 seconds pass. Until 10 seconds later, there were no candidates on the city walls who had been infected with the plague again, and everyone had recovered their spirits. Even the small candidate who had immediately gone down to hell had recovered from his disheveled state and joined the battle again. This doesn't create dream science. At this moment, the old scholar who had spent his entire life studying dream-making inscriptions also dabbed his head and stood up, full of excitement as he surveyed Sumu's figure in the live broadcast room. And what he looked at in his eyes was full of hope and dawn. It's almost half a minute. Su Fu has disappeared for half a minute. All of them are unaffected by the plague. That method that preserves the power of inscriptions and requires only a one-time payment of energy really exists. My god, this kid doesn't know what the hell he's found out yet. Does he? Hell no. I'll call the principal right away. This kid has to join our university. Even if he doesn't get in, he'll be busted in. Quickly, check his background and see if he has any more relatives and friends. It's best to be able to directly attack Sumu's parents. Inside the president's room of Dream Tower University, the phone on Wang Zhe's desk dinged incessantly, and the people who wanted to call him with the help of the Dream Network also occupied half of the page of the live broadcast. Principal Wang Hot didn't bother to answer these calls, but just sent a message towards everyone. This kid, we at Dream Tower University are determined to win. Even if Sumu's fit is only 1, he'll still be the most likely dream maker in China to advance to S rank. This unparalleled gift of dream-making and imagination can completely compensate for his weaknesses in any area. The boy was born to be a dream maker. Wang Zhe looked at Sumu, who was looking out over the city walls in the live broadcast, searching for the plague rats, and said in a deep voice, Lu Yanfang is shocked by the efficacy of your talisman. Source power plus 25. Wang Defa is shocked by the efficacy of your talisman. Source power plus 14. Qianlong is shocked by the effect of your charm. Source power plus 20. Sumu slightly glanced at the source power acquisition information that he had started to swipe again. Then he turned his head and once again looked outside the city walls. What inscriptions can be used consistently? That use would still be able to be used. At least the previous plague effect would be dispensed with. But not so much after that. As for why the effect against the plague was still so good after he had taken away Su Fu, that was of course attributed to the continuous output of source power. Just because Su Fu was gone didn't mean that he wasn't able to maintain the efficacy of the talisman by outputting source power. Trying to make the charm work in the true sense of the word was still a bit of a lost cause for him right now. Maybe with the addition of 3 or 4,000 source power could do it, but that would be too much of a waste. In order to save money, Sumu naturally wouldn't do this, and right now it was enough to temporarily solve the negative effects of the plague. He directly greeted the crowd and began to check out the abnormalities in the tides of beasts around here, looking for the source of the plague. This plague rat, though cunning and accustomed to hiding in the back, had to come up to the front when releasing the plague, and it was 3 meters tall, so even if it was able to be invisible, it would still show its rat tail because it was gathered with the rats of its own colony. Furthermore, this was a snowy place, and this rat didn't have any snow treading skills, so even if he ran to a position where the bone wolves weren't attacking, he would still be exposed because of the footprints on the ground. There's definitely a spot in the area not covered by the bone wolves that will be left empty, revealing a clear vulnerability. But the crowd searched for a full circle, and heartily found no trace of the rat. This was, Hempface shouted and reminded Sumu, Biggie, could the plague rats be hiding in the unfrozen lake? The unfrozen lake is very deep. The difference between the top and bottom is definitely higher than 3 meters. If the rats climbed in unison in the lake low, they are really hard to find on the Great Wall. If it is really inside the frozen lake, using the river of forgetfulness to flood the frozen lake left and right will be able to see the difference. Wait. Sumu, who had just recovered from his high fever state, thought more and more clearly and immediately thought of a more convenient method. As his hands surged with black mist, 2 figures, one black and one white, emerged around him. As a hell ghostbuster, the increased black and white irregulars were able to see soul trails, just like when they had caught the stealthy chameleon out of thin air when dealing with Zhou Ming earlier. Now, the upgraded one should be even more powerful, and seeking the souls of a few giant rats should be a breeze. Or maybe, he was perfectly capable of summoning the Mirage Dragon and using illusions to make the plague rats think that their plan had worked and reveal themselves. Without Sumu's command, the black and white irregulars had already understood the purpose of their coming out. The 2 of them bowed and then floated off to the interior of the unfrozen lake, carrying the wailing wand. Along the way, all the bone wolves found their traces. but they were not able to grow wings, and there was absolutely no way to take the black and white in the sky, only able to watch as the two black and white irregulars drifted to their purpose, surveying the unfrozen lake below where only bone wolves seemed to be active. The two black and white irregulars glanced at each other, black mist sweeping through their eyes, and then they looked again. Two huge souls then appeared in the unfrozen lake. The other party was still cowering in place and not moving at all, as if they had not expected the black and white irregulars to be able to discover their traces at all. Found you guys. Chapter 111, Solving the Plague Rats. It's time to head to the Steel Fortress. Black Impermanence looked at the stealthy plague rats below. Solemn expression. The hands of the weeping rot gradually flooded with black mist around the body. The form immediately changed into a hook and soul rope. The chain was thrown. Set a still stupid in place to create a plague of rats. Squeak! The rat in the noose squealed and stopped making plague, scurrying frantically to break free of the hooked rope around his neck. When Black Impermanence saw this, he tightened his hands and pulled the hook and soul rope in his direction as the black mist swept over his arms. With a strange thud, the invisible body of the plague rat immediately revealed itself, while a somewhat confused rat soul was dragged out of the huge beast's body. The soul tried to resist, but let out a shrill wail as it was torn by the hooked rope. Squeak! Seeing this, the companion next to him had absolutely no intention of trying to rescue him. Retracting his plague-creating action and twisting his head to try to run back to the place where the largest number of bone wolves were gathered. White Impermanence saw this situation where can let the other party as they wish. Paleface spitting out a long tongue and crashed down to the front of the escaping plague rat, stopping it on the path of escape. Squeak! Seeing this, the plague rat's huge mouth hissed out sharp teeth, and in his hands there were even gusts of green misty gas surging towards where White Impermanence was. This substantial plague is even more powerful than the ones they released in the air earlier, and basically creates all types of malignant diseases immediately upon contact. Unfortunately, the soul-bodied White Impermanence was completely unaffected by physical attacks. The green plague gas reached him then passed through his body and floated to the back, attaching itself to a few bone wolves that accidentally passed by, accompanied by hissing dissolving sounds. The spiky hard bones on the bone wolf that had absolutely only the desire to attack actually began to become extremely soft, unable to hold up its entire body's skeleton, and quickly turned into a pile of completely powerless cartilage that collapsed to the ground. Squeak! Seeing that the plague gas in his hand was ineffective against White Impermanence, the plague rat angrily lifted its invisibility to reveal its huge 3-meter-long body. Its rat's eyes became filled with green color, and its face was extremely ferocious as it pounced fiercely towards White Impermanence, wanting to use its sharp teeth to open a hole in White Impermanence's body. Unfortunately, it's still slow and won't do anything. The only thing a plague rat can rely on after leaving the plague is its own slightly sharper body and speed. It wasn't even as strong as the desired dragon's hatchling, and had no attacks capable of tearing through the soul body at all. Seeing this, a smile appeared on White Impermanence's face that was spitting out his long tongue, and without dodging, he met the plague rat's pounce and raised the wailing rod in his own hand towards the other party with a hard knock. As the wailing rod swung out, it drew gusts of pure black flame in the air, and struck the plague rat's head with a fiery aura. It was accompanied by a thud of a crunch. The sound of a huge body hitting the ground followed. The plague rat's body passed through White Impermanence's body and ruthlessly smashed onto the rocks at the bottom of the lake, and the floating green eyes were lifeless in an instant. From the looks of it, the plague rat is unharmed. However, if an expert was able to see through the other party's soul, they would be able to realize that the soul in the plague rat's body had already been knocked apart by White Impermanence using the weeping stick. One died instantly, and the other had his soul pulled out by the Black Impermanence. Since then, the two plague rats that had left the action of the large troop had actually been so easily resolved by the black mist of the White Impermanence. They're stronger than ever. The audience clearly saw the change in the black and white as well. It's good to have a dream-creating heartland, and you can usually consume spiritual energy to upgrade your character directly within the dream-creating heartland. This Black and White Impermanence. Pulling the soul to fight the soul is more and more skillful. If there is no dream making what can deal with the soul body of the character, want to fight with Sumu? That is purely asking for trouble. So why is it said that hell is S-level potential dream making it? The answer is here. This budding dream maker can dream up characters that can touch the soul. Simply don't be too perverted. If I were to visit hell now, I would definitely not go. It's too damn scary. As the audience spoke, Black Impermanence had already torn away the struggling plague rat soul and disappeared into thin air, along with White Impermanence. At the bottom of the unfrozen lake, only two motionless rat bodies remained. The bone wolves that accompanied the onslaught were quickly stomped beyond rat-like proportions. The danger of the wall is immediately solved. Sumu sensed the Black and White Impermanence that had returned within the dream-creating heartland with a faint smile, and informed the crowd of the news that the plague rats had been solved, and all the candidates guarding the city were all revitalized. and the efficiency of fighting the bone wolves had gone up by quite a bit. An extremely difficult creature like a plague rat had been solved by Sumu, unless some star beast's royal family comes along. They're holding this wall as solid as gold. The battle line that had already been rushed to the edge of the city wall by the bone wolves was once again beaten back, and under the cooperative defense of Meng Tian and the many candidates, the bone wolves' charge was already showing fatigue. That bone spur lord outside the Dream Realm battlefield was also finally becoming sluggish. After 2 hours of such perseverance, the sled car in which the 4 ginger red spoons were riding also returned safely as expected. They also brought good news. After joining up with the 7 from Fortress 7, the 11 worked together to fend off the wave of beasts and the plague. Ginger Red Spoon entered the interior of the bone wolf with the help of Zhang Yotsai's special talent and sought out a large group of plague rats, slaughtering this population that had slipped in. In Zhang Yotsai's mouth, Zhang Hong Spoon held a star-colored spear, exuding light from the starry sky around her, in which tombstones constantly surrounded and flew up, rampaging through the battlefield, and the stealthy plague rats were completely unable to enter her. The danger of the plague is a complete solution. Looking at the stabilized display, Sumu also breathed a sigh of relief and retrieved Meng Tian and the others, allowing the soldiers on the walls to play freely, and handing over a certain amount of command to the masters who had rotated in. He wasn't exactly an Iron Man, able to stick to the wall 24 hours a day. Right now, when the tide of beasts is weakening, is the time for them to rotate. Unsurprisingly, this should be the end of their crisis here at the wall. In addition to the steel fortress, they were surrounded by more than 300 other fortresses, large and small, so even if there were other starry sky giants arriving, they wouldn't be able to just come to their side again. With the Great Wall stabilized, it's time to look for an opportunity to make a trip to the steel fortress. Sumu knocked on the city wall and already had an idea in his inner mind. He was going to serve as a courier on the next food resupply, driving the sled car alone to the steel fort to pull supplies. It's a way of taking some of the burden off the wall. Of course, the main purpose was to find out where and to whom the invisible strands spreading out from those 3 eyes were pointing. Chapter 112. 3 nights later, the opportunity to travel to the steel fortress arrived. Food and weapons were being depleted more rapidly than expected, and various surrounding fortresses were running low on food and weapons supplies. Fortunately, Sumu contacted the surrounding fortresses in advance and discussed arranging for each fortress to take turns going to the steel fortress to pull in supplies, ensuring the guarding strength on the walls. Of course, because of the dream battlefield descending bone wolves everywhere, a small portion of the transporters did not manage to support to the steel fortress, with sledges were blocked halfway out of the examination. Some of the unluckier ones were attacked while running back with supplies, abandoning the bulk of them all within the snow. Some lucky candidates, on the other hand, met a sled full of supplies halfway and returned to the fortress in less than half a day, directly dragging the supplies with them. After looking at the distribution map of the surrounding fortresses and pondering for a while, Sumu took the map to the steel fortress and opened the gates of his own fortress in preparation for his departure. This time, he didn't bring a sled, leaving all of his weaponry with the men inside the fortress, and refused the intention of assigning another person to travel with him. Carrying a weapon was completely unnecessary for Sumu. More than his own safety on the road, he was more worried that the defense of the Great Wall, which had been constructed with great difficulty, would go wrong in the few days he was away. After all, Meng Tian was taken away by him, and with no leader above the city walls, it was inevitable that there would be some mistakes. Amitabha Buddha, you should be more careful on the road. I'll leave the fortress side to the poor monk. The ones who took turns with Sumu were still Zhuwoning and Zhang Hong Spoon, and because of Sumu's impending departure, the 2 brothers, Ah Fen and Ah Zhou, were also evacuated from the city walls to ensure that there were at least 4 people inside the fortress. Tang Lemon and John Li then took over and headed to the Great Wall to fend off the bone wolves that were still pounding away. Take the compressed food I made. There's 2 days worth in it, enough for a round trip. So even if you don't pick up any food, you don't have to worry about starving. The fortress limited cook, Ah Zhou, handed Sumu a small package, which was considered his rations for the past 2 days. Sumu thanked and took it, and after saying goodbye to the crowd, he walked out of the gate and vacated a sled within the snow. Because the Dragon of Desire pulling the cart was stuffed inside the jade seal, he could only grab the remnants of the long and used red-eyed catfish from within the hell and put the rope over the other's head. With a thought in his head, the sled slowly started and traveled quickly towards the location of the steel fortress. Thanks to the construction of the Great Wall, large numbers of bone wolves were kept out of the Qin Great Wall, and a section of the road inside the Qin Great Wall was fairly clean. Along the way, Sumu sled sliding fast, into the eyes of the place, our all snow-covered scene, did not see sweeping large numbers of bone wolves, but after sliding for but a few hours, completely away from the Qin Great Wall, the road turned bad. As far as the eye can see, filled with the pale white fog produced by the Bone Wolf's self-detonation. Because no one cleaned up the cause of the fog has been floating in this place. Some of the locations look thinner and should have been opened by previous transporters. Sumu saw the situation in the hands of the black fog surging, looking out for black and white impermanent guards on the side. In the dream-making heart field to take out the white jade cup pouring water flow, completely opened a channel, traveling along the channel toward the front. The monsters gradually became more numerous along the way. There were phantom sirens that shouted Sumu's name, and there were also packs of bone wolves that fell from the sky, and even though Sumu was able to quickly resolve the opponents, the advance was still delayed. Fortunately, the sky stayed bright, otherwise nighttime driving would have been further difficult. This may also be the sky that the candidate group purposely arranged to reduce the difficulty as in the snow scene. It's good that it hasn't been snowing heavily, otherwise the other candidates would have to be half dead to transport a trip of supplies. Sumu lamented and sped up a bit. After another 3 or 4 hours of traveling, there was still a short stretch of trail left to the steel fortress. Sumu felt slightly tired. He pondered that he was about to find a place to take a short rest, when he saw a burst of bone wolf howls coming from the front. The howls were accompanied by bursts of fireballs going off and the sounds of various weapons being fired in attacks. Someone's fighting a bone wolf? Looking ahead on the sled, they saw a snowy low slope with a male and a female wearing the same white and green school uniforms using the sled as a defense line, holding various types of weapons to repel the surrounding bone wolves. They had chosen a very poor location, in a low-lying center with a layer of snowy rock at their backs, encircled in a circle by bone wolves, and tougher to defend with weapons. Some pop-ups immediately floated out in the live broadcast room when they saw this. These two are a bit unlucky. Isn't it true that a pack of bone wolves fell out of the sky halfway through the sled run? Why are their weapons so weak? How can they break through if they're so weak? Why don't they get something stronger? Ahem. I just came back from the live broadcasting room over at the Steel Fortress, so I can only tell the brothers that the situation over there is very bad, and I can give a few weak weapons even if they're good. Hey, it's really you. The Calamity. We're all well and truly back from the Steel Fortress, and we're still able to run into so many monsters halfway here? Hey, still talking about me? If it wasn't for your crowing, would we have gotten scared and taken a detour and ended up in an ambush here? While the two candidates tossed words, they struggled to use their weapons to shoot the bone wolves that kept pouncing up around them. Their sled had been smashed out by the bone wolves and looked completely incapable of further use. Along with the depletion of mental energy, the energy of the weapon in his hand was getting lower and lower, and the force of the attack was getting weaker and weaker. From the beginning when he could directly shoot through a bone wolf to only being able to repel a bone wolf, they looked like they were not going to be able to hold the pack of bone wolves until they came to a point of disintegration. Boys see this situation in the hands of the gunner slowed down a few points. We two of the unified examination trip seems to have reached the point. How many points do you think you can ultimately have? Good college is out of the question. It didn't even make it to the third round. The girl skimmed her lips. We also dragged the people in the same fortress into this. If this batch of food can't be transported back, it can be bad in the fortress. So what do we say now? How about I blow myself up and clear a path for you? You try to run and see? It's good to not be a dead duck at least. The boy said, simply giving up on firing his weapon and using the weapon in his hand as a burning stick to knock away a lunging bone wolf. Humph. But where there is a chance, I'll run away. Who wants to die with you? Together with the shout of abandonment to die here. You if you are bitten a hole certainly wailed for a few days, the two men said, and were about to call forfeit when a pale, spitting face suddenly stepped out of their sleigh ride. Both of you, do you want to consider thinking about walking the Nayad Bridge together? That's a real outlaw. Chapter 113, The Bomb That Began to Detonate. The prologue of the conspiracy rises. Crap. The sudden pale ghostly face gave the two men a fright. Lu Chang is frightened by your creation white impermanence. Source power plus 25. Huang Hui is frightened by your creation white impermanence. Source power plus 25. Along with the prompt that popped up from Sumu's source power panel, the girl named Huang Hui subconsciously raised her weapon and swung it at white impermanence. And the result was that the weapon in her hand actually strangely penetrated through after touching white impermanence's body. When she was bewildered by this, the boy next to her named Lu Chang tried to come to her rescue, but she heard a roar around her. Release the arrows. Along with the voice came the sound of swooshing arrows from all around. Immediately afterward a rain of black arrows covered the two men's eyes in an instant. As far as the eye could see, all the bone wolves were precisely targeted by a black arrow, and high up around them, at some point there was already a large group of humans wearing strange black armor and holding bows and arrows. Both of you, drag the sled up here. You're saved. White impermanence completely ignored Huang Hui's attack, his pale white face flickering as he floated and flew to the stage. What's going on? The outlaws in their white and green school uniforms looked at each other with confusion. Star Beast? It doesn't look like it. Could it be support from the exam team? Is the exam team that kind? Whatever. Go up first. There seems to be some life in this situation. Huang Hui tugged Lu Chang in a low voice, and the seven-colored light in her hands kept on, changing into two Hercules, and with a tug, she dragged the two sleds up from the low-lying strip of land. The two of them, Huang Hui, climbed out of the pit of bone wolf corpses while surveying their surroundings. As far as the eye could see, it was filled with solemn soldiers in armor. Huang Hui had no doubt that as long as she dared to make any extra moves, she would be rounded up and beaten to death by these people. Death is not always better than death at the claws of a bone wolf. Also, apart from these soldiers, Huang Hui noticed that there was also a teenager in a sled wearing a snow coat. Age looks about their age. Next to him was a black and white figure. And a catfish-like creature that pulls the cart. This is the candidate? Huang Hui looked at Su Mu with a face full of consternation. Doesn't look like it, does it? Look at the sled he's riding on. It's nothing like ours. Like a dream creation out of a dream. This use of a dream realm creation to catch a road. Whose candidate dares to be so extravagant? Lu Chang observed. As their thoughts rolled around, the soldiers exited a path in unison, allowing Su Mu, who was watching, to walk over. I apologize for scaring you all with my creations. He apologized slightly with a gentle smile. Seems like a friendly NPC? The two men looked at each other with eyes full of doubt. Huang Hui asked, "Excuse me, what's the matter? You guys just got back from over at the Steel Fortress, right?" "I'm going over there to pull supplies and wanted to ask about the current situation in the Steel Fortress." Pulling supplies? Candidates? The two men's eyes widened in unison at the words. You're a candidate? These are the things you dream up? Holy shit, brother is a bit of a cow. Lu Chang said and tentatively asked a question about reality. Su Mu answered it and the two of them were relieved. Seven Mouths explained for Su Mu. The situation of the Steel Fortress is not very good right now. Basically all the beast tides are converging over there. If you want to go over there you can't go to the front. And the people inside don't dare to let you guys walk in from the front. Holy shit brother. You are not seeing that black tide of monsters. Everything is there. If not for the fortress being hard and having a lot of weaponry, it would not have been able to support it long ago. Hearing you guys say that, the fortress is currently in an okay condition, just that there are more beast tides. Su Mu asked thoughtfully. That's not all. The Steel Fortress is worried about supplies right now. They've been consuming them too much lately, and the lack of a complete moderation program has led to a lot of supplies being wasted unnecessarily. The first time we went over there before we were able to pick up a couple of good dream-making weapons, but now we're going over there and just picking up a fireball launcher or something like that is even good. The food is even more so. Over at the fortress it's over 100,000 people who have to work to eat, and sometimes a little bit of extra food from that power can cause a bit of a dispute. Our weapons and food starting to be controlled too. That's enough supplies to feed over 100,000 candidates for a month. And it's only been how many days now? As Tang Lemon had said earlier, the commanders within this fortress hadn't been able to completely control the entire fortress, but had only formed a delicate balance. With the shortage of weapons and food, sooner or later, this delicate balance would be broken. And when it was, that was when the entire Steel Fortress would begin to crumble. Now, the fortress still has some ability to support the surrounding fortresses, but this trip to the fortress wasn't too smooth as all. You may go now. I cleared out quite a few of the bone wolves up ahead. Good luck to both of you getting back to the fortress. Having gotten the information he wanted, Su Mu said with satisfaction, waved his hand and turned around to leave, with no intention whatsoever of grabbing the supplies or letting the two lead the way. The pair breathed a sigh of relief in unison at the sight, glancing at each other with wild joy in their hearts. The two of us are too lucky. We're about to forfeit and we still meet such a big shot. Humph. What is this called? Good luck. Follow me this day. Count your luck. Without me you're still able to meet an expert with this crow's mouth? Hey, who said I was unlucky enough to lead a bad road before? A bad road can just happen to meet an expert to save you? You didn't die. So just be happy. Hurry up and build the dream stuff out of the trailer now. You don't expect me to haul these supplies back by myself, do you? The two men spoke, and with a flurry of activity were finally using the creation to pull the sled towards the location of their fortress. On the way, the girl couldn't help but gossip. Who do you think that person we just met was? He's at least one of the top 100 candidates in this unified examination. Isn't he? Maybe it's the first one. Such a powerful spiritual power. We both practiced for a few days and only went up a little bit. This person's spiritual power rating is at least an A-class potential, right? Maybe. He's the Su Mu who shot down 10 suns in Dream City. The sound of the two men's conversation echoed within the snow, fading. On the other hand, Su Mu drove his sled to a remote place to rest for a moment, and when he had recovered his spirit, he once again embarked on the journey to the Iron Fortress. The road ahead was filled with more and more monsters. and the snow was slowly becoming more and more compacted by the sled trucks. Above the sky, there were many pure black seeds crossing the sky, ruthlessly smashing into the front, bursting out countless bone wolves. Sumu looked along the roaring charge route of the bone wolves, and on the snowy slopes, he vaguely saw a steel-like city. Ahead, the roar of giant fireballs and the hissing of various types of monsters resounded through the sky. Still engaged in a tense and intense battle. The steel level is here. Sumu carefully surveyed the area for a while, dispatching the black and white irregulars to move into the ground to explore a safe path. Soon, the two of them found a fortress on the left side of the steel fortress, where most of the players who came to resupply arrived on sledges, and then detoured through the fortress to the back of the iron pass to enter the barrier to resupply. So, Sumu pondered for a while, retrieved the souls of the black and white irregulars and the red-eyed catfish pulling the cart in front of him, and dreamed up the sled into the same model as the candidates before heading towards the fortress on one side. Perhaps it was because there were many supply candidates arriving here. On the way to the next fortress, Sumu didn't see a few monsters, and the occasional small monsters that got lost from the steel barrier side were also resolved by the supply candidates joining forces. The ride was peaceful to a fault, but when they reached the front of the fortress, something was wrong. The gates at the entrance to the fortress were open, but there were dozens of students manning them, and every candidate who wanted to drive a sled car into the fortress had to be stranded at the gates, seemingly for some kind of procedure. There were long lines of sleigh rides from the various forts. There was a lot of grumbling from the candidates up front. Shit, what the hell? Queuing up for half an hour? The people of our fortress are still waiting for me to go back to save their lives. Yes, I've come all the way here, and the people in this fortress are giving this whole thing back? Really so envious of the students randomized to the inside of the steel barrier. We are outside fighting to the death. People inside stuck in the fortress door not allowed to enter. It's too outrageous. Yeah. I also heard that the candidates who came over to pull supplies a few days ago didn't have this process at all. They just went in and pulled it straight. And now it's so hard to mess up like this. As the candidates complained, some of them who seemed to have already made the trip joined the chat to explain to the crowd. It's not because of those fortresses around the steel barrier that made it. Those of us candidates who are far away need to commute once a day or even 2 days. Those from that nearby fortress are able to commute once in half a day or a few hours. We can't use up all the food and equipment piled up in people's fortresses when we're frugal. And often there's a big chunk left over to haul up 2 or 3 more loads. And they're taking up too many resources. Holy shit, there's more of this? What are we going to do when they take up so many resources? I said, how come there's still this kind of queuing now? It turns out there's a fortress selfishness. Originally, a month's supply of weapons was definitely enough to support us until the end of the second round of exams. But now, I feel like it won't even be possible to support us for another 7 days. Who's running the fort? Wouldn't it be make a mess? Along with the chatter, the anger grew higher and higher. Sumu listened to the crowd's chatter thoughtfully. It was the same situation as he had expected before, because the candidates were not concentrating on the same thing and all wanted to do some scheming for their credits, so it would definitely lead to problems with the distribution. However, it went wrong a little too quickly. Not more than 15 days. How long has it been since the Star Beast War started? In this case, either the administrators can't do it, or there are some people within the steel fortress who are making a lot of noise. Also, Sumu thought and looked at the dream-creating heartland within his mind, floating the 3 eyeballs sealed at the bottom of the river of forgetfulness above the river of forgetfulness. Letting then Zhongkuei's fingers touch those 3 eyeballs once again. Invisible branch lines once again surfaced in front of Sumu's eyes, one still connecting to the sky, one connecting to Dream City, and as for the last one, it was extremely close to Sumu's position. It connects to the steel wall next to it. This invisible branch is very, very close to him. There will definitely be a person inside who has seen the giant black eye or experienced a dream similar to his, or simply the mastermind behind it. Inside a steel fortress of this size, there's no chance that 1 or 2 of the candidates' group could have come in disguise? Sumu pondered and had Zhongkuei suppress the 3-eyed human to the bottom of the river of forgetfulness once again, and then patiently waited for the opportunity to enter the steel fortress. In any case, it's better to be careful and report it as soon as you see the momentum going against you. With that in mind, Sumu began to patiently queue up, waiting for the time to enter the steel fortress. Somewhere around half an hour later, the sled car in front of them gradually entered the barrier gate, and it was Sumu's turn. Please sign above and check off the location of your fortress and we'll issue you a supply card based on location. The farther away the location of the fort, the more supplies it receives. One of the candidates acting as a security guard handed Sumu a map and said, he didn't seem to care if Sumu came alone. Sumu nodded at his words and took the map, checking out the location. As far as the eye could see, it was covered with hundreds of red dots, large and small, each representing a fortress. There are several black dots drawn next to the red dots, and the closer you get to the steel barrier, the more black dots there are. The black dot might represent the number of times a shipment was picked up for supplies. True to form, as the chatters had said earlier, forts close to the steel fortress were picking up supplies at a more frequent rate. Sumu saw the location of his home fortress after looking around on the map. In front of Sumu's fortress, the location of the frozen lake was also marked. Still, the marked maps given here were slightly scribbled, not at all as detailed and precise as the maps they had scouted on the ground. Also, Sumu looked towards the map. His eyes couldn't help but condense. As far as the eye could see, there was already a black dot next to their fortress. This would also indicate that someone has already come by once to pick up supplies, but the last time they picked up supplies was 5 or 6 days ago. There was no such way to receive it back then. In other words, someone came over to pick up supplies once, posing as their fortress. Because of the remote location of their fortress, they were able to get more supplies. As Sumu surveyed the map, the viewers in the live broadcast room also realized this. A chorus of angry voices appeared. I don't think so. This kind of supply is also greedy? It's a clear sign of demerit. How long can this steel fortress be defended if everyone is greedy? I feel like it's going to rot soon. Also, they follow such a primitive way of keeping track of black spots? Only the number of times it's picked up, not the time of pickup? That's a bit sketchy. Isn't it because they can't manage it? Brothers, how I feel this steel fortress completely cannot hold out the support of the Dream City to awe. I just took a look at the second wave of sent to ask for help soldiers. 3 have died too. There is another dying struggle. Feel to be no awe. Our fortress hasn't come to collect supplies during this time. After checking off the location of his own fortress on the map, Sumu frowned and said to the security candidate. The candidate shrugged at this and said in relief, it's fine. Supply cards are issued as usual. The whole steel fortress is in a bit of a mess once this war starts. As he said that, he flipped out a card with the number 87 written on it from the side according to the location Sumu had marked on the map. The full amount should be 100, which is 87 to pick up some pretty good supplies. Sumu won't go through the whole exam step by step. The change of the Dream Network will start right away. Chapter 114 Upgrading Shimeji. Earthstore Bodhisattva appeared. The order inside this fortress is really a mess. Sumu frowned as he entered the fortress gate and traveled out on the other side, driving towards the back of the Iron and Steel Majestic Pass. After crossing a snowy slope, he saw the barrier fortress with its back door open. Nearly 100 sleds were densely parked around the area, and there were already a number of candidates directing their creations to carry supplies onto the sled carts in preparation for their departure. Hey, this is my sleigh ride. You misplaced it. Everyone looks the same in a sled. Just harmonize. You take the 2 next to you. Shit. Can this even be coordinated? No, I'm going to get a better looking one. While the fight was raging in front of the steel fortress, the atmosphere here was still characterized by talk and laughter. Sumu found an unoccupied corner and retrieved the sled car he had dreamed up before walking straight into the steel barrier. At first glance, there is a signboard with dozens of floors marked on it, and the floor to receive food is on the 35th floor, accessible by elevator. There were many candidates entering the fortress, yet the number of elevators was not small, capable of carrying almost 1,000 people up and down in one round trip. Of course, you can also take the stairs if you want to get some exercise. Sumu waited quietly for a while and followed the crowd into one of the circular giant elevators limited to 70 people. The floors labeled food and weapons were illuminated by the candidate near the elevator buttons, and the other turned his head as he pressed them and called out, anyone else going to the other floors? Press a penthouse for me. Sumu responded with a sniff. The top floor? That's a combat zone. What's the point of going there? This candidate was puzzled, but still helped Sumu press the button for the top floor. The audience in the live room froze in unison at the news. Isn't Sumu here to collect food this time? What's the point of going to the top floor? To get a feel for steel barrier combat? He wants to join the battle for the steel barrier and help defend this side? That's not necessary. Is it? The safety of your own side of the wall is the most important thing, right? Wait, can't it be that Sumu is trying to make connections or something? For example, Tang Lemon or Ginger Red Spoon told him that there are the forces of the Ginger and Tang families on the top floor? This is also not right. I have been guarded in Sumu live broadcasting room to watch. To have this kind of thing I definitely know. Sumu out of the time can also refuse this thing it. Of course Sumu didn't want to go to the top floor for anything. Instead, take advantage of the time it takes for the elevator to go from the first floor to the top floor to try to find out which floor that invisible spur actually connects to. When the elevator door closed, Sumu once again took out the 3 eyeballs within the river of forgetfulness in his mind. Still with Zhongkue touching the 3 eyeballs, those 3 invisible branches once again surfaced within Sumu's eyes. The nearest one connects to a floor somewhere above the steel fortress. With a slight vibration, the elevator slowly began to rise towards the top. Sumu could see that the angle of this branch link began to change constantly. gradually contracting from the original obtuse angle. This means that he is getting closer to the level at the other end of the spur. Layer 2. Layer 5. 35th floor. When the 35th floor slightly paused to open the door, Sumu could see that the invisible branch line was already about to be at the same level as him, and the position it was pointing to stopped not far above him diagonally. That's 36 floors. The other end of the branch is on the 36th floor. In the middle of his thoughts, Sumu once again asked Zhong Kuei to throw the 3 eyeballs back to the bottom of the river of forgetfulness. The closer you get to the other end of the spur without knowing what's going on, the more dangerous it might be, and the probability of something going wrong with the 3 eyes is high. It's only fair to try something through other means first. Taking advantage of the large number of candidates flocking to the 35th floor, Sumu squeezed his way to the elevator's button and pressed the button for the 36th floor. At this moment, the number of dream makers in the elevator was down to a dozen or so, and seeing Sumu's actions, a dream maker next to him came over with interest. Brother, you look like you're from outside the fortress, right? Why? Which family are you related to? Why do you say that? Sumu asked curiously back at his words. Don't pretend. This 36th floor is the weapon floor of the entire fortress for external attacks. A lot of heavy weapons are placed on this floor, handled by the big families and high-level candidates. You're trying to go for connections, right? That candidate had a look of I get it. I get it. Weapons layer. Large families and high-level candidates are on this level. This is sort of the command level of the entire fortress? Yeah, command level. So the other end of the branch line could be some high-level candidate. Perhaps? Had the other man been plagued by nightmares just like him? 3 eyes on the head too? Between the words, the elevator trembled slightly, and the 36th floor had been reached. Sumu looked at the open door and walked straight in. As soon as they stepped into the area of the 36th floor, 4 candidates stopped them. Stop, where's the token? Why don't you carry a token around your neck? No one may enter the 36th floor without a token. Doubt. Wait, crouching bigot. One of the 4 students seemed to recognize Sumu's appearance, and as he shouted out in shock, he waved his hand to signal his surrounding companions to disperse. This is Sumu, the candidate with the highest score in our China. Sumuk? The remaining 3 were shocked at his words. Holy shit, is that the ruthless guy who dared to carry the Dragon of Desire on that transportation mission? Shoot 10 suns at the big guy? Even big brothers can't enter, right? This is a bad rule. And when something goes wrong, we can't afford to deduct points. A blocking candidate hesitated. Big brother, why don't you wait? I'm from the Zhao family. I'll call our big brother over to you if he dares. The one who recognized Sumu tentatively proposed. The Zhao family? Sumu froze at his words and thought carefully for a moment before remembering this person. Zhao Zhan, who had wanted to grab the Dragon of Back Desire transportation mission before. Go and return quickly. Sumu nodded after a moment of thought. Okay, big brother you wait ha. This candidate immediately ran to the left side without looking back upon hearing this. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Sumu twisted his head and turned his gaze toward Shimeji, who was still resting within the hellmouth. Just in case, he had to add an insurance policy to his trip. The shimmy under the seat of Earthstore King Bodhisattva can recognize truth from falsehood by listening, while Zhang Kuei is able to see the strange little ghost that reverberates outside of his mind. The 2 were summoned by superimposing them on each other, and they would definitely be able to fulfill Sumu's judgment. Sumu thought, and with a thought in his mind, the source power panel that had broken through 5,000 points was instantly reduced by 800 points, and fixed his gaze on the sleeping Shimeji. Held and hummed and rattled. A large amount of black mist accompanied by the aura of eternity emerged from all around Shimeji, wrapping it in. A violent beastly roar quickly came from within it. Roar! Along with the voice, Shimakazu's tiger head flashed with a strange golden light, and a humanoid idol vaguely emerged as a shadow in the position behind him. Although he couldn't see the other party's face, the 1,000-leaf green lotus flower throne on which he was sitting was recognized by Sumu. Surveying the statue of the god on it, the pages of the book in Sumu's mind that belonged uniquely to the 1,000 years of China slowly flipped, and a person's name surfaced in front of Sumu's eyes. Kitagarbha Bodhisattva. That great avatar who issued the hell is not empty, vowing not to become a Buddha. Chapter 115, 7,000 points of shield for the idol. There are fake ones among the candidates? After infusing Shimeji with 800 points of source power, it actually drew out this one's idol? In the midst of his thoughts, the pages of a book that belongs uniquely to ancient China inscribed a line of text on the side of the portrait of the Bodhisattva Jizanwang. With the refinement of Shimeji, the mounted spirit animal of Jizo Bodhisattva, the connection between you and Jizo Bodhisattva deepens. New ability, idol protection, one time only. Shouting out, I will not become a Buddha until the hell is empty, will give you the protection of the statue of the King of Earth. The idol will shelter you for half an hour. And the limit of sheltering power is your spiritual power times 100. Remarks, Jizo Bodhisattva reminds you that if you are not careful about swearing, you will stay in hell for eternity. This. Sumu's eyes lit up as he looked at the words that appeared on the pages. It's an asylum type of ability. As long as one shouted the words hell is not empty, one will not become a Buddha. One was able to obtain a shield equal to one's spiritual power multiplied by 100 times. Sumu glanced at his spiritual power panel. Because of the constant use of source power, his spiritual power had risen from the original 68 points to 70 points, multiplied 100 times. That's 7,000 points. He will be sheltered by a 7,000 point mental idol. Any attack that didn't consistently wear down those 7,000 points of spiritual energy wouldn't be able to do any damage to Sumu. That skill, it came at the right time. It was an S-ranked Dreammaker who wanted to wear down his 7,000 point mental power shield without preparation again. But it was also a difficult thing, right? In addition, Sumu still had over 300 points of source power in his hand that he didn't use. Even on top of that, you can add another 43 points of mental energy. After adding 43 points of mental power, his shield value multiplied by 100 times was 11,300 points. A shield idol with a mental strength of 10,000. With this skill under his belt, Sumu had a little more certainty about finding the invisible branch. In the midst of the electric whirlwind of thoughts, a footstep came from a short distance away. The gray-white Huafu teenager walked straight ahead, and after seeing Sumu, he even waved his hand towards him as if he was an old acquaintance. Why are you free to come here, big brother? His tone of voice looked like he was an old friend with Sumu, without the slightest hint of his previous arrogant appearance. Looking for Jiang Tang and his family? No, I'll help you. I have a 100 supply card here. Big brother, you go down and get the equipment. Zhao Zhan said generously. Thanks, but I just want to come around to these 36 floors this time. I don't need a supply card. A spin? Upon hearing this, Zhao Zhan and the people watching the livestream were all confused. What? Not for extra supplies? It's about coming up to the 36th floor for a spin? What's he up to? What? Sumu, this has not seen heavy weapons come over to see the world? I'm confused. What the hell does he want? Brother, we're at war now, and you say you're coming for a walk? If it's really just a walk, I can only say, you're out of your mind, aren't you? Are you okay? Are you okay? Are you okay? If you're okay, eat. Coughing up the string. Inside the main examination room, Chen Fengqiu, who was still holding his post and drinking a small drink, froze a little at the words. For once, the steel fortress had not encountered any strong enemies, and there had been no slip-ups. Sumu could have left after receiving supplies and pulling weapons and equipment, but he suddenly pressed the elevator heading to the top floor, only to get off the elevator on the 36th floor. What's he up to? For a while, Chen Fengqiu wasn't able to figure out Sumu's reason for doing this. This kid, what new job is he trying to pull off? Could it be that he wants to replace the inscriptions above the steel barrier with those of Immortal Qin? There's no need for that, is there? A casual walk, take a turn? Zhao Zhan's expression that was originally nothing suddenly turned odd as he listened. But whenever Sumu said something normal, he let Sumu in. What's this spinning around? What's he doing here at the core of the steel fortress? Getting an up-close look at a dream-building heavy weapon? You can't, can you? Big brother, is it hard to tell? Or did you take on some hidden quest? Zhao Zhan drummed his head to think of a possibility and asked tentatively. Special tasks. Seems like a good excuse? Sumu was somewhat helpless. He would have liked a more normal excuse to go in first. Can suppress the 3 eyeballs under the river of forgetfulness is not good to take out. Can only let Shimi and Zhong Kue out to follow him around the circle to check the situation first. Carrying those 2 things around the fortress raised eyebrows anyhow. Solely take a precaution first. This was something that Sumu really couldn't say explicitly. That black line connecting the skies was something he hadn't forgotten. Doesn't saying it explicitly mean it's been detected? In response, Sumu could only nod in response to Zhao Zhan's gaze and said in a low voice, "That's right. The mission I was given when I just entered the fortress. The exam team told me there were bad guys inside trying to sabotage the steel fortress and asked me to check it out," he said as black mist surged in his hands. Dressed in red official clothes, ugly and hideous Zhong Kue walked out slowly, next to a tiger-headed beast. Ears seemed to have a golden light flashing. "It's Big Brother. What are you?" Zhao Zhan looked at Sumu's summoning action and jumped. Seeing that Sumu didn't attack, he scratched his head again. Special assignment? The people who sabotaged the steel fortress are already mixed in? Really fake? Most of the viewers in the live room were in a daze as they watched this scene. They could know that Sumu had never taken on any secret missions. Using deception just to get in and hang out? Really? Wait, it's hard to. Someone in the audience thought of something in public. Hey, Isn't this the divine beast called Shimmy next to Sumu? It's a divine beast that can recognize the real from the fake. Hey, it seems like it. Why did Sumu suddenly take this guy out? Could it be that there's a dummy in here? Holy shit. Really? There's a werewolf mixed in here? The whole room was in an uproar when this pop-up came out. I've been watching the live broadcast of the Steel Fortress, but I haven't seen any strange people. I've been watching the live broadcast from the Steel Fortress side, but I haven't seen any strange people. Indeed, there is a large number of viewers on this level of the live broadcast of the Steel Fortress. There can't be any dummies. This level is inaccessible to non-famous family forces and high-ranking candidates. If that wasn't the case, why did Sumu summon Shimeji to come out? Could it be that he felt that the management level of the Steel Fortress was too poor, and thus suspected that there was someone messing with it? Another person in the audience offered another new idea, and when the crowd thought about it, it seemed to make sense. But to go around the 36th floor just because of a guess? This feels a bit idle. Chapter 116, The Disappearing Zhang Chang? Inside the examiner's room, Chen Fengqiu, who was drinking a small wine, listened to Sumu's words and his head was filled with questions. What special assignment? What bad guys are trying to sabotage the fort? Is there such a thing? He, the examiner, doesn't even know. The difficulty of this Starry Sky Beast attack was high, so how could they possibly increase the difficulty again here? You'd have to say there are no hidden topics. Chen Fengqiu and a group of other chief examiners thought that the steel barriers in various fortresses must not be able to hold out for long, so they followed that up with a great gift for these students. Because the difficulty of student defense outside the fortress is completely different from the difficulty of student exams inside the steel fortress. So, students who are killed are not actually eliminated. They will be thrown back into the fray at an opportune time. That's what the exam question sacrifice means, Chen Fengqiu thought, turning his head to look at another screen, where the 7-colored space, where all the dead candidates of Huaxia were arranged to sleep. Oh yes, the candidates who are not yet at the point of life and death when they are crushed by the pressure and cry out to abstain are really abstaining, and those who are close to death and cry out in fear of the pain still have a chance to continue with the exam. With such a big backhand in place, Sumu's abnormality could have caused Chen Fengqiu to be highly concerned. After all, the only ones who could arrange such extra topics were those S-class powerhouses. But how could they possibly add more questions like this? Chen Fengqiu thought, switching some live streams and checking out the top talented players from other countries, and found that these people didn't even look like they had received hidden quests. Some simply remained holed up inside the fortress and didn't come out. What exactly does Sumu want? Chen Fengqiu muttered as his eyes flowed with 7-colored light, scanning around the entire steel fortress and not finding anything unusual. 36th floor gate. Zhao Zhan tried asking question after question that only a student could answer, and Sumu answered them all, after acting out the hellish part of his dream creation. In this way, Zhao Zhan was slightly relieved. Brother, I'll bring someone to follow you on a search, Zhao Zhan said tentatively. No problem. Sumu laughed. Good, you wait. Zhao Zhan said as he waved his hand to signal his minions to go shake the people, and only after he came to touch about 10 students with weapons did he pose to release them. In response, Sumu didn't care much about it, and under Zhao Zhan's guidance towards the western side of the 36th floor, he began to go around. The 36th floor as a whole presented a circular state, with the semicircle in front of it being the combat zone, bringing together several thousand elite candidates and various types of co-combatants. None of them create dreams here, but instead use giant weapons of all kinds, into which they infuse their mental energy to act as launchers. This drudgery may seem tiring, but the speed of harvesting star beasts was not slow. One shot topped the number of kills of a dozen ordinary students. Under Zhao Zhan's guidance, Sumu prioritized walking towards the crowd of students gathering. As soon as we approached the front line, we heard the sound of lively conversation. Where's the ice pick launcher? Whoever's using an ice pick, take a couple shots towards 4 o'clock. The fog from the bone wolf explosion over there is piling up. Who's using the static buffer cannon? What's the point of hitting it that far downwards? Fortress left 3. I'm running low on mental energy. Someone take over. I need to rest after not eating all day. Where's the mental power recovery device? Give it to me. I can still carry it. Where the mouth of the fortress was located, all kinds of heavy weapons erupted in a constant stream of colorful light, while the roars of the monsters outside were not transmitted into it, forming a bizarre symphony of war. As Sumu watched this scene with a thought, Shimeji crouched down and pressed his ear to the ground to listen carefully. A moment later it reared up and shook its head. This area is all clear. We'll have to look ahead again. Since receiving the 800 points of source power, Shimeji's ability to listen had been significantly enhanced, and the range of listening had been significantly strengthened. Is that so? Then continue forward. Sumu showed his intention to Zhao. Alright, keep going on and on. Zhao Zhan scratched his head and led the way forward. The two made their way along the battle line from west to east. On this journey, naturally, it was extremely noticeable, and Sumu's identity was recognized by the crowd. What's this first one doing here? Someone soon stopped Sumu's group of several people. Hey, what are you guys up to? Don't you know that you can't create dream characters in the fortress unless it's an accident? The visitor was dressed in a fire-red school uniform, slightly chubby, and had this dark spot on the left side of his face that resembled a corpse spot. The minions following behind him carried an array of weapons such as ice pick launchers. Even if you're number one, you should follow the rules when you get to the fortress, right? The boy with the corpse spot on his face looked at Sumu without the slightest intention of backing down. Hey, young son, what's this for? We're in a special situation. Zhao Zhan hurriedly walked out when he saw this, and in passing, he turned his head to introduce the person in front of him to Sumu. Sunny Biao. The empire is from the Sun family of the North Guard district, which specializes in coastal trade. Big brother, this one is not to be messed with. Most of our national fish markets are run by his family. West Lake West Lake hairy crabs are from his family. I heard that his family used to sink a lot of people under the West Lake. Biggie, would you look at him? No. Sumu shook his head as he sniffed. That would be nice. Zhao Zhan's expression relaxed, smilingly pulling Sunny Biao away to the side to mutter for a while, followed by Sunny Biao walking back thoughtfully. After pondering for a moment, he looked at Sumu and said somewhat cryptically, if there really is this matter, then Zhang Chang is most likely the person you're looking for. Zhang Chang? Sumu had only heard of Zhang Yukai. It's the current leader of our fortress, from a remote mountain village, who was unassuming in both the first round in Dream City's Rest, and suddenly rose to prominence in the second round. You should have heard that he has a hand in linking everyone's mental networks, and even though this guy outwardly says that it's the work of a dream-making item, I've always had a feeling that something wasn't right. This guy has some secrets, Sunny Biao explained. The leader of the fortress, that Zhang Sung has a problem? Sumu frowned slightly at his words. He actually suspected that the administrator had a problem before, but if it was Zhang Cheng who had a problem, then the three eyeballs were likely to be quietly put by the examination team. This may be part of the exam plan. After all, Zhang Cheng was the manager of the entire Steel Fortress, and it wasn't impossible for the examination team to influence the students to defend through Zhang Cheng as a point. In this way, the three eyeballs can be interpreted as yet another thing created by the examining team to cause trouble for the students. So, this Zhang Cheng is most likely a high-level dream maker in disguise? After thinking about it, Sumu said, let's walk around the Steel Fortress first. Walk up a circle and then check the situation. Count me in then. I'd like to see who's caught out in the end. Sunny Biao said as he dismissed the surrounding minions, allowing them to rejoin the fight. Sumu didn't have any objections to this. His purpose was just to get a clear picture of the whole thing. With the support of the two powers, the progress of his search in the core layer instantly accelerated a lot, and even if there were blockers on the road, they were persuaded away by the two. The group searched one area at a time. The result obtained is still no problem. No problem. Just as Sumu reached the most central area of the 36th floor, Shimeji, too, was not able to detect any problems. Doesn't everyone here have a problem? Shimeji wasn't able to hear the source of the black line? Maybe, to take out three eyeballs? As Sumu pondered, he heard Sunny Biao next to him frown and look around. Wait, where's adult Zheng? Shouldn't he have stayed here the whole time? Chapter 117, Three-Eyed Human Race. The critical moment of deciding fate. Chang Sung isn't here? The sudden lack of people at this point in time instantly made a few people frown. Look around. The core area was responsible for the deployment against the various areas of the Steel Fortress, and sometimes Zhang Cheng's mental link function would be used, so he shouldn't have left in non-essential situations. Sunny Biao looked around and pulled a candidate who specialized in battlefield observation and asked, where is adult Zhang? Brother Zhang? This candidate scratched his head and looked around for a while. I remember he was just here. Just now it was. They came over and the people were gone? After a few people looked at each other, Zhao Zhen stood out and shouted, who knows where Zhang Cheng has gone? We're looking for him on an urgent matter. It was loud, and at once made all those who stayed in the core area gaze over. The crowd was a bit bewildered as they looked over here assembled with weapons and even dream creatures. What happened to Zhang Sung? Hey, what's going on? This looks like it's here to pick a fight. That's not right. They're sick, aren't they? Finding fault with Zhang Cheng now? Are they preparing to lower their scores on the exam? Dealing with a temporary commander in wartime? This is properly cerebral palsy. Wait, why do I feel like I've seen that person in the middle of them? That's Sumu, right? The number one ranked candidate. As many candidates were talking noisily, they saw one person walk out. Zheng Cheng went towards the toilet. What are you looking for him for? Toilet? Over there? The area we haven't searched yet. Sunny Biao was very familiar with the 36th floor and immediately pointed to the right side. A few people looked at each other and immediately sprinted in the direction of the restrooms. Immediately surround the restroom. Along the way, more and more candidates noticed what was happening over here, and many of the uninformed top candidates then put down their work and followed. What's the situation? Why is Sunny Biao hanging out with Zhao Zhan? And first two, what do they want? It seems to be looking for Zhang Chang. Follow up and take a look. Zhao Zhan sent people to surround the door of the restroom, and while having his boys check it out, he called out to one of the girls to go to the other side to take a look as well. In a short while, both men came out, giving the answer that they were definitely not there. There are questions. There's a big problem. Has anyone seen Zhang Chang? Zhao Zhan asked again, urging the surrounding juniors to ask several times in a row, and as more and more people gathered over, someone finally shouted from the pile. I saw him, he went toward our weapons cache. Arsenal? It's not like that guy has to go into battle himself. What's he doing in a weapons depot? This time, even if Sumu didn't say anything, the two cooks Sunny Biao and Zhao Zhan were more and more sure that there was something wrong with this Zhang Chang. The audience in the live broadcast room watched this scene, and their hearts were unavoidably flooded with a bit of doubt. Is it possible that there's really something wrong with this Zhang Sun? Sumu really took a hidden mission? Is there really something wrong with this Zhang Sun? Holy shit, so powerful? It can't be. I don't see any top candidates from other countries taking on such a task. While the spectators were chatting, Sumu and his group had already rushed out of the crowd of onlookers and raced towards the weapons depot. Along the way, Sumu didn't forget to make a short stop so that he wouldn't miss someone. This slows down the last half a beat. By the time he reached the weapons storage, the first of Zhao Zhan's group had already surrounded a boy with weapons in hand. The boy was dressed in a heavy sweater suited to the temperature inside the fortress, with greenish features and a somewhat somber demeanor. What do you want? Dealing with me now? Aren't you afraid of losing all your points? Kid, you're going to have bad luck, Zhao Zhan said as he stretched his waist and staggered the wrong way to make a path for Sumu. It's not us that's after you. It's him that's after you. Seeing this, Sumu brought Shimeji into the encirclement. Shimeji slumped to the ground, pressing his ears to the ground, and Zhong Kuei's morose and terrifying face stared at Zhang Cheng dead in the face. At this moment, the number of candidates who followed to check out the situation was increasing, and the crowd completely surrounded Sumu and Zhang Cheng inside, as if forming a gladiatorial arena. The two people at the moment are the protagonists of this incident. Who are you? Zhang Cheng looked at Sumu and asked with a frown. Sumu. Oh, first in the exams. Aren't you outside the fortress? What? Still want to come over and grab control of the fortress? Can you manage it? Zhang Cheng frowned and asked. His expression did not show panic. Instead, he grasped the reason for his guess and asked Sumu in return. Zhang Cheng's words also quickly brought a bit of bias to the onlooker candidates. Sumu wants to seize control? Really? You want to go crazy thinking about high scores, right? Grabbing control now. Are you preparing for infighting? Hey. Agreeing to Zhang Cheng to be the leader is the result of our several forces discussing. If you Sumu want to be, that's not to take out Zhang Cheng to be able to be the leader. Also depends on whether we agree or not. Someone couldn't help but stand up and say, but was persuaded back by Sunny Biao. Watch well. Sumu was not here to rob the administrators. Not here to rob the admin? Zhang Cheng froze at his words and looked deeply at Sumu, looking as if he was even more bewildered as he asked, what are you here for? What's the problem? Accompanied by the sound of Zhang Cheng's words, the surroundings were like a complete silence. Sumu stared at the other party's eyes, but in his hands, he took Shimeji and Zhong Kuei back inside the dream-creating heartland. As soon as he retracted it, he heard the voices of Shimeji and Zhong Kuei coming from his mind. Not human. There's 3 eyes. The sound of words exploded within Sumu's mind like thunder. There's something really wrong with this guy. The moment. Sumu's gaze couldn't help but freeze. 3-eyed humans. If the other party's essence was in fact a high-level dream maker, he could have just revealed it. But right now, the other party was a 3-eyed human related to the black giant eye. Something that once appeared in his dreams. If this is also a creation of one of the top dream makers, that's fine. But what if? What if the opponent is from the dreamland battlefield? Then he's a true beast of the stars. The method of taming star beasts had long since become extinct, and taming a star beast with intelligence was even more so. If a black line points to a starry beast, and what about the 2 remaining black lines? Who is at the end of the black line that links the sky but does not point to the battlefield of dreams? This moment, Sumu looked at the other party and felt like he was dismantling a box that might contain explosives. What's he gonna do? Chapter 118. I demand that the exam team intervene. Tit for tat. If this guy really is a star beast infiltrating in, then why didn't so many examiners on the team find out about him? Or is the other party's level so high that it can already block the examination team's probing? And right now, Was Zhang Cheng's question indicating that he had already discovered that something was wrong with those 3 eyeballs? Or that he hadn't found out for the time being? What are you standing here stupidly for? Sumu didn't have the ability to still time. And within these few seconds of his hesitation, Zhang Cheng had already inquired with some impatience. Just happened to come out for a walk and you guys think I have a problem? What I see as problematic is, before Zhang Cheng could finish his words, he heard Sumu turn his head to look at the sky. I'm going to request an intervention from the examining team. At this moment, all the onlooker candidates in the room, along with the audience, were confused. Apply for an intervention by the examining team? Isn't this a play to catch a mole? What's with the involvement of the exam team? And to apply for the intervention of the examining team? That's a big problem. Typically, when you want the exam team to get involved, there has been cheating or some issue that is outside the scope of the exam. Right now Sumu thought that the Zhang Cheng in front of him had these behaviors? What the hell? What the hell? What's the problem? Why is the examining team involved? Shit. This thing is not something that can just be shouted the examination team to really intervene to find Zhang Cheng no problem. Sumu can be bad luck. According to DreamNet rules, once the exam team has direct contact with the student and determines that the student is being unreasonable, this is not just disqualification from the exam, but a serious possibility of imprisonment. Sumu is crazy, right? Holy shit. What's the deal with the big guy? Isn't it a special mission to catch a mole? How come it still involves the examination team intervening? Zhao Zhan was shocked at his words, and brought his own minions and the surrounding crowd as mischievously backward a few steps as a way to show that he had nothing to do with this matter. Brother, you're crazy, right? Sunny Biao stifled a half a day's worth of staring and said, and also began to back away, acting as if he was avoiding the plague. The situation was completely unexpected by everyone present. What's this kid doing? Inside the main examination room, Chen Fengqiu stood up all of a sudden as he listened to Sumu's words, his expression growing more and more grave. This is the Global Dreammaker Unified Examination, and if you summon and tease the examination team at will within the Unified Examination, you will be sentenced to imprisonment in serious cases, even if it was a small problem. Once the examination team responded and ruled that the words Sumu had said were invalid, then Sumu didn't want his score for this round, because Sumu was now questioning that Zhang Cheng had a problem, and was questioning that some test violations had occurred in Zhang Cheng's body. Any response from the exam team to this would interfere with the exam process, and the lowest punishment for Sumu would be to cancel the marks for the round. This little guy wouldn't take Zhang Cheng's ability to link everyone's mental network as cheating, would he? If that's really the case, then isn't he considered cheating himself? We can all see this extremely perverted mental recovery ability in our eyes. Chen Fengqiu muttered a few words with a deep frown. Through his observation of Sumu within these few days, he could tell that the teenager in front of him was definitely not the type of person to act recklessly. He's bound to have his plans for doing so. But, why did he do it? Chen Fengqiu's eyes were shrouded in a layer of rich 7-colored light, and he carefully sized up Zhang Cheng, but was unable to see any problems. The seasoned and veteran examiner is now unsure of what is going on. Knock knock. The door to the office of the Lord of Linhai City's office was knocked sharply, startling Lu Yun, who was working. Come in, she said, looking up a little confused. The door was quickly opened, and hurrying in was her newly recruited assistant, Xiao Lu. The city lord still had a lot on his plate, so it was impossible to keep an eye on Sumu's livestream. So Lu Yun asked Xiao Lu to help keep an eye on it and report back to her if anything happened. Right now, could it be that Sumu is in trouble? Thinking about it, Lu Yun put down the work in her hands, and then she heard her assistant, Xiao Lu, come up for air and replied, City Master, something's wrong. Take a look at Sumu's livestream. Something seems to be wrong. He's applying to talk to the exam team. What? Lu Yun was startled at the words. The 7-colored light in her hand flowed, and the live broadcast image from the Dream Network had surfaced in front of her eyes. She quickly swiped a section of the pop-up screen, and with her assistant Xiao Lu's explanation, she immediately understood the current situation. What does this kid want? Even if there really is a hidden mission, it can't be shouting at the exam team to raise objections, right? Lu Yun naturally knew the consequences of Sumu doing this. Once nothing was found out, his unification examination might be coming to an end. Even the identity of the individual suffers some damage. If Zhang costumers were to complain about Sumu's behavior, then Sumu might not be able to avoid going to jail for a while. It's a global exam. The exam that all the top dream makers in the world will be looking at. All breaches of discipline will be dealt with severely. No. With a casual slip of her hand, Lu Yun dialed the phone number of the examiner Chen Fengqiu, wanting to communicate with him. This Linhai city could not afford to have a seedling come out of the city with great difficulty. But while the phone was ringing, an old voice had come on the screen. Candidate Sumu proposes to talk to the examination team. and Rule 156 of the examination rules comes into effect. Su-mu. Every word you say next will be thoroughly recorded and scrutinized by the joint group of examinations of all countries. If the exam team determines that your motives are poor, you will be strictly punished under Rule 156 of the exam rules. Are you sure? Okay. In everyone's gaze, Su-mu's words sounded firm and without a hint of hesitation. Dreamweaver has received your feedback. The invigilator has descended. Along with the old voice, 7 colored clouds slowly emerged in the middle of Su-mu and Zhang Chang. A middle-aged man wearing a gray-blue robe with a boundless starry sky pattern inscribed around him stepped out of it. His hair showed a strange orange-brown color, and in his hand he held a staff inlaid with jewels glittering with a strange black aura. His expression calm and his eyes deep, looking at the person in front of him. Before Su-mu realized anything, the surrounding circle of candidates from the top families stirred. They, who had long since been badgering their knowledge of clothing, immediately realized that the one in front of them was an S-ranked high-level dream maker. Your Holiness, Coronet. All the candidates bowed respectfully to each other as a sign of respect. This also allowed Su-mu to understand the identity of the other party. Good day, Your Holiness, Su-mu said politely. The man was unmoved by this and looked at Su-mu as he spoke a string of foreign languages, but by the time it reached the ears of the crowd it had turned into fluent Chinese. State your query, and once your answer fails to satisfy me, you will be punished by the harshest of examinations. After all, this is the first time that the DreamNet Unified exam has suffered from internal candidates. Zhang Cheng on the opposite side sneered a few times. Su-mu, there is a price to pay for wrongly accusing someone. You wouldn't have failed to remember the rules of the exam clearly, right? Come on, I want to see what you can say. At this moment, it was as if an invisible pressure surged around Su-mu's body, causing his back to slightly chill. The only people within sight of the surroundings seemed to be Zhang Cheng and this S-class powerhouse. The pop-ups in the live broadcast room were going crazy at the moment. Holy shit, that's Ryan Kent, the S-ranked dream maker from England, isn't it? What's so important about it? Why do I feel that Su-mu is going to be finished? Su-mu in the end, what is the situation? Originally is to come to the steal off Carla a material, back to the Great Wall peacefully when they're first bad? Is he suddenly out of his mind or what's going on? Answer the phone. Old man. Inside the office of Linhai City's City Lord Lu Yun looked at the figure of the one in the picture and anxiously dialed Chen Fengqiu's phone. But for some reason, Chen Fengqiu's phone has been on a busy line. Perhaps there were a lot of callers and she hadn't been able to get through. With all eyes watching, after Su-mu gazed at him, he actually turned his head to look behind him and asked Zhao Zhan. Zhao Zhan, who is the main examiner of our Huaxia? What? Zhao Zhan, who was pretending to be airborne at such a moment, was suddenly named by Su-mu and cursed. Yet he didn't dare to not answer, and just took a few steps back and said, I remember that it's the honorary professor of Dream Tower University, Chen Fengqiu. Mr. Chen, I demand that the Chinese main examiner also arrive at the scene, Su-mu calmly said. Chapter 119, Fictionalized Chen Fengqiu. The curtain was drawn. Right now, since he has chosen this path, it could be one way or the other. The person in front of him, Su-mu, was not very trustworthy. Also, why would dealing with this matter provoke an exalted one to come down personally? Is he also on the other end of the invisible branch? Based on this, Su-mu asked to have the main exam of the Huaxia district come up again. There were 3 branch lines in total, and it was impossible for him to just happen to click on the masters of all 3 at the same time in the process of questioning them, right? However, there is a risk in saying this. After all, it was questioning the credibility of an S-class powerhouse. Suspect that the other party is not capable of acting impartially. For a moment, the sounds of weapons firing and monsters hissing were heard, except faintly from beyond the steel barrier. The entire armory was awfully quiet. The students are the ones who can't even breathe. Questioning an S-class dream maker. The 2 behind them, Zhao Zhan and Sun Yibiao, both felt their scalps tingle and their legs began to shiver. Because of their proximity to Su-mu, they directly substituted themselves into it, as if he had uttered the words himself. His heart contracted hard. They haven't seen this kind of scene since they were born. The majesty of a S-class dream maker was also something Su-mu dared to question? He's really not afraid to die. According to the global convention, S-class dream makers enjoy a great deal of power. If Su-mu wasn't able to turn over this time, then he wouldn't be able to turn over in the future. With one word from the other party, all the schools in the whole of China that wanted to take Su-mu would have to rethink things. The viewers watching the live broadcast were taken aback by Su-mu's words. Is he feuding with His Holiness? Holy shit. Su-mu is questioning the credibility of an S-ranked dream maker. If it's really his fault this time, he's afraid that he'll be viewed with hostility by dream makers all over the world. I'm a little afraid to read the follow-up. Along with Su-mu's words, the number of viewers in the live broadcast room exploded exponentially. It's not just China. The viewers within the foreign platforms also got the message to go into Sumu's live room. Sumu's live streaming numbers quickly jumped to the #1 spot in the world at this moment. What the hell is this kid talking about? Inside the main examination room, Chen Fengqiu watched this scene as all the blood rushed to the top of his head. What's the difference between that and provocation? Sumu wouldn't come with any juvenile intentions at this point, would he? Originally, it was Chen Fengqiu who thought that when he stepped in later, Sumu would still have a chance to continue the exam. Right now, Chen Fengqiu was already thinking about whether or not to fight for his old life out of great blood to save Sumu's life. How did such a good seedling of Huaxia suddenly change his appearance? Between Chen Fengqiu's thoughts, he saw that the atmosphere within the live broadcast screen was terribly quiet. An invisible storm seemed to sweep over everyone in the picture, causing everyone to hold back their red cheeks. Ryan Kent, holding his scepter that emitted black light, quietly surveyed Sumu for a few seconds before nodding and saying in a deep voice, "I agree to your request. And if your answers do not satisfy me during the rest of the process, you will immediately forfeit your right to await the severe punishment of the examination team," Ryan Kent said, the black glowing scepter in his hand gently tapping the ground. An old voice rang out from the sky. Examiner Group, China Region Examiner Chen Fengqiu enters. With a pale cue. The figure of a kindly old man with slightly thinning silver white hair and soft facial lines slowly emerged. "Child, you shouldn't have been so reckless." The old man looked at Sumu with a look of regret in his eyes. "Don't worry about it, kid. What exactly are you questioning?" "By the old man, I'm by your side. Don't worry about a thing." Sumu looked at the other party's words and his expression seemed to be slightly relieved. But at that very moment, there was one person who had a raging storm inside him. Inside the examiner's room, the kindly old man with silver white hair that was slightly thinning and soft facial lines stared blankly at himself in the picture, his pale and dry arms trembling slightly. It hasn't gone out yet. Who's that? It's not right. Something's wrong. False construction of a chief examiner? Ryan Kent. He's got issues." With the flash of such a thought, Chen Fengqiu's hands flickered with seven-colored light, and his expression was serious as if he was already on the battlefield. Between the vaporization of his figure, he was about to leave from the main examination room, but at that moment, a black lightning bolt ruthlessly smashed down from the roof above the main examination room. Immediately, the entire wall around the main examination room gradually surfaced a touch of black, as if transforming this place into a cage. Outside of the cage, countless pairs of pure black eyes slowly opened and stared deathly at Chen Fengqiu inside the cage. Deep in the unknown depths of the darkness, an eerie rasp, as if a creature just learning to speak chanted a strange song. "Star Beast." Chen Fengqiu tilted his head and looked up at the seemingly endless number of eyes, his face terribly gloomy. Inside the armory, next to Ryan Kent, Chen Fengqiu's kind face was a look of regret, and he was softly guiding Sumu to voice out his doubts and unanswered questions. "Son, tell us, what exactly do you think is wrong with Zhang Cheng? Is it because of that strange ability of his? Or other reasons?" Chapter 120 DreamNet Lost, Renegade S-Class. At this moment everyone's eyes were on Sumu's body, and there was no more reason for Sumu to escape. The examination team he had asked to intervene was there, and the Chinese examiner he had asked for had come. Everything, it seems, is in order. Just surveying the two people in front of him, he still felt a hint of abnormality within his heart. Where is the source of this anomaly? Sumu looked at Ryan Kent and Chen Fengqiu, and then looked at Zhang Cheng on the opposite side. Eventually, he craned his head to look behind himself, landing his gaze on the group of watching students. That's it. He knew where the source of the problem was. After applying for the examination team to intervene, Zhang Cheng and I, as the parties involved, should have been teleported somewhere and settled privately. Why would you choose to settle this here? Isn't this holding up the other students' exams? To be fair and open, there will naturally be live viewers and video witnesses. There is absolutely no need for these candidates to exist. Moreover, if Zhang Cheng has a problem that was really arranged by the exam team, it's all the more reason to resolve it in private, such as removing me from the exam and directly deducting my marks. After all, guessing that Zhang Cheng was the traitor was as simple as taking him out, and summoning the exam team's behavior was a kind of cheating test. Also, if I took out the 3 eyeballs and Zhang Cheng truly became a 3-eye human race, what would happen behind the scenes? This at least showed that the S-ranked Dreammaker did not see Zhang Cheng's problem either. And the main examiner of the Huaxia district did not see Zhang Cheng's problem either. If there were really such a strong star beast in the world, would mankind still be able to be as relaxed as they are now? Unless, of course, there was something wrong with all 3 of the people in front of us. After considering such a worst outcome, Sumu's heart beat slightly faster. More and more possible scenarios simulated from his mind. The more I think about it, the worse it gets. If this S-ranked dream creator really realized that he had taken control of those 3 eyeballs, Then he could completely finish himself off without even realizing it. Is the lack of darkness because he's restricted in some way? Or are there other S-rank dream makers currently watching? Associated with this, Sumu already had an idea in his mind. Anyway, it's time for a result. It wasn't me who saw that something was wrong with Zhang Chang, but my creation. As he spoke, black mist surged from his hands, and the figures of Shimeji and Zhongkue slowly emerged from the surroundings. At the same time, the black mist gradually sank down around the floor, forming a small black vortex around Sumu. Oh, Ryan Kent, black scepter in hand, raised an eyebrow and nodded. Please continue. What did you find wrong with him? Sumu sniffed and twisted his head to look at Shimi beside him. Shimi nodded slightly at him before lowering the tiger's head to the ground and listening. A moment later he stood up. I have discovered that Zhang Chang, not human. As soon as Shimian said this, everyone looked at Zhang Chang behind Ryan Kent with a stunned expression. Not human? Then there are only two scenarios. One is a creation fictionalized by a dream maker, and the second can be a star beast. The crowd clearly favored the first possibility. Hey, seriously, Zhang Sung is a dream maker made by some dream maker. Holy shit, it looks like it's this Ryan Kent made character. Otherwise what's he doing being so aggressive? No way, other countries don't have people like Zhang Chang, that means we're being targeted. Shit, I said why did Sumu apply for the examination team to intervene while also requesting the presence of the Chinese examiner? It turns out that the root cause is here. He found out that there were offending dream creations among the candidates. Hey, this is a big deal, even though he's an S-class. Don't try to bully us here in China. What are you planning to do by sending a dreamland creature here? The audience, who thought they knew the truth of the matter, was outraged. Even foreign viewers who had sniffed around to see what was going on found it outrageous. What's Kent doing? Going to mess things up at this level? What's the point? My god, an S-ranked dream maker coming down to make things difficult for the candidates? This is definitely the most powerful news this year. I have to say, this time Kent has disgraced our English, cheating on the unified exam. What the hell is he up to? What? You really think we have no one in Huaxia? Inside the office of the Lord of Linhai City, Luyan directly slapped the desk with a palm. What's wrong with S-class powerhouses? The guy is just tired of living if he dares to engage in this kind of petty behavior. No way. I'm going to request a trip into the Dream Network to back up the old man. Really think we can't beat him? Ryuyan said angrily, suddenly seeing a string of phone calls coming in. The person who came was the president of Dream Tower University, Wang Zhe. What's he calling all of a sudden for? Ryuyan froze at the sight and picked up the phone. On the other side, the face of a middle-aged man with silver-white hair neatly combed back slowly emerged, his face full of seriousness. She had thought that Wang Zhe had come to invite her to join the protest, but who would have guessed that Wang Zhe had asked a question? Lord Willow City, have you contacted the old man yet? Old man? Luyan sniffed and looked at the live broadcast screen on the other side. Isn't he next to Sumu? There's a picture in the live broadcast. Things are a little off. I just got a message from some of the regional invigilators. Dreamweb. Lost, Wang Zhe said with a tight frown. Dreamweb lost? Luyan's brows furrowed at the words, and her heart immediately had a slight bad feeling. Disconnected means unreachable, which means that no dream maker can log into the Dream Network. Without waiting for her to continue asking, Wang Zhe quickly explained. Half an hour ago, the old man's student, Chen Dahan, tried to return to the DreamNet to head to the main exam room, but ended up being completely unable to communicate with the DreamNet within reality. The prompt I got was that the Dreamweb is temporarily closed and denying access to others. Half an hour ago, when this Sumu thing hadn't broken out yet, Chen Dahan was contacting the old man, and after contacting him for half an hour, the phone was on a busy line. Luyan sniffed and her face gradually turned a little ugly. Have you contacted the chief examiners and invigilators of other countries? They've all been contacted and the feedback they're getting is that they can't communicate. No one outside can access the DreamNet right now. Not only that, but all of the remaining exalted, with the exception of Ryan Kent, are inside the Dream battlefield, and we can't reach them at all. And neither can Rafi, who is guarding the outside of the Dream web. It's like someone completely cut off the connection in that regard. The Imperial Capital has already set up a special investigation team for this. Something big might happen this time. They have contacted several A-ranked dream makers in China, and they are also communicating with dream makers from other countries. We will quickly head to the junction of the Dream battlefield and the Dream Network for support. The worst outcome is that someone among the S-ranked dream makers has betrayed us and is ready to sacrifice the entire Dream Network. Chapter 121 Rafi in distress. Tainted S-class dream maker. Wang Zhe's words exploded in Lu Yun's mind like a bomb. Dreamweb is out of touch. S-class powerhouse defection. Within that Dream Network, all the talented dream makers in the world were gathered. There are more than 100. 000 young dream makers in China alone. It can be said that the new generation of dream makers can be all of them. If Dreamweb was sacrificed, all the dream makers inside were killed. This battle-hardened dream maker started to get chills down her back just thinking about it. Even if she had experienced many Star Beast wars at this moment, she couldn't help but have a trace of fear floating in her heart. It's the fear of the worst possible outcome, Ryuyan thought. Another nasty consequence suddenly coming to mind. If, on the other hand, the Dreamweb was obtained by the Star Beasts, it would be even worse. Dreamweb can link dream battlefields, and naturally it can also link reality. If, with the help of an S-ranked trader, the passageway to the dream battlefield to reality was opened, the final battle might be about to descend once again. Realizing what she was about to face, Ryuyan forced herself to calm down. What do you need me to do? The rescue mission doesn't require you to go there. All you have to do is to guard Linhai City, and once things take an irreversible tragic turn, immediately mobilize the army into Linhai and put the entire city on the highest state of war readiness. At that time, when the starry sky beast truly descends, Linhai will also be able to have some defense. Be fast. Good, Ryuyan said and hung up. Turning his head to look, he saw the extremely frightened eyes of his assistant, Xiao Lu. Since he himself was a top dream maker, he had no requirement for an assistant, so he recruited an ordinary girl who didn't have any dream maker talent but was good at handling some official business. Right now, the other party had obviously heard all of Wang Zhe's words, and his expression was filled with fear for the starry sky beast. Ordinary people can only show powerlessness in the face of disaster. City Lord, are we going to war? Assistant Xiao Lu inquired in horror. Since she was born, it was in a more peaceful time when the star beasts had been herded into the dreaming battlefield, but she was also often able to search the internet for information about the kind of gruesome look she used to have. Right now, Xiao Lu, who was just a mortal, only felt that he was small and helpless. Don't worry, things haven't gone in the worst direction yet. Ryuyan relieved. Contact the other administrators immediately. I want them to meet me in my office in 10 minutes. We in Linhai City have to defend ourselves against this. Okay. Xiao Lu sniffed and took a deep breath, nodded and rushed out of the office without looking back. Seeing this, Ryuyan took the time to once again gauge up Ryan Kent in the picture. If he defects, the old man beside him is also a fake, then Zhang Cheng is bound to have problems too. So, what should Su Mu, who is in the center of the storm, do? Interior of the president of the University of Monumental Towers. Ending the call with Lu Yun, 7 colored streams of light surged in Wang Zhe's hands, and a small miniature clock emitting golden light surfaced on the desktop. This object is called a heart-linked bell. It is similar to the bells on the black and white whaling stick. As long as Wang Gu pulls this small bell, the center of Dream Tower University, the big bell that hasn't been rung for hundreds of years will sound a deafening bell, carry the sound throughout the college. Dream Tower University, a university that only admits top dream makers. Cadets who are recruited don't sit idle for 4 years of college, with all kinds of rigorous grades and academic requirements each year. Not like those ordinary college students of a once distant era who could still reveal clear stupidity in their eyes. At Dream Tower, every student will be part of the fight against the Star Beast. There is no problem with describing these students as war reservists. Now, it's time to move them, King Hot thought, lightly pulling on the golden clock on the desktop. When? The clear, melodious and slightly dull bell rang 3 times in a row, spreading throughout the entire campus, causing countless student professors who were engrossed in various types of research to wake up and turn their heads with puzzled expressions to look out the window. Some of the professors who had been in the Dream Tower for a long time experienced a brief moment of confusion before immediately blushing furiously and quickly inquiring of the students around them as to what exactly had happened to some of them recently. What's wrong with the teacher? What's wrong with the clock? The freshly promoted sophomore on the sidelines was still completely confused as to what was going on, only to hear a professor say solemnly, "Meet at the playground immediately." It's a war cry. The entrance to the Dreamweb and the Dream Battlefield. A blonde-haired S-ranked dreammaker codenamed Rafi looked at the increasing number of starry sky giants around him with a deep frown. After casually summoning a bolt of lightning to clear quite a bit of it, the warning orbs of light around him alerted him. Looking towards the left, 5 human dreammakers in light blue robes drifted quickly through the void, circling towards his location. Their looks were indifferent as if they were dead, and their eyes were mingled with a color of extreme excitement. Stop! Surveying the 5, Rafi frowned and raised his voice, and in a flash of thought, the surrounding patrolling orbs of light shone their full light on the 5. The 5 advanced with no change in speed from their human form. Not a star beast, but full of malice? Rafi looked at the other man and was just about to say something when he heard a raspy voice. Human, finally seeing you again. One of the women with a scar inscribed on her face said with a low chuckle, Human? Who are you? Rafi's brow furrowed slightly. and he felt a nameless fire stirring within him, as if some extreme emotion was spreading within him. I don't recognize a body change? You should have been impressed with me when you came to get my kid back then. According to you, I should be called Dragon of Desire. When the outside world is in a mess at the top, the trial in the armory continues. Ryan Kent raised an eyebrow at Shimakazu's words and was just about to say something when he heard Shimakazu add afterward. But now that I listen to him again, I can only sense that he is a human. The moment Shimeji's words came out, it caused all the surrounding students who were onlookers to freeze. What does that mean? Looked not human before, and now when the examination team comes over, this Zhang Chang is human again? Does this dream maker know what he's talking about? Sumu, you should know the consequences of angering an S-rank dream creator. Ryan Kent raised his cane as he listened to Shimeji's seemingly illogical words. You will receive the harshest punishment. Zhang Chang listened to the words of the dream maker in front of him. His expression was extremely relaxed as he looked at Sumu and snorted. This is the first dream-making creature? So weak? Can't even read people? Child, abstain. There's really nothing wrong with him. Chen Fengqiu sighed. Without waiting for Sumu to reply, he saw Shimeji turn his head to look at Ryan Kent again. You masked the monster in him, but failed to manage the sound of your own heart. At the moment, your thinking is very conflicted and you are under some level of compulsion. Ryan Kent, you're tainted without even realizing it. Chapter 122 Exposed Three-Eyed Human, Resisting a Blow from an S-Class Powerhouse, 2 in 1. It was as if the air had gone quiet at that moment. Everyone listened to Shimeji's words in stunned silence. Pollution? An S-Class Dream Maker contaminated? Does this creation know what it is talking about? The crowd, who were somewhat bewildered by this sudden onslaught of information, heard Shimeji shout in a low voice again. Do it! Listening to the sound of its words, the black mist surrounding Sumu instantly became thicker, and gusts of blood-colored scarlet rivers slowly flowed out. Along with the flow of the river, 3 of the eyes rose from within the river. The moment 3 eyes appeared, Zhang Chang behind Ryan Kent seemed to have gotten a sense of what was going on, and his face was uncontrollably somewhat distorted. Under everyone's gaze, his forehead gradually opened up at the center of his brow, revealing a pitch-black colored, cold and merciless eye. Those eyes were opposite the one hovering in front of Sumu, connecting a thin black line in the center. Immediately after that, a bang was heard. The 3 eyeballs suspended in front of Sumu exploded, turning into gusts of black powder that disappeared into the air. Even Zhang Chang was somewhat caught off guard by the sudden change, and after surveying his gradually deformed body, his face, which was overflowing with a sneering smile, quickly sank. The black eye at the center of the forehead's brow stared at Sumu in death. The pitch-black colored pupils reflected Sumu's fragmented body. Zhang Chang is not a human being, nor is he a dream-making figure. He's a monster from the Dreamland battlefield. Sumu looked at the other party and said in a low voice, Lane Kent was contaminated, and it should have been his doing as well. I don't know if I'll be able to contact the outside now, so I hope the Dream Maker can provide immediate support. The situation is bad. Star Beast? At this moment, all the spectators who heard Sumu's words realized that something was wrong. What the hell? Is this an extra surprise arranged by the exam team? A viewer inquired uncertainly in a pop-up. Hey, is this a real Star Beast or what? Is there a 3-eyed humanoid creature among the starry sky giants? Phantom Siren? It doesn't look like it. What is this? Hey, I'm going to file a complaint. But what about the S-Class Dream Maker being contaminated? If he's contaminated, there are other honored masters to check and balance him. And it's still Sumu's turn to scream here? Most of the audience had not been able to return from watching the show at all, and they still thought that it was just a show, or some hidden topic set by the exam team. After all, what S-Class mutiny? Such an event first took place in the city of Linhai hundreds of years ago, too far away from them. Even the local people of Linhai City didn't necessarily know about this. The outside world of dream makers who had gotten the message didn't think so. Looking at the 3-eyed human across from Sumu, and looking at Ryan Kent's calm demeanor after he was revealed, all of these dream makers felt their scalps tingle. One couldn't help but pinch a cold sweat for Sumu. This child chose the most direct way to reveal himself, and at the same time exposed himself to the forefront of the monsters. Now the thunder has kind of really blown up. The reason he did it was perhaps to try to report a message for them out there, so as to minimize the damage. He wanted to trade his sacrifice for a possibility of safety. Of course, a part of the group thought that there might be a deeper reason for Sumu to do so. Sumu, what is he thinking? Linhai City Lord's Mansion. Luyun watched Sumu's actions, her brain working frantically, connecting with the words Shimi had said earlier to think of a possibility. According to that dream-making creature, the S-Class Dream Maker Ryan Kent was contaminated, but the thoughts within his mind were presented with 2 different and contradictory thoughts. Does this suggest that Lane Kent is not completely depraved, but suffers from some degree of control and that he has some ability to resist? That's why it's such a weird situation. The summon lane Kent didn't cover up Sumu's traces at the first opportunity. Instead, he chose a loophole-ridden way for Sumu to send out a warning language. Also, the 3 eyeballs attached to Sumu's hand may be showing some kind of abnormality, and have been sensed by Ryan Kent. However, Ryan Kent did not inform the 3-eyed human of this message, instead pretending not to see it, giving Sumu the opportunity to search for the 3-eyed human. Summoning Shimeji, Sumu was trying to test Ryan Kent's thoughts. It's his only way to live. Hey, I feel like something's wrong. Behind Sumu, the 2 people from the worldly family, Zhao Zhan and Sun Yibiao, listened to Sumu's words, looked at each other, and silently took a few steps back. They saw the strangeness of the situation before them. Everyone, put your weapons up, Zhao Zhan shouted and kicked the frothing junior next to him. And the 10 or so people holding weapons listened to the order and raised their weapons in unison to aim at Zhang Chang. Sumu, he's my creation. This is actually part of the exam. Ryan Kent opened his mouth seemingly trying to explain as he listened to Sumu's words. A sound of blood and flesh tearing apart was heard from behind them. Turning his head to look. At some point, Zhang Cheng's entire arm turned into a bizarre tentacle-like thing that was black and narrow. The other end of the arm, however, had clearly impaled a student who was defenselessly watching the action. You, the student wanted to say something, but his body was immediately torn in two by the pitch-black, narrow monster arm, and his lower limbs snapped to the ground with a blood-curdling sound. The student's eyes widened, pupils immediately began to lax, the body shook between the throat issued a ho-ho sound. The light of the death teleportation didn't manage to light up, and the crowd just watched as the student's limb blood sprayed out. The splattered droplets even splattered onto the face of a nearby onlooker girl, causing the other to let out a shrill, miserable shriek. The light of protection remained unlit, even if it was lit up. This lifeless corpse in front of him, I'm afraid that he wouldn't be able to get a resurrection. Everyone's pupils contracted dramatically, and then they heard Zhang Chang say with a sardonic smile, "Forget it, no need to explain. Anyway, the plan is going well and that guy out there is dying. All the flesh and blood in the Dreamweb is our reserve food." Along with Zhang Chang's voice, a thunderous sound came from the sky. It seemed to be in English, but was able to be translated by the crowd into a meaning they understood. S-Class Dream Maker Ryan Kent betrays humanity. The global unified exam is over. All students are in a state of readiness. Immediately head to Dream City. There's hope for a turnaround there. If I don't manage to disconnect the Dreamweb from the Dream Realm battlefield before I fall, everyone will die. At this moment, looking at the horrifying death scene in the picture and listening to the roar like thunder, everyone is well aware of it. Something is really wrong with Dreamweb. What the hell? What about the exam team? Is this a joke by the exam team? Doesn't the live camera come with its own blood shielding? Where's the shielding? Damn it, why can't the exam team's complaint line get through? Oh, shit, something's not really wrong. Is it? My son is still inside. Along with that thunderous sound, more and more bloody and brutal killing scenes appeared in the live broadcast. That teleportation golden body that protected the candidates from dying was gone. Countless parents watched with their own eyes as their children were torn and bitten in half by the bone wolves that surged up, all without any power to appear and intervene. My child, Jesus, run for it, run! A parent screamed at the top of his lungs. Where is the exam team? Where are the teachers? Where's the protection officer? Many parents rolled their eyes and fainted directly when they couldn't take the blow. The Great Wall of Qin. The pitch-black colored seeds fired by the bone spike lords got no containment whatsoever. A large amount of black seeds spread across the sky, launching down into pile after pile of bone wolves. The raging number of bone wolves got no containment at all, relying on their numbers to trickle through the rain of arrows and tear through the soldiers' defense line. A bone wolf took advantage of the lull in the rain of arrows and jumped up horizontally, viciously tearing off a student's arm. The one who was torn was the lean and short male candidate. Rescue from the crowd of candidates then arrived, but after killing the bone wolf, the candidate's arm was already broken. Aha, my hand. Waver, I want to abstain. The short candidate yelled out in pain, but was unable to get any response. Hey, what's going on? Stop the bleeding. An S-Class powerhouse betraying humanity? This kind of disaster has also been stumbled upon by us? Many of the candidates defending the city shivered in their legs after realizing that they had no more gold. A loud voice was heard. Everyone abandoned the defense of the city. Inform the various fortresses. Head to Dream City immediately. The wall will be able to hold us off for a bit and buy us time to retreat. Be quick. This moment, candidates from major families, who had been instructed in various types of training and had literally gone to war, played a slight role. White Elephant Country, Eagle Country. Disasters and retreats happen at the same time. All candidates recognize that something is truly wrong with Dreamweb. What are you doing here? Kill Zhang Chang. Inside the arsenal, Sumu gave a reminder and black mist surged in his hands. The river of forgetfulness that surrounded him immediately erupted into a raging stream of blood, ruthlessly slamming into Zhang Cheng's location. Fire! Zhao Zhen snatched the ice pick launcher carried by a junior next to him, and not caring about the possibility of hurting other students, he poured in his spiritual power and shot out a dozen ice picks to ruthlessly stab at Zhang Cheng's location. As could be seen from the previous incident of robbing the Desire Dragon's chest, Zhao Zhen's ability to see the wind and make the best of it was first-rate, and this ability relied on a mind capable of thinking as well. Listening to the loud sounds in the sky and looking at the tragedy on the ground, Zhao Zhen's reaction was indistinguishable from Sumu's. He had absolutely no intention of trying to escape. After all, there was an S-rank traitor standing right in front of him, trying to slip out from under him. Zhao Zhen felt that it was about the same probability of survival as running out of the belly of a starry sky beast. Since Sumu was targeting Zhang Cheng, it meant that there was still a chance for this matter to turn around. However, when the crowd's attack was launched in front of Zhang Cheng's body, Zhang Cheng smiled coldly, and his body violently disintegrated, turning into a black smoke that directly dispersed in the air. As he disappeared, a commanding voice that held no emotion came from the ceiling. Come back immediately after finishing off Sumu and head to Dream City immediately to execute the next step of the plan. Yes. As Ryan Kent listened, the light of the black staff in his hand exploded, and in an instant, countless dream creator shadows surfaced around Sumu. A powerful wind pressure instantly blew away the surrounding candidates who were ready to come up to help, smashing them hard against the surrounding walls. The only figures left on the field were Ryan Kent and Sumu. Child, the answer you have given me is very unsatisfactory, and in accordance with the ultimate punishment. You are about to take the damage of one of my blows and die before my eyes. This is my mercy. Ryan Kent, who had received orders from the three-eyed human Zhang Cheng, didn't seem to be in a hurry to kill Sumu, but instead said an intriguing sentence. At this moment, the viewers in the live broadcast room had already learned about the crisis that had arisen in the Dream Network from the news when it broke out on the internet. The monumental university war mobilization. National Dreammaker organizations declare global martial law. Everything in there is really happening. This caused Sumu's live broadcast popularity to rise in turn, for at the moment he was facing this human traitor, about to be the first candidate to be killed by an S-rank traitor. What kind of starry-eyed human is that three-eyed human? Anyway, how come we've never heard of it before? I read a rumor on the internet that this is a kind of star beast that just descended from the sky, and they seem to be extremely intelligent, and not on par with humans. What about this? How could this happen? Sumu is finished. We'll be finished too. That Dream Network has a link to the human world. The final battle. Is it coming again? While the pop-ups were frantically refreshing, Shimakazu whispered a reminder. Sumo, this is the opportunity. Ryan Kent's conflicted heart is rebelling. Surviving this blow is our way to live. Sumu's mind came alive. Zhang Cheng, who was at the very least considered to be the mastermind behind the scenes, actually slipped away directly and did not show absolute strength. And his orders before he left were only to purge himself. Nothing about killing everyone. This suggests that the current one does not have the strength to do so. And Ryan Kent wasn't exactly following Zhang Cheng's orders when he was tainted. As for blocking an opponent's blow, Sumu pondered for a moment before saying, only one strike? Killing you using a single strike is enough. I will immediately head to Dream City without having to wait for your death, Ryan Kent said, still with that calm expression, as if he didn't feel any wrongness in his words. Still, he left a hole in his words. I'm afraid that this was the greatest degree of resistance that the tainted S-class powerhouse in front of me could put up. Still, it's enough. Sumu turned his head to look at the candidates slowly climbing up by the surrounding walls and said, the steel fortress is going to be in chaos. Immediately command the arrangements to go down and temporarily hold up the defense line of the steel fortress. Your side? I have a way to survive. Chapter 123, Multiple Concerns. Can Sumu block the damage or not? Withstand a blow from an S-class powerhouse without dying? As the audience listened to Sumu's words, unbelievable looks appeared on their faces. Sumu was strong and was undoubtedly a genius figure among the younger generation of dreammakers. But genius is not the same as strength. There's a lot of talent out there that hasn't grown up yet. The person he was facing at the moment was an S-class powerhouse who had been famous for a long time and had already stood at the peak of the world's dreammakers. To block the attack of an S-class powerhouse, they all hoped that Sumu could do it. But the difficulty is a little too counterintuitive, isn't it? This is an S-class dreammaker. Sumu's hell was only a dream with S-rank potential, while Ryan Kent could be able to create dreams that were truly S-rank. The two cannot be equated at all. Dream mages in all colors of robes and scarlet wands continued to emerge around Lane Kent in the scene. The viewers were able to visualize the sense of oppression that these people brought across the screen. As the scarlet wand danced, Bursts of magical patterns that seemed to be able to tear through space were continuously inscribed. A one-man army of S-rank Dreammakers is no joke. These magicians alone might be able to withstand the full force of several A-rank Dreammakers. Right now, the strike that Ryan Kent was talking about referred to all the magicians he had dreamed up coming together to give Sumu a magical shock. This kind of concentrated high-intensity magical impact was definitely no less powerful than the damage done by dozens of mental power pulses firing face-to-face. While Sumu thought his opponent was letting off steam, the audience didn't think so at all. You call that a release? Why on earth is this happening? Didn't anyone raise any objections when the exam questions were chosen before? Who would have thought that Ryan Kent would betray the human race? I reckon that the title of this second round of the Dreammakers General Exam must have been set with his push. There's only hope of turning the tide in Dream City ahead, but with an S-class powerhouse in the way. How are those students going to get to Dream City? How the hell is Sumu going to block it? Oh, my god, Kent, he's really crazy. The foreign viewers gathered inside Sumu's live broadcast room also felt a sense of suffocation as they listened to Ryan Kent's words. If this is a UCSE question, then their country's top candidates are absolutely bound to lose. You said that an F-ranked Dreammaker fought against the full force of a C-ranked Dreammaker, so there was still a chance that their country's talented candidates could do it. But against S-class, it's almost like going up against an intercontinental missile in a papier-mâché suit with a flame-scorching effect mounted on it. In any case, this candidate deserves to be remembered. He was the one who first noticed Ryan Kent's abnormality. If it weren't for him, things might have gotten even worse for Dreamweb. May God bless him with heaven when he dies. Amen. Linhai City Lord's Mansion. Luyan looked at Sumu in the picture in a daze. Both fists clenched, smashed hard, and again whacked the desk that had just been replaced. What ambivalence that would stay in hand. Is this the biggest struggle Ryan Kent has made? As long as the F-ranked Sumu caught his blow he would be able to survive? The result of this struggle. What's the difference between struggling and not struggling? Hundreds of years ago, their Linhai City was destroyed by a contaminated S-class powerhouse. A few hundred years later, Linhai City's most promising student to be promoted to an S-ranked powerhouse was about to be destroyed again by a contaminated S-ranked powerhouse. Not only that, if this DreamNet incident was not properly resolved, all the young Dreammakers from their Linhai City who had entered the DreamNet would die inside. This was tantamount to killing the hopes of a generation of Dreammakers in Linhai City. Between thoughts, Assistant Xiao Lu ran in. City Lord, the other administrators have arrived. Okay, send them to the conference room. I'll be right there. Listening to Xiao Lu's words, Lu Yun took a few deep breaths to calm her somewhat agitated heart and said, if she wasn't the City Lord, she could have quickly rushed to the Dream Realm battlefield alone at this time. Now, she must shoulder the responsibility of defending Linhai City. Thinking about it, Ryuyan twisted around and walked towards the conference room, but didn't close Sumu's live stream. There was still a glimmer of hope within her. The teenager in front of me might be able to show another miracle, though this hope is so small that it emits no light in the darkness. Star River District, the home of travel writer Gu Zhuan. Because of his frequent dealings with the newspaper and media, Gu Zhuan had gotten the news at the first moment of the dramatic change in DreamNet. After switching to check the other candidates' live rooms, she redirected her gaze back to Sumu's live room, nervously listening to the conversation inside. Gugu was glad that the signal of the live broadcast had not been disconnected. It was the only channel through which all of them could see inside the Dreamweb. I don't know if it was the Star Beast's intention to do so, but this live footage was kept in the state of automatic management of the Dream Network, and didn't completely disappear because of the shielding of the Dream Network signal. Of course, it wasn't a loophole left over from the Star Beast. This is because no Dreammaker has yet researched a way to follow the Dreamweb signals back into the Dreamweb. If they wanted to retake the Dream Network and protect the students inside, they would have to travel to the Dream Battlefield and reach that remote corner where the Dream Battlefield met the Dream Network. Enter the Dreamweb from that corner and take back control. This is bound to be a long drawn-out battle. The appearance of that starry sky beast gave Guzhuan an extremely bad feeling. She queried the forums dedicated to the study of star beasts, in which none of the great gods recognized the origin of the three-eyed human. And after a short discussion, the people in the forums unanimously agreed that it was a brand new star beast that had just descended to Earth. It can transform into human form, has 3 eyes, and even carries some contamination-like abilities. The most crucial thing was that the other party possessed a high level of intelligence, even if the attack power was a little less. It made the humans feel extremely difficult to deal with. In addition, the people within the forums were worried about the situation of the remaining 4 S-ranked Dreammakers within the Dream Realm battlefield. It was Rafi who had called out earlier, the other party having apparently been ambushed by some unknown ambush at the entrance to the Dreamweb. If the students inside were not able to successfully seize control of the DreamNet within a certain period of time, closing the connection between the DreamNet and the Dream Battlefield, Rafi will most likely fall within the battlefield. As for the other three S-ranked Dreammakers, because they were deep in the Star Beast's lair, it was very difficult for the current ones to contact each other. It's also possible that there's a reason why the three-eyed humans cut off communications. Overall, it was that there was no chance of trying to successfully block a strike from an S-ranked Dreammaker with external forces. If Sumu wanted to survive, he had to rely on himself. Block the blow with your own strength. As long as one lives, there is hope. Guzhuan could only silently pray within his heart this time, hoping that Sumu would be able to create another strange ancient Huaxia creature or item to block the strike. Chapter 124 Violent Promotion. Promoted to E grade. Are you ready? I don't have much time. Inside the armory, Ryan Kent surveyed Sumu, his deep eyes showing no ripples, his tone still calm. Resisting an attack? After twisting his head and urging Zhao Zhan and the others to leave, Sumu listened to Ryan Kent's words and already had a decision within his heart. He opened his source power panel, looked at the source power on it that was gradually rising to 5,700 points, and moved his thoughts. The source power value on the source power panel began to fall crazily. 5,700, 4,700, 3,700, 2,700. In a matter of moments, he had consumed most of his stored source power. This time it's not a dream. Sumu directly injected these 3,000 points of source power onto his spiritual power. 3,000 points of source power is also 30 points of spiritual power, together with the 70 points of spiritual power from before. Sumu was prepared to let his spiritual power break through the 100 mark in a short period of time. Along with the conversion of the source power, the mental power on his panel began to rise like crazy. An unbearable feeling that was suppressed to the extreme erupted in Sumu's mind. It's as if someone had forced an ever-compressing explosive into his head. This caused Sumu's trigeminal nerve to produce an intense pain, causing his brows to furrow deeply. Just as Sumu's temples protruded and bulged along with the pain, a loud buzz sounded in his head. It was as if some shackle had snapped in layers within. Within the viewer's perspective, a tiny green-colored blood vessel gradually emerged on Sumu's face, in which blood was surging madly. The blood vessels connecting the head at the neck were even more faintly showing a dark and deep color. This sudden change made all the spectators froze a little confused when they saw a slight consternation appear on Ryan Kent's originally calm face. A single word was muttered out of his mouth. Erated. Erated? Everyone froze at Ryan Kent's words. While somewhat confused, he immediately thought of something and looked at Sumu with eyes full of shock. Sumu was breaking through the Dreammaker rank. He wants to be promoted from F to E now. Crap. How long has it been? The unified exam has only been 15 days so far at the most. Within 15 days of Sumu's awakening, he had raised his level to E rank? What is this concept? Proly upgraded? Are you kidding me? Sumu is forcibly breaking through the F class? The immense pressure has in turn given him a strong motivation? Holy shit, what kind of demon is this? Really? He's only been a Dreammaker for how long? Everyone else is still playing in the mud, and this guy's already out of the Munchkin class? Some of the older viewers were shocked, but then something came to mind. Hey, how do I remember Sumu's test talent at that time was spiritual potential grade S. Occupational fit 1A. This guy has surpassed all the high career fit candidates with a 1-point career fit. Advancing to E rank? A career fit of 1 requires at least 80 points of spiritual energy to advance to E rank, right? Even if he had 30 points of spiritual energy when he was initially awakened, has he cultivated at least 50 points of spiritual energy in the past 10 days? I'll be damned. What kind of demon is this? Within Dream Tower University, Wang Zhe, who was preparing to lead a group of students to the Dream Realm battlefield to carry out a rescue plan, listened to the words within the live broadcast room and violently turned his head to look at the open live broadcast room screen. Looking at Sumu's state at this moment, Wang Zhe displayed an astonished expression. Frankly speaking, after observing him for this period of time, he had also discovered Sumu's mental power abnormality that was already far beyond normal. But anomalies are anomalies, and overall it's still within an acceptable range, right? What's going on now? According to the records within the school, students with a career fit of 10 exercised a full 82 points of spiritual energy before successfully advancing to E rank, and with a career fit of 1, that would require at least 90, if not 100, points of spiritual energy. After awakening to become a Dreammaker, this child has tempered his mental power to 100 points in a very short period of time? Wait, he seems to be in a bit of a state. Wang Zhe muttered and carefully examined those veins on Sumu's neck that showed black color. Vaguely, he felt that the pitch-black color on it was constantly flickering, sometimes growing thicker and sometimes appearing a bit thinner. It's like a black mist drilled into Sumu's veins as if it were. They never had a scene like this when they were promoted. This has something to do with the black mist of that hell? Wang Zhe thought, and the urgency within his heart increased. Such a student, if he was able to ascend to the S class, The battlefield of humanity against the star beasts might have to become different again. Sumu. But hold on. We'll be there soon. As King Hot would have it, these 100 points of spiritual power were the minimum requirement for him to advance to E rank. However, this promotion process of Sumu was more painful than everyone else. Everyone else was steadily and slowly polishing their spiritual power to advance. Sumu was crossing at least 3 steps in one breath, forcing his level up. He certainly wouldn't have done it if he had any other choice. But the one in front of him was an S-ranked Dreammaker. If he was not able to show 100% caution in dealing with this attack, he might really die here. Feeling the pain in my aching head, everything in my consciousness seemed to change slightly. Even the thousands of ancient Chinese books floating around have changed a bit. But Sumu couldn't be bothered to check it out, as he headed towards Ryan Kent, who was already preparing to attack in front of him, and his mouth silently recited the oath that he had to pronounce in order to obtain the ability before. Hell hath no fury. Summon. The idol of Jizo Buddha. Accompanied by the sound of words, a bright flash of light gradually flickered behind Sumu's back. A silhouette sitting on top of a green lotus, unable to see its face, slowly emerged from the center of the light. That radiant light wrapped around Sumu's entire body in an instant. A strange shield that was completely undetectable formed around Sumu's body. The gift of Jizo Buddha has been used. Obtaining the shelter of the statue of Jizo Buddha for half an hour. Current sheltering power, 10,000 points of mental power. When Sumu, who possessed 100 points of spiritual power, used the skill, he gained a shield of 10,000 points of spiritual power. That's the bottom line of him daring to take damage. 10,000 points of psychic power for the shield. An S-class strike wouldn't be able to hurt him even a bit. Come on. I'm ready. Standing in the light, Sumu, who was in a poor mental state, looked at Ryan Kent in front of him and calmly said, Chapter 125, Brand New Panel, Explosive Values. Inside the broadcast booth, the audience looked at Sumu's appearance of having a radiant protection at the moment, and became more and more nervous inside. Would the glow be able to withstand a strike from an S-class powerhouse? Looks so insecure. What's that guy behind you? How strong can a character who created a dream in such a short period of time be? Come on. Sumu, you must survive. Take the punishment. Ryan Kent looked at Sumu and murmured in a low voice, raising the black scepter in his hand that was inlaid with gemstones, and lightly tapping it into the air towards Sumu. The scepter, which was pitch black in color, shimmered with a 7-colored streaming cloud-colored light. A violent pressure like a mountain pressing horizontally erupted from Sumu's surroundings. It was as if there were several towering peaks at the invisible place, squeezing towards him, making him unable to move. Accompanying Lane Kent's movements, the mage-robed wizards began to chant strange magical phrases in low voices, and a bright, shimmering circular glow condensed in the center of their wands, like a small sun. The moment the light took shape, they pressed their wand horizontally, and the ball of light burst out from the center of the wand, striking hard on the light around Sumu. The small orbs of light around them merged into one in an instant, forming a large ball of light while swallowing Sumu along with his radiant barrier into it, not knowing whether he would live or die. Through the lens of the live broadcast, the viewers could clearly see that the air around that ball of light was vaguely distorted in a slightly twisted way. The ripples like ocean waves continuously surfaced in the surrounding air and rippled back and forth, as if even space was going to be torn apart by this burst of intense light. Ryan Kent watched the scene, twisted his head around, waved his scepter in his hand, and disappeared into the armory. It was as if, knowing that Sumu definitely couldn't carry his attack, he chose to leave immediately. Along with Ryan Kent's departure, the dream-creating wizards that were firing lasers around them disappeared, but the ball of light that engulfed Sumu was slow to dissipate like it possessed a substantial amount of energy, as if it was still scorching Sumu. All the viewers who were watching Sumu's livestream lifted their hearts up. They looked at the sun that seemed like it wouldn't go out, inwardly expecting Sumu to be able to walk out of it. However, the more I look forward to it, the more I can feel the powerlessness of it. This was a strike from an S-class powerhouse. Even if one were to let go of the water, it would not be something that a freshly promoted E-rank Dreammaker could resist. The light has not dissipated yet, purely because the energy gathered here has not yet disappeared. Also, by the time the light dissipated, it was more than likely that they would not be able to see anything at all. Sumu, this genius who had promoted to E-rank in only 10 days, was likely to fall on the spot, vaporized by the light. Nothing left. Shit, hold on. Man, will a miracle happen? Who can tell me what in the world that protective glow on Sumu's body just now is? I always feel that the shield around Sumu is a bit thin. Will he disappear without a trace the moment he is hit by the light? It's hard to say. Unless Sumu temporarily proctored up his level, not to mention dreaming up a shield with at least S-rank potential in such a short period of time. Unless that strong person Sumu summoned earlier who couldn't see his face as a dream-making character with the potential to be promoted to S rank. The audience suggested some possibilities, but the more they thought about it, the more difficult it became. Even E, who shot the sun before, was only an A-class dream creation character, right? If he were to appear again and raise his bow to shoot this S-class ball of light under his eyes, it was estimated that the arrow with the cold light would directly melt inside. The difference between the two is just a little too big. Sumu. Maybe it really has been vaporized. Just as the audience became more and more pessimistic along with the passage of time, they suddenly felt the ball of light in the screen image in front of them move. Many of the spectators saw this and rubbed their eyes, then looked more closely, as if they hadn't found anything unusual. Is it an illusion? Just as this thought surfaced in the minds of the spectators, the ball of light that was emitting light and wrapped around Sumu began to move again. It was as if a man was walking in it. Crap! Watching this scene, everyone's heart jumped with it. Does this mean, not dead? Sumu is not dead yet. He didn't vaporize immediately. Still alive. He's still struggling. There's a chance. Shit, hold on. Kid, you can't die here. Crap. It's hard to believe that Ryan Kent really did sneak in a water release. An attack actually didn't kill an E-ranked dream creator in seconds. We were all wrong about him. Ryan Kent really wasn't completely tainted. He stayed his hand. Perhaps Ryan Kent didn't stay his hand. It was Sumu who survived to the end with that shield. Don't worry about that. Sumu, hold on. You must come out of this. Singa District. Moneta University. Linhai District. Many of the bigwigs who had watched Sumu's live broadcast were nervously watching the place. Right now, Sumu had braced himself not to be vaporized in the first place. Since it wasn't vaporized in the first place, there was a possibility of survival. Everyone surveying this scene was able to visualize Sumu putting up a desperate fight in the ball of light, choosing all kinds of dream-making items to survive with great difficulty. However, inside, Sumu didn't feel any hardship. It didn't even feel the burning effect of the light from outside. He wasn't hurt a bit. A laser strike from Ryan Kent's Dreammaker wizard arrived, instantly cutting Sumu's spiritual shield by 6,000 points. But that was it. As soon as Ryan Kent was gone, the power of this light attacking himself dropped by more than 100 times. Looking at the attack damage of positive 10 points of spiritual power, 10 points of spiritual power, Sumu didn't care at all. Wanting to rely on this burning effect to wear him down would really be a bit difficult. At this moment, what Sumu felt most tricky was instead the abnormality from within his body. The aftereffects of forced elevation manifested themselves at this moment. All he felt was dizziness in both eyes and a sharp and constant pain in his head and neck. The hobbling moving speed in the picture was the effort made by Sumu trying to move his body. Unpleasant sensations filled his surroundings, and if it wasn't for his previous experience with the aftereffects of a rapid breakthrough, Sumu estimated that he would have to immediately fall to the ground again and pass out for 3 to 5 days. It would be a really bad time to pass out for a couple days. It's okay to meet a nice candidate who can lead an escape. If he couldn't meet them, when Sumu came to his senses, he guessed that he would really have to report to hell. What should I do to alleviate the state I'm in? Sumu wanted to think carefully for a while, but the feeling of intense pain disturbed his thoughts all the time. This forced Sumu to only be able to subconsciously open his attribute panel to check out the brand new situation after going for the upgrade. Name, Sumu. Grade, E. Mental strength, 100, 5 for normal people. Spiritual potential, S. Dreammaker fit, 101, 100 is full. Profession, Dreammaker. Unique talent, Ancient China. Occupational ability, 1. Dream-making consumes mental energy to create people, scenes, and creatures of one's mind. 2. Embodiment, using a large amount of mental energy to create the scene of a dream created in your mind. Chapter 126, Reward from the 1,000 Years of China. Looking at his brand new panel, Sumu first felt the outrageous feeling brought about by the panel values. The Dreammaker career fit has increased from 1 to 101, a direct burst. The panel showed a maximum Dreammaker profession fit of 100, but now he had 101 points. Straight up panel drying won't do it. Sumu had no doubt that if he were to publicize this value, it would immediately cause the entire Dreammaker community to cry out. Not to mention the explosive fit. Just the fact that upgrading can increase the fit is enough to shock the entire circle of Dreammakers. That fit is fixed. No one has added values since the panel appeared. Other than that, there is the new ability to manifest. This seemed to confirm what Sumu had said earlier. His creation must be able to come down to reality. After possessing this ability, Sumu would become the first Dreammaker who could completely fix his imaginary dream making in reality. There is no need to use any external objects. You can do it with your own mental power alone. I just don't know how much this large amount of spiritual power means. After roughly surveying his panel, Sumu wasn't able to find any solution to his negative state in it. So he sank his consciousness into his mind and looked at the Book of Thousand Ancient Chinese in his mind, as if sensing the gaze projected over by Sumu. The ancient book that belonged uniquely to China slowly opened. As the pages of the book turned, a brand new text appeared on one of the pages. You have successfully advanced and deepened your bond with 1,000 years of China. Receive a bonus large tune tree seed. Along with the reading, a seed with a turquoise glow all over it slowly emerged from the pages of the book. The vibrant green light on it illuminated Sumu's entire ocean of consciousness. A cool and soothing sensation then brushed over Sumu's mind, causing his consciousness to transfer a moment without him realizing it. It seemed like hours had passed, and like days of slumber in a brief trance. When his consciousness quickly cleared, Sumu felt a sense of relief around him. That intense discomfort brought about by the forced promotion had dissipated without a trace. The vague sense of pain that lingered in the spirit could not even be recalled. Not only that, along with the emergence of the green light, Sumu felt his body's blood vessels fluttering, and a tingling sensation erupted from his heart to his whole body. The facial wound that had been cut out by the chameleon across the face earlier in Dream City was now slightly warm. Reaching out to touch it, the scars on his skin had disappeared. Just feeling the trees in the ocean of consciousness refreshed his injuries and tired spirit. This was the reward given to him after the upgrade. Large tune species. Sumu murmured a few words in a low voice, already having some guesses in his heart. The pages of a book that belongs uniquely to 1,000 Chinese dynasties turn slowly. There are accounts of the great Tsubaki that have surfaced. One of the 10 great divine trees of China, the tree of eternal life. Chuang Tzu's The Journey to Prosperity mentions it. In the ancient times, there was a great Tsubaki who was 8,000 years old for spring and 8,000 years old for fall. The sacred tree known for its longevity. 16,000 years had passed, and for it was just another year older. This green light that covers the entire ocean of consciousness is the spreading influence of the exuberant life force of the great Tsubaki tree species. Sumu associated it with the trance that lasted less than a second before, and immediately had a guess. His entire being spent what amounted to days, if not a dozen days, of normal time in that brief, imperceptible moment of trance. The great Tsubaki tree seed directly helped him erase the time he needed to recover over with time and life force. That's why he was back to his old self in a matter of moments. It's a treasure. Does this count as my medical plant? Looking at the turquoise seed suspended in the air, Sumu didn't dare to slack off at all. Carefully controlling the other party, he moved it to be planted within the dream-creating heart field, in the earthly soil, next to the land temple. The landowner was instructed to plant the seeds and take care of them. The large tune seed seemed to be uneventful as it fell into the land, but Sumu knew that the other side needed a long growth cycle. If you can dream up some divine water or maybe some strange soil, you must add the growth process. After another cursory look around, he saw that the changes had almost stopped. Sumu immediately let his consciousness return to reality. Right now he had a lot to do and couldn't delay much. If he didn't hurry to Dream City, it would be the difference between dying early and dying late. Surveying the barriers attached to the orbs of light around him, he then looked at the thousands of points he still had left in the barrier. Sumu walked quickly towards the light sphere beyond. Inside the broadcast booth, the crowd was able to see the speed of the light ball moving and the picture began to accelerate. And a few moments later on its right side, there was a person slowly from out. That's Sumu. Unlike the woefully weak state imagined by the crowd, Sumu's demeanor at this moment didn't show the slightest bit of weakness and exhaustion, and the black raised veins on his neck were gone, as well as the traces of blue veins that covered his entire face. It gave the impression that the laser shot from Ryan Kent was actually an ability for Sumu to use to heal his wounds. Really fake? Fuck. Hairless and unharmed? Nothing happened to the snow coat I'm wearing? I'm dropping a good boy. Is this Ryan Kent releasing the sea? Or has Sumu himself become so powerful that he can withstand a single blow from an S-class powerhouse without dying? How do I feel that Sumu's state after being attacked is inversely much better than before? It's not like he's been through a big battle at all. 666. I knew Sumu wouldn't die so quickly. If Ryan Kent didn't let go, then the shield Sumu created earlier was really powerful. It's hard to believe that he really summoned an S-ranked dream character that could effectively resist magical damage in such a short period of time. This kid really won't die so easily. Linhai City. Lu Yun, who was in a meeting to arrange the guarding incident, looked at the figure above and breathed a sigh of relief. Her tightly wrinkled brow relaxed quite a bit, and a rare smile appeared on her face. Now, for a bad situation, Sumu's survival can be considered a good piece of good news. At the very least, there was one more candidate in this war who might be able to change the tide of battle. In the Star River area, Gu Zhuan also let out a sigh of relief as he looked at Sumu who had appeared. She hadn't even had the chance to experience such a sparkling Chinese world yet. So, the one Sumu created a dream about earlier who sat on a green lotus with an invisible face is also very strong. It's hard to believe that he's from ancient China as well. And who could he be? Chapter 127, Speculations about Dream City, Steel Fortress Chaos. Inside the armory, Sumu recalled Rafi's words and carefully pondered the meaning they contained. Why is there hope for a flop in Dream City? Listening to Rafi, the only way to sever the link between the Dream Network and the Dream Battlefield was to arrive at the Dream City. That's how they can be saved. And before that, when the three-eyed human Zhang Chang was leaving, he also said that he was heading to Dream City to execute his next plan. But why are they traveling to Dream City when Ryan Kent, who can control the entire dream web, is right here? Or has Lane Kent been putting up a fight about this, so that the three-eyed humans can't actually steal the core of the dream web and thus take control of the whole thing? Or perhaps, to take control of the entire dream web, it would be useful to have the orders of all the S-ranked dream makers, and in order to bypass the other dream makers in controlling the dream web, you have to travel to Dream City and gain ultimate control there? If there was an opportunity to seize final authority and shut down the dream web in Dream City, what would it be? Sumu frowned as he associated the words described by Rafi, and for a while he didn't have any clue. If he wanted to know all this, he still had to travel to Dream City immediately without the slightest delay. Making up his mind, Sumu immediately stepped out of the weapons warehouse, and as soon as he went out, he heard the noisy talking and the increasing and more intense roar of the beasts outside. As far as the eye could see, the entire core area of the steel fortress was filled with candidates with frightened faces, anxiously walking within the corridors, not knowing what to do. And the radio voice from nowhere kept emphasizing for the crowd to hold on to the steel fortress and to never hold on to this last barrier. Shit, what the hell? Isn't guarding the past now a chronic death? The only way to survive is to go to Dream City. Let them guard it if they want to. Old me is going to Dream City anyway. Controlling my own destiny is the most crucial. Yeah, it's not the same as before. Holding on to the steel fortress now will definitely be smashed by the beast tide. I see that there are already people running away with their weapons and people. Why don't we run away too? Yeah, yes, running away first is the key. Let these fools keep holding on. Let's go to Dream City first to find our last hope. The noisy disputes of the candidates resounded throughout the cloisters. Candidates here can be elite candidates with high scores and strong backgrounds. As far as they were concerned, they naturally had some certainty that they would be able to travel to Dream City, and they wanted to take control of their destiny. Listening to the words of these candidates, the audience in the live broadcast room thought the same. Being killed now is a real death. And the candidate's score is gone if they don't have it. The most important thing is that people aren't dead, holding on to the steel fortress that can be truly about facing despair and death. After all, if you don't go to Dream City, you don't know where you'll end up. But if all the candidates abandon the steel fortress and choose to flee Dream City, then I'm afraid that a large number of candidates will die on the road. After all, there aren't any steel fortresses for defense on the road. Yes, from the several rounds of messengers sent out earlier, it's clear that this road to Dream City is not as easy as one would think. Sending a portion of our people to continue to hold the fortress to buy time is the way to go. The audience spoke and fell silent again. This is something they all understand. But who would be willing to stay within the steel fortress? Right now, all the candidates were covered by an atmosphere of despair. And how many of them were able to stand up and take control of the whole situation? As the cacophony of voices mingled, one of the candidates turned his head and saw Sumu standing at the entrance of the weapons depot, and shouted out in shock, "Holy shit, Sumu didn't die." Today to organize the outline, tomorrow began to stabilize 3 chapters a day, and strive to post all the chapters before 8 o'clock every day. There is time to burst 4 chapters. Looked at the update of other books, really cannot be so salty QAQ. Good night. Chapter 128, My City Goddess is an existence capable of linking to the Dreamweb. The weapons vault is off limits to these students. Everyone knows the betrayer, Ryan Kent, is in there. Going in there might as well be a death wish. As for why they didn't run away straight away from this place, it was also simple then. If Ryan Kent really wanted to kill them, they'd have to die no matter how far they ran. So it was in this state of trepidation that the crowd waited for the final results within the weapons vault. Seeing Sumu come out of the weapon vault, everyone looked their gazes over in shock. Eyes on the intact Sumu, the entire audience erupted into a violent clamor. Shit, wasn't Sumu going to take a hit from Ryan Kent? He really survived. Are you sure Sumu took the other party's blow like that? How come I looked at him as if he was completely fine? Did Ryan Kent let it go? Wait, forget about that for a second. It's only right to get weapons. The heavy weapons on the front line are running out of ammo. A student yelled to alert the crowd. Candidates sniffed and immediately reacted immediately. Yup, crap, great God. Is it still safe in here? Lane Kent and that what's-his-name Star Beast are still around? A candidate asked in a hurry. No more. You guys go in and get your stuff. Sumu shook his head and urged. Yes, these candidates also knew now that it was not the time for dating to dilly-dally. And with a promise, they crossed over Sumu and swarmed into the weapons depot. Just as soon as he entered it, he saw the ball of light that was flickering with hot energy. The terrifying energy that shook the space continued to emanate from its circumference, and the heat that seemed to burn the soul caused the surrounding students to involuntarily take a few steps back. Big brother, what is this? A candidate stammered and inquired. Sumu twisted his head and glanced at it before calmly saying, "Oh, some energy residue from the previous attack. Just go around it." Some energy residue from the previous attack? The many candidates stared at the words and then reacted. This definitely wasn't an attack released by Sumu. In other words, this was Ryan Kent's attack on Sumu. And Sumu ran away from this extremely deadly attack? And act like it's nothing? Hiss. The candidates surveyed the ball of energy in front of them, having no doubt that they would be completely vaporized and dissipated into nothingness if they got close to the edge. Is this first already this strong? This ball of light attack was also able to carry it? Wait a minute. This is no time to be shocked. Right now, carrying more heavy weapons support is most important. With the star giants unrestricted and the surrounding fortresses constantly falling, all the starry sky giants were now looking this way, and a large wave of beasts was approaching. Without heavy weapons, they'll never be able to hold it. Come on. Take more of those lightweight weapons, and carry away the heavy ones directly to Dream Hercules, and don't skimp on the mental power. The students inside the weapons storage carried them while carefully avoiding the central ball of light. Just when Sumu wanted to join in and do something, he saw that among the pile of students, a junior brother who previously belonged to Zhao Zhan ran to him with an anxious face. "Big brother, quickly go to the command core area. It's a mess there. There are those who want to leave. There are those who want to let people stay. It's a mess. The steel fortress can't really support itself if the command is in chaos." The guard junior pointed at the 36th floor command center area and shouted under his breath. "What about?" Sumu nodded slightly at his words and immediately followed this student towards the 36th floor's command core area. The steel fortress must never fall. Once the steel fortress fell, the ordinary students here would definitely die and be heavily injured. And the inside and outside of the steel fortress would definitely become an inferno on Earth. A table for the star beasts. Where would a group of budding students be able to defend themselves when they have lost the ramparts they were relying on? Similarly, he had to stabilize the steel fortress before he could travel to Dream City. Otherwise, he would arrive at Dream City at the same time as the star beast. The situation would be even more chaotic by then, and it would be even more unfavorable to compete with the three-eyed humans for control of the Dreamweb. Between thoughts, Sumu followed this student and quickly arrived at the command core area. The candidates here were roughly divided into two forces, both facing each other. Sunny Biao and Zhang Zhan occupied one of the forces, acting as the leaders and spraying each other with the opposite crowd. Run for what? If the S-Class Ryan Kent comes out, it's useless for you guys to run to the ends of the earth. It's only right to keep all the elite candidates in the steel fortress now. Sunny Biao angrily rebuked the other party. Apparently, they were the faction that favored staying at the steel fortress. Stay behind? Let the starry sky beasts gnaw on us? I suggest letting a small portion of the people stay behind to stall for time, while the majority of them follow us to Dream City. The other team was led by a tall, thin student wearing gold-rimmed glasses and a blue and white student uniform wrapped in a snow coat. Apparently from the same school as Ginger Red Spoon, from the high school affiliated with Dream Tower University. For their part, they advocate an all-out desperate flight to Dream City. If you want to stay, then stay, and fight for our last hope as a death squad. Not a bad choice, right? The student with the gold-rimmed glasses said provocatively. Gao Ming, you really have the nerve to say it. Sunny Biao sniffed angrily at the tall and thin student wearing glasses, also known as Gao Ming. Don't think we don't know your calculations. Pulling the vast majority of the candidates to flee in order to fill the difficulties on the road to Dream City with the lives of other students, right? Humph, if the live broadcast starts to continue now, and look at the way you're disgracing your Gao family. If old Master Gao wants to know that his grandson is such a villainous goon, I'm afraid that he'll think he's going to have a brain bruise, right? You. Gao Ming sniffed as if he had been poked at a sore spot. His face instantly turned red. He explained with a strained neck. I'm being a wimp? This is my most reasonable judgment based on the current situation. Our current opponents are S-class powerhouses and starry sky behemoths. How small are the odds of this flopping? You guys wouldn't be unaware of that, right? Therefore, the necessary sacrifice is a must. At the very least, my method can guarantee that the entire army won't be wiped out. What about you guys? Stay at the steel fortress according to the words of that Sumu who doesn't know life and death? Isn't this just chronic death? Gao Ming's words caused both Sunny Biao and Zhao Zhan to be speechless for a while. Indeed, those who remained in the steel fortress were now essentially dying a chronic death, pinning all their hopes on the other candidates. They can't even control their own destiny. So staying in a steel fortress is likely to be the equivalent of staying within a tomb, a step from fighting to dying. But according to Gomez's method, How many people would have to die? Will they really be able to use their numerical superiority to push through the organs on the road to reach Dream City smoothly? This is also an unknown. However, it is indeed the unknown that can give many candidates hope. At the very least, their destinies are in their own hands. Sunny Biao and Zhao Zhan didn't know what to say for a moment. As he was silent, he suddenly heard a commotion coming from the crowd behind himself, and then he heard a familiar voice. My suggestion is to leave the whole group behind, and send only 2 or 3 men to Dream City under my leadership. This will ensure that the Steel Fortress can be supported for the longest period of time, while also having the hope of traveling to Dream City to flip it over. All the candidates gazed away, and bursts of gasps rang out. Crap! Sumu, he's not dead? This guy actually blocked Ryan Kent for real? Holy shit, this can live? Big brother. Zhao Zhan smiled when he saw Sumu and walked up. I knew you'd never die. Now it's up to you, big guy, to settle this thing. Sumu smiled and nodded slightly towards the crowd before looking towards Gao Ming and the others. You should know that I once took over the authority of Dream City at some point in time. Right now, I'm the best person to travel to Dream City. I might have a way to go and gain control of the Dreamweb, thus shutting down the entire Dreamweb. Chapter 129, Traveling to Dream City Level 1, Flame Mountain. Sumu's speech. Taking over Dream City permissions? The crowd froze at the words and quickly remembered the previous system announcement. Indeed, Sumu had once taken over the authority of Dream City. It's something they can't imagine at all. If traveling to Dream City was a battle for authority, if Sumu traveled, he would indeed have an advantage over all of them. If Sumu leads the team, it does have a good chance. Indeed, we've still heard a lot of stories about this first one, and he was still able to escape from under Lane Kent's hand, so he does have a few strengths. When some supporters behind Gao Ming saw Sumu appear, their stance immediately wavered a little. In all fairness, Sumo's advice is indeed good. If none of them left and all of them stayed inside the Steel Fortress, the time they could hold out was definitely very long. With the desperation buff addition of if the Steel Fortress breaks, they have to die, this Steel Fortress was definitely more sturdy. Gao Ming stared at Sumu with his brows furrowed, and after holding up his gold-rimmed glasses, he inquired about the issue that was worrying the crowd within their hearts. Sumu, what makes you able to guarantee that you will be able to reach Dream City? With your strength? Besides, now that the whole fortress is in a state of panic, and many are already preparing sledges to try to escape the Steel Fortress, how will you be able to keep them? Even if we can trust you, can others trust you? Are you confident that you can carry the hopes of all of us? Who are we to pin all our hopes on you? Gao Ming's continuous questioning immediately silenced many people. Indeed, on what grounds? Why was Sumu able to take on everyone's hopes? One must know that once they implemented the program given by Sumu, they were equivalent to trusting their lives to Sumu. The lives of more than 100,000 candidates up and down the entire fort. Can he, Sumu, take it on? If Sumu died, all of their hopes would be destroyed in an instant. Gao Ming's words also silenced the audience watching the live broadcast. Indeed, even though we know Sumu is very strong, it's a little too hard to trust everyone's life on him alone, isn't it? I believe in Sumu, but it doesn't mean that other people believe in Sumu as well. How should those candidates who have never spoken about Sumu, those who have only heard that Sumu is very strong, and those who have never even known Sumu's name, pin their hopes on Sumu? Also a candidate. Sumu is just a little bit stronger. How can he pin the fate of other candidates? Can he carry it? This issue was also debated on the air. On the other side, Sumu's suggestion also caused a discussion among the top brass of Huaxia who were always keeping an eye on the internal situation of the Dream Network. The crowd discussed, deliberated, and eventually came to a conclusion. Sumu's method works, but he had to convince the crowd with his absolute strength. To completely reassure all candidates with absolute eloquence, he had to make a speech directed at the whole fortress, by which he could win the support of the majority of the people. In this way, Sumu had the opportunity to execute his plan. To be reasonable, Sumu's plan was also the ideal plan of salvation that many of the higher-ups were looking for, keeping almost all of the candidates in the Steel Fortress to protect the vast majority of them while fending off most of the beast tides. A small group of strong candidates were then sent out to form a special team to travel to Dream City to fight to the death against the three-eyed humans, Zhang Chang and Ryan Kent, who were vying for ultimate control. To be fair, this fight for control of Dream City is even tougher. Die faster. They were told about the perils they would have to go through to get to Dream City from the Invigilators who did not enter the Dream Network. Because of special rule restrictions, candidates sent to Dream City to request for support were not able to fly directly to Dream City by carrying mental power restoration devices, dream making all kinds of flying items. They are only able to use various types of land transportation and travel along defined routes. And this first level is the Mountain of Heavenly Fire. A flaming mountain range made from a dream created by a strange zone somewhere in the dream web, where the lowest temperature inside is 70 degrees. The searing heat was even capable of scorching the candidate's head. If the candidate who entered didn't have any protection, it would be a matter of seconds before he was directly roasted into a dry corpse. Inside, there was even a group of dream-creating fire spirits inhabiting the area, specializing in dealing with the incoming messengers. The previous heralds had basically folded with their equipment on this level. This was why they did not support the absolute majority of the candidates fleeing to Dream City together. This is a place where crowds really don't always work. This time, Sumu wanted to rush to fight for the control of Dream City. He absolutely could not be delayed by the mountain of heavenly flame, and had to pass through at the fastest speed possible. Can he do it? The 36th floor core area. Faced with Gao Ming's question, Sumu had an answer in his mind after a short hesitation. He looked at the other party and said calmly, "First of all, we are not at equal strength," Sumu said as the black mist surged in his hands, and in an instant, the eternally boundless black mist instantly surged out from the ground and quickly enveloped the entire command center. Just when everyone hadn't reacted, the Yellow Springs Road appeared. The Neho Bridge came out. The raging waters of the River of Forgetfulness ripple magnificently. Countless ghosts quietly surfaced, and the ferocious ghost differentials also cast their gazes over. This extreme oozing feeling instantly made all the candidates' scalps tingle. Just as they couldn't help but want to defend themselves, they heard Sumu leisurely say, "I've been promoted to E." Promoted to E? Feeling the powerful aura emanating from the surrounding black mist, everyone listening to Sumu's words was shaken. E-rated? Really fake? It had only been a short while, and Sumu had been promoted to E rank. Available at. Twisting his head to survey the ghostbusters around him that were releasing a terrifying aura. "You're talking about an F-rated dream?" They are even less convinced. Sumu responded to Gao Ming's first query with absolute strength. The candidates suddenly turned their heads to look at Gao Ming, who had asked the question. Gao Ming, who wore gold-rimmed glasses, swallowed a mouthful of saliva hard at the sight and shouted in disbelief. "You need at least 60 points of spiritual energy to advance to E rank, right? Even if you're an S-ranked spiritual potential with 30 points of spiritual power at the beginning, that still requires exercising at least 30 points of spiritual power. You worked out 30 points of mental power in one breath during the time you took the test?" Sumu smiled at his words and didn't reply, but only replied, "If that's the case, am I qualified to carry out my plan? Execute the plan? You've only answered my first question. There are still other questions left." Gao Ming sniffed and immediately said, "Being strong is only part of the equation. And what assurance do you have that the other candidates will be stranded together? Just in the time we've been discussing this, there have been candidates leading their own men, carrying weapons and equipment in preparation for leaving the area. And what are you going to do to make sure they don't leave?" Takamine said, stepping aside to reveal what was behind him. "Behind me is the announcer. If you can convince the vast majority, even the candidates who are ready to leave, to return, I'll convince you." And an update. Chapter 130, Sumu's speech. Bad start. Convincing all candidates to follow their plan? Sumu knew that his fame and credibility were not enough to convince all the candidates. Even the vast majority of candidates who heard his words would subconsciously think that he was looking for a scapegoat, hoping to find a group of scapegoats to make himself whole, trying to talk through the vast majority of the candidates in 3 words, talking through more than 100,000 candidates. Sumu asked himself. He didn't have such an ability. Or maybe he doesn't have the talent to do so for a while. Trying to do that also only allows you to dream up a character who can talk the talk. But that could be too much trouble. Compared to creating dreams, Sumu had a more convenient means. Surveying the wireless radio beside Gao Ming, Sumu suddenly asked, "Is there a visual window on this floor that can see the rear?" "See the rear window? A window that can see those people at the back of the fortress who are preparing to run away in their sleds?" Gomez understood, then frowned. "You're going to convince them to come back?" Then he sneered, "Are you sure?" Seeing this, Zhao Zhan hurriedly came over to Sumu's side and whispered, "Big brother, these candidates are determined to leave. We can't persuade them no matter how much we want to, and trying to get them to come back is harder than climbing up to heaven. But it's not without a solution." Sumu smiled, "Grab the radio broadcaster and head over there. I have a way to get them to come back." So confident? Looking at Sumu's bashful expression, Gao Ming's heart couldn't help but beat a drum. He knew best what it was like to be in the group that ran away first. It would really be harder than heaven to call these candidates back. People are already blatantly ready to lead their men to escape. That obviously won't care about what other people's eyes, or even the psychological construction that has already been done in their hearts. Even if someone called, they would never come back. If it wasn't for the fact that Gao Ming himself still had a bit of shame, he would have absolutely run away with the lead while shouting for the others to hold on. wanting to call back the candidates who already didn't care if they lost face or not. Could Sumu do it? Takamine didn't believe it. But in the middle of his thoughts, Sumu had already retrieved the scene of the black mist extending around him and walked towards the back of the 36th floor, looking like he was about to go and shout for those people to come back. All follow. Seeing this, Gao Ming shouted to the surrounding minions to pick up the wireless radio and follow suit. He wanted to see what Sumu was going to do. If you can't do it, then use his plan. On the other side of the steel fortress is a seemingly closed wall. When they walked here, without waiting for Sumu to act, the accompanying candidates walked forward, pressed their hands on the wall, and drummed their spiritual energy into it. Originally there was no gap in the steel wall. Gradually wafted a cold wind, and soon in front of the eyes of the crowd opened a gap of half a meter long. You can see the snow outside through the gap. Sumu walked to the gap and leaned down to look down. The height of the 36-story building gave him the idea of jumping down himself. Below, hundreds of sleighs crowded and parked in a mass, and a large number of candidates converged there, densely packed like one black spot after another. They are trying to escape. There were those who had just come from the dead outside the fortress and didn't know what to do. The place was a messy, crowded mess, like people fleeing from a disaster with no order. Such a mess. Zhao Zhen stretched his neck over to take a look and smacked his lips. Big brother, are you sure you want to start with them first? Is this going to be a little too difficult? Then don't try to be brave. How good to honestly follow my method. Gao Ming, who had followed along, saw this and said, who would have expected Sumu to take a closer look, but nodded with satisfaction. The situation, it's not too bad. At least they're all still here. Is this not a bad situation? The audience in the live broadcast room listened to the sound of Sumu's words and wanted to know more and more how Sumu was actually going to persuade this group of people back. I believe you when you say there is a teacher standing here right now who can persuade a large number of people, but I don't believe a word you say about being able to persuade everyone. Sumu in the end how to do is really based on eloquence alone? Who would listen to him down there? It's time for a rousing speech. Show some gusto. Shit. Sumu, go for it. We're all watching. Under everyone's gaze, Sumu received the wireless broadcasting microphone handed over by Cao Ming's little brother. Along with the noisy current sound of beeping, the sound of the radio rang out from throughout the fortress. Even the candidates who had not yet withdrawn from the front line were able to hear it clearly. Coming. The fort's next in command. Shit. Hurry up and tell us how to fight. This monster is getting bigger and bigger. I heard that a lot of people are running away. Why don't we run away too? In an atmosphere of trepidation, everyone pricked up their ears and listened to the words on the radio. Hopefully one of them will show them a path of hope. To run. Or to stay. After the crackling of electricity 3 times in a row, the corridor echoed with Sumu's slightly distorted voice. Fellow students, I am the candidate currently ranked number 1 on the points list. Sumu. Sumuk? The big guy who shoots the sun? Which Sumu? Why don't I have an impression? Is this man from one of the great families, the leader of our fortress now? Isn't the leader of our fortress Zhang Chang? How come it's changed to Sumu? After hearing Sumu's first sentence, a burst of anxious chatter instantly erupted from all areas of the fortress. Sumu's first sentence didn't seem to stabilize the crowd's mentality, but instead provoked a commotion. The hearts of the viewers in the live room sank as they saw this. It's over. How can you start off by introducing your name first, especially a name that isn't very well known? I should have spoken first to stabilize the mood and set the tone. Sumu shouldn't have never studied speech, right? This time it's not the same background as that law enforcement captain's speech back in Dream City. Sumu shouldn't have screwed up the whole speech with one sentence, right? Chapter 131, The Rule of High Voltage. Those who disobey will be killed. There's something wrong with the tone of this start. As Sumu was giving his speech, everyone present was able to faintly hear the clamor and quarrels coming from the other side of the 36th floor. Obviously, this is not a good sign. Humph. Sumu, you're very strong, but if you don't have leadership and can't give speeches, this fortress isn't something you can say anything about yet. Gao Ming sneered as he watched the scene. Sumu's expression remained calm when he heard this, as if the current situation that was gradually getting worse was also expected by him. Gomez was right. Delivering an infectious speech really wasn't his strong suit. He was more adept at telling myths than giving speeches. But the situation at hand, he also had some preconceptions in his mind. The next words were what he wanted to say. Sumu took the microphone and solemnly said, "Next, I will take over control of the entire steel fortress. Fortress rules update. 1. All persons shall not take food and weapons to go to Dream City without prior arrangement. 2. All actions will be subject to the orders of the 36th floor command structure. 3. We at the command level will arrange for all kinds of things to follow, shutting down the dream web to the best of our ability and protecting the steel fortress. And last but not least, in the event that a candidate violates the above rules, shoot to kill." Hearing Sumu's words, Everyone was shocked. Imposing rules. Whoever violates it will be killed? Holy shit. Is Sumu going to do this? Offenders killed? Really? For real? So it turns out, Sumu doesn't want to give a speech at all. Didn't want to give any infectious speeches. He thought that persuasion was meaningless in the current situation, so he simply enforces the harsh rules. I'm dropping a good boy. Sumu is trying to directly forcefully integrate these over 100,000 people with a strong stance and ironic means. This guy's crazy. The audience erupted into a violent brawl when the members of the Imperial Capital's newly formed emergency specialized group were listening to Sumu's words, but they were shouting loudly. This is the most correct way of management. If there is no stunning eloquence, then the unusual exhortation and persuasion will not be able to play any role, but will instead trigger a series of undesirable consequences. It's just fine now. Sumu set a rule to force everyone to follow it. So even if someone doesn't know Sumu, they'll know his rule. This is the best choice in wartime. Now that all the candidates are on the line between life and death, they must enforce this harsh rule if they want to survive. Yes, as discussed by members of the emergency task force, this was the method Sumu came up with. He didn't have any oratorical talent, and if he wanted to convince everyone, he could naturally only use the advantages he possessed. Strength. Now that he had reached rank E, with the magic of source power, he probably wouldn't have any problems soloing dozens of ordinary rank FS at once. Then the path before him was naturally to forcefully pressurize all the candidates with absolute strength, so that they would have to obey even if they didn't. In this way, it would be able to completely mobilize the candidates of the entire steel fortress and force them into a rope. This is bound to stir up even more turmoil, but Sumu believed he could handle it. Along with Sumu's words, the entire fortress directly exploded inside. Kill if you break the rules? This appalling rule immediately emboldened most of the candidates. You know, there's no such thing as a resurrection or protection mechanism anymore. The rules say shoot to kill, that's a real shoot to kill. It's true that if they are killed against the rules, they are really going to die. Hey, what the hell? Such harsh rules? A candidate cursed out, only to find that there weren't many people around who agreed. The silence was overwhelming. It seems that the crowd was very upset by this, but still unexpectedly able to accept it? What kind of a thing is that? Are you crazy? At the 36th floor window, Gao Ming exclaimed as he listened to Sumu's words. And shoot to kill? You still want to kill? Gao Ming said as a chill inevitably flashed through his heart. Yeah, getting killed now can be a real death. If in case Sumu moves, is there any room for him to fight back? I'm wide awake, and this is the fastest way to be able to integrate everyone, Sumu calmly said as he held the radio microphone. What about those people down there? Gao Ming pointed at the candidates who were trying to escape within the snow below. Of course, kill, Sumu calmly said. Standing up to the gap in the opening as 7 colored streams of light surged in his hands. Inside the dream creating heartland, the body transformed into a mountain gradually restored its original appearance. Its golden pupils glowing with dazzling light, gradually revealing its own magnificent body in front of the snowy ground. What's that? The candidates who were preparing to escape looked at the sky-like giant's face in horror and took out their weapons in unison to defend. Just then, Sumu's voice came. All candidates who want to leave, listen. I'm giving you one last chance. Return immediately to accept the unified jurisdiction of the command group. This is not an exam and there is no one to interfere with my behavior. As soon as someone tries to leave, I'll kill him. Finish him off at all costs. Sumu took the microphone and said rather coldly. In an instant, the entire fleeing group fell silent. They had a mind to make an angry remark and encourage the crowd to run away together. What if the other party actually followed their own rules, regardless of the interior of the steel fortress, and directly hunted down every student who escaped this? That's a first. That's strength. They had heard about it. What if this guy really is crazy? The fleeing members looked at each other in disbelief, but none of the sleds dared to take the risk. Looking at the towering giant that had been dreamed up, the implication of obedience within the crowd immediately took over. Go, that's a real dare. Gradually, there were candidates in the fleeing crowd who silently took the supplies and weapons they had carried in their sleds out again, creating a dream of a few Rexes and carrying them back towards the interior of Dream City. That works too. On the 36th floor, Gao Ming was dumbfounded as he looked at the crowd gradually returning below. At this moment, he profoundly realized that the teenager in front of him really had some skills. What parasites? What methods? People don't even use it. He had everyone under his control straight away with harsh rules. You don't say yes, promise or die. What made Sumu able to carry the hopes of all of them? The question is just a bit ridiculous. According to the strength of Sumu's current rule, they could only pin their hopes on Sumu. There's no other option. It wasn't so controversial when Sumu was the only option. Chapter 132 Acquaintance arrives. Pathfinding talent. This guy switched roles a bit quickly, taking that army approach straight to use. As Gao Ming thought, he saw Sumu turn his head and look over, and the meaning contained in his eyes was already obvious. Abide sth. Or die. Gao Ming felt a chill in his heart and gritted his teeth. I'm convinced. Just do as you say. I hope we all survive. In a life and death situation, he didn't want to try to show off and add to the chaos. Right now, Sumu showed absolute dominance. Then he could only submit to the other party and follow his methods. He wanted to live, and could only hope that Sumu would succeed, and could only hope that this method was the right one. Seeing that Gomez, the leader of the fugitive faction, had obeyed down, the group of fugitive factions behind him instantly fell back. I actually think that's a good way to do it. I've wanted to comply with this method for a long time. Ahem. Are we going to rotate to the front line? There's quite a need for manpower over there. Listening to the noisy chatter of the people around him, Sumu's expression didn't change in any way as he pondered the arrangement. All of you, follow the plan as originally laid out, and organize the missions down the chain of command first. Besides, pick 3 more students to follow me to Dream City. Be quick and not be able to delay a moment. Of course, on the way out, candidates traveling to Dream City are required to briefly introduce themselves over the radio. Though we impose harsh rules, they have no right to refuse. But they have a right to know in whom they have placed their hopes. As the candidates listened to Sumu's arrangement, their expressions grew more and more impressed after a little thought. Do a short introduction of yourself. For one thing, to leave your name behind, so you don't become an unsung hero. Secondly, it was also to give the candidates from all over the fortress a peace of mind as to who exactly would be going out in their place. Their persistence will not become meaningless. Most importantly, this would prevent shady practices and many other situations from occurring, and it would also allow candidates who wanted to follow them to Dream City to weigh their strengths to see if they met the criteria for traveling or not. Without some strength and still follow along to Dream City, people are afraid to poke their spine if they know. Don't worry, big brother. Then we'll get right to it. The crowd quickly moved at Sumu's urging, drafting masters for drafting masters and arranging the defense of the fortress for arranging the defense. Enlisting masters is the easiest thing to do. Other than the experts who were still outside the fortress and hadn't arrived at the steel fortress, the remaining candidates who were still ranked in the top 100 of Huaxia were basically at the 36th floor. All Sumu had to do was to select 3 of these candidates among them to follow him to Dream City. Big brother, should there be more masters selected? Sun Yibiao suggested. There are a lot of difficulties on this road, so picking some more experts would be considered adding some certainty. This will not delay the defense of the steel fortress. Within the fortress we rely on all types of dream-making weapons. The candidate's individual strength will in turn be somewhat limited here. I suggest that after you leave, 2 or 3 more teams of candidates be selected one after another to travel to Dream City, as a way of keeping a bottom. Sunny Biao's advice was pertinent, and his words were not distrustful of Sumu. After all, more people going had a better chance of success in the eyes of others inside the fortress. Sumu didn't refuse after a little thought and nodded before saying, just do as you say. But when you pick your squad after I'm gone you must pick the strongest. There's no problem with that. Don't worry, big brother. We'll arrange it. I will not be traveling with the team to Dream City, and will wait within the steel fortress for your news. Sunny Biao is a sincere person. His talent strength is not low, but the distance from the most top group of people is still almost the strength. So he chose to stay behind and give the opportunity to others. He himself relies on his forces to do what is best for him. So I'll have some of the top-ranked candidates come over. Let's see who you're going to take. Big brother? In the middle of the conversation, a voice of words came out from the side. There's no need to find anyone. Counting the 2 of us to form a squad is enough. Sumu listened to the sound of talking that sounded a bit familiar, and turned his head to look. It was Jiang Hongspoon who was wearing a starry sky armor with ice blue eyes, and Jiang Li who was wrapped in a heavy snow coat. They also came to the steel fortress. It's pretty fast. Seeing the arrival of the squad guarding the Great Wall, Sumu immediately showed some smiles. How is it? Are all the people alright? Not bad. Can't die. Thanks to Brother Mu's Great Wall that you dreamed up gave us time to retreat. Otherwise the brothers would have all been accounted for there. Sister Tang Zhuwuneng is resting inside the fortress after consuming too much spiritual energy. And the 2 brothers Azhou are both more or less carrying some injuries. But there's no major problem. The people of our Great Wall basically didn't die. They are all alive and well. Jiang Li laughed. Brother Mac, take the 2 of us with you. Just came to the steel fortress still holding up? Sumu looked at the 2 men and said, if there were physical problems I would never open this mouth to drag Brother Mu down. Jiang Li sniffed and immediately said. Ginger Red Spoon also nodded. Alright, counting the 2 of you, I'll take 1 more person and leave immediately. Sumu nodded after a moment of contemplation. Excuse me, add me if there's 1 more person missing. I'm not bad at all. Someone in the crowd shouted and stepped forward. Blowing up his own level and strength, he was moderately good enough to be considered a top-notch player. Just as Sumu was thinking about agreeing, a calm voice came from another part of the fortress. It's better to take me with you when you go to Dream City. I'll be able to provide you with great help. The crowd sniffed and turned their heads to look. The voice is a body standing straight young man. Cut-inch hair. Head square. A country face with a serious look. It's a new face. Without waiting for Sumu's few inquiries, but he heard the youth report to himself. Fong Xing. Spiritual potential level B. Dreammaker fits 67%. Spiritual potential level B. Fits 67%? The crowd looked at each other in disbelief. And Sunny Biao stood out with a frown. Hey, what the hell? This value is also able to be taken out and used? Any one of us standing out here has a better value than you. Don't come messing around. The young man named Fong Xing listened without any change in his attitude and remained serious. It's true that I don't have high dual attributes, but I have a special talent on my panel. My attribute panel has one more ability than yours. Wayfinding. I am able to spend mental energy and thus find a path based on my inner thoughts. It can be an escape route or a forward route, even the survival route. Chapter 133, Collective Self-Explosion Special Talent. The Rescue Squad assembled. Talent attributes. Sumu immediately raised an eyebrow at his words. That confirmed his suspicions. If Fong Xing had a talent panel, then Zhang Yukai before him also had one. For Zhang Youcai's ability, Sumu's heart had been flooded with doubts, but thinking that it was someone's secret he didn't ask. Right now, this Fong Xing's words had confirmed his suspicions. So, in addition to his 1,000 years of Chinese talent, there were people who had awakened other talents as well. He wasn't the only gifted one. However, Sumu could be certain that his talent was definitely among the top group. While pondering, he heard a few people beside him. Sunny Biao speak in a bewildered manner. Hey, kid, do you realize what you're saying? An extra talent option on the attribute panel? Are you kidding me? Holy shit, you even started making up nonsense to keep up with Sumu's team? And the talent panel. Apparently, they hadn't awakened any special talents. I'm not lying. When Fong Xing heard this and immediately wanted to explain, he saw Jiang Hongspoon, who had been silent all this time, speak up and say, I also possess a special talent. The talent panel is real. Zhang Li also scratched his head as he sniffed. I also have a talent for panels, haha. What? When Jiang Hongspoon said this, it immediately caused those who wanted to question it to shut their mouths, their eyes glaring round. Even Fong Xing froze and turned his head to look over. He thought he was the only one with a special talent. There really are a small number of people who have talent options on their attribute panel. Sunny Biao. Several people listening to the discussion sound people are numb. They could consider Fong Xing's words as a joke, but if Jiang Hongspoon Zhang Li also said so, then it might be true. Hey, how did this awaken? Sunny Biao asked excitedly. I don't know. It just came with the awakening, but thinking it might be a bit bizarre, I kept it to myself. Square-shaped honestly. Ginger Red Spoon also nodded slightly at his words. A few people's conversation directly made the audience watching the live broadcast dumbfounded. It was important to know that the matter of talent options was only known to a group of chief examiners and 5 S-class powerhouses. Right now they were naturally incapable of delivering this message. Now the audience and the dreammakers out there are learning about this for the first time. Talent options? Seriously? The centuries-old Dreammaker panel has been updated with something new? Holy shit. So that's how it is. I said how Sumu has so much spiritual power. He has some kind of talent to increase his spiritual power, right? So some of the dark horses that popped up in this class are related to this talent panel? Is it possible that all future awakenings will have the probability of hitting this talent panel? Hiss. In that case, then the measurement of a Dreammaker's strength can be added another statistic. The stronger the talent, the stronger the Dreammaker. Talent options? The senior researchers who were following Sumu's live broadcast stood up in a mischievous manner at the words. Those who had studied the Dreammaker profession for years naturally knew what this meant. It meant that the Dreammaker's strength was about to take a sudden leap forward. A gifted Dreammaker and a Dreammaker without a gifted panel might not be on the same level at all. For example, the Dream-making sculptor. When you diligently improve your carving level, and someone else gets a talent that allows them to improve their carving level by consuming mental energy, the gap between the two quickly widens. The same is true for the dream-making character aspect. When the dream makers face off, you create a dream character very quickly. People have an accelerated talent even faster, directly before you step to complete the dream. And when you create a dream to come, the head are separated. Also, this talent should also have advantages and disadvantages, right? There are powerful talents and weak ones. Ginger Red Spoon is undoubtedly a powerful talent. What about Sumu? What would be the talent that could support him until he was promoted to E rank? How powerful is it? Other than that, this time, Our chances of winning have increased by a few percent. If this candidate named Fong Xing isn't lying, then his pathfinding ability is nothing short of a divine skill in a life and death situation like this right now. Seeking a path to close the link to the Dreamweb is also a path. If such a path can be sought out, there is hope. No! Immediately send the message to Wang Zhu and the others who entered the Dream Realm battlefield. This 4-person squad can definitely make an outstanding contribution. Shit! Hearing this news all of a sudden at the moment of life and death caused Sunny Biao and the other group of elite candidates to emit a thick, sour odor all over their bodies. Eat the lemon. Having a unique and special talent is just more awesome. And they become so-called mortals? And of course, that's good news. After all, the more such candidates there were, the higher the probability that they would be able to survive this time. So, big brother, you also have some special talent? Sunny Biao looked at Sumu. Not bad. Sumu nodded slightly at his words. Woj. Sunny Biao looked around and felt that he couldn't melt into the circle. He opened his personal panel, and it was still the same old stuff, with absolutely no desire to increase it. If there hadn't been this life and death crisis, this group of people wouldn't have been able to hide this secret and pretend to be pigs eating tigers. Fong Xing's special talent, pathfinding. Didn't you hear what they said? A way forward can be found. A way to escape can be found. And a way to survive can be found. What a conceptual sense of pathfinding this is. His role is also clearly understood by the crowd. If he traveled to Dream City with the square and the mental power recovery device, the square might be able to find a real way to live there. This ability couldn't have come at a better time. Chapter 134 Departure. Wait, bro. Why are you going to fight for control of the Dream Network? Why don't you just take us and run away? Zhao Zhan suddenly had a flash of inspiration and was excited. Wouldn't you just look for roads that would allow you to safely travel to the Dreamland battlefield and still be able to meet up with the search and rescue forces? Yeah. What's the point of going to Dream City when you can do that? Doesn't it smell good to just run away? Zhao Zhan's words reminded the surrounding candidates. Yeah, man. You need to develop your brain with that pathfinding talent. Brothers cannot worry about what spiritual power consumption we hear is the least lack of spiritual power. Spiritual power recovery device can have a lot of spiritual power. Spiritual power tube enough. That's right. What's the point of going to Dream City? Isn't it good for us to just run away? Fong Xing, who had cut his hair in inches, let out a bitter laugh at his words and said, if only it were really that simple. I used my pathfinding ability at the first sign of abnormality in the Dreamweb, consuming mental energy trying to find a way to survive or a way out of the Dreamweb. But no matter how I change the words of the path, following the path will eventually bring me to the 36th floor, and the end of this road. All point to Sumu. Fong Xing looked at Sumu and said, I'm guessing that it's most likely because Sumu is preparing to head to Dream City first, so the first squad he formed has become the biggest hope at the moment. That is, the only way. Although this pathfinding ability of mine is able to increase the accuracy of pathfinding by injecting spiritual power, it will also be affected by my own rank. Otherwise, wouldn't it be better for me to simply seek a one-step path to promote to the S rank? Pathfinding abilities are limited by their level. This way, the candidates were slightly disappointed at the words. There was little chance for Fong Xing to grow up at the moment. Since that's the case, Brother Mu, then let Fong Xing fill the last slot in our squad. His pathfinding effect can still be useful. Jian Li suggested. Welcome to the team. Your talent can be vital in the next process. Sumu sniffed without the slightest hesitation and looked at Fong Xing and extended his hand. I will definitely do my best. Fong Xing, who had cut his inches, nodded solemnly and reached out to shake Sumu's hand. After identifying the members, the four of them did not delay and immediately prepared to depart. As per the requirements mentioned by Sumu earlier, a few people came to the wireless radio and prepared to start their short introductions. Looking at the microphone, even the social terrorist Conri appeared in a rare state of consternation. After all, they had a heavy burden to carry on this expedition. What a way to carry the lives of over 100,000 people on your back. If their first batch goes down, there may not be any more to follow. Mako, it's better if you go first. You started it, gingerly suggested. The crowd all looked towards Sumu. It's okay. Sumu nodded as he sniffed, not having too much of a mental burden about it. He phrased his words slightly for a moment and decided to introduce himself in the most matter-of-fact way possible. Sound of nibbling, accompanied by the sound of a slight electric current. Sumu's voice once again resounded throughout the fortress. Candidates. After 36 levels of screening through the chain of command, the first 4 candidates to travel to Dream City have appeared. I, Sumu, spiritual potential rank S, currently promoted to rank E, am the leader of this trip to Dream City. E-class Dream Maker? As soon as Sumu's words came out, an uproar was immediately heard from the 36th floor frontline location. Holy shit, an E-rank Dream Maker? Really? No. One in the Huaxia points ranking is so bullish, just awakened for 10 days and directly surpassed us by a level? Hiss, there really is a bull man in this class of candidates. Having him go over there instead of us is very promising indeed. The big guy must be cheering. We don't want to die here. Strength can always trump all types of words. Hearing that it was led by the E-rank Sumu, all the candidates temporarily settled down a lot inside. Some of the ordinary candidates were even silently praying for Sumu in their hearts as they listened to Sumu's words. They knew that they definitely couldn't play any role, and their only hope could be pinned on Sumu's body. Your turn. After briefly introducing himself, Sumu handed over the microphone to Zhongli, who was at the side. Conri took it and took a deep breath before introducing it. I, Zhongli, have a mental potential of a career fit of 70, and I also have a special hidden talent. After Jiangli finished speaking, he handed the microphone to the ginger red spoon next to him. Ginger red spoon. Spiritual potential a heavy +, occupational fit 87, also possesses special talents. Ginger red spoon's voice was calm, and this time it also surprisingly said a few more words. Fong Xing, spiritual potential B, degree of fit 67%. Although my strength is not the most outstanding, I possess the special talent pathfinding. I will definitely lead everyone to find the final way out. Please feel free to leave it to us. Fong Xing spoke with an extremely serious expression, almost as if he was patting his chest to guarantee it. Finally taking back the microphone, Sumu shallowly explained what talent was for the crowd, and his words sparked another gasp. Talent? Holy shit, is that a dream maker profession we've awakened? Are the other dream makers already this outrageous? And special talent options? Pathfinding talent. This brother called Fong Xing has awakened well. We'll definitely be able to get out with them around. For a while, many candidates were inspired and uplifted. If the radio isn't lying, the strength of this batch of squads had indeed exceeded their expectations. It was also at this moment that Sunny Biao received a communication from his little brother and hurriedly said to Sumu, Big brother, several sledges equipped with various types of weapons and spiritual power recovery devices have been prepared. You may move at once. A sleigh ride? Sumu shook his head after a little thought at his words. This is a little too slow. I have a faster way of moving, he said, twisting his head to look at his squad members. Let's go down to the sleds first. Bring whatever weapons you need yourselves and I'll take you with me. Yes. Several people agreed and were about to move toward the location of the elevator. Don't worry, big brother. The Steel Fortress can definitely carry it for a long time with us. We, the Steel Fortress, are a solid backing for you, big brother. Just don't worry about doing it. The Steel Fortress is all ours. Sunny Biao and the others looked at Sumu's few people and waved goodbye encouragingly. Well, you guys just don't worry. Sumu responded with a smile. Saying goodbye to Sunny Biao's several people, Sumu's 4 people took the elevator led by one of the candidates and quickly descended to the first floor. The doors gradually opened with the slow vibration of the elevator after a quick descent. Countless pairs of eyes looked over. Here, countless candidates trying to escape and running from other fortresses were present. Seeing Sumu's few people appear, a candidate who recognized the face immediately shouted, Sumu and the others have come out. At that moment, the gazes of all the candidates in the room looked at Sumu's 4 people. He's Sumu, the big man who has been promoted to E rank? This promotion speed, it's a little too fierce, isn't it? So, all of our hopes now rest on Sumu's 4 people? Holy shit. Amidst the whispers, someone yelled out, make sure you do your best, we're here waiting for your good news. The candidates' words drew a chorus of agreement. Go for it, big brother, our lives are in your hands. Sumu's 4 listened to the words of the people around them and felt that the burden they were carrying was a little heavier. This one is not like the previous unified exam. If they failed and didn't stop the starry sky beast from controlling the dream network, then the lives of these 100,000 candidates would all be buried here. Right now, having lost contact with the outside world, they have no idea if the rescue team outside has already set off, wasn't able to save them successfully, so, one can only pin one's hopes on oneself. Depart. Chapter 135, Plague Black Sun, a trap from the most powerful starry sky behemoth. Just as Sumu's few people were making their move, candidates from the Eagle, Woolly Bear, and White Elephant countries also sent out their teams one after another. There is not just one dream city. Each country corresponds to a dream city. Rafi's words were naturally influencing candidates from other countries to travel to Dream City. All did not know what they would be facing there, but all were righteous. Basically, all of the country's command-level candidates chose the same way as Sumu, with the large force staying at the Steel Fortress and a small number of people heading to Dream City. But compared to Sumu's harsh intimidation, they take a slightly different approach. White Elephant State, because of the country's harsh caste system, the noble candidates above the Brahmins gained the leadership of the Steel Fortress in a matter of moments. sending out a portion of the elite noble candidates to go on the expedition while bringing along a portion of the lower caste candidates to serve as cannon fodder. The Eagle Kingdom's method was a bit more simple and crude. They directly took the employment approach, with the promise of realistic money and all kinds of dream-making items, hiring a large group of cannon fodder candidates to accompany the elite candidates to the Dream City. There were still very few countries like Sumu that only went to a four-man squad. Meanwhile, the nearby area where the Dream Network connected with the Dream Battlefield, a piece of meteorite floating in the air, like land, gradually gathered powerful dream makers from different regions of the world, with different skin colors. There are thousands of them. They were all at least C-ranked. Vanguard troops sent over from various countries to scout the inside ahead of time. More dream makers are still on their way. At this moment, all the dream makers surveyed the seemingly empty space ahead of them. There was a strange glow formed by the exchange of the Dreamweb and the Dream Battlefield there. As if by taking just one more step forward, they would be able to enter next to the entrance of the Dreamweb to rescue their students. But none of these dream makers dared to step forward. This was because this seemingly calm and uneventful area was like an invisible black hole that swallowed up all the dream makers that entered. An anxious A-ranked dream maker had also tried to go in, and up to now there was no news passed on from the other side. The level of danger inside is at least A-rated. According to the clues provided by the other invigilators, it's only right that Rafi has been guarding this area. So why has this area turned out like this? There was a hawk-nosed blonde man who was completely unable to understand. Did Rafi defect too? He mused and offered his guess. Oh, shat, don't insult our country's dream maker. Rafi is definitely a staunch warrior for the protection of humanity. He was the one who made that to alert broadcast earlier. A dream maker immediately retorted. Humph, that's hard to say. Lane Kent used to be a determined fighter too. The hawk-nosed blonde chimed back. Both sides saw that they were about to tear each other apart. When Wang Zhe, who had arrived next to them first, frowned and spoke out to interrupt the fight between the two. Both of you. Right now our candidates are still experiencing danger inside. Are you guys trying to implode here? Humph. The arguing pair quieted down then. Seeing such a situation, Wang Zhe took a deep breath and took the initiative to step forward. Tell you what, it's not a good idea to go on like this. I'll go into this area and see what's going on. What? No way. Principal, it's better if I go. Wang Zhe's words were immediately opposed by those around himself, especially the two B-ranked dream makers who had followed him. You're the principal, and this is the time to be commanding the upcoming war. Let me go. It's time for my old bones to go into the ground. As the two professors spoke, their hands flashed with seven-colored light, about to dream up something to enter them to find out what was going on. Wait, several of you. Now is not the time to take turns going in to test the waters. I suggest that we split up 10 A-ranked dream makers to go in together to see what's going on. Just don't go for the B level. It's a little safer. The person who spoke was an A-ranked dream maker with his head wrapped in a white cloth. From the White Elephant Country. His words were quickly recognized by the surrounding executives. After the people looked at each other, Wang Zhe, who was pacifying two of his men, stepped forward, followed by the Eagle Kingdom's A-ranked dream maker. In these circumstances, they were all more worried about the candidates from their own countries inside, and there was no mutual pushback at the moment. After 8 more stood out one by one, the squad was finalized. After instructing the men they had brought with them, the 10 men immediately began their pre-battle preparations. Wang Zhe diced the ring in his hand and took out a narrow long knife from it, and as the long knife glowed, an armor was attached to it. Apparently, he is a martial arts dream maker. Like Ginger Red Spoon specializes in the Flesh Dream Creator Stream, the A-ranked dream maker from the White Elephant Kingdom was different, as he fished out a flute from somewhere, and when he gently blew, a turquoise-eyed snake immediately appeared in the air in front of him. The snake was more than 5 meters long, and its light golden eyes revealed an icy killing intent. Each of the 10 dream makers showed their abilities, and after they finished preparing in unison, they did not delay, and after glancing at each other, they quickly entered the seemingly empty battlefield in front of them. The moment he jumped in, Wang Zhe gripped the long knife in his hand tightly, and in his inner mind, he had already prepared himself to face the sneak attack of the mutineer Rafi. But just as he entered the moment, he felt the sky darken in front of him, accompanied by the hissing sounds of various types of monsters resounding in his head. Look forward. Pupils snapped. In front of the eye, the dark sun hangs high in the sky, emitting gusts of pure black flame and the sound of burning air. Star Behemoth Spectral Fire. Its essence is a dark red flame that produces all sorts of bizarre ailments whenever it is radiated by its light, and the ability of the underworld fire, which can transform into the sun, is even better. The Dream Makers named the advanced spectral fire, Plague Black Sun. Undifferentiated release of plague from the top star giants. Is this the one that controls Rafi? No, not just it. Wang Zhe looked carefully toward the front. Some creatures appeared that shouldn't have been there. thousands of feet-long purple dragons surrounded the black sun to the left and right, and a purple crown grew vaguely from the position of its head, symbolizing its kingly status. A single scarlet eye continued to multiply in the void area illuminated by that black light. Vaguely, one could also hear bursts of strange and melodious singing. Plague Black Sun, Red-Eyed Catfish, Phantom Mother, Dragon of Desire. Wang Zhe muttered about the starry sky behemoth he saw, and a feeling of horror unexpectedly spread out from his originally heavy heart at this moment. It was basically a rare coincidence to see two different star beasts in the same place. Right now, the appearance of at least 4 types of supreme starry sky giants in the same place was something unheard of for them. Nothing else. The Plague Black Sun is a starry sky beast with an indiscriminate attack. Even companions are capable of killing. Right now, the Dragon of Desire was however close to the other party, flying recklessly as if it was completely unaffected by anything. They started working together? The situation is not right. Run out. Surveying this scene, the White Elephant Country's A-ranked dream creator let out a low roar, and the serpent tail of the large snake stepping under his feet directly coiled him up, about to throw the White Elephant Country's A-ranked dream creator out of this area. At the moment of seeing these creatures come together, the crowd understood. No wonder the A-levels came in with no sound at all. With such a powerful lineup of monsters, this place is clearly a huge trap. This was definitely not a lineup that the 10 of them could deal with. Just at the moment when the White Elephant Kingdom Dream creator's body was about to be thrown out, 3 huge, dark and deep eyes suddenly twisted and transformed behind him. Now that you're here, stay. A dry voice whispered from the giant eye. There's another shift, which may be a little late. Chapter 136, The Gift of Zheng Hongspoon's Siblings. The first floor of the Iron Fortress. Under the guidance of Sunny Biao's little brother, Sumu's few people came to the several sled cars that had been prepared. Inside it were large piles of weapons and food. Fang Shape and Jianli each took a mental power recovery device from one of them and carried it on their backs, while Sumu and Zheng Hongspoon brought some food with them respectively. The 4 had given up almost all their weapons and carried only a small amount of food. After all, this battle shouldn't be a protracted one. All set, right? There. Then let's go. Sumu said as he stepped out of the steel fortress and stood on the snow covered with sled prints. Tilting his head to the sky, he was able to see a large number of black seeds continuously crossing the sky, flying in the direction towards Dream City. Either they landed next to the Dream City or on the path they must take. Sumu couldn't help but think of Dream City, which had already pushed down its walls. At this moment, the peril of Dream City is truly spiritual. Fortunately, we haven't seen any high-grade starry sky giants descending yet. And the Dream City side should be able to stabilize the situation with the strength of a few A-ranked law enforcement team members. Just be afraid. A look of gravity vaguely appeared on Sumu's face. Everyone in Dream City is part of the S-ranked dream world, and if the other side controls Ryan Kent to have the whole Dream City completely under his control, it won't be a Dream City crisis. Rather, they who were about to travel to Dream City suffered, and going over there would be a death sentence. Can't afford not to go yet. Take a step and see what happens. While Sumu was pondering, Zhongli, who was next to him, came over with his mental power recovery device on his back and asked, Brother Mu, how are we going to go? There's a ban on air in this sky. Ban the air? It's not like he banned transportation. Sumu sniffed back. Right now, naturally, it was not the time to hide, directly summoning the Duke of the Land to shrink the ground. One step is the right thing to do. The transported man? Brother Mu, are you planning to take the 3 of us and vanish directly to Dream City at high speed? Zhongli was stunned at his words. This is something an E-ranked dream maker can do? Brother Mako, your talent shouldn't be a spiritual enhancement or a drastic reduction in dream-making consumption, right? It's about the same. Sumu nodded at his words. No, so useful. People are so angry compared to people. Zhongli shouted. What are you two's talents? Forget it if it's not convenient to say. Sumu asked with a slight hint of curiosity. I am nothing bad to talk about. My talent is inspiration. Consuming a certain amount of mental energy can boost the strength of an item or character that I have dreamed up. It's the equivalent of one burst. Kamri scratched his head. Spark STH. Sort of a summoning dream maker's god skill. It's just a shame that you can only use it on creatures you dream up. Sumu nodded and looked at Zheng Hongspoon, who spoke softly. Advance. Precognition? Without waiting for Sumu to inquire, the 2 people next to him screamed out. Holy shit, sis. Your ability is precognition? Precognition of the future? Zhongli exclaimed. Obviously, he didn't know what exactly his sister's awakened ability was before. With your ability, what are we still walking for? Hurry up and calculate the future and see if it will work. No? Then what's the point of my pathfinding? Isn't the precognition talent just casually hanging on to pathfinding? Fang Xing was dumbfounded. Well, his powers overlap with the other guys. Obviously the ginger red spoon is strong. Is he not needed then? It's only just out of the steel fortress now, and you're still able to go back for a replacement? As Fang Xing thought, he heard Jiang Hong's spoon add, "It's the branch of the branch, branching out of, branch. This advance? That's okay. He's still useful." Fang Xing let out a slight sigh of relief, and suddenly his expression turned even more stunned. Wait, this advanced talent shouldn't be the kind of ability I thought it was? As he spoke, he heard Jiang Hong's spoon explain, "When I perform dream creation, I can first take credit and dream up an item with zero loss, and then make up for it when I have the mental energy." Crap! Even the audience in the live broadcast room was dumbfounded at this moment. Carrying out dream building with the ability to take credit up front. Dream up stuff first, then make up for it when you have the mental power to do so. Hissing, I suddenly feel like this squad has a lot of promise. Everyone's not weak. If there was no Sumu, this ability of Jiang Hong Spoon would definitely be number one. Ah, crap! The advances are coming. Creating dreams at zero cost. If there is no limit to the ability of Ginger Red Spoon is not heavenly. Directly create a dream of a full-bodied A-class character out, and then pay for the spiritual power in installments? Shit, dreaming can still be played like this? While the crowd was discussing, they heard Sumu pondering and inquiring, what are the restrictions? Currently, you are only able to advance 50 points of spiritual energy, which will increase as you level up. Ginger Red Spoon replied, only able to advance 50 points of spiritual energy now. Ah. The crowd heard this and it made sense. No, and it doesn't make sense. Maybe it was because Sumu already had 100 points of spiritual power, making them think that this ability was also still normal? Chapter 137 in Dream Creating Banana Fan, but miniature version. That's pretty scary too, isn't it? Gingerly called out. Everyone is so strong, we can't just die here this time. Sis, if you make it out alive then make sure to burn more for my brother me. Before Jiangli could finish his words, he was interrupted by Sumu. Alright, we're not even gone yet. Don't plant a flag on yourself. Stand by me all of you. If we don't get moving we're really going to be delayed. Okay. Jiangli also knew that his words were a bit inauspicious, and quickly turned the conversation around, carrying the spiritual power recovery device and quickly standing behind Sumu. The same goes for Ginger Red Spoons and Squares. Seeing that all three of them were already in position, Sumu immediately sank his consciousness within the dream-creating heartland and searched for the land eunuch who was resting in the land temple. Seemingly sensing the gaze of Sumu's gaze, the land eunuch got up and picked up his curved wooden staff already ready. I'm sorry for the land. Not in the way. This is the duty of the little old man. The land eunuch arched his hand and said, soon. The old man with a slightly short stature and a curved wooden staff descended in streams of light in front of Sumu's several people. Without waiting for Sumu to open his mouth, the old man waved the curved wooden staff in his hand, and gusts of white smoke then emerged from around the feet of Sumu's four people. When the white smoke covered the whole body, several people only felt that their feet were empty and fell down at the same time. Their sight began to rotate. It had vanished into the land in a strange way and was moving at high speed towards the front. This is the transported man? I'll be damned if I'm a bit dizzy. It's so fast. Jiang Li shouted. Are we moving forward? Why do I feel like the direction is a bit off? Fang Xing, who had lost his sense of direction, felt like he was constantly flying upwards. After about a quarter of an hour or so, a hot breath that seemed to be able to burn the surrounding skin came from the front, and the recluse stopped at that moment. There was another spinning of the sky, and several people were thrown from the land. What's the situation? Gingerly twisting his body dizzily, he stabilized himself and looked towards the front. The familiar snow was gone, replaced by cracked and dry soil with occasional spurts of orange-red flames in the dry cracks between the soil. The sight looked inward towards this parched land, and vaguely, several walking and beating flames could be seen, like monsters guarding this place. The scene just feels hot, but it was such a scene. But the flames that burned to the extreme didn't give Jianli any sense of heat. He looked down at his feet and noticed a dividing line, white on one side, with a flaming yellowish-brown color on the other. Here, the snow is clearly separated from the flames, creating a strong visual contrast. The land here has been inflicted with spells, and I'm afraid that it would be extremely difficult for little old me to bring a few of you over with my current strength, the land eunuch said with an arch. Looks like this is the first level we have to go through. This place is hot, right? Jiangli crouched down and saved a snowball and threw it in. As soon as it hit the ground, the icy snowflakes mingled with the hot ground, making a nuisance melting sound. In just 3 seconds, the snowball dissipated into nothingness under the heat of the flames. The temperature seems a little high. Seeing this, Fang Xing also tried to stand in front and looked around for a while, realizing that the flames erupting from the surrounding land were not too dense. There are a few portions of land that appear to be reasonably capable of being trodden. This level shouldn't require us to find a route that isn't too hot and can avoid the fire spirits, right? He said with a twinkle in his eye. Isn't now the time for the pathfinding talent to take the field? Using the pathfinding talent would surely allow you to find the shortest route for a quick passage. Look at me, Feng Xing said, opening his talent panel and pouring his spiritual energy into it. Soon, a dark green arrow appeared in front of him. There, let's go like this and then walk halfway around that high rock. Feng Xing looked at the route while using his finger to roughly point out to the crowd the best route he was looking for. Fingers circled 7 times without a straight line. It looks quite complicated. The viewers of the live broadcast frowned at this scene. How long will it take to get around? It's too annoying. Indeed, this straight line distance route is only 2 minutes. According to the route of the party line, that has to go to when? Upstairs. Can you see if you can walk in a straight line? A pillar of fire erupting from its entire body, and a large swath of jumping fire spirit creatures in front of it. This would definitely be slower and more delayed if you go in a straight line. But if they don't go straight, they're really just going to go through one level at a time. How long will they take it until? Yeah, time can be life now. We'd better not delay on the road for too long, or the situation in Dream City will get worse and worse. The audience was gripped by the land eunuch, however, stood out and looked at Sumu and said, the little old man observes that this place may be similar to the Flame Mountain, so he can ask the banana fan to extinguish this fire, or take out the white jade cup stored on earth and transfer the water of the yellow river to try to open up a path, except that it may have little effect. There is a shortage of water in this part of the land, and it is difficult for mere yellow river water to make a big difference in a short period of time. Like this? Sumu sniffed and thought. The books in his mind that belonged uniquely to the 1,000 years of China slowly flipped, and a bushel with an overall turquoise color, thin in the middle and fat at both ends surfaced in front of Sumu's eyes. The banana fan. Kunlun Mountain. Since the birth of the spirit of the treasure after the chaos, which is attached to the gas of Tyene, has the effect of restraining the flame. If a fan of the person can make it fly 48,000 miles away, it is the magic weapon of Princess Iron Fan, the wife of King Bull Demon. The Monkey King's 3 borrowed banana fans were used to extinguish the flaming mountain. Right now, sacrificing this magic treasure was naturally the best. Just use the banana fan. Sumu pondered for a moment. Then he turned his head to the 3 of them. There's no need to find your way. You guys stand behind me. I'll directly fan out these fires with my fan. There's no point in wasting time here. Using a fan to put out a fire? The crowd who didn't know about the banana fan were confused. A fan to put out a fire? Isn't that fanning the flames? What? Not using the white jade cup? I just want to still think that Sumu is preparing to directly flood this place with river water again. It should be a little difficult to drown out. The soil here is cracked so much that the space below is not likely to be very large. And as the landlord said, even if the flames could be extinguished by the cups, it would take a while. I don't care if you don't use the white jade cup. What's the point of using a fan? I understand that water can put out fire, but the wind can also put out fire? I feel like it's getting bigger and bigger. Is it hard to believe that this wind has something to say? Big brother, using a fan to extinguish the fire on this mountain? Zhongli scratched his head, also a little confused. Well, you guys just watch. Time was running out, and Sumu didn't have the intention of trying to explain, saying that his hand flashed with a 7-colored light, sliding the source power panel. He cuts another 300 from the drastically falling source power and begins to build the dream. The full version of the banana fan is a no-brainer, but dreaming up a non-complete whole is still possible. Like the little banana fan that you can hide in your stomach. In the journey to the west, you have to match the appropriate incantation to become bigger before you can use it, but it's not the same for him to create a dream, so it's still possible to slightly make the small banana fan be able to release a little bit of magic power. As Sumu thought, the pages of the book in his mind that uniquely belonged to the 1,000 years of Huaxia were fixed within a certain scene. There, in the center of Princess Iron Fan's hand was what he wanted, accompanied by flickering 7-colored streams of light. A slightly worn turquoise fan quickly appeared in Sumu's palm. Ha! The crowd's collective eyes widened as they looked on. I'm afraid I'll have to stretch my neck if I can't see. Dreaming up the fan is right. But, why is this fan so small? Visible to the naked eye, this fan is not as big as Sumu's palm, wanting the fan handle to be as skinny as a toothpick. What is this? Miniature version of the fan? Chapter 138. Arriving at Dream City. Monster Rebellion. Sumu wanted such a small fan to extinguish the entire mountain fire of the Mountain of Fire Spirit? Really fake? While the audience was confused, there was a group of viewers who believed it instead. Holy shit! Before that small teacup was able to pour out river water that could flood the river covering the entire bone mist, right now a fan less than the size of a palm is able to fan out the mountain fire of the entire Mountain of Fire Spirits. It's also quite reasonable, right? Reasonable. This in the Ganges. After all, They're all dreaming geniuses now. How can they live without a bigger brain? As the audience chatted, Sumu had already stepped forward and arrived at the dividing line between the soil of the mountain of fire spirit and the snow. Squeezing the banana fan at the flames that kept gushing out from the ground was a swing. At first it was flat for a second, and nothing happened to the flames spewing out in front of it. And the next second, a gust of wind suddenly arose from the originally hot but calm air. The orange-red flames spewing out from the ground were cut off with a swish as if they were cut by a gale, accompanied by a howling wind. The dry, hot air seemed to incorporate a large amount of rainwater, and within moments it began to become humid with a nuisance burning sound. Within the viewpoint of the live broadcast room, many of the patrolling fire spirits directly vaporized from the ground without reacting at all, as if they were swallowed alive by invisible terrorist ghosts and dissipated into nothingness. A large amount of white mist erupted from the place where the small fan was waved out. Like a fairyland. Like a dream. The burning danger ahead looked to be all but swept away by that gale. This method could be much faster than Feng Xing's pathfinding. Shit, so powerful. Others are thinking about how to dodge through. Sumu directly a fan to fan this off. This is the shortest straight line distance, and we don't have to use fire shields or anything like that anymore. Not only that, this directly clears the way for the squad coming from behind. We're advancing very quickly in Huaxia. Once the mountain of fire spirits is past, it should be much better back there. Right? The fire spirits are all blown away. I hope Sumu and the others can get to Dream City quickly. I still want to know how Dream City is doing now. Not waiting for a few people to marvel, Sumu beside the land eunuch took this opportunity to swing up the curved wooden staff. A mass of white smoke winding. The crowd quickly disappeared into the earth. Toward the front quickly disappeared. This time, without the obstruction of the mountain of fire spirit, the roadblock ahead disappeared into thin air. There may have been some difficulty, but their path through the underground was perfectly avoided. When setting up this roadblock, the examination team had absolutely not expected that someone would be able to easily break through it, and even bring a few people to pass through it easily by means of a recluse. They may have also arranged for creatures that can vanish to block the way. But how can something in the earth compare to the land eunuch who was in charge of a piece of land? Without limitations, the land eunuch's recluse speed, supported by Sumu's spiritual power, could leave behind those hole-digging creatures by a few blocks. This time, the recluse became a little longer. The crowd stayed within the white smoke until their bodies were wooden, when they suddenly felt a tremor around them, and their vision once again changed into a smallpox. In a trance, it jumped right out from within the land and, before he could survey the surrounding area, he heard the sound of a child wah 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 wah. Accompanying the cries was a shout of terror. That thing is coming over again. Run, run. I don't want to be eaten. Child, my child. Here it is. The crowd looked around at the voice and saw the familiar building houses. This is Dream City? They're already in the Dream City? Zhongli was shocked and was just about to open his mouth to say something when he realized something was wrong. If they're already in Dream City, what's with all the crying? Obviously, something's wrong. Go take a look. Sumu retrieved the land eunuch and said in a deep voice as he took a step first and rushed toward the location where the cries were. Zhongli and a few others followed close behind. After 7 turns within the alley, a group of frantically running residents appeared before them. Run! The monsters are eating people! Get out of the way! Get out of the way! Get out of the way! Where's the baby? Where's my baby? Amidst the noisy footsteps, Sumu followed the crowd and looked ahead. It was seen that it was more than a dozen fish-headed phantom sirens that had already torn through their disguises, screaming strangely as they pounced on a Dream City resident to frantically gnaw on him. A large amount of blood sprayed on the ground, causing countless people to look at it with a little bit of numbness. Holy shit, Dream City has been invaded? A low-level monster like the Phantom Siren is able to enter the city and wreak havoc? Where's the Dream City law enforcement team? What are those people doing? They can't handle just one wall? Strange. There are at least 5 A-class dream makers in the law enforcement team. Such a powerful lineup did not in the end adhere to less than a day. Could it be that Ryan Kent meddled and intervened? The danger of the end of Dream City has really come. A large number of viewers said that they had opened the magnificent pop-up form in the live broadcast room, wanting to use the pop-up screen to block out the bloody picture. This was true of the Dream City at the moment. Once the Dream Network fell and the Star Beasts actually descended on Earth, would they die in agony like the Nod Man on the screen? This scene, just thinking about it could send chills down one's back. Roar! A dozen or so phantom sirens had already gnawed that inhabitant to death by the time the pop-up screen brushed the screen. A phantom siren with a mouth full of blood saw this and turned its head to look in the direction of the crowd running away. There, a little girl less than 4 years old was sitting on the ground wailing. It looked like it had been pushed to the ground by the hasty running crowd and hadn't been able to get up for a while. Roar! The phantom siren screamed strangely and pounced on the entire crying girl. The little girl who was pushed down screamed out in fear, but she couldn't even dodge anymore. It was also at this point that Ginger Red Spoon took the lead. With a movement of the lance covered with starlight in his hand, his figure appeared beside the phantom siren like a ghost, and with a straight stab, he stabbed the head of the phantom siren, who was completely too late to react. Through the head. After casually flinging its corpse aside, her offensive movements didn't stop there. Twisting her head, she swept towards the location where the phantom sirens had gathered using her lance. Accompanying the movement of the lance, a strange silhouette with a cloak and shimmering starlight immediately appeared behind her. This shadowy figure held a strange sickle, accompanied by Jung Hong Spoon's lance swinging and swinging, as if cutting wheat will directly cut all the phantom sea demons at the waist and easily destroyed. The speed was so fast that it didn't give those phantom sirens any time to react at all. As they tried to turn their heads had separated from their bodies and hit the ground hard. My child. The little girl's mother finally pushed through the fleeing crowd and ran over, wailing and pouncing on the little girl's side, hugging the child one by one to see if anything was wrong or not. Seeing that she was only frightened before she let out a sigh of relief, she picked up the little girl and thanked Sumu. Several people looked at each other, and Bai Jiangli with a kind smile went over and tried to communicate with each other. Auntie, why are there monsters appearing in this dream city? Where's the law enforcement team? The mother sniffed and shook her head in confusion as she held her child. No, I don't know. It had been fine before, and then all of a sudden the sky dropped one big blue bug cocoon, and these monsters hatched inside. A bug cocoon falling straight out of the sky and no one stops it? What about those guarded dream makers? A few people looked at each other, realizing the seriousness of the matter, and were just about to continue asking about something when they heard a violent roar from a falling high-rise. Turning his head to look, a huge high-rise building located in the center of Dream City collapsed and crumbled in an instant, stirring up countless smoke and dust. Messed up. It's a complete mess. From the current situation, I'm afraid that this Dream City is not full of dangers. Chapter 139 The Road to Survival on the Residents of Dream City? Something's not right with the situation. Sumu muttered and immediately looked at Feng Xing. Feng Xing, we need to speed up and use your talent, now that they've reached Dream City. But there is no clue as to how to shut down Dreamweb or how to resolve this crisis. Right now, they would have to rely on Feng Xing's pathfinding function to give them a little guidance. Finding a way to close the Dreamweb. I'm afraid it's hard to get a result just by asking. Yes. Feng Xing immediately nodded gravely at his words. He unloaded the mental power recovery device he was carrying on his body, and after connecting himself to it, he took a deep breath and injected almost all of his mental power into the pathfinding function. Soon there was a dark green arrow in front of his eyes. The arrow whirled around in front of his eyes, eventually pointing back at him. There's drama. Feng Xing's face was delighted, and he hurriedly turned his head to look along the arrow's guidance, but his expression was lulled. Biggie, my pathfinding is pointing to this dead resident, he shouted uncertainly. Pathfinding feature pointing to dead residents? The many spectators listened in awe. Is it possible that this resident who looks like a passerby in front of us is actually of great use? But looking at the other party's unusual dress, with the lack of resistance when being nibbled by the sirens, it doesn't look like a useful character in any way. Is this pathfinding function not working? No, this one dead dream-making character can still be the way to live this time? It's a mistake, isn't it? How can a person become alive when he's dead? Can't it be that this guy's corpse actually has another use? Really? It's hard to believe that Sumu is going to carry his corpse around? As the many spectators were discussing, Zhongli sniffed and immediately came up. Shit, is this guy supposed to be someone important? Let's see if we can save it. With that he pressed his hand on the other's body. But it was this one action that made this corpse gradually emit 7 colored streams of light, and that originally substantial body gradually began to become transparent, as if it was about to dissipate in the air. What? What the hell? I didn't do anything. Zhongli was shocked at the sight. Wait, something doesn't seem right. Sumu carefully examined, also squatted to the side of the corpse, reached out and tried to touch the other side, actually directly let this resident's body instantly collapsed into gusts of 7 colored tiny points of light, just as the crowd was stunned. In the center of these points of light, there was a thread-like, swimming 7 colored light that slowly emerged. What is it? Sumu aside the ginger ideal to reach out to grab, but the resulting 7 colored light seems to have received what perception immediately flew toward the sky, and in a moment disappeared in the eyes of the crowd. It was at this moment that Feng Xing exclaimed, "Guys, there seems to be something wrong. The path pointing to this person is gone, and I see many arrows pointing in all different directions again." See lots and lots of arrows? Where exactly? Sumu stood up and inquired. Where the building collapsed before, and the west. Those are the 2 directions with the most, and the rest are just a few scattered arrows in every direction. Feng Xing said as his lips turned a little white and hurriedly fed himself some more spiritual energy to keep the talent running. From all directions? Sumu frowned slightly as he listened to these words. If the arrow given by Feng Xing was pointing at the tiny mass of seven-colored light, that building collapsed in the direction of where a lot of people died and a lot of seven-colored light was produced. As for the west, that's where the walls have been pushed down and the defenses are weak. So it's on these rays that they seek to shut down the Dreamweb? This was not difficult to understand, and the spectators who saw the light fleeing and heard Feng Xing shouting guessed it, but such speculation gave them a bad feeling in their hearts. If anything, the seven-colored ray of light was the key to deciding the winner of this battle. So are they going to collect such colorful rays too? And to collect these seven-colored rays, one could only achieve this through killing. Through hunting the residents of Dream City? Hunting Dream City residents. 2. Hissing, it can't be what I think it is? Shit. So Dreamweb's livelihood comes from the entire population of Dream City? Rafi's stated method of closing the DreamNet is also related to what is produced after the death of these residents? Chapter 140, the classic conundrum, rejecting the best path. Only by killing the inhabitants of Dream City will they be able to get the life that belongs to them? Everyone froze in place in the alleyway of Dream City. Hey, no, gingerly exclaimed in reaction. Murder? Only by slaughtering all the residents of Dream City to collect those seven-colored rays could you get permission to shut down the Dreamweb? Those seven-colored threads floating up into the sky were, without a doubt, definitely the work of the three-eyed humans. As long as the other party dispatched an army of starry sky giants to constantly storm Dream City, they would be able to easily collect a large number of seven-colored threads and then smoothly take control of the Dreamweb. If they don't kill, they can't compete with the three-eyed humans? Not only that, but while they don't kill people, they'd better not save them. Once you save someone you are undoubtedly delaying your own progress. The crowd couldn't help but look at the little girl and her mom next to her. The mother seemed to sense something, and her expression became a little frightened as she held her child tightly. DreamNet was an S-ranked dream creation, and the Dream City within it naturally had a development system of its own. All the inhabitants have thrived here for generations and are no different from real people. They have their own ideals and ambitions, their own worries and joys, just like real people. Can such virtual dream-making characters still be considered avatars? This is something that has been discussed many times in the Dreammaker community. Is also a similar classical puzzle evolution. A star beast is chasing 6 children with 2 tunnels with no other exit ahead. One of the real-life children runs into a tunnel with no exit, and the other 5 virtual dreammakers gather in a group and run into another tunnel with no exit. Now, there was a drawbar in front of them. Just pulling it down would ensure that the people in one tunnel wouldn't be eaten by the star beast. But as soon as it was pulled down, the door to the other tunnel would be completely open and the people inside would be eaten by the star beast. Right now, is it better to save the child who is real, or the 5 children who are indistinguishable from real people? Is it a crime to kill a dreamed-up character or not? Is it murder? Right now, this difficult problem, which had not been solved for hundreds of years, was in front of them. It left the honors students in a collective funk. Killing, that's really against your conscience. If we don't kill them, the hopes of the 100,000 or so candidates inside the Steel Fortress will be dashed. It's time to do it. If you don't do it, you're waiting for the Star Beast to do it. There's no difference between the two. If we wait for the latter to make its move, there will be no salvation for the hundreds of thousands of candidates in China. A viewer with the LD name Tiny Wooden Boat spoke in an extreme pop-up. What are Sumu and the others hesitating about? Think about those children who are struggling inside the Steel Fortress. This is nothing more than virtual people. What can't they do? Tiny Wooden Boat's comments were met with approval by a portion of the audience. Yes, here are all virtual people. To ensure that real people live is the key. You know that this is not only related to the lives of the 100,000 candidates in the Steel Fortress, but also the whole world. Once we fail to close the DreamNet, the Star Beast may be able to follow the passage to reality. And by then, more of us will be dead. Not bad. It's time to kill. Kill them and then summon the city temple. Both ways together. Anyway, when the time comes, we'll just let the Dreammaker dream them up again. It's no different from resurrection. To these viewers, it's not about that classic. After all, once it was not killed, it was likely to lead to the Star Beasts actually invading reality. And obviously this caused even more serious consequences. It's well worth killing a city of virtuals to protect the entire human world. In these people's minds, it's a necessary sacrifice. It is just that the process of performing this sacrifice is extraordinarily painful. The audience went silent as they spoke, and everyone stared at the live broadcast, wanting to see what Sumu's few people chose. What the hell are they going to do? There has to be another way. Jiang Hong Spoon, who was wearing star armor, was actually the first to speak up at this time, and in the face of the mother and daughter who were hugging the stunned mother and daughter together, her ice blue eyes revealed a determined look. But, it's the biggest pathfinding ability I have, and it only has these instructions on it, which is the best option. Fong Xing said with difficulty, trying to judge this operation with rational thinking. We have to make a decision. Decide. Jiang Li opened his mouth and seemed to have thought of something when he suddenly asked, are you sure this has been the best choice? Right. I've put almost all of my mental power plus the mental power stored in the mental power recovery device into the talent panel, and it gives no change in the results. Collecting these 7 colored thin threads is definitely related to our ultimate goal. Fong Xing said helplessly. That's right, Jiang Li suddenly exclaimed in excitement. Right? Right for what? The crowd was stunned at hearing this, and their gazes towards Jiang Li always revealed a bit of doubt. Fong Xing, remember the optimal solution you gave when you passed by the volcano earlier? Jiang Li asked. Remember. Wasn't it not used at that time? Fong Xing said. His eyes lit up and immediately thought of something and twisted his head to look at Sumu. Yeah, the optimal solution given by his pathfinding talent earlier they hadn't used at all. It was Sumu who gave a better answer beyond the optimal solution. The audience also realized what was going on and looked at Sumu with anticipation. Can Sumu come up with a better method? Both of these methods can be so cruel that I feel there is no other way. At this point, for Sumu, the method of killing for goods might be a bit simpler, right? After all, it doesn't have to be so troublesome. My optimal solution will most likely be limited by my own strength, thus affecting the determination of the optimal solution. Fong Xing said excitedly. If it's the big guy, could there be a better solution? All 3 of them gazed at Sumu, who had been in a contemplative state, contemplating for a moment. Sumu felt the gazes of the 3 slowly stood up from the position where the body had disappeared. He looked at the 3 of them and calmly said, even if this question of killing is the optimal solution, we absolutely cannot use this method. What? What does that mean? Is there a method? Or is it an unwillingness to implement this optimal solution? Shit. Sumu wouldn't be intentional, right? He didn't actually come up with a solution, but didn't dare to kill anyone, so it's just not used? LD exclaimed for the audience of the tiny wooden boat. What's wrong with him? Is this the time for youthful exuberance? Hurry up and start collecting the 7 colored rays is the way to go. You can't be so sentimental. The lives of all of us are on Sumu's shoulders. Tiny wooden boat's words gradually drove a group of people to verbally attack Sumu. Hey, my sonny is still holding out inside the steel fortress. Are you doing right by them? You can't bury so many people's lives just because of what you think. Yeah. Why do you have to use other methods when you have such a good one not to use it? Chapter 141 Realizing the Earthly City Temple, Stealing the Dream City Authority. The audience's bickering was unheard by Sumu, who only calmly asked a few people, do you all remember the first lesson of the Dreammaker Basics course? The first line of the 3rd revised edition of Imperial Dreammaking Press. Several people froze at the words, and before they could react, they heard Jiang Hongspoon speak. The basis of dreammaking is guarding. Guardians of those who cannot walk. Guardians of those who cannot move. Guardians of those who cannot forget. This is the first sentence of the Dreammaker's opening lesson, and it is a must for all Dreammakers. The basis of dreammaking is not spiritual power, but rather a belief in guardianship. This is what makes the Dreammakers truly powerful when they fight the giants of the stars. Inside the live broadcast room, Tiny Wooden Boat and a bunch of other viewers were dumbfounded for a while as they listened to Sumu's words. Many Dreammakers knew this phrase, but to actually put it to use at this moment was something none of them had expected. After all, in their opinion, Fong Xing's path could work. Then it would work. Guardian or whatever. That doesn't include avatars, does it? But now, Sumu was trying to give a different answer, which was obviously more in line with what most people meant. The life of a virtual person is also a life. These ordinary people are no different from us. Guarding them is also guarding us. There's nothing wrong with what Sumu did. I believe him. Sumu said so obviously has targeted ways and means. Killing people is definitely not the best choice. Certain people are really stupid. If Sumu and the 4 of them were to really kill people, would they still be able to kill so many starry sky giants? In my opinion, this murder option is pure cerebral palsy, and so many people are going for it? What are you thinking? As the last viewer in the booth said. Sumu thought carefully for a while and figured it out. Even if they threw away everything they had held on to and began to hunt down these inhabitants like the star beasts, would they be able to rob the 3-eyed humans? I'm afraid that may not be the case. Also, candidates from other countries should be traveling to their dream cities as well. It was useless even if they managed to grab most of them on their side. The 3-eyed humans could still collect more souls from other dream cities. Throwing away their principles to do this thing backfired on them and they lost their judgment. He thought of a better way than this so-called optimal solution. As we can see from Zhou Ming's situation earlier, every virtual character here has a soul of their own. They were all created by S-rank dream makers involved in the realm of souls. That is to say, on the occasion of this resident's death, the body will be gnawed away and disappear, but the soul will not. But where did that soul end up? That naturally transformed into that thin strand of 7-colored thread. Zhang Chang, a 3-eyed human, was using the Star Beast to collect the souls of the residents of Dream City, and that soul is most likely related to the access to the Dreamweb. Trying to stop the other side and take control of the situation. Just start by interrupting the rhythm of what the other guy is charging. For this, Sumu already had an idea within his heart. He was going to use the embodied talent that he brought with him when he upgraded to level E to make the hell and the city temple within the dream-making heartland come down to earth. And it continues to stay within the dream city. This was a method he had planned to use before, and it was just right for the moment. In this way, one can try to plunder the dream city authority, and again, take back all the souls to hell. All souls should return to hell, not to the hands of someone. Start here, interrupt the other side's plan step by step, and then look for an opportunity to seek a way to shut down the dream network. In the midst of his thoughts, Zhongli opened his mouth and inquired, "Big brother, you tell us, what should we do? We'll all listen to you." Sumu pondered for a moment and said, "You guys go ahead and try to find the members of the law enforcement team by heading to the West City Wall to see the current status of the law enforcement team. Along the way, those who can be saved are saved, and those who can't are best able to delay their deaths for a period of time. I'll take care of the rest." John Lee's eyes lit up at the words. "Big brother, you already have a solution? Using the city temple? Well, I hope it's a better method than this optimal solution." Sumu nodded and roughly explained for the three of them what exactly he thought the 7-colored rays were and what he was about to do. 7-colored rays equal souls. I'm going to try to thwart the 3-eyed humans from collecting souls. As Sumu told this, a word had popped up in the minds of all the viewers. Hell. The one made by Sumu has the potential to be an S-class hellhole. The Yellow Springs Naiad Ghosts. That hell that is closely related to the realm of the soul. Sumu was definitely using hell to obstruct the 3-eyed humans from collecting souls. Hell cooperates with City Hall's takeover. Sumu thus wanted to cut off the collection of 3-eyed humans from the root. Hiss. Crap. If it's established that the 7-colored rays are souls, then Sumu's method could be truly obstructing the 3-eyed humans from collecting souls. Shit. Is Sumu trying to make his hellish dream world cover the whole city? How much spiritual energy does this require? Can he do it? This is the good way. A method that can truly stop the 3-eyed human schemes. What's with all the killing? I hope Sumu's dream making will be successful. Can no one determine this in advance? Is the 7-colored light inside this dream city resident a soul or not? Inside the WASG meeting hall, all of the experts who had been invited over to control this operation in China were watching Sumu's screen with extremely serious expressions. The news of the Dreamland battlefield has been passed back. The group formed by A-rank Dreammaker Wang Zhu and other Dreammakers entered it, and then there was no sound. They followed up by sending a few more members and taking various methods, but as soon as they got close, they disappeared cleanly, as if they had never existed. There is no denying that the means of rescue from the outside are at a standstill, if not terminal. Once they lost the Dream Network, the 5S-ranked Dreammakers, and those A-ranked Dreammakers, the subsequent troubles would be more numerous and harder to deal with. Right now, they can only pin their hopes on these children. Listening to the words of Sumu and the others, the many experts discussing with each other didn't have a result, because it involves the core secrets of the Dreamweb, secrets about the control of the Dreamweb. Only the 5S-ranked Dreammakers really knew. The group of experts did not know much about it either. Still, some basic judgments can be given. The 7-colored thin line should be the manifestation of the souls of the residents of Dream City, but he appears to be somewhat special. A gray-haired old professor said as he held up his glasses. Since the 3-eyed human Zhang Chang is collecting these souls, this is definitely the key needed to manage the Dream Network. Sumu is right. If we want to block it, we must stop the 3-eyed humans from continuing to collect souls at the root, and then recklessly fight for control of the Dream Network. I just don't know what kind of condition Lane Kent is in right now. The old professor's last words caused a wave of concern. If Ryan Kent is under deep control, then no matter what efforts Sumu and the others make, it will all be in vain. An S-rank dream creator is enough to suppress everything. Yeah, there's still this time limit on Sumu's plan. If we aren't able to disconnect the Dreamweb link before Ryan Kent is completely controlled, it'll all be too late. Then again, this 3-eyed human race is pretty weak. It doesn't seem to have much control over anything other than Ryan Kent and some low-level star giants. It's just a bit more intelligent. In any case, it's still up to Sumu's hell to see if it can withstand this first wave. I'm afraid that the spiritual energy needed to create the Dream Mansion is quite a lot. How long can he support it? Chapter 142, Realizing Hell. Dreaming of the 6 Paths of Reincarnation? Dream City Alley. After settling down the residents of Dream City, the three of them, Jian Hongspoon, immediately bid farewell to Sumu and quickly ran towards the location where the western wall was located. Seeing this, Sumu also searched for a small corner that looked a bit more hidden and sat down. and began to try out his earlier plan. Let the hell in the city temple within the dream-making heartland descend upon Dream City in the true sense of the word. This is called embodied authority. If he succeeded, he would be able to recycle the souls of the entire Dream City into the hell, cutting off the three-eyed human's collection of souls from the root, and he would have the capital to fight against it. If the collected souls were able to vaguely pry the authority of the Dream City, then together with the strangeness of the city temple, they would certainly be able to control the authority of the Dream City part of the city in a real sense. If this plan works, and this crisis is eventually resolved successfully, then I'll still be able to release the souls that were put away within the hell once again. No, it should be for them to reincarnate. Dreaming the 6 channels of reincarnation might be on the agenda. Of course, right now was not the time to think so much. Sumu took a deep breath and sank his mind into his mind, surveying the lower level of the dream-creating heart field, the world shrouded in black mist. He was prepared to materialize the Hellmouth first to stop the three-eyed human from continuing to collect souls, along with Sumu projecting his consciousness into the Shimeji, Zhongkuei, ox-headed horseface, black-white impermanence. All the characters who stayed in the Hellmouth seemed to tilt their heads in the direction Sumu was watching as if they had a sense. This time, the souls that the hell is going to recover are not some ghosts that Sumu made up. There will be a real group of souls arriving from the outside world, walking across the Yellow Springs Road and stepping onto the Neho Bridge to finish their lives. Thank you all. Within the boundaries of the City of Dreams, establish the true order of the underworld, Sumu murmured in a low voice. Thoughts flashed between the ancient and boundless black fog since the sudden his hand's palm area sprung up. A dark, deep fog accompanied by gusts of cloudy wind truly descended. Along with the surge of black mist, Sumu's spiritual power began to slump crazily, but at some point it was picked up again by the spiritual power transformed by the source power, maintaining a stable output. Seeing this, Sumu immediately turned his hands downward and pressed them on the ground, allowing the black mist to penetrate them. Hell, naturally it has to be underground. He is prepared to truly manifest the hell underground in this dream city. The live view accompanied Sumu's palm downwards. The crowd could clearly see that a mass of black mist penetrated into the soil like an invisible object, and continued to go down until an extremely deep place to stop, and rapidly expanding towards the surroundings. The location that had been encased in thick soil was covered by a mass of black mist that flooded and replaced it as if it had been removed. In less than half a moment, it became a space wrapped in black mist. This spatial range was expanding along with the black mist expanding outwards, and soon enveloped thousands of square meters of land underground, forming an extremely grand space. The eternally boundless black fog intertwined with each other, gradually extending a strange coloration within the fog-shrouded space. The live audience watched the scene with some jaws dropped. Isn't this space a little too big? Hiss, isn't this range a bit big? Holy shit, is Sumu really going to build his own hell underground? Is it useful? I see that he's built it above ground before. Is there something to this underground dreaming hell? Aren't the 7 colored souls floating towards the sky? Is it possible that this hell has a strange attraction that can change the direction in which the souls of the residents are floating? 100 points of spiritual power can play like this? Seriously? Is such a large space able to be supported by only 100 points of spiritual energy? I also have 100 points of spiritual power. Why can't I play with such a big one? Go Sumu! Chen Karen is blown away by your creation hell. Source power plus 0.5. Wang Youfei is blown away by your creation of hell. Source power plus 25. Gao Mingliang. Along with the emergence of the black mist of hell, Sumu's source power value that had been on the verge of calming down and not rising was finally ushered in another huge increase. It's kind of an indirect sense of the audience getting involved in the mission to save Dream City. Only they don't know it. After glancing at the increased source power panel, Sumu immediately focused all of his mind on dream creation. The dream-making heart field inside his mind shook slightly, and a large amount of black fog wrapped the entire hell, and the last layer passed through the dream-making heart field, and descended into reality in Sumu's thoughts along with the rising black fog. The first is the Yellow Springs Road and the River of Forgetfulness. A piece of ancient green slate slowly formed, beautiful and enchanting, emitting a fiery red color of the other side of the flower first time in the dark and silent black fog within the bloom accompanied by the Yellow Spring Road around. Compared to the first time when the dream was created, the current lapis lazuli road is more ancient and vicissitudes, with more realism on the lime green veins. Around the blooming flowers of the other side of the blooming light is more tempting, petals swaying between the hearts of people lost, cannot help but want to go to its side to find out. When the audience in the live broadcast room was just attracted by this scene through the screen, they suddenly heard a wave of rushing river running from some unknown depths of the black fog, forming a meandering river around the other side of the flower. Under the illumination of the fiery red-colored petals, gusts of pale bones slowly sink and float in the bloody river water, and the roar from the ghostly bones resonates throughout the space. Chapter 143, The Manifestation of Hell is complete. Start hooking souls. Amidst the roaring and wailing of the ghost bones within the river of forgetfulness, the majestic bridge of Manhwa quietly surfaced in the center of the river. 3 layers in a row. The lower bridge had just formed. It shook terribly, attracting a lot of ghost bones to the side, sinking and floating between the rise and fall of the bridge, constantly picking at the edge of the bridge, waiting for the ghosts to be pulled into the water. When the Manhwa bridge was completely formed, the pavilion with a red background quietly emerged, and the reddish-brown 3 live stone quickly fell into it. This is the place where all passing beings are able to look back at the past, traveling through time and space, seeking inner peace. As the 3 life stones were placed securely, Sumu's source power output was increased by a small amount, and Meng Granny stepped out quietly with her hunched back, standing by the Manhwa bridge waiting for the ghosts to arrive. The E-rank manifestation talent is only capable of manifesting buildings, and this hellish character could be paying for extra mental energy. However, when the hell is completely materialized, Sumu will only need to pay for the spiritual power of these characters, and will still be able to keep up with the spending. If I gain the ability to manifest characters again in later levels, I can just root hell in reality and take charge of life and death on Earth in the true sense. The black mist continued to sweep in between the thoughts. The majestic atmosphere, full of pavilions and pavilions of the city Fengdu, gradually revealed itself from the shroud of black fog. Perhaps it was because of the reason that the embodiment had put in spiritual power again. Everything within the city had changed a little bit. Within the lofty city walls, you can see the stores of the olden days, and the smoke curls up between the restaurants and tea houses. The human world has the smoke and fire of the earth, and the hell naturally has the ghostly atmosphere of the underworld. Although it is a ghost city in the netherworld, it is not very different from the Yang world, and it is also a prosperous place in the world. Inside Fengdu City, ghosts with illusory souls dressed in ancient costumes and looking like living beings took to the streets with smiles on their faces, completely devoid of that green-faced and fanged ghostly look. As the line of sight crossed the street, a towering black-colored palace could be seen, and within it, the figures of Judge Gupin and Zhong Kuei in official robes slowly emerged, somewhat different from before. The Book of Life and Death beside the table in front of the hook pen judge was even thinner, as if it would immediately collapse at the slightest touch. The Book of Life and Death has not yet been fully realized. Of course, this was also in Sumu's expectations. If he had the Book of Life and Death, he really wanted to see if these starry sky giants were beyond the 3 realms and not in the 5 elements or not. Otherwise, with a broad stroke of the pen, what starry sky giants are nothing more than bones from the 18 layers of hell and the river of forgetfulness, Sumu thought, drumming up the black mist to form a vortex next to the Yama temple, and gradually injecting a touch of blood color. Inside, from the severe ghosts of the hideous scolding and ghosts tearing the lungs of the screams continue to emanate, accompanied by the dark whistling winds make people feel the back of the spine, gusts of cold. The 18 layers of hell are now present. The live broadcast surveyed the picture of the pitch-black color tone of the main tone of the hell, the heart that is cold. Crap, is this the current hell? It's completely different from before. It wasn't this netherworldly before the real underground. Why are there so many ghosts in that Fengdu city? Sumu's spiritual power can support such a big dream creation? The hell looks like it's getting more and more perfect. If Sumu really promoted to S-class, to what extent will this hell be perfected? While the audience was expressing their amazement at the hell, only Sumu knew that this hell was still crippled, and even the placement of some things was slightly problematic. For example, Fengdu City, Yanluo Hall next to the impossibility of placing is the 18 layers of hell, and also put as his figure to save trouble by the way forced to create a set of hell processes so arranged. Another example is that there are also the 3 Ways River, the Hall of Enchantment, and the Evil Dog Ridge in hell. He also skimmed over it in one step to save time. Furthermore, if the person whose life is not yet over should be going to the city of wasted death, which is another big expense, he also does not have this time to create dreams for the time being. To say that this current hell was a rudimentary version would be considered a compliment. If the construction of the hell was compared to the construction of a house, he had at best laid down a few pillars that set the tone. Now, there are so many things that haven't been dreamed up yet. Let's continue to refine it when things settle down. Right now, make do. Sumu muttered and stopped the injection of source power, and began to perceive the hell below with his heart. The manifested hell had a strange connection with him since the moment it was born, allowing Sumu to easily control everything within the hell. Also, Sumu closed his eyes. His mind completely sank into the hell. An inexplicable sense of connection came from the air around where he was sitting, somewhat similar to the connection effect of the city temple at that time, but it was not yet obvious enough. It's vaguely linked to Dream City's access? Sumu muttered as he tried to tickle his mind and truly touch that strange feeling of being connected to himself. With a slight feeling of electricity running through his head, he then felt his eyes radiating a burning heat. A sense of foreboding prompted Sumu to open his eyes and survey his surroundings. The originally normal world turned a little different under these glowing eyes of his. It was as if his gaze possessed the ability to see through, able to travel through the city walls and look far into the distance. A slightly transparent silhouette was reflected in Sumu's eyes. There are men and women, old and young. At this moment, their souls' faces showed a terrified expression, as if they were hiding from something. Suddenly, one of the souls' mouths opened wide as if letting out a violent scream, and immediately, a pitch-black colored, emotionless eye grew out of the center of his soul's head's brow. Along with the eyes surfacing, the person's soul twisted and transformed, eventually forming a 7-colored thread that quickly rose up as if by some sort of perception and flew into the sky. Sumu followed the line of the other party's flight toward the top, and his pupils contracted violently. As far as the naked eye could see, in the sky that was originally only blue sky and white clouds, there was a pair of huge black eyes that were big enough to cover the entire dream city. Looking closely, it was as if there were countless pairs of bizarre compound eyes within those pitch-black colored pupils, blinking and blinking, just like the appearance that Sumu had seen in his previous dream. The third eye of a three-eyed human, giant eyes never seen before. It was staring indifferently at everything below. A constant stream of 7-colored souls rose up and away, merging into its eyes. Is that what three-eyed humans are capable of? After carefully observing for a while, the burning sensation in Sumu's eyes gradually subsided, and the black eyes that covered everything above the sky instantly disappeared, as if they had never existed. These are black eyes that can only be seen from a soul perspective and when connected to Dream City, contacting other star giants, controlling Lane Kent, and even absorbing souls with that black eye and stealthily attaching them to the candidate's body. The starry sky behemoth that appeared this time was simply so difficult to deal with that it was terrifying. The abilities are not only plentiful, they are terrifying. The only downside to this guy might be that he's not good at attacking. Fortunately, and because of this fatal flaw, they have the ability to maneuver around it. Grabbing Dream City access from under this eye is a big deal. Still, it's time to grab it. It's either it or me. Sumu muttered and slightly toned down for a moment, and after relaxing his body that was constantly being pressed for spiritual power, between the flashes of his thoughts, the black and white impermanence, Oxhead and Horseface, and a host of other nether deities within the pitch-black and deep hell returned to their positions instantly. At this moment, the Hellmouth sent out a slight tremor, and the connection surrounding Sumu was gradually covered with a faint black mist. If one were to use the soul perspective to watch all of this, one would be able to find that the colorful lines that were being attracted upwards slowed down significantly, and even gradually appeared to be sinking due to some strange attraction. Hell began to play with the giant black eye. While the black giant eye can absorb souls, Hell, as the ultimate home of souls, has the same authority to attract souls. The two collided and the short gap time that was revealed was what Sumu wanted. Black and white. In the wide-bodied and solemn black impermanence and the white impermanence who spat out a long tongue responded in unison. Immediately go to the earth, hook the soul into the hell, and reincarnate to the next life. Chapter 144, Make way. Give these two a plug. Yes, sir, the two said, and immediately turned into a black mist, taking the surrounding ghosts to float out of the hell, and then flew towards the souls that had died in all directions. They have to get the other person back to hell before they get sucked away. Zhong Kuei. Seeing the black and white irregulars and a bunch of other ghosts leaving, Sumu pondered for a while and turned his head to look at Zhong Kuei Dao in the Yenluo Hall. Immediately travel to the earth and escort the ghost messenger. Once you find a three-eyed ghost, eat it directly. Sumu hadn't forgotten the miserable state of that three-eyed ghost before. Right now Zhong Kuei was probably the opponent's great nemesis, so letting him go out could be the most appropriate. Good. Zhong Kuei agreed, wearing his red official robes, and went on his way as well. In this way, the hooker team is considered to be completely secured. The ox head, horse face, and a host of other characters left in the Hellmouth are used to maintain basic order in the Hellmouth and greet the ghosts that are about to arrive. Sumu had a cursory look. This time the Dream City was plagued by the death of many ghosts. Some of them were busy, especially Bullseye. This Yellow Springs Road is going to be bursting at the seams with ghosts. They should be able to handle it, right? Sensing Sumu looking his gaze over, Bullhead Horseface, who was located on the Yellow Springs Road holding a weapon, looked serious, with an expression of "I'm standing guard seriously." Seeing this, Sumu also moved his eyes away with relief. But when Sumu left, Horseface hammed and hawed and stabbed the nearby ox head with his elbow. See, I feel like we're going to have a lot of people coming to hell, when the president will have some eyesight, and those who give incense or tolls are prioritized on the bridge. We can make a small profit. If he comes down and converts our humans, give him some more preferential treatment. As ox-headed Horseface spoke, the camera in the live broadcast room had already turned to the black and white irregulars who had walked out of the hell to go to various places in Dream City to hook souls. Surveying the two men wrapped in black mist, the audience sighed for a moment. It's only Sumu's dream-making hell that can come up with this optimal solution, right? Even if other candidates thought of it, they couldn't realize it. Yeah, they don't have a hell. And even if they did, they don't have black and white invincibles who can relate to the soul level. Brothers, I have a hunch that this will definitely be the optimal and exclusive solution for Sumu. He's the only one within the candidates who can do this. Although it's been said long ago, how come there aren't more candidates like Sumu in this session? In that case there will be some difficulties there in Dream City. As the pop-ups continued to be sent out, the black and white invincibles, who could see souls, quickly sought out the two recently deceased men and women. They were an ordinary couple who were caught by the phantom siren and were eaten together to make a dead couple. The little couple who had just revealed their souls were still in a state of confusion, while the center of their eyebrows slowly began to crack, about to grow a pair of black eyes. Watching this scene, Black Impermanence let out a light snort, and with a fling of the soul-hooking rope in his hand, he wrapped it around the necks of the two men. With a slight crunching sound, the black gas attached on top of the chains caused the couple to feel intense pain while the giant black eye at the center of the eyebrow was crumbled into powder and disappeared. What's going on here? What happened to us? The men and women who quickly woke up because of the pain looked at each other, and realized that the phantom sirens that were feeding around them, with a black and white ghostly figure that looked incredibly scary. The wide-bodied black shadow also used a chain to link both of their necks at the same time. Ghost! Monsters! The two screamed and tried to escape, but the chains around their necks moved just slightly, causing them to immediately fall silent. They gradually remembered what had happened to them before. Wait, weren't we gnawed to death by the phantom siren? How are we still alive? After the man finished speaking in confusion, he suddenly looked at the black and white irregulars in surprise and said, "Can it be that the two of you saved us? Are you dream makers, or dream creators?" As she spoke, the girl tugged at his clothes and pointed at the two corpses that the phantom siren was gnawing on with a pale face. "Little one, that seems to be us." The youth known as Little King froze at his words and turned his head to carefully survey the corpse in the middle of the phantom siren. He was also able to recognize the face of a body that was unmistakably familiar. And wasn't it him? One of the phantom sirens was still nibbling on his loins. "You are dead." The long-tongued white erratic interrupted the couple's pleas and explorations and said bluntly, "It's time to come with us, travel to hell and reincarnate." Not. The youth named Xiao Zhan wanted to say something when he saw Black Impermanence gently pulling the soul hooklock that was placed around their neck. At once, their thoughts flew away like quicksand, and their originally terrified faces became calm, as their mouths kept muttering the words, I'm dead. I am dead." Seeing that the two of them were like this, White Impermanence took out his weeping stick and knocked all the phantom sirens to death, turning his head to Black Impermanence and said, "Let's go. We'll go directly to the hell. And when we get there, we'll let them make a mess of it." "Good." Black Impermanence solemnly nodded his twisted head, wrapped in black mist, and swiftly returned to hell along with White Impermanence. They were able to perceive many souls and monsters, and at the moment there was no time to explain one by one what hell was. Solely just grab it and bring it back and leave it to someone else to solve the problem of these ghosts. They'll have their hands full for a while, because of the divine speed of the black and white irregulars. Xiao Wang, the couple, became the first real people to arrive in hell, along with the soul-hooking rope leaving from their necks, along with the black and white impermanence going away. The young couple gradually came to their senses, and looked around with a confused expression. Just as he turned his head, he saw a large bull nose and narrow horse face. The violent screams spread throughout the Yellow Springs Road, causing Sumu's source power panel to jump up a few more points while attracting many ghosts walking on the Yellow Springs Road to gather around. The young man hasn't seen the marshal's handsome face. What kind of expression is this? How dare you stagger in front of my marshal? Some flattery ghosts rushed forward to scold. I'm afraid I've never heard of a hellboy. Have I? Watch out for the whip. The horror on the young couple's faces increased as they listened and they hugged each other, not knowing what to do. He saw the man with the horse head kick the flattery ghost next to him. With that, he kindly introduced the two men to what hell was and what they were planning to do here. One hears about the place of reincarnation after death and the place of the soul. The young couple gradually realized what they had come to. Right now, thinking back to their long-ago gnawed corpses, the two who knew they couldn't go back were in tears. That, horseface marshal, dare I ask this hell? Is there some shortcut to that Naiha bridge in front of us that you are talking about? Is there some kind of reward we can give? The boy asked tentatively. Seeing that the two men were so uptight, Bullhead and Horseface glanced at each other and nodded their heads in succession. Yeah. Did you bring anything with you when you came? Stuff? Xiao Wang shook his head awkwardly at his words. No is fine. Two of you, we will just worship the mountain in hell. Tell you what, If you kowtow 3 times and send us a period of incense, I will give you a shortcut. Horseface said smilingly. Just kowtow and there's a shortcut? The young couple's eyes lit up at the words, and without hesitation, they knelt down and sincerely kowtowed 3 times to Ox-head Horseface. Bang! 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 The ghostly body knocked against the burdened path with a crunching sound. When the third head was kowtowed, an extremely tiny segment of 7 colored light balls flew away from each of the 2 men's souls and entered the body of Ox-head in Horseface. Horseface, who absorbed the ball of light, had a look of enjoyment on his face. This is the aroma of incense from a real person and is considered a delicacy in hell. Not bad, the heart is sincere. So, this shortcut. There, come on, all make way. These 2 are in a hurry to reincarnate. Let them cut in line. Chapter 145, Goodbye Chin-Hui. Weakness of the law enforcement team. The little couple thing was the first, but it won't be the last. Having tasted the sweetness, Bullhead and Horseface were prepared to continue wool gathering without affecting the normal operation of the hell. Left and right are sending people to reincarnation. Going first is also going second. Since these people want to take shortcuts, let's make it happen for them. After bringing the bewildered young couple to the forefront of the Ghost Gate Pass, just as another ghost messenger came to the Yellow Springs Road with people, Bullhead and Horseface looked at each other he and greeted them. Junior, want to take a shortcut? While Bullseye continues to collect tolls. The squad consisting of the 3 ginger red spoons also killed all the way to the location where the western wall of Dream City was located under Sumu's instructions. It's known as a base camp for monsters to congregate. As far as the eye could see, the toppled wall remained unrepaired, and was instead built as an unfinished gate, in an open state of semi-construction. A large number of phantom sirens and bone wolves then poured in through this entrance, constantly roaring and attacking a certain alley to the east. There was a temporarily formed defense line, and the 7 colored streams of light that belonged uniquely to the Dreammaker's dream-making kept emerging, and it looked like there were still people holding out. But isn't that insistence a little too weak? Looking at the defense line that was about to be destroyed, Kangri's brows furrowed. The situation is not right. I know a little bit about the Dream City law enforcement team. There are quite a few A-ranked ones in there, and quite a few B-ranked ones. Such a powerful security force can't even deal with the Bone Wolves and Phantom Sirens? Is this some sort of subsection of the law enforcement team or something? As he spoke, Fong Xing, who was on the side, injected his spiritual energy into the talent panel and used his pathfinding function to get a path that could relatively safely bypass the beast tide and head inside the alley defense point. Come with me, I'll take you in. What's going on with the law enforcement team? Just go in and ask. It's okay. As the 3 of them spoke, they felt their way in under Fong Xing's leadership, following the best route guided by the panel. After killing a few phantom sirens that had wandered over from who knows where, a few people managed to jump onto the eaves of the alleyway, ready to feel their way into it. Just then, an old voice came from it. Watch out, there seems to be a star beast touching above. Accompanying the sound of speech, a golden arrow then shot from within the alley. However, this speed is a bit slow for a dream maker, and it seems breathless. The early warning brought about by the spiritual power allowed Jiang Hong Spoon, who was located within the range of the arrows, to easily dodge them, and the arrows were picked off between the sweeps of his lance. Seeing this, Jiang Li hurriedly said, Hey, the brothers inside, we're here to help. Help? Upon hearing Jiang Li's words, the attack inside did stop for a moment, followed by a confused chatter. Help? Who else has the ability to come over here besides us? Go out and look? Accompanying the voice, a gray-headed middle-aged man soon cautiously poked his head out of the alley house. Seeing Sumu's several people in that outfit, his gaze froze and he called out in surprise, Candidates, it's those candidates who have returned. Hearing the man shout, a large chorus of excited voices then resounded within the house. What? Candidates? Great, just in time. Heavens, I didn't realize that at this time. It's them who have returned. Dream City is saved. Along with the cacophony of voices, more and more people poked their heads out to observe the few people outside. Jiang Li and the few others noticed that almost everyone was wearing an off-white law enforcement team member's clothing. Apparently, the people here were all members of the law enforcement team. Also, Jiang Li's eyes rested on a woman's body and he exclaimed in shock. Chen Hui? Chen Hui? Who? Fong Xing didn't understand. The captain of Dream City's law enforcement team, a top-notch dream maker, Jiang Li hurriedly explained, his expression gradually turning a bit grave. This top expert of the law enforcement team was currently surrounded by a group of low-grade starry sky behemoths, completely unable to counterattack? Even if all of her mental power was consumed, she would be able to recover immediately with a short rest. What's going on right now? Jiang Li could tell from the marks on the other party's clothing that they had definitely been trapped here for some time. Not good. It's bad. Chapter 146 Dream Makers Who Know Their Avatars. Captain Chen, how did you guys become like this? Zhang Li asked in shock. Hey, a few of you come in first. Listening to Zhang Li's voice, this former top powerhouse sighed. Seeing this, Fang Xing and the others glanced at each other frowning as they jumped down from the eaves of the house and entered the house along the windows. As soon as I entered, I smelled a damp rainwater odor. Looking around, the walls of the room were covered in water stains, and it looked like it had rained heavily. The three knew that this was to cut down on the damage that the bone fog was doing to them. It also showed that these enforcers were completely powerless to create things like dream water guns to consume their mental energy to clean up the remaining bone fog outside. They must conserve their mental energy. Gingerly, Richie followed the line of sight and looked ahead. A small group of dream makers wearing gray and white law enforcement team uniforms were resisting the phantom sirens that kept pouring in, and the 7 colored streams of light in their hands kept on dreaming up all kinds of items and creatures, which looked rather strenuous. What is this situation? Captain Chen, how did Dream City become like this? Zhang Li, who already knew something about the current situation of the law enforcement team, became more and more puzzled. How did they get like this? Chen Hui sighed at his words, and his face no longer had the same kind of vigor that he had previously felt when he stood on the west side lectern and gave his speech. She disheveledly leaned against one of the side walls and looked at the Zhang Li trio with a rather complicated expression as she opened her mouth. We already know that we ourselves are avatars who have been dreamed up. The three of them, Zhang Li, stared at the words. These words were something they had not expected. Dream City, without a doubt, was part of the S-ranked Dreamland Dream Network. All the characters in this, including the Dream Maker, are fictionalized characters, no matter how real. But these virtual people do not know, even to the extent that inwardly they cannot help but reject this question. Not to think about the topic in question. When confronted with instructions from the examining team, they subconsciously assume that these are normal, reasonable instructions. There's no confusion as to why they're accepting the instruction, why they're agreeing to it. This was also considered a protection mechanism for the DreamNet dream realm, preventing the dream maker inside who had learned that he was an avatar from making some bad moves. Right now, it seems that someone has told Chen Hui the truth about them, so that's why you don't put up resistance? Zhang Li had trouble understanding. Even if you know you're a virtual human, then you still have to guard Dream City, right? As you know, fictionalized dream characters have their own self-awareness and thoughts without forced control, and are not that different from real people. In addition, Dream City is your home. If you don't protect it and it falls, then there's a good chance you'll actually die. A few of the executives smiled bitterly as they listened to Zhang Li's words, and an old man with white hair slowly walked up and said, "My child, why don't we understand this?" But it was no use. We wanted to guard Dream City, but when we were ready to use our strength, we realized that our strength had been weakened to F class. All of our strength comes from Dream City, and right now, the controller of Dream City has taken back our power, and we can't put up any resistance. Plus, the old man paused in his words and let out a long sigh. This, coupled with the pushing of the city walls, has allowed more starry sky beasts to find an opening to burrow in, which has forced us to converge all of the enforcement team's manpower here to fight to the death, with absolutely no chance of supporting the interior of Dream City. Dream City controller? Fang Xing seemed to have thought of something when he heard this and hurriedly asked, "Have you seen him? What does he look like?" It was a great being with a black scepter, and he was accompanied by a three-eyed human who told us everything. The white-haired old man recalled a moment of helplessness. We were easily limited in our strength in front of that one. Falling back to F rank, the great being with the black scepter and the three-eyed human. Zhang Li sniffed and Zhang Hongspoon both looked at each other and immediately knew who these two were. Ryan Kent, Zhang Chang. Only the S-ranked Ryan Kent can mobilize the power of authority. If it was Ryan Kent who did this, then he could have just killed us all. And the fact that he hasn't done it yet means that he's not too deeply controlled, not capable of directly killing these people and us. Fang Xing said thoughtfully. In that case, Zhang Li's eyes turned to Zhang Hongspoon and whispered beside the two of them. Should we share the information we have with them? If these people can regain their strength, they will be a super help in saving Dream City. This isn't quite right, is it? Fang Xing sniffed with some hesitation. This avatar is different from us after all. And besides, they've met Ryan Kent. What if they've been turned? Like something like you don't have to die if you become my men or something. Curbing? It doesn't feel like it. They did attract a lot of attention from the starry sky beasts here. And if it weren't for these members of the enforcement team, Dream City would have suffered even more casualties by now. Zhang Li mused. If they were turned, they could have just opened the gates and let these starry sky giants in. It would have been a much faster kill. What do you think, sis? Ginger Red Spoon sniffed in slight contemplation. Her icy blue eyes then looked at the group of members of the law enforcement team and slowly opened her mouth. The defenses here must continue to hold. and you pick out 5 dream makers who were once at least B rank or higher to come with us. Sumu, you guys should know him as well. He's competing for the Dream City permission, so maybe he can use the Dream City permission to restore your strength. Ginger Red Spoon's suggestion drew the approval of the viewers in the live room she belonged to. That's right. That's it. Bring the higher-ups over first. I just came from Sumu's livestream. He's already created the Dreamlands to start snatching ghosts, and plundering Dream City's permissions might be coming soon, too. When the City God Temple comes out, it may be able to cooperate with the Hell to try a. As long as Ryan Kent doesn't intervene, there's definitely a hope of obtaining permission this time. As long as Ryan Kent doesn't intervene, there's definitely a chance that we'll be able to obtain the authorization this time. For their part, many members of the law enforcement team were stunned at the words, competing for Dream City access? After they glanced at each other, they saw the white-haired old man ask with some confusion, is this feasible? Isn't it your exam? Adding strength to us should be considered cheating, right? Exams? The three of them, Zhongli, stared at the words and then reacted. These members of the law enforcement team were still treating this as if it was now an exam in which countless examinees would come to the rescue of Dream City, while they were the hostages waiting for rescue and shouting 6666. The three of them exchanged glances slightly, with Zhongli stepping forward and coughing before revealing some of the information to Chen Hui and the others. S-class powerhouses rebel. 3-eyed humans carry out massacre plans in Dream City, and all humans in reality may be in danger. Listening to this information, it dawned on those present. So that's how it is. So it's not the exams now. There was no mission to overthrow Dream City in the exams at all, but rather that being betrayed humanity and threw himself into the ranks of the Starry Sky Giants? Good. I told you how looking at that 3-eyed human before was a bit strange. So it's a star beast. I was wondering if that was some special breed out there. Shit, what a thing to call it. We're being punked by the dream maker who dreamed us out? The members of the law enforcement team were bewildered and puzzled when they saw the white-haired old man who had spoken earlier ask excitedly, wait, I heard you guys say that there are only 4 students back in Dream City right now, and the rest are still at that so-called outpost fending off more starry sky beasts? Zhongli nodded at his words. That's good. Right now it's just the 4 of us candidates who have come over. The other candidates are definitely unable to support Dream City right now. Candidates only came in 4? At Zhongli's words, many of the dream makers present fell silent. This also meant that right now, excluding the execution of these students' plans, there was no more chance that they could save Dream City. It's a big gamble, because that 3-eyed human wanted all of them in Dream City dead. But, some of these dream makers' hearts flooded with mutterings. Do you guys think this is going to be another trial? Are these candidates also trying to collect our souls as a way to make a key to control Dream City? Is this actually still an exam? Can we trust them? Inside the house, many members of the law enforcement team showed their skepticism. But skeptical, they felt no need, because if they were to give up on the suggestions made by these 3 candidates, there was a good chance that they would just be stuck here. So, one can only believe. Chen Hui was the first to realize this, and she immediately stood out, looking at the crowd and raising her voice. Gentlemen, I can confirm that the candidates are definitely on our side. Although it's also the first time I've seen these 3 candidates, I believe their words because Sumu was here. The candidate who helped us successfully tackle the Dragon of Desire hatchling before has returned. Since you have chosen the defense faction, then everyone is mentally prepared for Dream City to become like this. There is no need to mention the past. Right now, we should work together in good faith to save the entire Dream City first. Chen Hui's words clearly gave hope to the members of the law enforcement team who were in a state of confusion. Right now, it's still important to save Dream City. Virtual people and all that, let's wait until order is restored to Dream City before we discuss it. That's how they were able to survive. Good, just do as the captain says. A member of the law enforcement team took the lead in responding to the chorus. Captain, you guys go ahead. We'll hold this place. We can still hold it. Hurry up. Since Sumu is trying, we have hope of recovering our strength. As long as we recover our strength, the danger of Dream City can be solved. Good. Chen Hui nodded with a resolute expression as she listened to her men's words, and turning her head, she then said to John Lee's trio, according to your method, we'll send out 5 people from our side to go with you. After receiving the support, Chen Hui knew that now was not the time to delay. If he could really recover his strength, then naturally, the faster the better. When they regained their strength, they would be able to protect their Dream City. Then, Zhang Chong, you guys come with me. Chang Yen, you stay behind. Seeing that Zhang Li's 3 people nodded their heads, Chen Hui immediately selected 4 strong people, and after arranging the command within the alley, then followed Zhang Li's few people to roll over and go up to the top of the alley. Retreating along the best route that Fong Xing had opened up again, he ran towards Sumu's previous position. Chapter 147, Link Success, Figurative City Hall Concept. Some obscure little corner of the east side. Along with more and more souls of the residents of Dream City within the hell, Sumu felt more and more that the invisible connection between himself and the air around him continued to strengthen. And just as 3 more dead souls entered the hell, that invisible sense of connection instantly broke through a certain critical point, causing Sumu's spirit to be shaken at the same time. And once again there was that electrifying sense of reality in his mind. He linked up to Dream City through hell. Perhaps because the number of souls collected was not enough. This time the sense of linking was not as powerful as it was at the time when the city temple was linked, but it also allowed Sumu's perspective to transcend the body. And in front of his eyes, he was able to see an overhead image of the entire Dream City. The overall construction of the various parts of the Dream City was slightly rough, but Sumu, a human located in various parts of the Dream City, was able to see clearly. Even Sumu slightly picked at the connecting thread in his mind, feeling that he was able to send messages through this thread to the residents across Dream City within their minds. This is a function unlocked after collecting souls to a certain level? Soul transmission? Sumu muttered an idea in his head. That's a good feature. Right now, the residents scattered all over Dream City were either hiding in various places, or had already suffered from the attack of the star beasts, and their lives were in a dying state. If he materializes the city temple and brings all the inhabitants to the area covered by the city temple through this function, then in the name of the residents' spiritual support, is it possible to break through the limitations previously set by the candidate group and regain access to the Dream City, thus cooperating with the Earth's attempts to connect with the Dream Network and pry the entire S-Class Dream Realm? The most crucial thing about this is to make the City Palace a truly meaningful place of spiritual support and refuge for the residents. Between thoughts, Sumu once again summoned the eunuch of the land, allowing him to take him to the starting point of the previous transportation mission, the small square in the center of the city. Hell can be placed wherever it wants. It's all underground anyway, but not the city hall. He had to present it in a conspicuous place where he could receive the fleeing inhabitants in the fastest degree and still have enough open space to accommodate them. This square in the center of the city is the natural choice. The land is large, open, and unobstructed by buildings. The distance from all 4 walls is the same, making it easy to receive residents from all parts of the city. The only drawback is that the city temple must resist the attacks of countless star beasts from the west when it materializes. That's a lot of difficulty. To try and resist, he would have to pull out a more powerful building-like creation, or even a character. But even if such a character appeared, he could still be exhausted. This bone wolf and phantom siren were getting more and more, with no end in sight at all. And with this and the other, his source power would not necessarily be able to support such a large consumption. Of course, if the city goddess had been able to successfully link the Dream City before this and gained the energy support from the Dream City itself, then he wouldn't be afraid of any starry sky giants. But I'm afraid that he won't be able to carry it before the city hall is linked to Dream City. What to do? Wait. I don't necessarily need to do this all by myself. Sumu suddenly thought of something and hurriedly communicated the connection in his mind. His thoughts flashing as he attempted to utilize this magical connection to find a person named Chen Hui from these Dream City residents, also known as the captain of the Dream City law enforcement team. It was indeed a bit tough to do all of this with just his own abilities at the moment, but if he was able to find a B-rank or A-rank Dreammaker, the scene would be completely different. With Ryan Kent out of the picture, a B-rank Dreammaker could just crush these low-level star giants. I just don't know if Chen Hui died in battle or... In the midst of his thoughts, there was an instant movement in that connecting thread in his mind. A picture quickly appeared within Sumu's line of sight. As far as the eye could see, Chen Hui, who was wearing the uniform of the law enforcement team, was following a small team of 8 people in total as they moved from the western wall towards the east, the purpose of which appeared to be the place where he had parted ways with Jiang Li's trio earlier. And within this team of 8, 5 of them, including Chen Hui, were recognized by Sumu, and even 3 appeared to be blurred, somewhat unable to see their faces. It seemed that they were not residents of Dream City. After carefully recognizing them, Sumu still recognized that this was the Jiang Li trio. I didn't realize they were actually gathered together. Judging from this movement speed, Chen Hui and the others are in bad shape, Sumu muttered. The land eunuch had already received the message and waved the curved wooden staff in his hand. A burst of white smoke then wrapped Sumu, quickly disappeared towards Jiang Li's group of several people. It saved him a lot of work to have these people in one piece. Not more than 10 seconds later, a large amount of white smoke rose in front of the 8 people who were traveling forward under Fang Xing's leadership. Enemy attack! Look out! Like startled birds looking at this scene, 7 colored streams of light surged in their hands, and subconsciously they were about to make a dream. But who would have thought that Jiang Li and the others, on the other hand, had their eyes light up? It's not an enemy attack. Brother Mac is here, Jiang Li called out. This is also able to find its way here? Fong Xing, on the other hand, was a bit stunned. After all, they were following his best route, making 7 turns and advancing without going in a straight line. Wait, could it be that he has gained access to Dream City, looking directly for them? Sumu? Listening to Jiang Li's words, the senior members of the law enforcement team immediately stopped their dream-making movements upon hearing this, glancing at each other, and a slightly joyful color appeared on their faces. Soon, Sumu and the land eunuch came out of the white smoke. Meiko, how did you find your way here? It's hard not to have already gained partial access to Dream City, Jiang Li asked excitedly. Aha! Sumu nodded at his words. Crap! The 5 members of the law enforcement team lit up at the words. The audience in the live room was instantly confused. Sumu's previous sense of nebulous connection wouldn't show up on the air. They were dumbfounded as they watched Sumu arrive at the center of the square and quickly vanish again to find Jiang Li. Just as he wanted to ask Sumu how exactly he did it, he heard Sumu admit that he had gained access to Dream City again. Holy shit, is this what the big guy's bullshit tea is all about? As long as there's no one to restrict it, you can just go from being a test taker to a paper issuing teacher? This hall also has the ability to grab permissions. It doesn't look any worse than City Hall. It's just that I don't know if Sumu can recover the strength of these high-level dream makers. Chapter 148, The Star Beast's Conspiracy. Sumu, you've been able to restore our strength? A middle-aged man who came along with Chen Hui inquired excitedly. Sumu knew him. In the final battle where he came into contact with Zhou Ming, he was the one who slowed down the speed of Zhou Ming's soul pouncing over. Only he didn't block Zhou Ming. Recovery? Your strength is restricted? Sumu inquired with a frown. Oh, Brother Mu. It's like this. Seeing this, Jiang Li briefly told Sumu the information he knew. The seal of the Dream City controller has seen the 3-eyed human. So it is. Sumu thought, and after a little contemplation, an idea came to his mind. By all rights, these high-level dream makers should have been liquidated in the first place, but it turned out that they didn't die. They were only restricted in their strength, and they had successfully survived to become his helpers. Was it also left behind by Ryan Kent? Wasn't it some resistance he made? In that case, it makes sense. I do not possess sufficient authority to lift the restrictions on your rank at this time. Knowing everything, Sumu said bluntly. Honestly, at the moment, I've only been given access to view the entire population of Dream City. So, the 5 Chenhui people were disappointed for a while. But, I already have a clue about the permission to let you guys completely regain your strength, Sumu said in relief. The city palace could draw on the entire Dream City power, and the strength of these enforcers came from Dream City. As long as they were able to use the city temple's permission to connect to Dream City, they thought that they would be able to help these 5 people regain a certain amount of strength. We'll see in an hour. Restore their privileges in an hour? Chen Hui and the others were startled, and just as they wanted to inquire, they saw gusts of white smoke emerge around them, and were taken away by Sumu to vanish. Now is not the time to explain. You guys come with me first. At the same time, above the skies of Dream City, inside the interior of the huge black eye, a space piled up by countless compound eyes. The 3-eyed human Zhang Chang leaned on a chair made up of a pile of compound eyes, and Ryan Kent, who held a black scepter, stood to his side with a calm face, surveying the obviously slowed down speed of soul collection below. Zhang Chang's human-styled face revealed an angry expression. Why don't you just kill Sumu? An F-ranked dream creator was able to withstand one of your strikes without dying? I'm ashamed of that, but I'm sure I've punished him, Ryan Kent said calmly with a sniff. Then punish him again. This time, let him die completely. Zhang Chang banged his chair and drank. No, this is against the rules of the exam. Sumu has already accepted the punishment of certain death. I have no reason to continue punishing him. Ryan Kent's tone remained calm. He's now plundering Dream City permissions. This has gone against the fairness of the exam. Is this always okay? Zhang Chang was furious. The second round of exams is now in progress. The second round of exams has nothing to do with Dream City itself. What Sumu did does not affect the exams in any way, so there is no violation. Ryan Kent remained calm and said, then why don't you kill those shitty avatars? Chen Hui and the other members of the law enforcement team have a close connection to the second round of the exam. They will appear as the savior of the second round, guiding the candidates through the second round to the third round of the exam. Killing Chen Hui and the others will have an impact on the exam, so they cannot be killed. Between the question and answer, Lane Kent acted like a machine, and this answer without the slightest emotion made Zhang Cheng more and more angry. He stood up and walked over to Lane Kent's body, giving the other man a deadpan look, and suddenly laughed. Lane Kent, the third eye within your soul is almost ready to grow out as well. I'd like to see how much longer you can hold out. Don't worry, when the time comes, I'll make sure you kill all the humans in the Dreamweb with your own hands, kill reality again and take out the people you're protecting. Don't worry about it. Listening to Zhang Cheng's words, Ryan Kent's expression appeared to struggle a little, but then immediately regained its calmness. Zhang Cheng sneered and sized up the other party for a few moments before he stopped caring about them. Resuming his chair and slightly beckoning, a black eye floated in front of him. As he grabbed and crushed it, a thin, blood-colored thread immediately wound up where his finger touched the eye, which stretched to infinity and beyond, the end completely invisible. Seeing this, Zhang Cheng waited patiently for a few moments, and soon, the blood-colored thin threads began to shake gently, and a hoarse female voice played out with him within his mind. Called us for what? Hell, you guys haven't taken care of that S-class yet? He's more tenacious than expected, and besides, another dozen or so A-rank dream makers are coming over, so we'll need a little time. Do you want me to look down on you so much when you can come from separate communities of the great beings of the stars? The intelligence latent in your genes is still without intelligence after being activated by me? Zhang Cheng's face was a bit ugly. If our real bodies were here, that human wouldn't be able to defeat any of us, but we're here only as souls. The hoarse female voice said angrily. Don't you forget that our physical bodies are still holding the other 3 humans in check. We can try to send some powerful affiliated groups if you need help, but that might attract the attention of the other 3 humans. Never mind. Get it over with as soon as possible. I'll handle the matters inside. Zhang Cheng's face was gloomy as he picked the connection. A bunch of unintelligent fools. Is attracting the other 4 humans here a death wish? I'd have died here if I'd done what you guys are proposing. Luckily things are going well elsewhere. Zhang Cheng muttered a thought, and a large number of pitch-black colored compound eyes formed a strange mirror in front of him, in which an overhead view of a different dream city soon appeared. The candidates from the Eagle Country, the White Bear Country, and the White Elephant Country all arrived at Dream City, but their progress in collecting souls was far from as fast as Sumu's, and they were only able to say that they slightly added a little bit of trouble to Zhang Cheng. Their threat level was far less than Sumu's. In addition, like the candidates from regions such as Iceland, that didn't even make it to Dream City, even if Sumu succeeded in gaining access to Dream City. So what? Does he care about Dream City in other countries? Now it's just that the process was a little rough. The result is still the same. Humans will lose. His plot broke out suddenly and without warning. The only downside was that it left an eye on Sumu, allowing the kid to notice it all slightly earlier. If he wasn't really bad at attacking, he would have just crushed it. Control. Although the result is the same, it's not possible to let this kid get in the way any longer. I've got to catch up on my progress. Zhang Cheng seemed to have thought of something. His fingers slightly opened, and a crystal ball appeared in his hand between the 7-colored light flow. A strange creature is sleeping within. Just use it. Sorry for working late today. I may only have one more shift. 4 more tomorrow to make up for it. QAQ. Chapter 149, The Specious City Temple, Plenary Declaration. As Zhang Cheng launched into action, a large amount of white smoke quietly surfaced in the small square in the center of Dream City. Sumu slowly stepped out of it, while Jiang Li and the others who followed behind him were somewhat confused as they surveyed the surroundings, wondering why they had come here. Without waiting for the crowd to inquire, Sumu sat down on the ground, closed his eyes and projected his consciousness into the dream-creating heartland. In the lower level of the dream-creating heartland, the eternally boundless black mist had dissipated, and accompanied by the descent of hell to earth, it appeared to be somewhat empty. After gazing for a while, Sumu quickly directed his gaze towards the earthly city temple. At this time, the city god temple is only the old city god alone. He and a host of other dream-making characters are being guests in the small temple of the Duke of the Land, and the large city god temple looks a little empty. Sumu noticed that the old city god wearing a red official robe and a black official hat was ambling around writing a plaque. It is not beneficial to burn incense at the whim of the wicked. There is no harm in seeing me with an upright heart and not worshipping me. It looks like it's ready to do a rotation with the who has been spared by the netherworld throughout the ages plaque that hangs in front of the temple. Seemingly sensing Sumu's gaze, the old city god put down his pen and looked over with a kind face. Seeing the city god, the pages of the book in Sumu's heart that belonged uniquely to 1,000 Years of China slowly flipped between the pages, and then came to a page that belonged uniquely to the city god. The book of 1,000 Years of China reveals a more splendid and atmospheric city god temple, and there is more than one temple as well. There are also dozens of palaces, large and small, such as the Hall of Yuan Chan and the Hall of Wenchang. Surveying the palace temples that kept surfacing on it, Sumu's hand flashed with 7 colored streams of light, and the pages of the unique book flickered slightly, and it was about to bring out a small portion of the temple's dream creation. He was prepared to expand and enhance the strength and territory of the city goddess a bit, so that he could take an advantageous position in the next battle for authority. If the main hall of the city hall, step it up a little bit, Sumu muttered and opened his source power panel. After manifesting the hell, the value of the source power gained was still growing, and had already come to as many as 3,000 points. This was also the best news Sumu had gotten so far. At least the live feed hadn't been cut off and they hadn't completely lost contact with the outside world. There may be an effort to rescue them out there at this very moment. The road to survival is still there. That said, I wonder how much authority this mobilizing livestream has. If one is able to use this livestream and see the live room, isn't it possible to make contact with the outside world? You can make some attempts when partial control of Dream City access is available. Right now, the manifestation of the city temple is important, and there can be no delay. Between the flashes of thoughts, the source power on Sumu's panel slid crazily, sliding by a full 1,000 points before gradually slowing down. In the perspective of Zhongli and the others, Sumu only sat in a coiled position for a few moments before raising his left hand, which was bursting with 7 colored streams of light, aiming at the large open space above the plaza. Is this a dream? While Chen Hui and the others were still puzzled, Zhongli's trio immediately understood. The city temple. Brother Mac is going to build dreams about that city temple, a dream building with S-class potential. Zhongli hurriedly introduced himself to the unknowing Chen Hui 5. S-rank potential building? A few people looked at each other showing their horror. They hadn't heard that announcing sound that only belonged to the candidates before. Right now, an S-class potential dream? Even in their heyday they may not be able to create a dream out of it. No, must not be able to create dreams. Being avatars they have another fatal flaw. They can't get promoted through their own learning when the dream maker doesn't give them additional backgrounds of all kinds. Chen Hui's several people all looked a bit gloomy at the thought. If only we were all real people, Dream City might be able to survive peacefully somewhere. It wouldn't be so bizarre. A few of you, let's wait until this is over before we get emotional. We don't know if we'll survive this now. Hopefully, this city hall will exceed our expectations. While the 5 Chen Hui people were talking, the tiled floor in the small square in front of them emitted a buzzing vibration. Accompanied by the vibration, the city god temple inside Sumu's mind seemed to have been summoned by some kind of sensation as it shook on earth, and in a moment it rose up from the ground and rushed out of Sumu's stream creating Heartland, descending into reality between the 7 colored streams of light that shook. For once, it wasn't a few red pillars of unknown significance that appeared first. The crowd only blinks for a moment. See Sumu hand emergence of 7 colored streams of light in an instant covered the square in front of them. Blinding light cause people cannot help but emergence of tears to move away from the line of sight. When the light dimmed slightly, the crowd hurriedly turned their heads to look, and they saw the palace with red bricks and carved beams emerge. In front of the temple with the word City God hanging from it, crimson pillars hang to the left and right. It is carved with a variety of exquisite patterns. Seems to be the story of the characters, but also like some kind of legend Jichi people want to carry out some exploration. Next to the temple doors were 3 incense burners each, with curling incense smoke burning inside. Along with the breeze, Zhongli and the others immediately smelled a light sandalwood fragrance that refreshed their hearts. The line of sight followed the open door of the temple to the interior. An old man dressed in an ancient robe with a red background was looking out from it, his kindly expression not lacking a majestic and solemn aura. Looking at the old man, all of them naturally developed a burst of realization. He is the city god. This city god temple was built because of him. Also, on both sides of the city god, all kinds of figures began to emerge, from dark-skinned, iron sword-wielding, green-faced magistrates to civil officials with wolf hair in their hands. The officials dressed like ghosts also slowly emerged above the lobby. Holy shit! Fang Xing surveyed the scene, his jaw dropping, completely at a loss as to how this temple was actually created. Not to mention these meticulous carvings that looked extremely beautiful. Even if he was allowed to build such a large house alone, he was afraid that he would be paralyzed. Just how many points of spiritual power has Big Brother's talent added? It's too demonic? Fang Xing exclaimed. This is the city hall? We were able to regain our strength? The middle-aged man in the law enforcement team looked at Nota's city god temple in awe while impatiently pursuing the question. Sumu sniffed and ended the dream-making, and felt the connection between himself and the city temple in detail, but he wasn't able to feel any invisible connection from the air. Apparently, the limitations previously set by the candidates group for City Hall are still in place. The only way to break through this layer of restriction was to continue his plan. Not yet. Next is when it counts, Sumu said as his thoughts communicated to the hell, plucking at the invisible strands in the air that were gradually connecting with him, trying to send out his voice against all the residents of the entire city of Dream City, accompanied by the gentle fluctuation of the invisible branch. Everywhere in the city, all the residents of Dream City felt like something had appeared in their heads, with a slight sense of electricity. What the hell? Someone in the team of 5 had already called out. Seeing this, Sumu also immediately knew that his attempt had received feedback. Without delay, he immediately vocalized, "All residents of Dream City, I am making the notification on behalf of the law enforcement team. Right now, Monsters are infesting all parts of Dream City. Please go to the Dream City Center Plaza immediately for shelter. Repeat, please seek refuge in the Dream City Center Plaza immediately. Only by coming here will we not be attacked by the star beasts. We are working to resolve the current crisis. Please head for shelter immediately. Chapter 150 Beyond the Perception of the City Goddess? Sumu borrowed the name of the law enforcement team as he spoke. This organization had been deeply rooted in Dream City for hundreds of years, so it was naturally the most authoritative official body. Using their words can maximize the trust of the residents and thus reduce some unnecessary troubles. After playing the radio sound 3 times in a row, Sumu disconnected this connection and stood up. Looking at the bewildered and confused eyes of several people, this explained the reason why he did so. The inhabitants are equal to the keys, and the city hall can touch the authority of the Dream City with the help of these keys without harming the lives of the inhabitants. At that time, we just need to let the residents who fled from the disaster enter the city god temple to worship 3 times, so that the city god temple can truly become their spiritual and psychological support. Sumu added. So that's it. The crowd listened with a burst of excitement. This meant that they would be able to loot the authority to return to Dream City just by making sure that this plan was successfully implemented. With just a few of us, can we go through with this so easily? Brother Mu, if we attract all the residents over, then the starry sky beasts scattered all over the city should also gather over. Once the arriving star beasts are too numerous and form a beast tide, can we support it with just a few of us? Captain Chen Hui and the 5 of them haven't recovered their strength yet. Gingerly mused and voiced his concerns. His concerns are not without merit. Right now, there were only 9 of them in this full count. And how many residents were there in Dream City? 100,000 or more was a given. Not to mention whether or not this small square could hold no less than 100,000 people. If just 10,000 people came, they would be drowned in the crowd. There were entrances and exits in all directions, all flat open spaces, and no buildings at all that looked like they could be defended except for the city hall. The starry sky beast was attacking, and it was considered good that they were able to rush over to support it in the crowd. Unless the guard goes inside the city hall. But how many people can that accommodate? Although the city god temple looks big, it can only accommodate a few thousand people at most. John Lee's worry immediately also made the originally happy hearts of the viewers in the live broadcast room sink. Yes, with so many people, how can we defend with just Sumu's 9 men alone? Even if Sumu summoned the great Qin soldiers and horses to come is not quite enough unless the Great Wall moved here, and then around the square in a circle, which may still be able to defend. It's true that it's good to make the city hall with the current center square, but the shock to be endured is also 100 times 1,000 times that of the previous one, and I feel that they will be consumed to death. Did Sumu make a bad decision this time? I don't think so. This is a critical time. Inside the official HWA command group, the many expert dreammakers looked at Sumu's dream-making behavior with some bewilderment. What's the situation with Sumu now? He dreamed of hell and he dreamed of the city hall. From what I've seen so far, 2 S-level potential buildings are running at the same time. What is this concept? It indicated that Sumu was now paying for the spiritual energy consumed by the 2 buildings. How many characters are there in that hell? There are dozens of Ghostbusters just counting the Ghostbusters. And now, such a big building with a lot of relevant characters in it. Just how much spiritual power does Sumu have? The experts looked at the city temple in the picture and discussed each of them. They all knew that the amount of mental energy needed to pay for 2 buildings at the same time without the aid of any dream artifacts was an absolutely terrifying amount. Even if the building taken from the dream-creating Heartfield had paid in advance for the mental power needed to construct it, the mental power to maintain it every moment was at least 10 points, right? That's still a low estimate. In other words, it was likely that Sumu would spend 60 points of spiritual energy a minute. So Sumu's spiritual power recovery ability is most likely above 60 points per minute. My god! 60 points of mental power recovery ability per minute. If this child's dream-making thing continues to consume no more than 60 points a minute, wouldn't it be a perpetual motion machine? Talent. This talent option is definitely an epic-making super boost. Look at how strong Sumu has become. Ginger Red Spoon's potential is also high. If she advances to the supreme rank, isn't it possible to advance thousands of points of spiritual power? Maybe we can get a Dream City on credit. I just don't know what the hell they're going to do for defense anymore. Is it hard to summon something out again? While the expert group was discussing, Sumu was just about to open his mouth when he heard an old and amiable voice coming from the front. Several people. Enter the city god temple. Light 3 incense sticks and worship 3 times and you will know. Go into the city god temple and light 3 incense sticks and worship 3 times? The crowd froze at his words and twisted their heads to look at Sumu, and they saw Sumu nodding and explaining. The city god temple, naturally, is a place of spiritual support and refuge for all the residents of Dream City. Since I said shelter, I naturally have a reason to shelter. You'll see when you go in and pay your respects. He didn't spend so much source power to construct such a large city temple just to look imposing. Listening to Su-mu's words, John Lee and the others then moved a little confused and walked into the city god hall. The civil official located on the side of the city god holding a wolf hairbrush took 3 incense sticks for each person and handed them over to each of them. The city god had also sat in the center of the hall, majestically and solemnly waiting for several people to pay their respects. Chen Hui and the other 4 looked at each other before stepping out first, taking a deep breath and standing in front of the city god. If you are truly able to shelter Dream City and all of its residents from the starry sky beasts, please accept my obeisance. As she spoke, she held 3 incense sticks in both hands, bent down with a respectful expression, and bowed to the city god 3 times in a row. As she stood up straight with the end of the 3 obeisances, Chen Hui suddenly felt a jolt of spirit. In the darkness of her own consciousness seemed to be connected to this city god temple. An inexplicable sense of peace of mind then came to make her entire taut nerves relaxed a lot. She looked up with some surprise, only to see that the city god, who originally looked merely somewhat majestic, seemed to gradually emit a faint golden aura on his body, making him even more majestic and solemn. It works! Chen Hui was delighted in her heart and hurriedly signaled the others to come over to pay their respects. Seeing this, the 4 of them didn't dare to have any delays and hurriedly went forward, respectfully paying their respects. 3 times in a row, the golden light on the city god became more visible, and in the underworld, the hall sent out a slight tremor, and the surrounding walls seemed to be getting brighter and brighter. At this moment even Jiang Li and the others who did not worship saw the light that was shaped like substance. Holy shit! Can it be that this city god is getting stronger the more he worships? Jiang Li muttered rather stunned. Dreams created by the Dreammaker are generally strengthened as the Dreammaker continues to refine them. What's going on right now? The city god of Su-mu's dream ignores this law and improves on his own with the help of external forces? Really fake? Chapter 151, Gathering the Dream City Residents. The city god shows his power. Jiang Li couldn't help but look at Su-mu. Su-mu, who didn't take the 3 incense sticks, shook his head slightly at the words. It is natural that the city god will not grow in strength. As for why it seems stronger now, it's because the city temple has received offerings of the power of faith through the city god. It had completely manifested reality and no longer consumed Su-mu's spiritual power. And after receiving faith offerings from humans with souls, it would try to interlink with this side of the land and mobilize the original power of Dream City. This increase in strength would become more and more apparent with the more residents of Dream City worshipped. Of course there would be a limit to the amount of spiritual power the city temple could carry. And once attacked beyond that limit it would likely crack and crumble. But to break through this limit, it would be difficult. After all, Su-mu's 1,000 points of source power wasn't spent for nothing. Even though the current city god's temple was not able to be as powerful as it was in the myths and legends, it was not something that would shatter with a little attack. But now if an adult dragon of desire of some kind flew in, or if he let Ryan Kent have another go at it, Su-mu felt that he still wouldn't be able to carry it. Seeing that Su-mu did not seem to want to explain for the time being, Jiang Li did not continue to ask, and hurriedly took the 3 incense sticks in his hand and also followed suit and paid 3 obeisances to the city god. When Jiang Hongspoon also acted in such a way, the entire city god's hall began to vibrate slightly, and countless golden engraved lines gradually appeared on top of the surrounding walls. Eventually, these golden lights erupted in a burst of light golden light upwards as a whole, centered on where the city god was. Look outside! Accompanied by Fong Xing's shout, everyone turned their heads in unison to look outward. On the square, an invisible light golden barrier appeared at some point, dividing a large portion of the square between the inside and outside. This is barrier, but it seemed to be very thin and would break at the slightest touch. The crowd's spirits were lifted at the words. Immediately realized something. If more Dream City residents were received, the barrier would become more and more solid, stronger and stronger. This can be a natural wall. The audience in the live broadcast room immediately got excited watching this scene. Holy shit, so this was Su-mu's plan. So the city temple has such a function. How strong will this city hall barrier transformed by borrowing from so-called faith be? The more faith the stronger it gets? Isn't this going to be heaven-defying? Worthy of being an S-class potential building. Such a powerful function too. Transforming faith and spiritual trust into defenses that can be truly seen. Linhai City Lord's office. After arranging everything, City Lord Lu Yun once again focused her attention on Su-mu's live broadcast. The somewhat outrageous scene is seen again as soon as it opens. It's safe to say that this is definitely a top-notch dream creation that they are very eager for. Most of the residents of Dream City can be ordinary people, not endowed with any dream-making abilities. If their faith could also become the driving force of the city god's temple against the enemy, did that mean that ordinary people in the middle of the present could also trigger the defense mechanism of the city god's temple as long as they put their spirit and hope within the city god's temple and went to the temple to pay their respects for 3 times? so as to obtain sufficient shelter on the day when the star beasts descended upon the city? Chen Fengqiu also had this idea before, only in the absence of empirical evidence delayed to prove. Right now, the proof is there. Thinking about it, Lu Yun's desire to rescue Su Mu and the other candidates grew stronger. I don't know about the other places, but she was already decided anyway. When Su Mu safely returned to reality from the Dream City, she must let Su Mu build a city temple in Linhai City first. If it really works, she will raise a lot of money to create a better and better city hall. In this way, when the day of the star beast's arrival, all the residents of the city would have something to hold on to without fear. Su Mu, make sure you do your best. Ryuyan, like thousands of viewers, doesn't send pop-ups, but always pays attention and silently prays for Su Mu. This is not least because of the audience and top dream makers from abroad. Because of the exquisite rescue of Dream City at the moment, Su Mu was ahead of all the candidates. It was only with him that the crowd was able to see some hope of severing the link between Dream City and the Dream Realm battlefield from the inside. Run away! Run away! I saw the golden barrier. That was constructed by our law enforcement team, wasn't it? Oh my god, they're finally here. Whoa! Along with the issuance of Su Mu's soul broadcast, along with the manifestation of the golden barrier of the city goddess temple, more and more residents living in the neighborhood ran out of their hiding places and madly rushed inside the golden barrier. This large-scale movement quickly attracted the attention of the surrounding phantom sirens, and a large number of phantom sirens tore through their original camouflage and hunted down the fleeing people below in a fish-headed stance. A middle-aged uncle lunged into the golden barrier at the last moment when he was about to be pounced upon by a phantom siren, while the phantom siren behind him slammed into the golden barrier hard with a charge. The golden barrier there instantly erupted with a violent golden light, burning the phantom siren as it continued to scream miserably, and eventually drove it away. Phew, that was close. While the middle-aged uncle watched the scene in shock, the celebration of the aftermath of the robbery appeared on his face. Before he could take a short break, he felt a tap on his back. Who? The uncle who had just escaped from the life and death barrier, almost didn't directly paralyzed on the ground, subconsciously about to crawl around, but fortunately a pleasant female voice came out. Uncle, don't freeze, it's not the time to rest yet. The crisis in our dream city hasn't been solved yet. Quickly go inside the city god temple to pay homage to the city god. The dream city crisis has not yet been resolved. City god? The middle-aged uncle froze at his words, only relieved when he saw that behind him was a young girl dressed as a student. He listened to the other party's words and twisted his head to look. I only saw that the square where I often loiter had erected a succession of palaces at some time, and at the entrance of the red-bricked gate, smoke curled up, and a large number of residents lined up to enter the city god's temple with 3 incense sticks in their hands. The people who looked a little sad before they went in, but when they came out they all looked a lot more relaxed, and looked like they were getting some kind of treatment. The middle-aged uncle scratched his head and gradually realized what the city god temple was and what the city god could actually do under the guidance and explanation of the little girl. Upon hearing that their wish to seek stability could actually help Dream City to completely drive away the star beasts, the middle-aged uncle didn't have any hesitation, and immediately received the 3 incense sticks, and entered the city god's temple with a long queue. When he arrived at himself, he entered the main hall with some apprehension, looked at the city god sitting above the main hall, and followed the example of the people before him, worshipping 3 times towards the city god. That sense of connection in the underworld surged within the middle-aged uncle's mind in an instant, which made his heart rejoice. Useful, useful, the city god can shelter us, he said, and paid 2 more obeisances towards the city god, until he was urged by the people behind him to hurriedly put down the incense and leave. The middle-aged uncle looked quite relaxed as he walked out of the city god temple, completely devoid of his previous panic and fear. As he scanned the surrounding area, he was able to spot a stunned resident who, like him, had just rushed inside the golden barrier. He thought for a moment, and following the example of the little girl before him, he walked over and tapped the other man on the shoulder. Bro, what do you know about the city god temple? Such scenes were constantly taking place in the city god's temple, and every resident who entered and made offerings to the city god caused the golden barrier to deepen a little and to expand outward. According to this situation, perhaps the moment all the residents of Dream City are gathered, the light of the city god will be able to shelter the entire Dream City. Zhongli and the others who were continuously killing the phantom sirens and clearing the bone fog outside watched this scene with a burst of surprise. Brother Mu, we're getting faster and faster at receiving Dream City residents here. Is this permission coming soon? Zhongli asked while killing the phantom siren. According to the current situation, perhaps we don't need us to recover to recapture Dream City. Chen Hui, who was assisting from the side, added. After the golden barrier was constructed, Several people formed a team in threes to continuously kill the star beasts outside of the Golden Barrier to protect the residents of Dream City who came over to enter the scope of the city temple. Sumu was then in charge of clearing and rescuing in one direction with Zhongli and Chen Hui, and for the moment, it did ensure that there were no casualties along their way. Everything, it seems, is moving in a good direction. I can try. Sumu had just opened his mouth to speak when he saw the face of Chen Hui next to him looking at him change and suddenly pounced over, knocking him away hard. Look out! Along with the voice, Sumu was pushed away by the other party, and between the flips of his vision, he saw a bizarre sheep's head on his side that seemed to be carved out of pure wood. Enemy attack? Why hadn't his psychic premonitions been activated? There's another one. Chapter 152, The Problem of the Sheep's Head Mask. The sudden attack happened in a flash of lightning. Before Sumu could continue to react, the sheep's head, which was like a wooden carving, scurried into Chen Hui's body like an illusory soul. Accompanied by Chen Hui's miserable screams. Some traces of wooden carvings gradually emerged on her slightly beautiful face, and above her face, a grayish-yellow sheep's head mask gradually changed. Captain Chen, Zhongli shouted. 7 colored streams of light flickered in his hands, wanting to dream up some items to help Chen Hui, when he saw the other party's originally agonizing screams suddenly disappear, followed by the entire body half-bent as if it were a still statue. A moment later, a scarlet light flashed at the eyes of the goat head mask that wrapped around Chen Hui's face. Immediately afterward, as if coming to life, he said to himself in an eerie female voice, "Dreaming, Dream City, it really is a good place. I can sense the intelligence of the creatures here. Human, I will ask you a question. You will have one chance to answer incorrectly, and the second time you answer incorrectly, your spirit will be devoured by me and turned into a walking corpse. You, ready?" Along with the fall of that eerie female voice, the scarlet eyes on the sheep's head mask worn by Chen Hui suddenly dimmed, followed by the original voice belonging to Chen Hui appearing again. "What is this? A new star beast? What's going on here?" The audience in the live broadcast room watched Chen Hui's performance and their hearts jumped. "What's that goat's head? Another kind of star beast? I don't know if I haven't seen it before. It looks like a dream-making item? Can your dream objects talk and ask questions? This can't be the revenge of that three-eyed human, can it?" The last spectator's words inadvertently guessed the truth. In the sky above Dream City, the huge black eyes that covered the sky were currently watching what was happening below. Zhang Chang looked slightly disappointed that it was Chen Hui who had put on the mask. This was all able to be dodged by Sumu? But it doesn't matter. After this shitty avatar dies, it's your turn, Sumu. This thing is known as the toughest creature in the stars. Zhang Chang looked at the bizarre goat head mask with his thoughts racing. It was a strange creature that did not belong to the entity, nor to the soul level. Feeds on intelligent races, can invade a race and gain knowledge from it, and then asks questions of that race. If you fail to answer twice, you will be completely devoured by it in a very short period of time, with not even your soul left. There are only 3 ways to deal with it. One is to join our three-eyed clan and use our race's ability to split eyes to feed on each other and imprison them, and the other is to answer out its questions. 3, on the other hand, are crushed with strength so great that they are as powerful as those in the stars' existences. Zhang Chang said with a slight scorn in his expression. Right now, there was only the second path that Sumu could take, but it's not so easy to answer questions about this stuff. When he had yet to come to the Dream Realm battlefield, Zhang Chang had used this mask to victimize countless extremely intelligent races, and not a single one of them had succeeded in answering Sheepshead's question. This item is sort of a weapon he uses to compensate for his near lack of offense. It was the large number of eyes he was feeding every day that made him vaguely overwhelmed. Fortunately, it was all worth it. When the Dream City is acquired, humans will have as much as they want, enough for it to eat. Zhang Chang knocked on the chair, waiting to see Sumu's good show. Me? What's wrong with me? Why can't I get this mask off? Chen Hui placed her hands on the side of her cheeks and tried hard to remove the goat's head mask from her face. But the mask seemed to be connected to her flesh and blood, and when gently touched, it actually felt like it was touching her own face, and she couldn't find any gaps at all. Black impermanence. Seeing this, Sumu gave a thought to the black impermanence who was out hooking souls, and after sensing the summoning, the black impermanence quickly returned to the dream-creating heartland, and accompanied by a gust of black mist descended next to Sumu. As soon as he appeared, the wide-bodied and fat black impermanence sized up Chen Hui and said solemnly, "There is a mask attached to her soul. I can't see the face, and that mask seems to be entwined with her soul." Entwined with the soul? When Sumu heard this, his brows tightened, and just as he wanted to speak, he saw Chen Hui's original movements stiffen once more, and his mask-covered eyes once again glowed red. The eerie female voice reappeared. "May I ask how to represent infinite time with seemingly finite objects?" Chapter 153, The Chinese Solution to the Strange Conundrum. How do you represent infinite time with seemingly finite items? For a while everyone was stumped by this bizarre question. What do you mean? Manifesting infinite time with seemingly finite objects? How should I behave? This sheep's head mask is asking a bit of a trick question, isn't it? Something limited? A clock? An hourglass? Possibly a symbol that symbolizes a cycle? Like infinity. The symbols and stuff aren't right either. Are they? Is this a seemingly limited item? Do symbols count as items? Holy shit. I feel like my brain is going to burn out. Is it hard to believe that it's our creativity? But that doesn't fit the setting of seemingly limited items either. Zhongli listened to the words of the sheep's head mask for a little while, then tentatively inquired. You said we can only answer incorrectly twice. So can we ask you questions? Asking questions shouldn't count as answering them incorrectly. Should it? Questions? The sheep's head mask sniffed, its scarlet eyes flickering slightly. Then it spoke. Yes, only 2 questions can be asked. 2, that'll work too. Seeing the success of his ploy, Zhang Li's eyes twinkled and he immediately inquired. Then you tell me what the exact number of pi is, and what comes after 3. 14? Pi? The viewers of the live stream froze at the words, and then it dawned on them. Holy shit, asking about pi? Ha ha ha, so talented. Right. Doesn't it answer questions? Let it answer slowly, just enough to stall for time. Wait until Sumu was able to take over the entire dream city before dealing with this sheep's head mask. How much stronger can it be than an S-class dream? Zhongli, this kid, has a lot of ghost ideas. Sheep's head mask is probably going to be imprisoned here. Circumference? The eerie female voice under the sheep's head mask spoke. 3, 1, 4, 1, 5, 9 of these? Right. What's back there? What's back there? Zhongli was delighted at his words, and with a raised eyebrow at Sumu he continued to pursue the question. But then he saw a scarlet glow in the eyes of the goat head mask and spat out an unexpected answer. I don't know. Answer over. You have one more chance to ask questions. Kangri froze at his words. Hey, what's the situation? A question can still be answered as if you don't know? Oh, human. I am not an ignoramus or an omnipotent. I have my own logic of behavior that I consider. And even if I really couldn't avoid that question just now, I would still name a wrong option. The eerie female voice rang out from beneath the mask. It's not like I said I couldn't lie. Note that there is no use in stalling. If you do not answer this question within a period of time, I will devour her completely. I've eaten too much eye candy, and it's time for a change. Shit. Zhongli's face was a bit ugly as he sniffed, turning his head to look at Sumu. What about Brother Mu? This guy seems to be a bit smart. One moment. Sumu pondered for a moment, noting what the sheep's head mask had said. Eat the eyes. Now. Something related to the eyes undoubtedly points to Zhang Chang. So this thing was specifically sent by Zhang Chang to cause him trouble. This also showed that Zhang Chang was not in control of Dream City at the moment, and that he himself really lacked something that could deal with Sumu. As for the eye, Sumu already had an answer in his heart after a little thought. There is an answer to this question in the Book of the 1,000 Years of China. But there is an answer to this question. This is a uniquely Chinese answer. It's a giveaway for him, too. Before that, however, he had to determine what the other man really thought. After a moment of silence, Sumu asked again, is there an answer to this question that even you don't know and need to verify for certain? The goat's head mask sniffed and its scarlet eyes flashed. Then it nodded as it controlled Chen Hui's body. There, if you give an answer I haven't heard before either, I have to determine the answer by verification. Are you guys ready? The goat head mask said as its scarlet eyes quickly dimmed, and Chen Hui once again regained control of her body. What are you going to do about it? Sumu? Chen Hui directly asked out loud. Obviously, during the time she was imprisoned, she was still able to hear the voices outside. 2 scenarios. Sumu said without hesitation. One is that I try to fix the goat's head mask for good. The second is that I settle the matter by answering correctly its questions. There is 1 chance of failure left or right. 2 before 1. Okay, just do as you say. Chen Hui sniffed without the slightest hesitation and directly chose to believe Sumu. Do you need me to do anything? No, just watch. Sumu shook his head. Answer the question first, then do the hard part if you can't. Ha! In the sky, Zhang Chang, who was observing Sumu, sniffed and laughed coldly a few times. The mask gave a question he had heard many times, and until now none of the races had ever solved it. As for what happens when the mask is cracked, you don't have to say that Zhang Chang didn't know either. So the mask problem is simply unsolvable. Then Sumu could only choose to forcefully attack. This thing is impervious to any attack on the soul or the physical, and no one can break it except those great beings. Sumu's actions will in turn annoy it, and after devouring this avatar it will immediately attach itself to Sumu's body, giving him even harsher conditions for answering the questions. Sumu, Sumu. Around is a budding newcomer who has just started. How can it be compared to this mask? Jiang Chang said, but still watched Sumu's answer with great interest. He was prepared to wait for Sumu to die and immediately accelerate the process of seizing the Huaxia Dream City. Progress can be a little too slow in that time. Well, thinking about it, I'm reaching the end of my patience. A few moments later, the sheep's head mask couldn't wait to lean over Chen Hui and inquired in that weird, husky female voice. Alright, give me 3 minutes and I'll show you the answer to the question. Sumu did not hesitate to say. With that, he closed his eyes and projected his consciousness onto the upper layers of the sky within the dream-creating heartland. Looking at the clouds that clearly had a dividing significance, Sumu immediately mobilized his spiritual power to turn the clouds on one side of the sky from a gaseous state into a solid state, able to accommodate things to be placed. This time, the thing he was going to dream about had to do with heaven. A certain scene in the heavenly court was the answer Sumu wanted to give. In the midst of his thoughts, Sumu's mind, the books that belonged uniquely to the 1,000 years of China slowly flipped over, arriving at the heavenly palace of the immortal Qi Dynasty. Crossing into a page in the heavenly court, he searched for the answer Sumu wanted by a cloud. Under the sky there was a 3-year drought and no water could drip. It was only because there was a strange rule seen above the sky. This rule scene was also the answer Sumu was looking for. Chapter 154, Sumu hugged out a chicken under the public's attention. Between thoughts, Sumu's left hand opened its 5 fingers, aimed at the empty space in front of him, and 7 colored streams of light flashed. Countless viewers in the live broadcast room were staring at the screen, wanting to see what exactly that Sumu was preparing to use to show infinite time. I don't think it's going to be a clock or something like that as an answer. Is it? I don't think so. If that's such a simple answer, there's nothing scary about this goat's head mask. No chance. If Sumu didn't answer the question this time, just try the simplest answer. Maybe it's that simple. The audience discussed and looked forward to it. Suddenly a cluck 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 of a chicken was heard from the screen. All the audience froze at the words, and subconsciously also turned their heads to look around. Seeing that there were no strange creatures in all directions, it was only then that he realized that the cock crowing was coming from within the screen, where the camera of the live broadcast was aimed. In front of him, in Sumu's dream-making place, a large red-crowned rooster appeared, alive and well, pacing back and forth on the ground with its claws. This is something Sumu just dreamed up, isn't it? Family question marks brush up. Kid, you better be serious, ow. I don't think Sumu would make any jokes at this point, right? This chicken actually has something to do with answering questions? Foggy, that one. Don't say I'm banging. I said it was a seemingly limited number of items before, right? Items? Knock on the blackboard. It's an item. What's the deal with Sumu building a rooster? Zhongli, who was at the side, was also dumbfounded as he watched Sumu's dream creation as a whole. Mako, what is this? You're making a chicken out of a dream? This chicken. Zhongli stared wide-eyed, trying hard to see what was so extraordinary about the other party, but no matter how he measured it, it looked like an ordinary rooster. It's fit at best, and it sure tastes good when it's baked. Zhongli scratched his head and was just about to make some inquiries when he heard another woof 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 dog barking. Blinking, next to the majestic rooster, an earth-colored and extremely unusual field dog walked out of the 7 colored streams of light and sat down very obediently on the ground. Watching the scene, the scarlet light of the goat's head mask flickered, and the eerie female voice then opened her mouth and asked, "Is that your answer?" "It's not over yet." Sumu sniffed as the 7 colored streams of light in his hands completely blossomed, and the ground next to the rooster shook for a while, and then it continuously spewed out white, tiny particles. This is meter. Zhongli, who had come close to watch, was the first to notice and shouted out, "Rice?" Accompanied by Jiang Li's shouts, snow-white rice continuously constructed out and piled up on the land next to the rooster, forming a mountain of rice of more than 30 meters in less than a moment. At the same time, the same 7-colored light flashed up next to the field dog. Snow-white dust-like stuff spilled from the light and began to pile up continuously between drifting with the air. Some tiny dust drifted next to Zhongli, who saw it and moved closer to smell it. "Is that flour over here?" The fine white flour clattered and poured out of the glow in a continuous stream, and began to pile up continuously next to Tanaka's dog, eventually forming a peak taller than a mountain of rice. Seeing these two scenes perfect, Sumu immediately constructed a candlestick next to it, and when the candle flame was lit and swirling, a hanging golden lock was constructed above the candle's outer flame. Rice hill, noodle hill, golden lock and candlestick? As this operation watched the crowd a little confused, he heard Sumu say, "When the chicken has pecked the rice, the dog has licked the flour, and the fire has broken the locks, it is expressed as infinite time, endless years. Among them, rice, flour, fire, candles and golden locks are the items that seem to be limited. Chickens peck the rice, dogs lick the noodles, fire breaks the locks. All the spectators who saw the scene could not help repeating it and scrutinizing the three scenes again. The majestic rooster had begun to peck at the rice, the dog had begun to lick at the flour, and the throbbing candle flame was burning the golden locks above. The pop-ups in the live stream instantly erupted. These three scenes are able to show infinite time? This seemingly limited number of items refers to the rice hill face mountain and the golden lock candle? There is an end to this mountain of rice and face, isn't there? Is this also capable of expressing infinite time? Then why don't I build a bigger mountain that can also express more time? Sumu, it looks like you're going to die here. The three-eyed human carefully examined what Sumu had created and didn't see anything powerful in it, so he couldn't help but sneer a few times. That last shred of doubt in his mind was gone. The mask is as powerful as ever. Not in vain it feeds every day. This is your answer? Looking at this scene, the sheep's head masks were all slightly silent. Not bad, that's my answer. Sumu nodded his head. Other people didn't know the power of this, but he, who possessed the Book of the Thousand Ancient Chinese, was still able to be unaware of it? These three puzzles were specially set by the Jade Emperor. It is impossible to break through these three levels by any means. This mountain of rice can't be eaten. The mountain of noodles can't be eaten. And the fire never burns out of the lock. But is it not the case that seemingly finite objects are used to represent infinite time? To ensure efficacy, Sumu also injected 200 points of source power into it. In the strictest sense, the scene is still a powerful dream. Someday, if heaven sets it up, we'll lock the star beast in there. Let them out when the chickens have pecked the rice, the dogs have licked the noodles, and the fire has broken the lock. Brother Mac, will this work? Should we reconsider? John Lee inquired with some hesitation. No need. Let's start, Sumu said and pointed towards the sheephead mask in the direction of Mizhan Face Mountain, asking it to verify the truth of the answer. The first answer begins to be verified, and if it fails, you will have only one more chance to verify it. Between the flashes of scarlet light on the goat's head mask, he controlled Chen Hui's body and walked next to Mizhan and Mian Shang. He surveyed the rooster, who had begun pecking at the rice, and the dog, who was licking the mountain of noodles, and, after a moment's thought, pressed his hand against the rooster's. With a flash of scarlet light, the rooster let out a shrill cry. Immediately after that, a sheep's head mask was attached to its face as well, and its body began to grow and expand along with the mask, and in no time at all, it surpassed Jian Li's few people, moving towards the size of a building. When the rooster grows into a behemoth, its goat-headed masked beak opens wide. A majestic suction force followed. The meteor mountain below was subjected to a majestic suction force and instantly soared up and disappeared into the rooster's beak. The audience's hearts jumped at the sight. It's over. 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 Just one bite, and Yoniyama's gone? I thought I could stall for a while, but it looks like it's going to be over very, very soon. Chapter 155 S-Class Dream Creator Character, Jade Emperor. Amidst the many gasps of surprise from the audience, the giant mountain of rice disappeared without a trace in an instant. Even the tiny scattered grains of rice on the ground quickly floated up and were eaten clean. When the chickens have pecked out the rice, it's all gone now. This first scene is just done? Then as long as the goat head mask will then make the dog bigger. This tall mountain of faces is also a matter of swallowing in one bite. How can infinite time be manifested in such a way? The viewers said something bad in their hearts, and when they looked at Sumu's expression along the camera of the live broadcast, they were stunned. Looking at chicken swallowing rice's stance, Sumu acted very calmly, as if he had already anticipated this scene, not panicking in the slightest. This, also in Sumu's expectations? Big question marks floated over the heads of the audience. This rice mountain can be all gone. This is definitely not the same as what Sumu described before. A different answer means a wrong answer and a wasted opportunity to answer. Wait, the audience thought, suddenly noticing that there seemed to be something more within their line of sight. His eyes moved away from Sumu's side and looked towards the side of the large rooster, but his face could not help but condense. As far as the eye could see, the tall mountain of rice was still there, completely untouched. Aha! What the hell? Did I just blink? I remember this mountain of rice has already been eaten, right? It's finished. I've been staring at it. Did Sumu make up a bunch of rice hills again? This can also be considered unlimited time? If Sumu and make up a bunch of Mizhan funeral song, then this time can be related to Sumu's spiritual power. And Sumu's life are limited and not really an infinite time unless Sumu lives forever. This rice mountain will end late. While the audience murmured, Goat Head Mask, who had also noticed the scene, let out a light eep. It controlled the rooster to open that bloody mouth once again and swallowed the brand new appearance of Mizhan in one bite again. In the blink of an eye, another brand new mountain of rice emerged from its sight. Eat again. Revealed. 3 times in a row. No matter how much rice the rooster inhaled, the mountain of rice remained the same. The audience had thought that the sheep's head mask would continue to eat until it ate Sumu's spiritual energy dry, but it stopped right at that moment. Not only did he undo the rooster's transformation, but he also walked over to Mizhan himself and grabbed a handful of rice and took a bite. Along with its grasp, tiny grains of rice slid down the rice mountain, and in a moment they filled the gaping hole where the grains had been grabbed away again. This doesn't look like human dream making, the sheep's head mask muttered with scarlet eyes flickering, and after a long period of silence, he looked at Sumu and said, "This scene is unusual, and according to the principles of a dream maker's dream making, there should be a story here. If the story satisfies me, the question will pass you by." What? Damn. What is it talking about? Hearing the words of the goat head mask, inside the black giant eye, Zheng Cheng, who was leisurely sitting on the chair, stood up with a rub. What the hell? As long as Sumu tells a story it will pass? Is that Mizzen Noodle Mountain really something that could represent infinite time? This goat head mask is a letdown, right? When it walked the stars, so many intelligent races had fallen to its devouring. How could it be that when it came here, giant difficult questions would be answered by a child who had only just awakened? Is this guy trying to get rid of me so he's purposely letting this kid answer correctly? Zheng Cheng's face twisted a bit, while the audience erupted into a cheer after a brief moment of shock. I'll be damned. It seems like there's something extremely special about these three scenes, so that even this sheep's head mask has to admit that Sumu answered correctly. So these three scenes really represent infinite time? This mountain of rice can't be eaten, the mountain of noodles can't be licked, and the flames will never burn the golden locks? Holy shit. Then there's a big thing hidden inside these seemingly three simple dream-making dreams. Goathead Mask asks this. So I guess the mystery of these three things is inside the story. What's in the story? Countless spectators looked at Sumu with curiosity, waiting for Sumu's answer. Telling stories? Sumu froze as he listened to the sheep's head mask's words, and then nodded slightly as he realized what was going on. Such a great opportunity. Then of course it was time to publicize the upcoming Heavenly Court. Of course, the story has to be short. After all, this is not the time for a big story. This time, it starts with the Jade Emperor, accompanied by the flickering of Sumu's thoughts. The book that belonged uniquely to the 1,000 ancient Chinese slowly came to a page on the heavenly court between flips. A lofty and majestic hall that was surrounded by a precious light emerged in front of Sumu's eyes. Name of the temple, Lingxiao. It is the temple of the heavenly palace, one of the most honored places of the Lingxiao Baodian. The old man wearing a coronet on his head and a coronet suit is the protagonist of his story today. After sizing up the other party for a few moments, Sumu thoughtfully opened his mouth. It's not a big story to tell, but it's not a small one either. And again, it has to do with ancient China. Another story from ancient China? Many viewers' eyes lit up. Holy shit, is this Miss Hanmian Mountain or a Chinese story? I didn't think of that. The sensations that came out of Sumu's dream this time are all unusual things. Nothing strange, right? Is this chicken amazing? Or is this dog amazing? I'm a little confused. As the audience talked, they heard Sumu continue. In ancient times, in the land of China, there was a county named Fengxian, sitting in the land of Tianzi, rich and abnormal, for countless people to aspire to the place. The well-fed populace there been hardworking and capable, simple and honest, honoring the heavens and the earth. But later, the simple folk style changed because of their own affluence. People became more and more disrespectful to nature, heaven and earth, and even more disrespectful to the heavenly court and the Jade Emperor, causing the Jade Emperor to be displeased, and therefore set up these three barriers. It will not be able to rain until after the chickens have pecked the rice, the dogs have licked the faces, and the fire has broken the golden locks. And so the Phoenix Fairy has not had a drop of rain for 3 years, and even the monkey who once made a mess of the heavenly palace tried to crack it, and couldn't do it. Jade Emperor? That monkey Shimeji mentioned before couldn't even unravel it? So this Jade Emperor is the head of heaven? Hiss. This heavenly court heavenly palace is definitely an S-class dream-making. Sumu is still perfecting his dream-making system. Is the Jade Emperor better than that monkey? The Great Emperor? Sounds quite grand. Who is the Jade Emperor? Goathead Mask asked. Lord of the heavenly court, ruler of the 9 heavens and 10 earths, leader of the gods of the heavens. Sumu replied. The Lord of heaven? The leader of the gods in ancient Chinese mythology? Chapter 156 Invitation from the Stars. Zheng Cheng couldn't sit still, hissing, the leader of the gods? This Jade Emperor is so strong? It's hard to believe that Sumu wanted to dream him up to become an S-class dream character? If the heavenly court is an S-class dream, how strong would the Jade Emperor who holds the heavenly court be? Shit, it's obviously 3 unusual looking items, but enough to be extended by Sumu to create such a big background. This is the talent of a dream maker, isn't it? Is it hard to believe that this was something Sumu had thought of long ago? Borrowing the issue of the goat's head mask to perfect his heavenly court system? Jade Emperor. The sheep's head mask murmured and nodded, and between flashes of scarlet gaze, he inquired, "How do I become the Jade Emperor? How do you become the Jade Emperor?" Sumu froze at his words. There was something interesting about the words of the sheep's head mask inquiry. It still wants to be the Jade Emperor? Of course, it doesn't hurt to tell it a little. The Jade Emperor wouldn't have had to squabble for so many years if he was a strong man who could be the Jade Emperor. After a little thought, Sumu slowly opened his mouth. If you want to become the Jade Emperor, the Lord of Heaven, the Jade Emperor who rules over all realms, you first need to cross 132,000,000 tribulations, and one tribulation is 129,600 years. Let's wait until we're done with the tribulation. Then we'll think about the next step. If you want to become the Jade Emperor, you have to cross 132,000,000 culpas first? Many viewers choked a bit just hearing the numbers. If you look at the difficulty of becoming an S-class dream boss, this Western dream-making magic civilization is simply weak. The hierarchy of magicians proposed in the magical civilization dreamed up by Western dreammakers once said, the more powerful the magician, the longer he lives. But the magic hierarchy sets the longest surviving wizard at 1,000 years. What's going on right now? In order to be the boss of an S-class dream realm in Sumu's place, one had to first cross 130,200 tribulations. Each hijacking is still counted in 10,000 years. The strongest magician in the West came over and couldn't even survive a single robbery. An audience member pulled out a nearby calculator and did the math, letting out a gasp. Holy shit, it takes at least 1.5 billion million years to become the Jade Emperor? It feels so powerful that it's too much. For such a character, immortality is all just something trivial, right? Damn. A small scene, actually indirectly from the hand of this great power. I drop a good boy. No wonder the sheep's head mask stopped trying. This is sensing something, right? Not just the audience. Many of the top dreammakers who were watching Sumu's live broadcast were shocked by this one statistic. The life of a dream-making character is also tied to the strength of the dreammaker in a way. Trying to dream up a 1.5 billion-year-old life. Can it really be done with the current level of dream creation? Just dreaming about a tree that has grown for 1.5 billion million years feels a bit difficult to me. Other than that, has our planet existed for 1.5 billion years? Why do I feel that Sumu's dream-making character is the one who looks like the existence of a so-called god? Our dream-making character seems to be completely lacking in his atmosphere. It's not that he doesn't have his atmosphere. Even if he has such an atmosphere, do you dare to make a dream? It's definitely a crippled product. As the many dream makers discussed, the top of the eerie goat's head mask exploded with scarlet light and finally nodded. Correct answer. Congratulations on being the first human to answer my question. Accompanying the sound of its words, the sheep's head mask covering Chen Hui's face gradually made a soft clicking sound. After a second or two, it suddenly disintegrated into fragments that quickly shattered all over the place. Phew! Chen Hui's face appeared and her whole body immediately relaxed and exhaled. She carefully surveyed herself, seeing that it was fine, just wanted to open her mouth. When she saw the scattered pieces of the mask as if they were spiritually converged together again, a small token inscribed with a ram's head was constructed in the void. That token first ran to its own face and swayed slightly, and then it quickly flew to Sumu's face immediately afterward. It looked like it recognized Sumu, and along with the token appearing, a burst of fluctuating sounds came out from Sumu's mind. Holding the token, you can open the realm of the void spirit. Human, your intelligence has been recognized by us. Within 8 months, promotion to C-rank Dreammaker may open the forward passage. Inside are countless wisdom and treasures that we have accumulated from roaming the stars, and it is likewise an excellent place to exercise. We look forward to the arrival of the human race. Along with the disappearance of the words, the sheep sign instantly fell as if it had lost some kind of power support, and was caught by the quick-eyed Sumu. It was slightly cool in the hand, and upon closer inspection, it was as wooden as it had been before. The realm of the void spirit, the countless secret treasures that roam the stars? Sumu muttered a few times and pondered, taking it in. Ever since the establishment of the Dream Realm battlefield, humans had never taken a step into the starry sky, and they all knew that it was extremely dangerous out there, filled with countless starry sky beasts. Now it looks as if things are much different than expected. With the arrival of three-eyed humans with intelligence and goat-headed masks, there are dangers among the stars, and perhaps no shortage of opportunities? Sumu thought and shouted to the black impermanence beside him to take a closer look at the item, and seeing that it was indeed a dead piece in his hand, he was slightly relieved. 8 months to promote to a C-rank Dreammaker? It's not impossible, right? Brother Mac, that thing is dangerous, isn't it? Jiang Li, who did not hear the voice of the sheep's head, looked a little nervous, deeply afraid that Su Mu was caught in some trap, even reminded. It's fine. This is the reward for answering the question. After killing the remaining phantom siren's head back, the most important thing now is to seize the authority. Su Mu laughed. Rewards for answering questions? Jiang Li scratched his head, and seeing this, he didn't ask any more questions, and hastily agreed to start moving. On the other side, inside the giant black eye, Zheng Cheng's expression moved slightly as he listened to Su Mu's words. You get a token after answering the answer to that goat head mask? Goat head masks from the stars. Even he didn't know where it came from originally. There shouldn't be any powerful force on top of that token, right? Zheng Cheng thought, somewhat unable to sit still. Right now, it was hard to have a chance to solve the problem of these dream makers invading the earth, but it couldn't be broken by what he had brought with him. Can't. Gotta grab the speed. Take control of the dream city of China. Can't let this guy continue any longer. As Zheng Cheng said that, his thoughts flashed, and countless tiny seven-colored branches stretching out all kinds of faces emerged within the giant black eyes. He controlled these branches to make eerie screams, looking around in the air, trying to touch that administrative authority he had not yet mastered. Along with Zheng Cheng's move, the ground of Huaxia Dream City immediately began to tremble. Su Mu, who was preparing to continue killing the phantom siren, saw the situation and stopped his movements, realizing that something was not good. In the shadows, he felt the line connecting Dream City through hell vibrating and weakening. It was as if it was being pulled by some force trying to connect to the sky above. Chapter 157, Seizing the Dream City Authority. A certain death attack from Lame Kent. No good. Su Mu's heart was flabbergasted. Not caring about continuing to kill the phantom siren, he shouted, "You guys continue," and then immediately called out the eunuch of the land and disappeared back into the city god temple. In the main hall of the city temple, worship continues. A bit of sitting for a long time. The old city god has changed to sitting position, while the next worshipper has not come up before rubbing his face or a bit stiff, is thinking about whether to simply directly set up a statue out instead, and then good leisure a bit. When they saw the white smoke flashing around them, it was clearly the land eunuch rushing with Su Mu. Along with a thought flashing through Su Mu, the old city god already understood the meaning of the other party's arrival. At that moment, there was no hesitation, and between the taps of his fingers, the entire body of the city god temple emitted a buzzing vibration. The golden light on its body grew thicker and thicker, gradually contacting Su Mu on the side, covering him within the golden light as well. Feeling the faith and the soul that rests in the golden glow of the Su Mu no longer hesitated and immediately sat down on his knees. While contacting the earth, he began to use the city hall to find that invisible sense of connection in the air. In a flash, the entire dream city ground shook even more. Most of the seven-colored souls that were about to be absorbed into the giant eye in the sky by the powerful suction force sensed the strange turbulence and stopped their ascension, hovering in mid-air. In the black eye, Zheng Cheng, who vaguely seemed to sense the existence of a connection, suddenly felt that connection being pulled away by something, and the air around him became extremely calm again. That connection that was so hard to feel was gone again. Shit! Through the black giant eye, Zheng Cheng discovered the vibration of the ground, where he didn't know that it was Su Mu who was grabbing the authority of Dream City. He immediately controlled those seven-colored rays to let out a sharp shriek, forcibly linking himself and continuing to look for permission to connect to Dream City. The Dream City authority connection is like a rope being pulled from side to side. The two sides fought against each other, and the pace of the fight for Dream City's authority was actually neck and neck. No, it's not exactly a no-brainer. Along with Su Mu's single thought, the old city god then continued to start receiving offerings from the residents of Dream City. Entering the city god hall and surveying the old city god of 10,000 feet of golden light, all the residents were shocked by the effect and offered their beliefs and souls in devotion. Gradually, Su Mu felt that his side strength was increasing, and in the underworld he searched for that invisible link again. No good. Zheng Cheng likewise sensed this scene, and in his anxiety, the black giant eye in the sky immediately split into countless tiny compound eyes smashing down from the sky. Like a black meteor, it smashed hard towards Su Mu's position. But just as they arrived above the city temple, they ruthlessly crashed into the barrier emitting a golden light, and instantly disappeared into nothingness, causing absolutely no damage to Su Mu. Damn it! Sensing this scene, Zheng Cheng's face twisted. Again, this is his weakness. Attacks are too wasted. If he had the general attack power of other starry sky giants, Su Mu would have been played to death by him a long time ago. No way! No! It can't go on like this, Zheng Cheng muttered as his thoughts flashed frantically. And all of a sudden, his eyes glazed over, and a smile curled up at the corner of his mouth. Turning his head, looked over at Ryan Kent, who was off to the side. Lane Kent's face, while still calm, was closing his eyes a little more often for a while. Tainted as he is, he seems to have thought of that one too. Just as Zhang Cheng thoughtfully spoke. Ryan Kent. I seem to remember that there is a rule in this second round of exams, isn't there? The maximum number of candidates who come to Dream City is 3. There are only 3 heralds in a batch, but now, Sumu and the others have come in 4. It's allowed. Ryan Kent was just about to explain, when that originally calm demeanor suddenly turned a bit wooden, and then chimed in. Yes, it's problematic because the rules really don't say that you can come over 3 people. So, one has to be eliminated. Right, that's it. Jiang Cheng smiled sarcastically. The only way to uphold the rules is to kill a candidate. Go ahead and finish off. Sumu, take out. Sumu, Ryan Kent repeated. The black scepter in his hand flashed with light, and his entire figure disappeared within the giant black eye. Inside the city hall, Sumu, who was pulling against Zhang Cheng in the underworld, suddenly felt that the other party's exertion was getting weaker and weaker, and along with reaching a critical point, that extremely strong overpowering sensation once again came from within his mind. Along with the pervasive senses surfacing, Sumu immediately felt that his thoughts transcended his own body, and he could levitate to all corners of Dream City and observe anyone, every single item, successfully connected. He regained control of part of Dream City's authority, and Sumu could feel that the city temple was gradually taking over the entire Dream City, gaining all the authority of the entire Dream City. All of a sudden, the golden light of the barrier in the outside world skyrocketed and began to push wildly outward, instantly covering a small half of Dream City and crashing a bunch of monsters such as the phantom sirens and bone wolves within this range into powder. Let the people who are still running for their lives die. Chen Hui Jiangli and the two of them stopped their attacks and glanced at each other with joy in their hearts. Can it be that Sumu/Mu has already taken control of Dream City? Along with the thoughts of the two of them, the breath of the frail Chen Hui next to them began to skyrocket, and in an instant, the spiritual energy in their bodies quickly flared up like an extinguished furnace, turning into a blazing sun shining on the earth. This is, Chen Hui's eyes widened, and as she sketched with her hand, a giant green-colored bird appeared before her eyes. It's back. Her strength came back. Not only Chen Hui, the remaining 4 members of the law enforcement team who were closest to the city god temple had all regained their strength under the illumination of the golden light. A scepter floated out in the middle-aged man's hand between flashes of 7-colored light. Great! Dream City, it's saved! He muttered as his figure burst into flashes and quickly sped towards the places around Dream City that had yet to be covered by golden light. In a matter of moments, they arrived at the western city walls, where the monsters were pouring in. The middle-aged man looked at these monstrous beasts and snorted coldly. The scepter in his hand flickered with 7-colored streams of light, and a huge tiger was outlined in the air, and between the roars of the tiger's mouth, he actually directly roared all of these monstrous beasts into powder. One blow wipes out. Having regained their strength, they were extremely relaxed against these minions. The viewers in the live broadcast room looked at the 5 people who had regained their strength, and their hearts were overjoyed. Good, this kid Wasia Dream City is saved. Good job, Sumu. Once the looted permissions are in place, you may be able to try and shut down the Dreamweb. You've got to do your best. Great, now we are far ahead of China. Far ahead. Sumu has really become the savior. When everyone thought that everything was going in the right direction at once, the camera in the live broadcast room, however, suddenly turned around and came inside the city temple to Sumu, who was sitting cross-legged in front of the Dream City connected to it. Only a figure outlined beside him, defying the golden light, was Ryan Kent with his black scepter. The other party's turquoise eyes stared at Sumu dead in the face and slowly said, "Candidate Sumu, you have violated the rules. And this time, the price to pay is death. I'm not going to hold back." Chapter 158. If someone must be sacrificed, it must be me from the Jiang family. The sudden pronouncement of the sentence made everyone's hearts, which had been floating high, immediately fall into hell. As Sumu was about to take complete control of Dream City, Ryan Kent arrived. That existence that Sumu absolutely could not defeat at this stage. An existence that could not be defeated even with the shelter of Dream City. It was true that the Dream City was part of the S-ranked Dream Creator, but the one standing in front of Sumu was an S-ranked Dream Creator. To really talk about it, Ryan Kent's authority was not lower than Sumu's, even higher. As long as Ryan Kent gave a word, Sumu's side would immediately rest. No way, at this time of year? Has Ryan Kent been completely contaminated? Holy shit, that's not bad. Where can Sumu beat Ryan Kent now? Shit. Don't do it. Don't be completely controlled at this time. As the audience's hearts clenched, all of the official command teams around the world who were watching Sumu's live broadcasts also raised their hearts. Right now, the candidates from the Eagle Country, White Bear Country, and other countries still couldn't touch the edge of their authority yet, and only Sumu's side was immediately taking control of the entire Dream City. They all cast their gazes over wanting to see whether or not Sumu could break the situation and secure a ray of life and hope for them. Even if they were no longer reluctant, the foreign command group had to admit that the current candidates they had entered within the Dream Network were all still too green, and even with the aid of talent, it was very difficult to reach Sumu's current level. My god, if Lane Kent is truly out of control, then all of our efforts are for naught. No. Judging from the current situation, Ryan Kent then hasn't completely lost control, right? Otherwise, he wouldn't have taken this way of arriving next to Sumu to tell him of his impending death. Indeed, if Ryan Kent is truly and completely tainted, then the Star Beasts must have simply utilized his dream-making ability to topple the entire Dream City. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now facing the most top-notch starry sky giants. Even with extremely high intelligence, it is no longer possible to use common sense to judge each other. Indeed, I just don't know how Sumu should react now. Is there any way he can escape Lane Kent's hunt? Between discussions among the command group, Ryan Kent made another strange move as he spoke. His scepter waved lightly, and 3 streams of light flashed around him. Between the fading of the light and the figures of Jiang Hong Spoon, Jiang Li, and Fong Xing appeared from among them. The several people at the moment of bewilderment first froze when they saw Ryan Kent, and then immediately erupted into intense hostility, quickly approaching Sumu's perimeter. They had also heard Fong Xing and Sumu recount what had happened within the steel fortress on the road before. Mako, what the hell? Why is this guy here? Big brother, quickly summon Captain Chan and the others. Let them resist for a while, Jiang Li and Fong Xing said at the same time. Summoning? It's not working. Sumu knew that the other party's authority was higher than his own, and any brute force resistance would be wiped out in an instant. As for the breakthrough, he looked around at his friends, already having a bad feeling inside. Ryan Kent summoned all of his teammates at this time, and combined that with what he said earlier. Sumu's expression turned extremely complicated, and he heard Ryan Kent calmly say, according to the rules, only 3 candidates are allowed to come to Dream City. You've already exceeded 3 and one of you must die to comply with the rules. That's it. Ryan Kent's mouth said that he would kill him, but what he actually meant inside was to die a teammate to protect Sumu's well-being. Perhaps in his eyes, it was a necessary sacrifice. It's the best thing for the greater good at the moment. Jiang Li's trio froze as they listened, and reacted to the current situation after a little thought. None of the 3 were stupid, and a flash of unspeakable emotion rose within them. Sumu can't die. That means one of the 3 of them must die. 3 divided by 1. Ryan Kent wants one of the 3 of them to die to make the rules. It's... Fong Xing opened his mouth with difficulty, twisted his head and surveyed the 2 people around him, again not knowing what to say. Inside the live broadcast room, all the viewers fell silent as they listened to the words. No, even though they all knew that it was necessary for one of the 3 to die. Who stepped forward? Is it Fong Xing, who has a special talent? Or Jiang Li and Jiang Hong Spoon? They have to make a choice soon. Although it's not good to say that, if all 3 can't make up their minds, Sumu might be able to help. Help your ass, damn Zhang Chang, damn Star Beast. All 3 of them are so good. They're all our good boys from China. As a few pop-ups spoke, the silence of the city hall was broken by a cough. Ahem. That, or should I do it? The live view gazed away, and the person speaking was Jiang Li. When it was time for sacrifice, this disciple from a great family was the first to step forward, and with a smile on his face, he chose to go to his death first. Brother. Fong Xing looked at the other party with a somewhat complicated expression. I'll do it, Ginger Red Spoon exclaimed in a rare voice, and as soon as he was about to pull Jiang Li behind him, Jiang Li, on the other hand, quickly broke free and scratched his head. That Fong Xing, don't argue with me. Your pathfinding talent might be useful later on. Sister, you're also stronger than me, and I can't help much by staying here, and now it's just right that it's time for me to be needed, he said taking a deep breath, twisting his head around and looking around as he fell straight to his knees. Mom and Dad, Jiang Li will repay your kindness in the next life. Grandpa, our Jiang family is never the first to die on the battlefield, Jiang Li said and kowtowed 3 times towards the void as his final words. He was only slightly red-eyed, not crying. At the moment, he is a warrior who is bravely going to his death. For a moment, the eyes were raised in silence. Inside the Jiang family compound, since learning that all of their children were in danger, Kang's parents, Kang's mom, had put off some work and returned home, nervously gauging their children's movements. Son, constantly concerned about the movements of their own children, Jiang mother heard a loud scream, fainted. Jiang father saw the situation and hastened to support. Eyes reddened and nodded repeatedly. Trembling said, good boy. Sort of. Didn't disgrace our Jiang family. On the side, Master Jiang didn't make a sound. His pale and dry palms pressed tightly on the crutches, trembling terribly. Kang's family has never died first on the battlefield, and this is what he said. but when it all really came to a head, when he had to give away one of his favorite grandchildren, the old man, who was nearly 100 years old, closed his eyes, his heart in immense pain. Jiang Xiaoxiao, the youngest child of the Zheng family, looked at this scene but directly cried out with a wow. The young man might have known why his brother chose to do what he did, but more than that, he knew that he was going to lose his brother. Okay, I'll do it. When Gingerly finished, he got up with red eyes and walked over to Ryan Kent, taking a deep breath without fear. Zhongli, I'll remember you. That's a fucking man, Fong Xing said with red eyes. Ginger Red Spoon's lips were pursed, but she couldn't say anything. Come on, Gingerly said with a steely look, looking over at Ryan Kent. Chapter 159, Go in peace and save the Steel Fortress. Good. Lane Kent's demeanor remained calm and completely unshaken. Without waiting for anyone to react, the scepter in his hand erupted with pitch-black colored light and ruthlessly smashed into Zhongli's head. With a thud, all the viewers in the live room were red-eyed. Zhongli, worthy of being a kid from the Kong family. Shit, kid, don't worry, we'll avenge you. This is definitely the man with the most balls. As the audience spoke, a sudden sound of light skepticism was heard. Is this death? How come it doesn't hurt? All the audience froze at the words, and the tears collected. This seems like the voice of Gingerly? Ryan Kent didn't smash him with a blow? Viewers looked closely in confusion. As the light dissipated, Ryan Kent had withdrawn his scepter and said faintly, "He's dead." Saying that, his body dissipated in an illusory manner. But looking towards Ryan Kent's side, Zhongli's figure was still standing in the same place. Only a golden light covered his body. This is invincible golden body? As this one thought flashed in his mind, he heard Su Mu's voice coming from the back. I'll see you when we get a chance at Rawhide, after the Dream City incident. Crap! The sudden reversal caused all the audience to freeze. Hearing Su Mu's voice, the crowd then understood. Shit, you kid, you're waiting for us here. Invincible golden body. The invincible golden body that the candidates would have after abstaining from voting before. Su Mu mobilized Dream City's authority to come up with this. Your brother, you're right on time, my tears were wasted. Ha ha ha, worthy of a big brother. Big brother is awesome. In the Zheng family, the people who were silent in the sad atmosphere were stunned as they listened to this scene in the picture. Not dead? My son is okay? Kong Dad was completely confused by this sudden surprise, and rubbed his eyes hard at the scene while supporting Kong Mom. That little brat. Grandpa Jiang tapped the ground vigorously with his cane, showing his excitement. Whoa, woohoo, woohoo. Kong, who couldn't stop crying because of her ups and downs, tried so hard to be happy that she cried into a siren call. Ha! Zhongli listened to Su Mu's words, then he reacted and shouted. Holy shit, Brother Mac. You didn't say so earlier. I've been brewing emotions for so long for nothing. I saw that you were quite melodramatic there just now, so I thought I'd wait until you finished your performance. Su Mu smiled faintly, but a trace of exhaustion was revealed in his expression. The moment Kongri stepped forward, he really hadn't thought of this method yet. It was Lane Kent's constant emphasis on the rules and the afterlife's words that gave him a flash of insight. Death on foul play is of course normal, but death is yet able to be called a forfeit. Yes, abstain. After Su Mu, who was partially in charge of the authority, woke up to this truth, he immediately tried to find the mechanism among Dream City that was specifically responsible for surfacing the invincible golden body and teleporting away after the candidates shouted to abstain from voting, and it was really found by him. After all, it was impossible for an S-class powerhouse to keep an eye on everyone teleporting at all times, so naturally, it was much more convenient to just set up a mechanism, hence the following story. This guy might have actually died under Lane Kent's staff if he hadn't stalled a bit. Brother Mac. Sister. Brother Fong Xing. Then I'll go offline and wait for your good news. Be sure to cheer up. Knowing that he didn't have to die, Jiang Li's entire body relaxed and shouted the moment his body was about to disappear. Don't worry about it. Su Mu nodded. Jiang Hongspoon nodded equally vigorously without words, while Fong Xing patted his chest with an expression of I'll take care of it. Then I'll go first. Jiang Li's figure dissipated along with the golden light inside the city god temple. The only people left on the field were Su Mu, and some residents who had just come in and hadn't yet worshipped the city god. So, can we start worshipping now? Seeing that it was over, a resident asked carefully. Sure, gotta change the statue though. Su Mu returned to his senses, gained access to Dream City and restored the strength of the law enforcement team, which means he can further attempt to create a connection with the entire Dream City. And the Chinese candidates who held on to the Steel Fortress could be saved. Like the title of the second round of exams, they reached Dream City, and now it was up to Dream City's law enforcement team to aid the Steel Fortress. Chapter 160 Recovering the Steel Fortress. Steel Fortress. Since Su Mu left, waves of raging beasts continued to emerge. The black seeds carrying a large number of bone wolves fell like rain in the sky. Almost the entire steel fortress was completely surrounded left and right. Not good. There's a small hole in the left defense wall of the 7th tier fortress, and it looks like it's about to be crushed through the opening. We still have food, but our weapons are about to run out. There are too many of these monsters. The consumption can't be stopped for a moment. The second squad trying to travel to Dream City can't even get out of the door. There are too many monsters. One bad news after another was delivered to the command center on the 36th floor of the steel fortress, causing the candidates commanding here to feel the pressure. The previous plan was quite good, but once it started to be implemented, the crowd realized that there was a bit too much resistance. According to this situation, we will be able to hold out for 2 days at most. After 2 days, all the equipment reserves will be depleted, and then we will only be able to fight. Aquatic giant Sun Yibiao said with a frown as he looked at the current battle damage table. That's also the best case scenario. Immediately send people to support the 7th floor and make sure to hold that wall. Gao Ming, who had previously opposed Su Mu, looked at the data graph analyzed by his men with 1 head and 2 heads. Right now, he had a mind to rehash his escape plan, but the current situation was a complete no-no. The best time to execute the escape plan has passed, and there are more of these monsters than they thought. Trying to rush toward Dream City with the candidates as previously planned was simply out of the question. He had even brought someone along earlier to try and cover for the second squad, which was completely useless, not to mention a waste of resources. Really, you can't even get out of the door. Even if they went out, they would be completely blocked by the mountain of corpses piled up by the corpses of the phantom sirens. Not to mention the bone fog outside that was so thick that it was completely impossible to see. If Sumo isn't able to bring in help or close the Dream Network link as soon as possible, we could very well be trapped to death here. Gao Ming's heart felt suffocated as this thought surfaced in his mind. But thinking about it, he didn't dare to say it, so as not to shake the military's center of gravity. In this way, they have hope for survival. The hope of being able to hold out until Sumu returns. Gao Ming thought, and just as he wanted to focus his thoughts on dealing with the matter at hand, he felt a violent vibration coming from underneath his feet, and the entire level began to shake wildly like an earthquake. What? What the hell? Could it be that a powerful starry sky beast has arrived? The crowd at the command level yelled and started contacting the front lines. The result obtained was that there was no sign of any star giants appearing, but the entire steel fortress was shaking. Just as the crowd was confused, a student who specialized in connecting to other floors to maintain command exclaimed, "There's a breach in one of the floors." Some idiot saw something crawling into the floor and subconsciously fired a heavy weapon inside the fortress, wounding a dozen and breaking a load-bearing column. Now the monsters over there are coming in through the gap. What? The people on the command level were startled at the words, and Sun Yibiao quickly roared, "Which level? Report the location." 1. The first layer, the student said with fear on his face. The first layer. Hearing this news, the crowd instantly felt cold inside. This first level was the load-bearing level of the entire steel fortress, and it was also where they put more weapons. Right now, there's actually a gaping hole there? No wonder there was such a strong tremor. This steel fortress isn't about to collapse, I'm afraid. Quickly, all support the first level. Hurry. Remember, no heavy weapons, bring more mental power restoration devices. Takamine shouted. The men were just about to start moving at the word when they heard another slight rumble throughout the lower part of the steel fortress. Along with the roaring sound, the entire fortress shook even more, as if it was about to collapse immediately if it couldn't withstand it. Not good. As a sense of crisis emerges, there was already a violent vibration coming from one level below. Immediately afterward, the entire floor tilted toward the front at a rapid rate. The steel fortress was nestled between mountain peaks, and if it collapsed, it would be smashed off a cliff and pulverized. Some students who were in a running position slipped and fell straight down the incline and hit the wall hard. Done. Several people watched the scene and closed their eyes in despair. The collapse was so fast that they were completely too late for support. Given a little time, they would have been able to head to the first level with the mental recovery device and recreate the dream-bearing pillars holding up the steel fortress, before sealing off the first level gates. Right now, there really isn't any chance. Even if they could escape, at least 90% of the Chinese candidates would die here. In the midst of his thoughts, there was another violent crumbling sound from below. A strong sense of weightlessness came from the hearts of all the students, as if they could already anticipate the scene of being devoured by the monster and their own tragic deaths. But at this very moment, a sense of energy that seemed like an electric current suddenly appeared in the air. With a sense of energy, the steel fortress, which had been tilted to an impossible angle of redemption, miraculously returned to its original shape in a matter of moments. It caused the candidates who had slid down the wall to fall heavily back to the ground. Candidates whose hearts were filled with despair were shocked at the sight of the situation, and at a time when they were somewhat unsure. They heard the wailing of the phantom siren and the many bronze drums of the star beasts from outside the fortress. Along with the wailing, there was even the roar of an unknown beast that resounded throughout the fortress. This is an incredible thought appeared in the minds of the elite students on the 36th floor as they listened to the voices. Dream maker. Definitely a high-level dream maker. Who's coming? Without bothering to check on the injured candidates around them, Gao Ming's few people ran out of the core area and came to the front line. Looking outward, as far as the eye could see, a barrier as bright as glass wrapped the entire fortress. Beyond the barrier, there were countless giant dream-creating creatures rapidly cleaning up the surrounding star giants. Watching this scene, several people had a kind of scalp tingling as if they had been reborn with joy. When he looked up, he saw the 4 men in those gray and white robes. It's the top brass of the Dream City law enforcement team. Someone shouted. They're from Dream City. This also shows Sumu and the others succeeded. Chapter 161, Delivering Chen Fengqiu? Withered Tree Branch Key Debut. Sumu moved in for help from Dream City. In less than a day. Crap. The big man is worthy of being a big man. We've come back to life, ha 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 ha. Big brother is awesome. Holy shit. What's with the feeling of wanting to cry? Almost died here. Inside the various student livestreams inside the Steel Fortress, countless spectators saw this scene. Many parents breathed a long sigh of relief, their eyes reddening as smiles surfaced. It's okay, it's okay, it's okay, it's okay, it's okay, it's okay. Good, my child is saved. Sumu has already taken Dream City. Our Chinese candidates should be in no danger for the time being. Whoa, when the exams are over, make sure my sonny treats Sumu to a meal. This kid, he's too capable. Various regions of Huaxia. Many dream makers watched this scene with the same smile appearing on their faces. Bravo! Almost all the Chinese candidates will be buried here, as long as Sumu goes one step further. DreamNet might not be unimaginable, depending on how he operates. Now is not the time to let down your guard. Dream City is only a small branch under the Dream Network. Want to get access to the Dream Network through Dream City? Forgive me, I really don't know what to do. Sumu, will he? Holding such doubts, the many dream makers cast their eyes back to Dream City and looked at Sumu. Instead, he found him still sitting with his legs crossed, as if he was performing some kind of ritual. Just when the audience is not sure, the live broadcast perspective is fast jumping, came to a dark and deep like a cage-like field. There, an old man was trapped. Silver white hair, soft facial lines, pale arms slightly dry. This is Chen Fengqiu, Huaxia's A-class dream maker. Therefore, Sumu wanted to rescue the Huaxia main exam through the authority of Dream City. This kid. Watching this scene, everyone's eyes lit up. This Chen Fengqiu was a genuine A-class dream maker. If he could be released, then the entire battlefield of DreamNet could be truly different. This old guy who's lived for hundreds of years sure has a lot of tricks up his sleeve. At the very least, he could try to use his examiner's authority to open a way home for the crowd. It doesn't necessarily require permission to leave through DreamWeb. Also, Sumu wasn't familiar with the Stealing Dreams Network permissions, but this one knew a lot about it. If we can release Lord Chen from the examination, everything will change for the better. Because there is currently no S-class in the Huaxia region, Lord Examiner Chen can be the only person in control of the Huaxia region, and if he is able to get the Dream City authority, he will definitely be able to fight against Lane Kent's authority. Speaking back, where is Lord Chen Examiner imprisoned in Dream City? Is it right next to Dream City? No matter what, Sumu has made the right move. Not bad. Saving this examiner will definitely speed up the plundering of DreamWeb permissions. This kid has a good idea. Even anticipating this step. Good idea? If Sumu heard the voices of the audience, he could only let out a bitter smile. He hadn't really thought about this step. It had started out with the idea of trying to loot DreamWeb access on its own. It was only when he kept retrieving the Dream City's authority that he accidentally discovered that at least 1/5 of the power gathered by the Dream City was supplied to a certain location within the sky. With the administrator's special perspective, he followed the energy supply of Dream City to the end, and he saw Chen Fengqiu, who was surrounded by the giant black eyes. That's how you understand the other side's current situation. Sumu surveyed the old man trapped in the cage and tried to utilize his authority to unleash his voice. Mr. Chen Fengqiu, who had been trapped inside the main examination room since the start of the battle, could be described as anxious. It was as if all his own permissions were cut off from this place, and he could not connect to the DreamWeb. He is like a computer with super powerful privileges, able to play his role as long as he is connected to the internet. But the enemy had physically cut off his net. It's this cage. The cages made by Lane Kent and Star Behemoth directly blocked the link to DreamWeb. Otherwise, although Ryan Kent's authority was great, he could not restrict Chen Fengqiu from using the Dream Network. At first, Chen Fengqiu tried to use his authority and ability to break through this cage to return to Dream City. But as soon as he attacked, he realized that he was moving against the entire dreamweb. The energy contained within the dreamweb converged here, with the giant black eye as the dominant force, forming this cage. Although the attack power of this cage was weak, it was superior in hardness. His attack completely failed to reach the defense critical point of this cage, and he had no choice but to sit here and wait for the time to go out. During this time, the imagination brought about by the Dreammaker's talent made Chen Fengqiu associated with the scene outside where Chinese students were dying and being wildly hunted down and devoured, wailing all over the place, and the more he thought about it, the harder it became. Phew, what Sumu said earlier should have been broadcast out live. It's the only hope. They must come soon. The them in Chen Fengqiu's words naturally referred to the support of Wang Jia and a number of other A-class dreammakers. The old man had inwardly expected someone inside the dreamweb to come forward, but he was shut down, and the other examiners must have been similar. The students were the only ones left within the dream network. How could those students have done all that? No, there's still one who might be able to, but he has. Chen Fengqiu thought, closing his eyes and sighed, murmuring in a low voice. Sumu, what a good boy. If he doesn't die, it's a slight possibility. But, hey, since the disconnection, Chen Fengqiu had lost the permission to watch the outside world. From his perspective, Sumu inevitably had no way to live after saying those words in front of Ryan Kent. He hadn't thought about the matter of Sumu being alive at all. That's the most talented of the young generation in China. Chen Fengqiu was just thinking about it when he heard a slightly familiar voice coming from outside the cage. Mr. Chen. Mr. Chen. Who? Chen Fengqiu stood up instantly at the words, his eyes flashing with essence. The sound was completely different from that giant black eye. Its support and variables too? As he thought about it, he heard the voice say, my name is Sumu, this session's Chinese candidate. Sumu. Chen Fengqiu's expression stiffened at his words, and with a light hum, he sat back down and closed his eyes again. Lane Kent, or is it the same eye? Don't pull that trick with the old man. Sumu is dead. Sumu first froze when he listened to the old man's words, and immediately afterward, he reacted and hurriedly explained to him what happened afterward. Dodging a shot from Ryan Kent. Get Dream City permissions. All candidates throughout the Steel Fortress. Despite Chen Fengqiu's closed eyes, his ears were still listening, and the more he listened, the faster his heart beat, because the voice doesn't sound like it's telling a lie. If it's true, then they really have a lot to offer. After all, Sumu was a candidate capable of creating miracles. When Sumu reached the end of his speech, Chen Fengqiu finally opened his eyes and tentatively asked, child, is it really you? The goods are real. Like a fake. If I were a starry sky beast, I wouldn't be able to talk to you this much. Sumu replied with a smile. Right. It must be you. Chen Fengqiu stood up excitedly at the thought. Because you're the only one who can try to loot Dream City's permissions. Is the situation in the Chinese region now really what you told us? Not bad. I've completely taken control of the situation. Besides, Sumu said and looked up at the sky. At some point, the giant black eye hanging in the sky disappeared. It was as if he fled in fear of fighting him now. That star beast left after seeing me take control of Dream City. Teacher Chen, how should I save you? Undo the energy output from Dream City and then use that energy to break the cage? Chen Fengqiu hurriedly shook his head when he heard this. No, child. If you want to save me from coming out, it's not enough to disarm the energy output of one Dream City alone. You need to disarm the energy output of at least 3 great Dream Cities before a group of us main examiners can come out. The source of this cage's supply of energy is more than just Huaxia Dream City. Great Dream City? Sumu was puzzled. You should know that there are Dream Cities in other places as well. We on the other hand distribute them according to the principle that the more candidates there are, the bigger the Dream City is. And the bigger the Dream City is also means that there is more energy in it. Huaxia is a big Dream City. To release we must gain access to at least 2 more big Dream Cities. Otherwise it won't be able to break the cage. At least 2 more Dream City permissions to obtain? So hard? I'm relying on Sumu to obtain the authority of 1 Dream City is already a great effort. But you want the authority of 2 Dream Cities? Let's not talk about how hard it is to get access to the Dream City. The question is, how on earth is Sumu going to get to the other Dream Cities? It's true. The various examining districts are currently separate, aren't they? How do you link them together? The audience's confusion had obviously occurred to Sumu, and just as he was about to ask, he heard Chen Fengqiu say, child, do you remember the key you acquired earlier? Keys? Sumu sniffed and looked to the back of his left hand, where a withered tree branch pattern that could only be revealed after being scalded with warm water was inscribed. Chapter 162, The Mountain That Blocks the Way Ahead. City God's Foreign Branch Temple? Sumu created a dream out of some warm water and applied it to the back of his left hand. The pattern of withered tree branches that was nearly on the verge of being forgotten by him reappeared. He looked at the pattern and inquired, This key will help me travel to other dream cities? Chen Fengqiu nodded at his words and said after a moment of contemplation, "Child, the Dreamweb is a failed product of a mixture of several large S-rated dreams. Time is running out, so I won't explain this in detail. All you need to know is that the dream city where we are in Huaxia is part of the area that evolved from one of the S-class dream realms, and all the other dream cities are spread out in different areas of the dream realm, in different S-ranked dream realms. Trying to find other dream cities on your own is basically impossible without an A rank. In addition, because of the restricted nature of the dream city itself, these dream-created characters are not able to leave the Chinese dream city for too far, and being able to reach the Steel Fortress is the longest distance in our design. Trying to rely on them to get to the other dream cities won't work. The only jump method currently available to you is to utilize the key in your hand. The key has to do with the S-ranked dream makers who originally created these dreams. It opens a core dream in the dream web. Initially the S-level dream makers of dream makers. Calm were relevant? Sumu froze at his words, and after a little thought, he was somewhat dazed. The original S-class dream makers who created the dream network were not the same group of S-class dream makers who now maintain the dream network, and the two may be hundreds of years apart. So, this key in my hand leads to a core dream realm that can be pointed directly to those S-ranked dream makers, and there are treasures in it that even S-ranked dream makers find precious? Is this the same opportunity for me to jump ship to another dream city? Not bad. Chen Fengqiu nodded as he sniffed. As long as this key is opened, it will attract candidates from other countries who possess the key to go with them, and the direction they come from is the direction you'll be heading to. The candidates who have come over here have all experienced the same dream city crisis as you have, and have even solved the 10 days of suspension puzzle. They are all first-rate gifted candidates who possess special talents just like you. If need be, you can have some cooperation. Listening to Chen Feiqiu's words, the audience in the live broadcast room also understood. So that's how this withered tree branch is used. It can be pointed directly at those initial S-ranked dream makers. I remember the history said that those people can be the top dream makers who have experienced that cataclysmic period when the star beast descended into reality. Right? Very powerful. There's a treasure of S-ranked dream makers in there. Honestly speaking, if it weren't for that, it would be too much of a loss just to jump to other worlds. As the audience spoke in tongues, they saw Sumu fall into thought, and inquired with a somewhat uncertain look. Is this core dream realm related to the authority of the dream network? Is it possible to directly control the entire dream web through the core dream realm? Direct control of the entire dream network through the core dream? Chen Fengqiu heard a stunned, carefully pondered for a while after this showed a little confusion. I'm not too sure, old man, because the core dream realm restricts the entry of high-level dream makers, and out of respect for deceased dream makers, we didn't forcefully break through. So naturally, we don't know exactly what's going on inside. That's why we have the key as a reward. But if there is something in the core dream realm or a conscious dream-making body that can contact the dream network, it might be able to control some of the privileges of the dream network through the core dream realm. After all, the makers of this dream world are still the same dream makers from centuries ago after all. What about? Sumu nodded at his words and then asked. So Mr. Chen, how do I unlock this key? The way to open it is simple. Just absorb enough energy. Chen Fengqiu sniffed and replied. But according to our previous research, in order to open the core dream world you also need to be in a fixed time period. If you want to open the dream realm in advance, you will likely encounter some resistance in the process of entering. Resistance? Sumu was stunned at his words. Yes, according to our probing, when it's not time to enter it, two giant mountains will appear in the center of the passageway, alternating layers and completely blocking the way ahead. To get into it you must take a dream-making approach to move the mountain out of the way. You can make this a test, using the mountains as the subject, and using your own dream-making means to move these two mountains out of the way in a reasonable manner. Others may not be able to do it, but you with your overwhelming mental strength certainly can. After you move the mountains of the other passages will disappear on their own, and the core dream will open to all students who have the key. Two mountains on the path to the core dream? A trial? If it restricts high-level dream makers, then the mountain must be moved by low-level dream makers, which is considered an impossible task for low-level dream makers. So this core dream is encouraging us to enter on time? The idea is good. It's just that he appears to be such an outrageously low-level dream maker. Sumu nodded after a brief moment of thought at his words. Leave it to me. Specifically, he still had to go inside that passageway to see for himself to know what he should do. Hearing this, Chen Fengqiu nodded his head slightly, tilting his head back to look at the endless darkness outside the cage, a smile appearing on his aged face. Go ahead, child. Don't worry about what the end result will be. Just go ahead and use your imagination. You've done a good enough job. For Chen Fengqiu, Sumu's appearance was his greatest hope. The rest is left to Sumu, who is capable of performing miracles, to let go. To be able to walk step by step to this place under the strong pressure of Ryan Kent and the Star Beast, even once he definitely couldn't do it. There was no doubt that even if it failed, no one would blame Sumu. Well, just leave it to me. Sumu sniffed and once again replied in an affirmative tone. Having said that, he then ended his conversation with Chen Fingxiu. After sitting in the city temple and thoroughly receiving the authority of the Dream City into his hands, Sumu first lifted the output of the Huaxia Dream City for the cage, and then tried to explore the authority to link with the outside world. Little has been achieved. The Dream Realm was still a part of the Dream Realm in the end, and didn't have the authority to link to the outside like the Dream Network did, and the current one still didn't have a way to contact the Dream Makers out there. After searching for permissions once more to make sure, Sumu then looked at the pattern on the back of his hand. In addition to the Chinese Dream City, he would need the authority of at least 2 other Dream Cities before he could reduce the cage trapping the main examiners to a level that could be broken. It was only when the main examiners came out that plundering the Dreamweb permissions was somewhat assured. After all, right now, he really didn't know how to go about this permission issue. That's a bit of a long time to consume, and there's no telling what kind of variables might come up in it. I'm grabbing permissions. Naturally Zhang Cheng is also there, and he's definitely quite a bit faster than me. At that time, even if we liberate Mr. Chen, the situation will still be greatly inferior. It would be nice to be able to directly partially control the Dreamweb with the help of what's inside the core dream. Specifically, we'll wait to go over there and see what happens. Sumu muttered and summoned the landlord. Before he left, he had some things to explain. After all, there was only one in this hell. He definitely had to take it with him in the past, and the rest of the ghosts that were too late to be brought back to hell had to be collected by Qinhui and the others for the time being. Also, the city god temple could not be taken away, and if he really needed to go to another dream city, then Sumu would choose to directly dream a new city god temple in the area. After all, there is more than one city god as there is one side of the land. Then again, if I go abroad, who should the city god in my city temple dream up? Do as the Romans do? As a matter of common sense, the selection of the city god could indeed be made from among local people of high moral standing and high merit, but electing a blonde gringo as city god? Open your mouth and speak a foreign language? A little offbeat. Sumu himself felt strange. Thought it would be better to pinch a statue of the current old city god and swing it over to be more reliable. For the time being, he pushed these strange thoughts to the back of his mind. He called out the land eunuch, and using the transportation technique, he flew away in the direction of the steel fortress. Chapter 163, Arranging Things. Going to the core dream realm. Without the fire spirit mountain blocking the way to the steel fortress, the journey was naturally unimpeded. In just a few breaths of effort, the land eunuch brought Sumu to the vicinity of the steel fortress. Here, the attack from the star beasts continues. However, support from Chen Hui and the others had already arrived, and the black seeds that fell from the sky like rain were often scorched clean in midair by a ball of flame. The monsters running on the ground were then torn apart and crumbled by a single powerful dream-making creature. Occasionally, some of them were killed by the weapons that shot out of the steel fortress. Sumu, who had ended his recluse to retrieve the land eunuch, looked at this scene and his expression slightly relaxed a little. Just as he was about to walk slowly towards the steel fortress gates, a melodious sound came from the sky. Sumu, looking up, Chen Hui, who was wearing a grayish-white law enforcement robe, hovered in midair and slowly descended. At this time, she changed her previous disheveled appearance, and the gray and white law enforcement uniform she wore around her body once again became polished and bright, and she possessed the aura of the previous captain of the law enforcement team again. This side of the steel fortress has stabilized, and if we can draw the Bone Spur Lords outside in, we can solve most of our problems. Chen Hui looked at Sumu and said, because the Dream Realm creatures couldn't leave the Dream City, they couldn't do anything to completely eradicate these star beasts yet. There's no hurry for this. There will be an opportunity. Sumu said looking towards the steel fortress. Take me directly to the 36th floor of the steel fortress. The next step is already planned. The next step in the plan? Chen Hui nodded slightly at his words, and as the 7-colored light flowed in his hand, he wrapped Sumu and quickly flew inside the steel fortress. At this time, the command level of the steel fortress was a relaxed and peaceful place. Have the fortresses on all levels reduce their weapon consumption a bit, and if you can't, open the doors and go out to fight the Bone Wolves. With a top dream maker backing us up, we'll be fine even if we go out en masse. Arrange for more students to go on rotation breaks and take this time to recover. Everyone has worked hard. Inside the command level, Sunny Biao, Zhao Zhan, and a host of other commanders were quickly arranging matters, their words no longer so urgent. As the crowd spoke, they heard a familiar voice. Looks like things are going well inside the fortress? This is. The crowd froze at the words and immediately turned their heads to look, and they saw the figures of Sumu and Chen Hui slowly emerge. Holy shit, Big Brother is here. Big Brother Sumu. My brother Mac is here. Zhao Zhan's few people saw Sumu appear and hurriedly greeted him. Gao Ming, who was on the side, looked a little embarrassed, but also nodded at Sumu. Brother Mu, you've done a great job this time. Now all of our Huaxia students are protected, except for a few minor injuries. Everyone is fine, Sun Yibiao said excitedly. Brother Mu, are you here for something? We've gotten news from Captain Chen's side that you've taken control of Dream City. Is it possible that you can bring us back to reality? Zhao Zhan asked with the same excitement. His words made everyone's eyes light up. Going home? The students who heard Zhao Zhan's voice coincidentally stopped what they were doing and cast their gazes over, their eyes dripping with anticipation. They don't want to be in this hellhole for even a second longer. It's only right to go back in peace. Not yet. Sumu smiled bitterly and shook his head. There was a moment of disappointment in the crowd. But, I've found some ways. Sumu added. Shit, Brother Mu can't talk without being able to gasp for air. Zhao Zhan shouted. What method? What do we need to do? Gao Ming coughed and took over the conversation inquiring. Sumu didn't have the intention of hiding anything at that moment, and roughly revealed the information he had obtained to the crowd. Rescuing the HWA main exam. Connect to other Dream City. The more the crowd listened, the more they felt pressure on their hearts. It is so difficult to rescue a single Dream City, and to release the main exam and plunder the authority of the Dream Network. It is actually necessary to control several Dream Cities abroad. It's a little too hard, isn't it? That senior who briefed us on the way to life before was a bit unreliable. Is this difficulty something that a group of students like us can do? Gao Ming spat. I don't know if the candidates from other countries have succeeded in seizing Dream City permissions like Big Brother. If they have, it would be a lot easier. Zhao Zhan imagined the most ideal scenario. Difficult. I'm sure that right now, in the entire Dream Network, there's only one E-ranked Dream Maker like Brother Mu, and only Brother Mu has seized the Dream City authority. Others aren't as strong as this even if they're gifted against all odds, right? Sun Yibiao's words were not very favorable to this. So you need to get out of here now. The purpose of coming over then is for us to keep an eye on Dream City? Chen Hui keenly sensed Sumu's meaning. Not bad. Sumu nodded. Although I seized the authority of Dream City, there's no guarantee that Zhang Chang will go and return. So you guys must be more careful. I will stay within the Dream City. When things come up just go and look for the old city god. He can indirectly mobilize the power of the entire Dream City. As long as Ryan Kent doesn't make a move, there shouldn't be any major problems. The Steel Fortress can't be abandoned yet. It even has to be reinforced in the meantime. Dream City's defenses aren't as strong as the fortress, and it's safer for the students to stay inside the fortress. This, Big Brother, don't worry, we will guard this place, Sun Yibiao hurriedly said. Well, in addition, Captain Chen, I will take Hell with me after I leave, and after making sure that there are no problems within the Steel Fortress, you will have to make a trip back to Dream City in person to collect the souls of the dead residents of Dream City, and wait for me to come back to send them to Hell to gain peace. Of course, this is the duty of our law enforcement team, Chen Hui said without hesitation. Sumu nodded at his words and explained a few more words to the crowd before leaving. Because there is only one key, and only he can go on the next path. He couldn't afford to tarry too long here. After using transportation to return to Dream City, Sumu retrieved the manifested hell and reincorporated it into the lowest part of the dream-creating heartland. After all this, he then mobilized the energy of the entire Dream City and slowly injected it into the pattern of withered tree branches that was revealed on his left hand due to the scalding of the warm water. Along with the injection of a large amount of energy, the withered branches seemed to be sensed by some kind of sensation on the back of Sumu's hand gradually emitted a turquoise light. It's as if brand new leaves are about to grow. Along with Sumu's movements, the Eagle Country, White Bear Country, all of the top candidates who had obtained the withered tree branch seemed to have a sense as they collectively looked at their left hands. And the withered tree branch patterns inscribed on their hands also revealed the same characteristics as Sumu. The audience in the live broadcast room immediately got excited watching this scene. Coming, let's see if this time the core Dream Realm can release Lord Chen and the others in one fell swoop. If it's best to have some of the Dream Network permissions within the core Dream Realm, then Sumu and the others won't have to go through so much trouble, and will be able to try to shut down the Dream Network by directly using the core Dream Realm's permissions. Success or failure is at stake. Come on, kids. Surveying the scene, many of the spectators cheered for Sumu and the others while also looking outside. What the hell is the situation of the rescue team outside? There is not a single message to come. Anxious me, cannot let these children struggle. Officials from all over the world have issued statements saying they're rescuing them. So how come there's no movement at all? What about the other S-classes? They're not all defecting, are they? That shouldn't be possible. But where the hell are their people? Chapter 164 Yugonishan? Starting to split it straight away? Where the hell are the other S-class dream makers? In response to this problem, Wang Zhao and the others who were trapped in the trap at the junction of the Dream City battlefield and the Dream Network already had a clue. Here, gigantic dragons of thousands of feet soar, and the black sun of plague hangs high in the sky, constantly releasing deadly bacteria that are enough to annihilate humans hundreds of times over. Similarly, here, sacred banners were displayed high, and tens of thousands of fictional sergeants wearing the symbols of the Crusade formed a powerful S-ranked dream realm. Crusade, fending off wave after wave of attacks from various star giants. Yes, the rescue team trapped in this place had converged with the S-ranked Dreammaker Rafi, and a dozen of the top existences of the time formed a formidable lineup against the starry beasts, defending while looking for a breakthrough. They're even weaker than we thought. Wang Zhou was wearing a battle armor, annihilating countless red-eyed catfish in front of him between the rise and fall of his long sword. They came only as souls. Before that they were merely cloaked in a human body. The trapped Rafi's eyes emitted a gleam of golden light as he slowly said, "The reason for doing this is to confuse us." Mesmerized, the White Elephant Kingdom's A-ranked Dreammaker was a bit puzzled, and after mumbling a few words, he came to a realization. It's up to disorientation. Trying to communicate in the Dream Realm battlefield is supposed to be an extremely difficult task, and they took advantage of that by using their physical bodies to hold the remaining three exalted, and then using their own souls to come over in an attempt to steal the Dreamnet. Good. Rafi sniffed and nodded slowly. Now it looks like their plan worked. At least you've all been tricked. None of you chose to travel to the Star Beast's lair, while the other three exalted ones might still be receiving misinformation from the Star Beast. Keep them on guard and keep waiting. They probably still think the exams are still going on as normal. The crowd listened and felt more and more bad, trying hard to break through the trap. But how would the Star Beasts let them? The Dragon of Desire let out a hideous beastly roar as it looked down at the increasingly agitated Dreammakers below. This agitation, naturally, is the same emotion it amplifies. The more these dreamers lack calm, the easier it is for them to die. It's time for a shift in the status of humans in us. While the outside world was fighting, the pattern of withered tree branches on the back of Sumu's left hand became clearer and clearer, and eventually at a certain point, lime green leaves grew. Along with the growth of the leaves, Sumu felt that his surroundings were becoming more and more blurred, and the sound from within the city temple was dissipating into nothingness. The surroundings were completely quiet. I don't know how long it took, but his mind suddenly drifted off for a moment. And then immediately afterward, he noticed that everything around him gradually became clearer. As far as the eye can see, the road is flat and gravel, and ahead, there were two large mountains that crisscrossed the landscape. It is verdant and green but without any sound of insects or birds. Looking at the top of the mountain, the clouds and smoke are majestic and magnificent. Without a doubt, this is the entry level to the core dream world. Chen Fengqiu mentioned two mountains in the way. If he wanted to enter the core dream realm early and connect the various dream cities, he would have to completely move these two mountains out of the way through dream creation. Sumu surveyed the two large mountains in front of him for a while, and after a little thought, he summoned Quartet from the dream-creating heartfield. The pale golden-eyed quarry took a step forward and came to a large mountain of. He pressed his hand on the great mountain and tried to lift the entire peak, and after using a burst of force, the mountain did not move at all, with only a few pieces of debris slipping from Quarto's fingertips. Can't move it? What about throwing me over? Seeing this, Sumu tilted his head to measure the height of the mountain and the size of Quartet's body, and after pondering for a while, he had Quartet crouch down and put his hands down. He himself stood up to his hand, following the quaffle as he stood up and rose rapidly, surveying the peaks that were gradually leveling with his own height. When Sumu was about to try to see if he could directly cross over, he suddenly felt a blur of vision in front of him, and when he looked forward again, the mountain towered even higher into the clouds, and even he, who was standing on the giant's palm, couldn't see the edge, and automatically grow taller to prevent detours? Sumu thoughtfully asked Quaif to put him down, and when he looked forward again, the two large mountains were back to their original state, as if nothing had happened. Taking shortcuts probably won't work. With a casual hand, he retrieved the Quartet back inside the dream-creating heartland. Sumu approached the large mountain with slow steps, and after taking 2 steps beside it, he came to the foot of the mountain and pressed his hand on a steep rock. An inexplicable sense of connection then emanated from within the rocks of the cliff. This sense of connection was somewhat similar to the feeling he had earlier when he touched the front walls of the frozen lake. The mountain was able to change shape based on his thoughts? Sumu tried to inject spiritual energy inwards, but was unable to change the shape of this mountain. It is still slightly different from the previous walls. After feeling the coldness of the rocks and recalling Chen Fengqiu's words, something dawned on Sumu. It is very likely that Cotter couldn't move the mountains because when dreaming Cotter, he didn't include both mountains in his dreaming at the same time, and Cotter didn't have any substantial connection with these two mountains, and in order to move these two mountains, one must create a dream similar to the moving of a mountain. Place these two substantially existing mountains in the dream, and try to move the mountains away in the dream scene. No wonder it's a dream creation with mountains as the title. Tilting his head back to survey the mountain peaks, the pages of the book that belonged uniquely to the 1,000 years of China slowly flipped between them, providing Su Mu with some inspiration. Nozin. There can be quite a few stories in Chinese mythology. The most famous one is naturally Yugonishan. Of course, if you convert moving mountains into splitting them, then there are more stories that can be dreamed up. Chapter 165 Opening of Yugonishan. While Su Mu was contemplating on the mountain peak, the camera of the live broadcast had long since captured everything that had happened before. The audience's hearts lifted as they watched the scene where Su Mu couldn't even get past using quartet. Things don't look good. These two mountains look as if they're a bit fierce. Is it possible that Cotter is going to punch out a gap for Su Mu with one punch? It doesn't look like it, otherwise Su Mu wouldn't have put the quartet away. I don't know if it's possible to escape from the ground, but I don't know if it's possible to escape from the ground. This mountain can't even be protected from the ground, can it? This, upstairs, don't tell me, it's not really possible to say. I don't see Su Mu's look like he wants to hide from the world either. It's really outrageous. Move so big two mountains. If other students come, I'm afraid that they will never be able to open this core dream world. While the audience was talking, Su Mu already had the idea of trying it. Try dreaming Yugonishan first. This is the most compatible dreaming scenario. If you move the mountain if it takes too long, simply switch to splitting the mountain and directly split a road. Su Mu thought about opening his source power panel as his thoughts flashed. This time, when viewed, the value of the source power panel had begun with a 6 and skyrocketed toward a 7. This is clearly an overgrowth from the long-term presence of Hell and City Hall. Current source power, 6,761. Converted into spiritual power. It was able to add 67 points as well. Su Mu thought, removing 200 points of source power and injecting it into the Book of Thousand Ancient Chinese. Along with the injection of source power, the Book of Thousands of Ancient Chinese erupted with bright light, and between the pages flipping, it came to the page labeled with the text Yuganji Shan. At the same time, the hand he pressed on the rock gradually erupted with 7-colored light. The two mountains seemed to be induced by the light and emitted a humming vibration. Along with the denser and denser light, the more ancient the mountain patterns on it, the more lofty and majestic the shape of the mountain. It looked more like two huge mountains that were completely impossible to move out of the way. What is Su Mu doing? Holy shit, why do I feel like these two mountains are even taller? Is it just me? What? These two mountains have really gotten bigger, even as they're spreading to the side. What is Su Mu doing? Why is the dream getting bigger and bigger? This mountain looks harder to climb. Stop it. As he spoke, the two mountains became more and more erect, towering into the clouds, and were actually going to be equal in height to the previous quarry. It was only when the two mountains had evolved to this point that Su Mu stopped the evolution of the two mountains, and incidentally looked up and surveyed the current mountains. Muttering under his breath, he said, in ancient times, Wanya and Taihang could be more than this height, or the dream-making was a little too small. Will do. Too small. Just use it? The mountain is too small. Many viewers were confused as they listened to Su Mu's words. The meaning of these words. Su Mu had originally intended to make these two mountains so high and so big, and he even wanted to make them even higher? What's the situation? Isn't that adding to the problem? Or does the next dreaming require these two mountains to be so high that it's not good enough to dream without them? Hissing. Seriously, is it that outrageous? Su Mu is still ready to increase his strength? It's not true, is it? Do you guys think this could be a dream requirement conceived by Su Mu? Is that dream requirement mountain not high and still unsuccessful? It's very possible. Su Mu did not say that in ancient times. Wanya Tai Hang, which is obviously the name of the two mountains in ancient times in Huaxia. Wanwu, Tai Hang, the names of two mountains in ancient China? Being so reminded by the last pop-up, something dawned on the audience. Yes, if it's an ancient Chinese mountain, then everything is normal. After all, in Su Mu's dream-making, Kwafu, and even the city god of earth, all came from ancient China, the era that could be called a miraculous radiance. It was naturally quite normal to have two divine mountains. After dreaming up the two mountains in front of you as sacred mountains, how do you move them or get them to open? Many speculations surfaced from the audience for a while. Su Mu is about to dream up a Chinese character and he is able to remove these two mountains? Or is it that another divine artifact like a banana fan was created and the fan flapped and directly flapped these two mountains? Is that so? Along with the confusion of the audience, Su Mu, who pressed his hand on the rocky ground, slowly retreated backwards. The 7-colored streams of light in his hand still bloomed, continuously transforming the surrounding terrain-like appearance. The stone pavement became twisted and uneven. and it appeared to be overgrown with weeds, but there was a path coming from a human walk. Gradually, things like wooden thatched houses, which belonged to humans, slowly surfaced. Along with Sumu's continuous retreat, a small village appeared in front of him. Inside the village, women and children live, cook, wash, play, and behave like normal people. Despite being mentally prepared, the audience was still a little staggered watching this scene. Holy shit, just this dreaming of a village alone. Is this something a budding dream maker can do? This isn't really a village, is it? All in all, just 6 thatched huts and a dozen people. It doesn't look as big as hell. That's also outrageous enough. No wonder Lord Chen said that only Sumu could possibly do it. What's Sumu building these characters for? Is it related to this mountain moving? Along with the refinement of the small village, Sumu had stopped down the dream making. He stood on a rise in the rear and waited quietly for the dream to unfold. After touching about half a quarter of an hour, in the midst of the children's laughter and jokes, an old man of nearly 90 years of age with gray hair came out of the hut near the entrance of the village. He is quite fit and able to walk without a cane. Seeing the old man come out, some children rushed forward and called out, "Grandpa Yugong." The old man named Yugong nodded his head in agreement as he sniffed, but his face looked rather worried. After dismissing a few naughty children, he crossed the crowd and walked straight out of the village towards the foothills of the Wangwu and Taihang mountains. The move quickly caught the attention of the audience. This old man was the first dream character to walk to the foot of the mountain. But it looks a little too old and plain. Doesn't look like it can move mountains at all. Maybe it's just a regular old guy trying to walk up the hill. With this in mind, the crowd was about to avert their eyes and look at the young adults within the village. It's among these people that the good mountain movers might come out. But just as he was about to move his eyes away, he suddenly saw the old man walking around the mountain to the left for more than 100 paces, and to the right for more than 100 paces, and that was sighing as he walked, as if he had something on his mind. Does this Yugong really have something to do with moving mountains? Gradually, more and more of the audience's eyes were attracted to Yugong. While they were thinking about what would happen next, Yugonishan was leaving the confines of the 2 mountains again and going home. The scene looked at the audience was full of confusion. Just as everyone couldn't resist the urge to speak, he saw Yugong summoned all of his wives and children to discuss the matter. The 2 mountains, Wanya and Taihang, blocked the way out of our village, and whenever we wanted to pass beyond the mountains, we always had to make a big detour. How about we dig the mountain flat together, make the road out straight to the mountain? Ah, the old man's words stunned everyone. Flatten the mountain? What did I hear right? This old man wants to dig a mountain? Digging such a big mountain? Even Cotter can't move the mountain. This old man wants to dig it? Shit, this can't be part of Sumu's dream, right? This old man is actually the centerpiece of this dream world? I don't think so. I don't look like he's capable of digging up a mountain with this old and weak look. Chapter 166 Yugonishan. The children and grandchildren are endless. The audience was shocked, but stunned to find Yugonishan's relatives nodding their heads in agreement, as if this was something that could be done. What? The audience was collectively confused. Just as they were about to say something, someone in the dream world finally questioned it. A white-haired crone was seen questioning on her crutches. If we really want to dig up a mountain, where should we put the stones we dig up? Won't putting them next to each other form another mountain? The audience had expected the white-haired crone to question the operation of moving the mountain, but they didn't expect it to be inquiring about where to put the dug-out stones. I'm confused. So in ancient China, moving such a large mountain was a rare occurrence? Our concepts are completely different from those days? Yugong, named after the character for fool. These guys aren't hopelessly stupid not to understand how high this mountain really is, are they? As he spoke, Yugong seemed to be prepared for the crone's question, and he stroked his beard. There is an inland sea called the Bohai Sea to the east of where we are, so we just need to transport the stones there. If you go back and forth in the spring and return in the fall, you can go back and forth once. One round trip in the spring and one in the fall? It's been almost a year since you transported the stones? How long is this going to be shipped? Besides, transporting stones for so long, this old man doesn't look like he has any power. The more the audience tried to question it, the more they heard a jeering from outside the thatched hut. Immediately after that, an old man in a green-colored tunic walked in, dressed like a sophisticated person. He pointed at Yugi and snorted, "Foolishness, with this windswept body and bones of yours, I'm afraid you can't even move down a single stone on the Divine Mountain, right? Not to mention the stone, you're afraid you can't even pull up a blade of grass on it, so you'd better save your breath." Right, that's it. The audience roared as they saw someone speak their mind. It doesn't seem like Yugi has any magical powers? That's right, I'm sure it's a fool's errand. This one is finally a smart one. I think he's the main character. Right on. While he was speaking, Yugonishan was letting out a long sigh and said, "Wise man, you are too stubborn in your thinking. Even if I'm useless and I end up dead, my son is still here. And my son will be able to continue to finish my unfinished business for me. My son is dead. My grandson is still alive. And he still goes on. Sons are followed by grandchildren. And grandchildren are followed by sons. In the long run, the children and grandchildren are endless. The divine mountain is still there unabated. And sooner or later there will be a day when I dig it up. The children and grandchildren are endless as well. Crap. The foolish man's words immediately awakened the crowd. This one is planning to pass it on from generation to generation through his children and grandchildren. And then wear out a mountain. The mountains are poor, but the people are infinite. This one feels like he has great wisdom. But the audience stood in awe, but at the same time felt that something was wrong. This children and grandchildren are endless. But this time, isn't it a little too long? This Yugong hadn't dug through the sacred mountain yet, and the candidates in the Dream Network were afraid that they would all die out. How do you have so much time to dig up a mountain? Between the thoughts, the viewpoint of the live broadcast was suddenly turned to the two sacred mountains of Wanghu Taihang. There, at some point, stood a strange human with arms wrapped around a python and eyes glowing with gold. He listened to the words of Yugong in the thatched hut, and his expression seemed slightly fearful. His hands hastily made a prayerful gesture, turned his head to look at the sky, and murmured in a low voice. The crowd hurriedly pricked up their ears to listen to the situation, and something dawned on them when they heard the others' muttered words. This man was the mountain god of this sacred mountain, and he had been somewhat intimidated by Yugong. What if this really digs through for him? As such, he reported it to the heavenly court with some trepidation. Yes, heaven. That S-class figure Jade Emperor runs the heavenly court. So much so, that a moment of clarity dawned on all the spectators. The veins of the dream-making mythology were also straightened out by them. There is no doubt that Yugo is an absolutely important character in the story. Though ordinary people, they have a stubborn heart. Digging through the mountain of God. This is definitely not a point that normal people can think of. If the mountain is in the way, just move the whole family out, or we can change the place. But Yugong wanted to dig right through the two mountains in front of him, and his children and grandchildren would have no end. This stunned the mountain god who had been eavesdropping, and he hastened to report the matter to the heavenly court to deal with it. As for what's next, the audience had a feeling what was going to happen. What Cotter couldn't do, this heavenly court might not be unable to do. That's what moves mountains. Soon the words of the mountain god were answered. The sky within the entire dream creation scene suddenly erupted with two intense golden lights, two giants the size of a quaffle, but whose faces were completely unreadable, slowly descended. The radiant intent is like the sun. It was seen that those two golden lights landed next to the two divine mountains respectively, accompanied by a soft drink. The two divine mountains shook violently, and as a large number of stones fell, they quickly rose up and separated from each other. The road ahead opens up. Not too slow. Sumu let out a sigh of relief as he watched this scene. This time the dream wasn't too complete. The two giants emitting golden light would have already had entities, and the heavenly emperor in the dream should have shown his face and said a few words. But all these processes were removed by Sumu's save and fast-forwarded directly to moving mountains. Fortunately, the dream was still recognized, and the mountain had been moved away from the. In the middle of the alternating golden light, an entrance like the vortex of a black hole was revealed on the back road where the two mountains were originally situated. That is where you enter the core dream world. Seeing this, Sumu waved his hand and took Yugong and the others back inside the dream-creating heartland along with the small village, placing them, along with the small village, not far from the Great Qin military camp, away from the sacred mountain that Cotter had been transformed into. There was no longer anything around them to stop them. After doing this, Sumu took a deep breath, called out the land eunuch, and used the escape technique to dart into the end of the mountain that had moved away. Meanwhile, candidates from various countries also clearly perceived the abnormality of the withered branches. Seeing this seems to be a key factor in breaking the game. Without doing much hesitation, they activated the tree branch to enter it, following the mountain that Sumu had already moved away from, and entered the core dream territory. After all had entered it, the viewer's live view was momentarily dimmed with the snap of electricity. The live channel is broken. The last drama about the high school entrance examination is over, and Rie's outline is posted in one breath. Chapter 167, Final Chapter of the Higher Education Examination, 6 Levels of Steps. What? In Sumu's live broadcast room, the pop-up screen brushed frantically. Crap. So black screen? It's a critical time. What's going on? All the other live rooms are still fine. How come Sumu's is the only one with a black screen? It's not just Sumu's. All of the top candidates who have entered the Core Dream Realms live room have all gone black. Shit. You're not even allowed to see this core dream? What's in there? Is it dangerous? As the audience was overwhelmed, so were the national command teams. After realizing that the situation was not right, they immediately asked the invigilators, including some of the chief examiners who had participated in the Dream Creator Unified Examination before, and received much the same reply. I don't know. I'm not sure. This core dream realm was not clear to even some of the dream makers who had served as chief examiners, and had never even heard of it before. Could it be true, as Chen Fengqiu said, that no one has gone inside yet? That's a tough one. It mustn't be a predicament in there. I hope there won't be any tests. After all, this is not the time to take them. Those honored ones should know a bit of relevant information, right? On the contrary, we can't find any of them at this time. While everyone else failed to find the clues, there was one who was closer to the truth than they were. Ryan Kent. What's inside this core dream? Inside the giant black eye. Zhang Cheng surveyed the black screen of the live broadcast while questioning Ryan Kent, who was struggling more and more with his complexion next to him. Yes, it's also watching the live feed. Ever since Sumu seized the Dream City, it had accelerated the speed of plundering the permissions of other dream cities and had indirectly obtained some permissions belonging to the Dream Network with the help of Ryan Kent. This viewing of the live feed is one of the permissions it gains. I thought that I could control Sumu's movements at all times through this authority, but who would have expected that the live broadcasting room would actually be shut down directly now? This is most likely the whole mess with that so-called core dream. Zhang Cheng tried to manually maneuver the camera to follow him in, but as soon as he hit the black vortex, he was strangled to pieces. Seeing that he couldn't even follow the invisible lens of the live broadcast, he quashed his suicidal intentions of sending his own eyes to try to enter. If Ryan Kent knew something, there might be another way. As Zhang Cheng thought, he saw Ryan Kent struggling with his expression. I don't know. Out of respect for the former S-rank dream makers, I didn't forcefully break open to check it out. Then bring me in to take a look, Zhang Cheng ordered. No, I can't do that. Ryan Kent sniffed with an extremely struggling expression. I need to take control of the situation and protect the students here. Protecting students? Ha! Zhang Cheng snorted and carefully examined the other party's forehead. His own implanted third eye was becoming more and more visible, and Lane Kent was already having some trouble holding it together. Just as well. If you don't take me in now, you'll take me in later. I can afford to wait for this amount of time. And anyway, their plan is to jump Dream City, and I can still set up traps in Dream City. This human called Sumu is really interesting. When I completely control you, I will definitely make him grow 3 eyes as well. Zhang Cheng leaned on the chair made up of pitch black eyes and said rather smugly, if it wasn't for the fact that all of his control abilities were consumed on the S-ranked Ryan Kent, he would have already turned Sumu into his own puppet with regards to those previous encounters. Zhang Cheng thought, and while collecting a large amount of all over Dream City permissions, he quietly set up means in each great Dream City, waiting for Sumu to appear. Immediately after Sumu entered the black hole, he felt a powerful suction around him guiding him as he flew rapidly toward the dark depths of the black hole. Seeing such a situation, he retrieved the landlord and followed the black hole traction, flying quickly. After about 10 minutes or so, a huge vortex had appeared at the end of the black hole, and Sumu was guided through it by traction. As soon as he entered the ground on his feet, he was enveloped by a radiant glow. Sumu slightly squinted his eyes and waited until he had adjusted to the light before he began to look around. There is a wooden floor on the ground here, and in front of it there is a ladder that looks like a giant's walk. There were 6 floors in a row, each with a large platform that got smaller the higher the steps went. The circumference is silver white and looks a little bumpy. Finally, the center of the 6th level of the staircase was dedicated to an orb that emitted a golden glow, from which the entire platform was lit. The sky, on the other hand, was dim, with no top and no edge in sight. Just as Sumu was carefully surveying all of this, the same black hole passages continued to spring up around himself, and one after another, a student with different skin color came out of each passage. There were those with white cloths on their heads and those wearing school uniforms inscribed with English symbols. Obviously, they are top candidates from different countries. The crowd had just arrived here, and their expressions were all on guard. But after sizing each other up it was a moment of consternation. Turner, you're here too? What's going on here? Why is this key suddenly activated? I don't know. I'd really like to find a way to capture Dream City. Some of the candidates also seemed to know each other and made small talk among themselves. I don't know if it was because of the special features of the space, but Sumu realized that he was actually able to understand their words. Seeing this he did not delay any longer, and immediately stepped forward and raised his voice. Gentlemen, it was I who sent you in. Sumu's words quickly attracted the attention of the candidates. People stopped talking and fixed their eyes on him. Seeing this, Sumu didn't have the intention of wanting to keep it, and shared the conversation that Chen Fengqiu had with him, and the situation that he was now in control of in general. Reclaiming Dream City and driving out the Black Giant Eye. Getting ready to travel to other Dream Cities. Xingwang Temple. After Sumu finished his words, unsurprisingly, an unbelievable expression surfaced on many candidates' faces. There were some people who had already gathered into a small group, looking at Sumu and whispering, their gazes revealing some caution. He saw a candidate with a standard combed pothead that looked to be from the kimchi country stand out, looking at Sumu with a gaze full of distrust. ACI. Right. The Chinese candidate. Right? Stealing Dream City? How did you steal Dream City? I'd like to see that. Proving that shouldn't take much time. Should it? The meaning of the Kimchi Nation candidate was obvious, and as soon as the words left his mouth, a 7-colored light flashed in his hand. Soon, dozens of flaming male lions had already surfaced in front of him, roaring and lowing madly at Sumu. When Sumu saw this, his expression was relieved. Explanations and whatnot. Still too pale. Trying to fight. That's not simply killing you? He thought about a dark and deep black mist gradually emerging from his hand. Mist? What's the fog for? Seeing this, a trace of contempt had just surfaced in the eyes of that candidate from the Kimchi country. When he saw a large amount of black mist suddenly erupt around him without warning, the Pickle country candidate was startled, and his body twisted as he tried to maneuver the male lion to attack Sumu while trying to dodge the black mist-shrouded range. But just at this moment, within the black fog in front of him, the pale, spitting long tongue of the white impermanence then floated in front of him, and the pitch-black chains locked to his neck as if they had guidance. Without being allowed to react, he felt his body lighten, and when he looked down, his spiritual body had emerged. For their part, the lions over there let out a collective wailing roar. Turning his head to look, all the male lions were within a blood-colored river, their bodies contacting the river water with a zip, 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 zip and zip, and were dissipated into nothing in an instant. Hooked, surveying the scene, the surrounding people were shocked, and some even shouted out the words "Great a dream." In their eyes, the hook could mean that the dream was at least at a level. Sumu listened to the words of the crowd and didn't argue. In the flash of thoughts in his mind, the mythological giant Cotter had already materialized in reality. The towering body was so straight up in the sky that even the food next to him, which was like actually stepping stones, was a little too small in his eyes. That huge body instantly gave all the candidates a strong shock. It made the crowd completely unable to raise any thoughts of resistance. Everyone understands that the hook embodies the power of dreaming. This quartet, on the other hand, embodies immense spiritual power. Now everyone was quiet. They have to believe it even if they don't want to. One-on-one by himself. Even if he had a special talent, he didn't stand a very good chance of winning in the hands of the other party. Seeing this, Sumu took a slow step forward and surveyed the Kimchi country candidates who were quite frightened by their own hooked souls and said, "Believe it this time, right?" Candidates who were hooked out of their souls and completely incapable of creating dreams nodded frantically. For their part, the people around them looked at each other in disbelief, and the scene was silent for a while. Just as the Kimchi country candidates who had been hooked out of their souls were looking a bit broken, someone stepped forward and proposed, "Oh my friend, why don't we go to my country first to try to seize the permission? If what you say about the city temple really works, then our country's candidates will be saved." Now, everyone is on the same page. The speaker was a candidate with a white cloth on top of his head, from the White Elephant country. He weighed the pros and cons and thought about how the other party didn't seem to be cheating at all. Because at the moment in Dream City he that was at his wit's end and had absolutely no idea where to start. Right now, in the case where it was clear that what Sumu had said was true to a large extent, he naturally reasoned to make an example and let Sumu make an attempt first. After all, even if he didn't say anything, if Sumu wanted to try, he would just send the Dream Creator characters to walk through the portals one by one, and he would soon be able to find them. The words of this candidate from the White Elephant country awakened candidates from many countries. "Brothers, come to our Dream City. I can pay you dollars. Come to ours. We'll be able to give you lots and lots of materials when we get out. I can promise to get you accepted into our country's top dream-making university." Amidst the noise, Sumu looked around, preparing to choose one of the candidates from the Eagle country and White Elephant country as the first departure point. But just at that moment, a disembodied and indistinct female voice came from above that high platform. "Boys, maybe I can help you." Everyone's voices stopped and they craned their heads to look up, only to see a burst of azure light erupt from within that ball of light. And as the light flowed, a female figure composed entirely of beams of light slowly stepped out of it. No decorations could be seen, no faces could be seen, and the lines of azure beams all around appeared to be somewhat blurred. Many students froze at the words, while Sumu was stunned and couldn't help but think of Chen Fuicho's words earlier. The core dream realm was created by those S-ranked dream makers who had built the Dreamweb before, and it might contain the authority to communicate with the Dreamweb. Right now, that may be the case. Chapter 168, the final chapter of the higher education examination, the final trial. Biggie, this is? Someone inquired. Sumu pondered for a moment and released some of the information he had guessed. The crowd was delighted to hear that there was a good chance that they would be able to get some of the Dreamweb permissions directly here. Can you help us? Can you help us contact the people out there? The blonde young man from the Eagle Kingdom immediately inquired excitedly about the female figure above the celestial ladder. Sure, you can, the disembodied female voice said slowly. Aha! At this moment, a flash of excitement rose within the hearts of everyone in the room. Hurry up then, connect to the people outside first and tell us the current situation, the top candidate of the White Elephant Country hurriedly called out. Sorry, no. The disembodied female form shook her head. Why? Everyone's faces stuttered. You must follow the requirements of our test and walk to the 6th floor, the one I am on, and only then will I be able to fulfill your wish. Hey, didn't we say that this is a dream world created by S-rank dream makers? Why is there even a test? Is this the time for the test? Someone asked in a hurry. We are in danger. Can't the test wait until the danger is over? Can you help us contact the outside first? Yeah. Isn't this place said to be related to an S-class dream maker? There's no way the guardians of humanity would watch us in danger, right? In the face of the crowd's voices, the disembodied female voice still shook her head. I'm sorry, it's a rule that can't be changed. And forgive me for being so rigid. After all, you and your companions are not in danger for the moment. The crowd stuttered at the words. As things stand, you say they are on the edge of a cliff, and they are, but you can't really say immediate death. It's just dangerous now, but not dangerous enough to be fatal? This? The crowd subconsciously looked at the currently strongest candidate, Sumu. Seeing this and pushing the soul of the Kimchi country candidate back into the other's body, Sumu withdrew his creation and directly asked the female figure, what is the test? If the test was slightly complicated and needed to consume too much time, he would leave it to these candidates to complete and head to Dream City himself to stall for time. If the test was easy, then he would try to pass it quickly. After all, the test related to the Dream Maker. He who possessed the Book of 1,000 Ancient Chinese could completely cheat. It's very simple. A level of steps is for a test. And every time you pass a test, you will accumulate a reward, waiting for you to fail the test or succeed in reaching the top. The reward will be issued. This is a treasure from many S-rank dream makers. There are their dream-making tips, as well as their dream-making items, and even certain inherited patterns for creating S-class dreams. Hiss. Upon hearing this, everyone in the room was in an uproar, and many of the candidates' breathing became much more ragged. An item dreamed up by a S-rank dream maker. This thing comes out that is really a superb creation that can be used as a family heirloom. This is especially true of dream-making tips and making S in dream heritage patterns. Not everyone is like Sumu can know the S-level potential dream world but with the inheritance pattern, that was the equivalent of copying out an S-rank dream according to the answer Gentlemen, without further delay, I think we should start right away? Someone couldn't help but propose. Yes. Friend from Huaxia, why don't we split up into 2 groups? You go and rescue Dream City and we'll try over there? A candidate with a white cloth on his head suggested. Aha! Sumu nodded. You guys go in first and take a look. I'll have a lookout outside. Seeing this, the crowd did not hesitate to step in. Along with the dozens of candidates from various countries arriving at the first level of steps, the entire first level of steps emitted an alabaster-like light. The disembodied female voice reappears. Welcome, candidates to Core Dreams. The question of this examination is, debate. Every floor has a problem. For every question answered, you'll be able to earn a reward and move up 1 step. Attention! Wrong answers will result in being kicked out of the core dreamscape with rewards. The questions for the first round were, please put aside all existing worldviews and answer the question, what did the world come into being? Debate. By answering questions you are able to keep climbing up the ladder. It sounded somewhat simple, but everyone cringed. This first question, what is the world made of, may seem simple enough. But if it cannot be answered with all the worldviews that have come into existence by now, it would be asking them to create a whole new worldview. It can't be a magical civilization. It can't be a material civilization. It can't be everything they know. That's what constructing an S-rated dream should be a cornerstone. Is this first level this hard? While many candidates frowned, Sumu thought a little, but he had an idea. Worldview. Well, the last thing he needs is a worldview. Buddhism, Taoism, Confucianism. If you can't, Pangu will open the sky. It's enough to take out just any one of them. Chapter 169, final chapter of the high exam. Pangu opens the heavens. Nuwa creates man. As Sumu thought, he naturally stepped forward and arrived at the first level of steps just like everyone else. He tilted his head upward and asked the question. Does answering questions require us to create dreams to corroborate our claims? This is a key issue. After all, he couldn't create Pango right now, and even if he did, it wouldn't have the slightest bit of the intensity of that heaven-opening god. In that case, it would be better to use the theories of Confucianism, Taoism and Buddhism. Taoism, for example, answers this question by saying nothing more than that Tao begets 1, 1 begets 2, 2 begets 3, and 3 begets all things, which are great. In the midst of his thoughts, he heard the vague female figure on the 6th floor, made of blue streams of light, reply, "No need to create a dream, just answer, what about?" Sumu sniffed and pondered a little, and already had an idea in his head, just by talking about it. Then he's better than anyone else. The pages of the book that belonged uniquely to the 1,000 years of China came to a page rendered in darkness between slow flips. Their chaos was first constructed, and there was a giant sleeping in the darkness next to a mighty axe that emanated endless sharpness. After a moment of silence, before all the candidates could react, Sumu used an ode to the legend-like tone and said, "The world we are in was evolved from the body of a god. Legend has it that at the beginning of chaos, before the planets were created, a giant named Pango slept in the chaotic universe for 18,000 years. One day he awoke and let his eyes survey the dark world. He was a little tired of looking at the darkness in front of him, so he took his own axe and struck at it. With a tearing sound, the darkness cracked open a seam, and the darkness that rose became the sky, and the darkness that sank became the earth. And since then heaven and earth have been divided and the world has been constructed for the first time. Fearing that heaven and earth would come together again, Panga used his divine body as a pillar to hold up the sky and tread on the earth, and grew taller and taller until heaven and earth took shape. This is Pangu opening the sky. Pangea?" Listening to Sumu's words, everyone was shocked. Without a doubt, this was definitely a conception with extremely strong mythological colors. They've never heard of it. That's definitely the infrastructure of an S-class dream character. Pangu who opened the heavens. Can someone who was able to open the heavens and create a world still not be an S-class character? This candidate from China seems to have prepared for this. The crowd thought about tilting their heads to the 6th floor, wanting to see the other side's evaluation. Who would have thought that the illusory figure would just listen quietly and then reach out with one hand? In front of Sumu, connected to the center of the 2nd level of high stairs, a series of steps that could be climbed by pedestrians appeared. First level questions answered perfectly, may go to the 2nd level. It's really feasible. Even by karma. Did this Chinese candidate come here with everything ready? The White Elephant Country candidate wrapped in white cloth shouted in shock. ACI bar. This is definitely a copy of our Kimchi Country smithy. The Kimchi Country candidate subconsciously muttered in a small voice, fearing that Sumu would hear him hurriedly lowering his voice to nothing. If we're climbing at this rate, it seems a little too fast, some candidates said, and stopped to think, wanting to see just how many floors Sumu could go to. Along with Sumu walking to the 2nd level of steps, the second question from the female voice appeared. If you say Pangu opened the sky, how did the wind, clouds, thunder and lightning, the sun, the moon and all the other natural landscapes come about? How did the wind, clouds, thunder and lightning come about? Is this not a shot in the dark? A smile appeared on Sumu's face as he walked slowly towards the 3rd level by the steps, answering as he walked. I don't know how many years passed, but heaven and earth were finally formed. But Pangu, who held up the sky, also collapsed from exhaustion. The gases he exhaled became wind and clouds, his left eye hung in the sky became the sun, and his right eye became the moon, and from his hair became dots of stars hanging for a long time. His voice became thunder, his blood became a rushing river. Such is the origin of the natural landscape. How? The phantom standing on the 6-story high platform was silent once again, then nodded. The rewards are stacked. One more step up. Accompanied by her words, the path to ascend to the 3rd step once again appeared in front of Sumu, and he had just managed to walk next to it. Without too much hesitation, he immediately stepped forward and walked up the 3rd flight of steps. At this moment, he was already a long distance away from the candidates from the various countries that were on the 1st level, and the candidates had to step back and look up if they wanted to see Sumu's figure. Instead, someone wants to answer the question and walk to the 2nd step, but they thought about it. They could answer the 1st level correctly. What about the 2nd level? To ascend as high as possible, you must perfect your world. BTW. How long has it been now? The title hadn't even been out for very long, and Sumu had already gone to the 3rd floor. Well, they haven't had time to think about it. In the gazes of everyone looking up, Sumu officially stepped onto the 3rd level of steps. The title also surfaced. Natural landscapes have been created. So how did we humans come into existence? How do humans arise? The crowd was all aghast when they heard these words. This can be a lot harder to round than the last question. How this human race came into being has long been the subject of countless claims by the dream makers involved, and it is also extremely difficult to justify it within one's own worldview. You can't possibly say which part of that Pango's body appeared, can you? As the crowd pondered, they heard Sumu laugh. When Pango fell and the heavens and earth began to open. I don't know where one strong gods were born, named Nuwa. It is rumored to have been conjured from some part of Pangu, but exactly how is unknown. At that time the earth, although there were forests and rivers, seemed extremely desolate. Nuwa felt quite lonely walking between heaven and earth. One day, she walked beside a river and used the calm water as a mirror to look at herself, and then an idea came to her. She casually took the yellow mud by the river, with the river water as the auxiliary material, and with itself as a mirror, fabricated the human form, was pinched by the yellow mud of the little man since the moment of landing will have their own consciousness. The human party now. The name of this is, Nuwa made man. Listening to Sumu's narration, it was as if everyone was able to see that desolate era, the fabrication technique that could be described as magical. All human beings are made of clay. Nuwa created man. Unheard of. Obviously this is definitely a dream-building cornerstone of the new out conception. Did he come up with this on his own? Or was it imparted by a predecessor? The many foreign candidates who saw Sumu narrating the myth for the first time were shocked beyond words. And this kind of mythical dream-making was not something that could be useful just by thinking about it. It has to actually make it sound as if there is some logic to it. Sumu obviously did all these points, and his answer remained unproblematic. This time, the illusory figure on the 6th floor's high platform was silent for even longer. Eventually, she nodded slowly. The rewards are stacked to go further. Chapter 170 Final chapter of the high exam, the return of the S-class Dreammaker. Accompanying her words, the steps leading to the 4th floor reappeared. Without too much hesitation, Sumu took a step forward and stepped onto the 4th level of the ladder. Just when he thought that this time it would be another question directed at his dream-making, he heard the female voice ask, "Do you think all this dreaming you've done can help mankind fight the ultimate danger?" The ultimate danger? Sumu froze at his words and then reacted. It was asking him if it was possible for humans to completely solve the danger posed by the star beasts. He has no confidence in this. Of course, what I dream up will eventually come down to reality. And the star beasts are nothing more than that in front of the Chinese gods. Sumu, who understood, smiled and replied, with strong confidence in his language about it. Chinese gods. The illusory female voice murmured a few times and nodded. One step further, 5th level. Sumu sniffed and stepped up along the ladder, already standing a little below the 6th floor, and the figure constructed from blue streams of light was only a few meters away. When Sumu stood still, he heard the figure composed of blue flowing light continue to inquire. Whatever you see and hear next, you will keep this secret for life. Unable to disclose it, so there is an oath to witness it. Is it willing? Being so secretive is good for humanity and doesn't restrict you from doing anything. Oh, this 5th level gives away points? When Sumu heard this, he nodded after a little thought. Good. As he spoke, he stepped onto the last floor, and in a trance, his figure disappeared from everyone's sight. The crowd of students who were still on the 1st floor looked at the direction in which Sumu's figure had dissipated, and it was as if they were in a dream. It's a little too fast, isn't it? This was even less than 10 minutes, and the other party had already made it to the end and was about to take the reward away. Are they going to start too? Just as the candidates wanted to answer the questions, they were fiercely shaken out by a force. Just listen to the voice coming out from the 6-story high platform. A candidate has already climbed to the 6th floor. Please wait for him to leave before climbing again. ACI bar. What the hell? What's with this candidate from China? How is he so strong? What happened? I'm a little confused right now. He's already inside? While there's a lot of noise outside, Sumu, however, couldn't hear any sound. At this moment, the moment he stepped into the 6th floor, he had already been transported to a scene he was quite familiar with. As far as the eye could see, there was a bright and boundless starry sky. Underneath his feet, he stepped on a ground that was like a mirror. The ground and the starry sky are reflected in the water and the sky, making it impossible to tell the difference between heaven and earth. Wasn't this the same test center he had been to during his first exam? However, unlike the previous examination room, here part of the starry reflection of the ground, constantly flashing all kinds of images. There are images of an old man accompanying his own family, as well as images from when he fought the star beast in the Dreamland battlefield. The protagonists in these images are different and, judging by their skin color, even more so from different countries. So, is there some deeper meaning in bringing me here? As Sumu thought, he saw the azure beam of light flowing in front of his eyes, and that illusory, faceless female figure was slowly sketched out in front of his eyes. Sumu, welcome to the very core of the Dream Network, Land of Hope. I'm the administrator here. Maya, the illusory faceless female said and bowed towards Sumu. A place of hope? What's that? Sumu asked. The Land of Hope. a half-finished integrated dream world created by a number of S-ranked dream makers in conjunction. You should know that Dreamweb is a large failed dream, which is actually a bit of a misnomer. In fact, the ancestral dream makers had explored a little bit about polymerizing S-class dreams, and they built this dreamscape on top of the Dreamweb to serve as their tomb. The souls of almost all the S-class dream makers have been buried here for centuries. Sumu raised his eyebrows slightly at those words and once again took a serious look at this dream world he was in. Here, the souls of almost all the S-class dream makers are buried? So all these images around oneself are the soul fragments of those S-class dream makers, or the substantial manifestation of a certain memory? You blocked this secret from even the existing S-rank dream makers? That's right, Maya responded with a nod. Based on the instructions provided to me by my ancestors, only dying S-rank dreamcrafters will know about it and be guided here without anyone noticing. This is a backhand left behind from our fight against the Star Beasts, and one of the bottom cards when the end battle is officially fought. Here, as long as an S-class soul that still possesses a trace of consciousness, it will continue to recover and nurture in this dream world, gradually gaining the ability to awaken for a short period of time, regain its peak state and burn its soul to fight for its life. You can understand it as a final outburst or extreme sublimation. The final outburst. The last dance from the S-class dream maker. Sumu nodded at his words, roughly understanding. That's a super backhander you've come into contact with yourself. As such, Sumu's expression relaxed in turn. It also meant that he wouldn't have to go out there and live and die in horizontal stripes and face Lane Kent and the 3 humans, and that there would be someone more suitable to solve the crisis in Dream City. This should be the end of the crisis for Dreamweb. As he lamented in his heart, he suddenly had an idea. Aren't these S-class souls the ones that are stranded out there? According to the rules, it should go to hell. I wonder how it would be to materialize hell in this gathering of souls. Of course, thinking was thinking, but Sumu had no intention of acting. Not to mention that as soon as the souls here awakened, any one of them would be able to crush him. This place was humanity's bottom card against the end, and if he really wanted to take these people back to hell to reincarnate, he would have to wait until he had completely resolved the Star Beast before making any plans. Thinking that, Sumu nodded and responded, I see, this does need to be kept secret. So what was your last question? I remember saying before that there would be 6 questions, right? Maya nodded as she sniffed. The last question is also very simple. Are you willing to return your soul to the land of hope upon the death of your accomplished S-class dream maker? Returning souls to the land of hope? Sumu sniffed and shook his head. No. Maya sniffed. Why? My soul has a home to go to and can go to no other. Sumu laughed as he looked at the book of 1,000 ancient Chinese in his heart that was flickering with light. If he truly dies, it will be hell that takes him on, as well as all of China. How can you be more comfortable in this grave than in your own home? When the time comes to really die, he will directly in situ incarnate the heavenly Son, ruling over the lives of 10,000 living beings in the palm of hell, and becoming a living God. If you quit, you can let Mona accommodate you and reincarnate as a human being, or you can simply use the power of the gods to mold your body with heaven and earth treasures and become immortal. When the time comes, he will be the dream maker heavy +sign body cultivation dual cultivation, cultivating spiritual power while cultivating the physical body. Ahem, that's getting a bit far afield, and those will have to wait for a later date. As for the moment, it is natural to refuse. The soul has gone home. The female with the illusory invisible form murmured a few words and fell silent, unsure of what to say. Wait, let me ask first. This problem can't only be considered a final solution if it's certain, right? Sumu said. Of course, congratulations. All 6 questions have been answered correctly, but if you choose to stay on the last question, then you will truly have items such as the dream-making tips from our legacy. And now, you will only have one chance to request it, and it will take us to determine whether or not to grant your request. Once, doesn't matter. How can there be as many dream-making item tips and whatnot as there are in the Book of Waxing? Once is enough. I hope that you can resolve this crisis, have DreamNet disconnect from the Dream Realm battlefield, and preferably rescue one of the existing S-classes. No, most likely several S-classes. Although it seems a bit callous to say so, it's time to activate an S-ranked soul, and it's a necessary sacrifice. Of course, if it were possible, I would try to pull his soul into hell and return to true peace. Sumu added in his mind. Maya sniffed and once again asked rhetorically, Candidate Sumu, are you sure? Okay. Along with Sumu's words, the azure beam of light around the illusory figure became even more dense. The entire boundless void field seemed to vibrate. Between the shift of light and shadow, some of the surrounding images disappeared, and the main character of the screen that replaced them was a middle-aged man wearing a pure black uniform with a rather serious look. It looks like it's from China? And Sumu looked at the other party carefully, and always felt somewhat familiar. Maya was heard to say, The land of human existence is facing a conspiracy and crisis from the star beasts. First, revive S035 Dreammaker Wang Qianjiang. The soul is extremely sublimated. Return. Wang Qianjiang? Sumu was stunned at his words, and information about the other party kept surfacing in his mind. It's him. This one actually didn't really die either. Of the S-class Dreammakers, Sumu and the other party had some affinity. He was the S-ranked Dreammaker who had once been controlled by the Dragon of Desire a few hundred years ago and had almost slaughtered the entire Linhai city. The one who was forced to do nothing and personally killed his loved ones, friends and students. All of it, cleanly, in Linhai city. His name was sort of like a thunderclap, but not too many people had any hatred for it. Because, the people who hated him died almost cleanly in that extremely tragic accident. I didn't expect that his soul would end up here. Credit STH. It's also about the hatred for the star beasts, I guess. Chapter 171, final chapter of the higher examination, Wang Qianjiang's burning. With Maya's voice. In front of Sumu, a little star in the boundless starry sky erupted with bright light and formed a stream of light in the sky that quickly fell down and smashed in front of him. As the light flowed, a middle-aged man wearing a pitch-black colored combat uniform with a solemn face and a scar next to his left eye slowly emerged and slowly opened his eyes. As he looked around in a slight daze, he heard Maya slowly say, "Your Holiness, welcome back to your recovery. At this moment, it has been 378 years since the day of your slumber. There are 10 minutes left until your power ascension, and you have the last 10 minutes to rest." The S-ranked Dreammaker named Wang Qianjiang seemed to wake up as he listened to Maya's words and used a mellow but slightly raspy male voice to say, 370 years? I didn't realize that after 370 years it would be the final battle. Has time passed so quickly? He mumbled and looked around, but was unable to see anyone else. Within the entire infinite starry sky, it was just him and Maya. And, Wang Qianjiang's figure appeared within his line of sight, and when Sumu saw this, he hurriedly said, "Hello, Your Holiness, my name is Sumu, and I'm from Huaxia." Sumu still had a little bit of eyesight. This overthrow of Linhai city was definitely the pain point of someone's life. Right now, there was naturally no need for him to foolishly say that he was from Linhai city at the last minute. Man, it's better to have some emotional intelligence. As Sumu was thinking, he saw Wang Qianjiang's eyes darken a little, and he carefully surveyed Sumu. "You are from Linhai city, right? Sumu? ? Seeing Sumu's slightly confused expression, Wang Qianjiang pointed to the school uniform he was wearing. "I didn't realize that after 378 years, this school is still here. I seen this dragon marker. I just don't know if it's still called Dragon High School." "Ah, this." Sumu raised his eyebrows slightly and surveyed the logo printed on his clothes. "This Dragon High School has been around for so long? A 300-year-old school? How did he not see it? Oh, I guess it's new construction." Facing Wang Qianjiang's question, Sumu could only nod honestly. "Well, I'm from Linhai City Longtung Middle School." Wang Qianjiang's eyes flashed with a painful look as he opened his mouth to say something, but he didn't know what to say. A moment later, Wang Qianjiang reached out and slid his hand in the air, and an azure panel emerged. There were a large number of messages from text on it, and Sumu was able to see the words Linhai City with a slight sweep. However, when Wang Qianjiang summoned this panel, he did not bother to look at it, and between his trembling fingers, he still turned it off. In the end, he looked at Sumu and inquired, "Has it been okay there lately? It's not better than some economic regions. It's also considered a better post-war reconstruction. If there were no star beasts, this would be even more of a vibrant city." Sumu said, "Is that so? That's good then." Wang Qianjiang sniffed his face but there was no relief release. After a moment of silence, he then turned his head and inquired of Maya. "Maya, it doesn't look like the endgame has opened. What is the mission that summoned me?" "Protect and close the Dream Network's path to the Dream Realm battlefield. Free the 5 existing S-ranked Dreammakers, and free all the candidates trapped within the Dream Network," Maya said, reaching out with one hand. With the palm of her hand coalesced a golden ball of light. The ball of light slowly struck into the center of Wang Qianjiang's brow. A large number of relevant information fragments emerged from Wang Qianjiang's mind. Dream Web, Dream City, Dreammaker candidates. A lot of information allowed Wang Qianjiang to quickly understand the current situation, and also allowed Wang Qianjiang to feel a little surprised at the youth in front of him. Sumu. Independently create a super dream hell with S-rank potential. Build the city temple. An S-ranked dream realm capable of linking to the dream city's authority. E-ranked Dreammaker who has completed the 6th floor examination of the Land of Hope. At only 18 years old. Not even in college yet. And having been a Dreammaker for only 2 months. A talented Dreammaker from Linhai City. From Linhai City. Massively organizing the relevant information. Wang Qianjiang finally understood the current situation. he looked at Sumu and said, Sumu, will you go out with me or stay here? Your Holiness, do you need my help? I'm currently in control of some of the permissions. Sumu hurriedly said, no need. I understand what's going on with the dream web now, and the final burning of the soul will be enough to fix it all. Ryan Kent is under control. Rafi is being held outside the dream web, and the whereabouts of the other 3 dream makers are unknown. It's reasonably impossible for those 3 unaccounted for S-rank dream makers to leave the dream network after opening the connection between the dream network and the dream realm battlefield. The only possible reason for them to leave the dream web is to head somewhere in the dreamland battlefield to reduce certain potential threats, such as deterring certain star beasts. If they are also controlled, then there's no need to cover up the starry sky beasts that appeared this time. With 4 controlled S-rank dream makers in its hands, the authority of this dream network has long been taken by it. Like this? Sumu really didn't know much about the dream realm battlefield, let alone about the S-class dream makers. But right now, after listening to Wang Qianzhang's analysis, he still understood. If the other 3 S-ranked dream makers were not in danger, then all Wang Qianzhang had to do was to call them all back and, at the same time, support it all during the small period of time they were back. The danger of the dream web is resolved instantly. No, maybe even faster. If he was able to rescue that S-ranked dream maker who was trapped at the junction of the dream network ahead of time, combined with the other party's power, he would be able to quickly stabilize the entire situation. So it is. Sumu just wanted to nod his head, but he felt as if a blazing fire was burning up around him, and a burst of spiritual power that was so powerful that it was at a brutal level continued to converge from Wang Qianzhang's circumference, forming a powerful vortex. As the vortex surged, the small aftermath of it spread slightly, startling his scapegoat to be moved. Along with the deduction of 100 points of source power, a scapegoat quickly crawled out of the 18 layers of hell in a full suit to send it to its death, fending off some of the mindless psychic power onslaught. Just when the scapegoat was about to be shocked to death by the aftershock, the invisible vortex disappeared in an instant, and was already being put away peacefully by Wang Qianzhang, who had turned on the final biochemical mode. Son, the last moment is here. Just come out with me. As Wang Qianzhang spoke, a strange black wizard's robe was formed between the transformation of the combat uniforms around his body, and in his hand, he also took out an azure blue staff that shimmered with the light of the infinite starry sky. Somewhat differently from Lane Kent, he ended his dress code by putting on a pale mask the color of white bone for himself. Remember your promise not to mention the land of hope outside, much less me, the sinner of mankind. I died centuries ago quite well. Chapter 172, the final chapter of the high school exam. Rafi gets out of trouble. Wang Qianzhang's mellow voice gradually became hoarse and fuzzy, making it completely unfamiliar. This is a complete lack of desire on his part to make himself known. Okay. Sumu nodded, only to realize that the perspective in front of him shifted crazily, and before he had time to check it out, his own body had already come outside, to the side of the city temple. Mako? Next to him, came Fangxing's voice, and when he twisted his head to look, Fangxing and Jiang Hongspoon were both there. The two were a bit surprised at Sumu's sudden return. Wait, are you Sumu? Sumu shouldn't be coming back through such a way at this time? Fangxing sized up the suddenly appearing Sumu. His expression suddenly tightened. The 7 colored streams of light in his hands flashed, and he was about to enter a state of confrontation. Sumu sniffed as 7 colored streams of light surged in his hands, and the golden light on the city god's temple grew denser and denser, thus proving his identity. Brother Mac? No, why are you back? Fangxing looked at the scene before confirming Sumu's identity, and somewhat anxiously inquired, did something go wrong with taking over the other dream cities? Sumu smiled and shook his head as he looked at the two of them rather relaxed and said, things are about to end. Fangxing was a bit puzzled. You're using your gift to see the way home. See the way home? Fangxing sniffed and subconsciously used the talent panel, and soon, a large green arrow appeared before his eyes. Dazzling like light, it pointed straight up to the sky. What a big arrow. He looked up at the sky, trying to find the way home from the sky. At the same time, Sumu's live streaming perspective resumed once again. The anxiously waiting audience immediately poured in. What the hell? What's the situation? Has Sumu gone to the other dream cities? This is coming out a bit slow. Did you encounter any difficulties inside? Finally came out. Sumu's actions are going to speed up. I see that the other dream city students are about to be unable to hold out. As the audience spoke, they saw that Sumu still returned to his side of the city temple, and almost thought that Sumu hadn't gone into the other dream cities. They were just about to say something when they heard Sumu's conversation with Fangxing. It's all about to end? All the spectators, including the command team outside, froze. The crowd wanted to think that it was a failure, but looking at Sumu's smile and Fangxing's action of looking up at the sky, they felt that it wasn't right. Soon, an idea emerged from the minds of the crowd. It couldn't be that Sumu had really gained access to the dream network in the core dream realm? But it doesn't look like it. If he really gained access to the dream web, why is he still laughing here? Hurry up and close the dream web. That's the right thing to do. Between the flurry of mixed thoughts, a sudden dull gulp came out from all the live streams that were still open. Ryan Kent. A low, furious shout was like dull thunder, resounding through the sky, and the sound seemed to carry a strange energy fluctuation that kept spreading. The inhabitants of the various dream cities heard that. The crowd inside the steel fortress heard it. Rafi and the others who were fighting furiously with the junction of the dream battlefield and the dreamnet also heard it. The voice actually ignored the barrier's limitations and reached within their ears. This is. Rafi listened to the sound of the words and a hint of joy appeared on his face. Very powerful spiritual power. It's S-class. A dream maker within the dream network has been promoted to S rank. Oh, the moment these words came out, they immediately revitalized everyone. That could be a surprise they never expected. S-class. If someone advances to the S rank within the dream network, the situation will be completely different. Listening to the language seems to be Chinese. Can it be that the Chinese examiner Chen Fengqiu has advanced to the S level? While many dream makers were talking about it, Wang Zhe was hit by a huge surprise. The old man was promoted to S-class? Doesn't this mean that since then they also have an S-class dream maker backing them up in Huaxia? I had thought that someone amongst Ryuyan and the others would be the first to advance to the S-class. I didn't expect it to be the old man. But, how does this voice not sound like it? While Wang Zhe was excited, a touch of confusion arose within his heart. This dream maker's energy feels a little too strong, doesn't it? It actually broke right through the three-eyed creature's blockade? Even Lafite couldn't do that. Was it the old man's thick skin that broke through? In the middle of his heart flooding with doubts, he heard a violent explosion from behind him. A brilliant beam of energy instantly tore through the boundary condensed by the three-eyed human, opening a gap. That beam of light went straight through the entire boundary, sending the voice that was calling out to Lane Kent inside the outside dream battlefield, spreading throughout the dream battlefield. Obviously, the appearance of that S-ranked dream maker outside had broken the tipping point of the boundary's defense. Go! Seeing this, Rafi's mental power changed from its previous decadent state of being consumed, and forcibly raised his mental power to its peak state. The tens of thousands of crusaders erupted into a violent hooting and hollering. Kill! Crusade Dreamland instantly erupted its most powerful might. Above the military formation condensed to thousands of feet of riding lance, through the countless red-eyed catfish phantoms at the same time, so that the black sun of the plague hanging in the sky also had to avoid the front for the time being. After thwarting the attacks of the many starry sky giants, Rafi reached out with a wave of his hand, and rushed to bring the group of people to vaporize their forms and force them to teleport before the boundary formed by the black giant eyes was restored. And in an instant, they were back in the dream web. Surveying everything familiar around him, Rafi waved his cane, and the dream city where Sumu and the others were instantly began to vibrate. The originally calm sky instantly swept out a large amount of dark-colored clouds. As the dark clouds spread across the sky, they immediately surged towards the sky where the 7 colored streams of light overlapped, wanting to immediately fill the whole. With no less access than Ryan Kent can just try to shut down the connection between the dream web and the dream battlefield. Seeing this, Wang Zhou and a group of other A-class dream makers quickly borrowed the restored communication to give a message to a group of their men within the dream battlefield, while requesting the other party to leave immediately. He was prepared to communicate with the other 3 S-ranked dream makers who were still in the lair of the star beasts to quickly return to defense. Everything happened in a flash of lightning, touching about 2 or 3 seconds before a violent beastly roar erupted from the junction of the dream battlefield and the dream network. Roar! The top-ranked star beasts, such as the Black Son of Plague and the Dragon of Desire, have quietly emerged and are about to invade the dream web. Rafi was, at the moment, fearless. He gazed at the sky and suddenly laughed. Are a few of you sure you want to come in? When the dream net and the dream battlefield are closed, this place will be a dead end. I think once your souls are trapped here, the physical bodies outside, I'm afraid they won't be of any use, right? If I were to directly detonate the entire dream web inside it, along with myself, a few of you would not be able to walk out. I'm afraid. Earlier, you guys without spirit wisdom would still rush in. But now, do you, who have a spirit, want to take such a great risk? Yes. That's why he wants someone to be able to control the dreamweb access from the inside and thus shut it down. Rafi expected that these creatures with their intelligence would not choose to fight for their lives. As he expected, as soon as this statement was made, several of the star beasts that were about to invade the dreamweb stopped in their tracks. Roar! The thousands of feet long Dragon of Desire's massive body circled to cover half of the entrance to the dreamweb as it looked inside and roared. 3 eyes, open the gate completely. I'll have our clan hold back the 3 humans outside. Hurry! We still have time. Between the roar of the Dragon of Desire, which seemed to cope with its words, a huge whirlwind came from the sky of the Dreamweb, the realm of lifelessness. Open! With a raspy sound, above the sky, a vortex made up of dark gray silently surfaced and revealed a huge black hole in various places throughout the Dreamweb. Along with the emergence of the black hole, more and more giant black eyes appeared in the students' perspectives. What's that? How horrible! Have we always had this thing above our heads? When the many students looked up at the giant eye with fear, the black giant eye that covered the sky was all torn apart like rags by an invisible object. Facing the black hole that appeared around them, the torn black giant eyes were completely defenseless and were easily sucked into it. That? Wang Zhe tilted his head to look at the sky, always feeling that this form of dream was déjà vu. This is the old man's S-class dream? Looking at it but kind of not looking like it. Just as he was getting more and more confused, several small, pale white vortices quietly surfaced around them. Within it, the figures of Chen Fengqiu and a host of other chief examiners were quickly reflected. Anna? The A-ranked dreammaker from the White Bear country called out as she looked at one of the pale white swirls. Old man? Wang Zhe called out as he looked at Chen Fengqiu, who was sitting cross-legged inside the main examination room. The many chief examiners inside had heard the calls of the people outside, and had noticed the pale white vortex. One of the examiners tried to weave in and out, blinking easily. Seeing this, Chen Fengqiu and the others also stepped out of the pale white vortex, meeting up with the A-ranked dreammakers trapped inside again. The crowd was overwhelmed. It was just that Wang Zhe quickly calmed down and sensed that something was wrong. Wait, old man, you didn't promote to S rank? Then where did this S rank come from? Promoted to S class? When did the old man promote me to S rank? Chen Fengqiu froze at his words and looked to Rafi, who was at the side. Didn't the venerable one rush back to assist? No, this isn't the reinforcements I asked for. Wasn't that S rank one of your examiners? Rafi sniffed and looked around. There didn't seem to be anyone less. The crowd was stunned. So who was this strong man? In the midst of his thoughts, he heard a powerful beam of pitch-black colored light erupt from the black hole in the sky, tearing it apart while causing the giant black eyes to converge and reappear. Damn it, where did you come out of? That was Zhang Cheng's voice. Chapter 173, the final chapter of the high school exam. Zhang Cheng, who couldn't escape. The pitch-black colored giant eye floated out of the black hole and descended over the Huaxia Dream City. Zhang Cheng stood in front of the giant black eye in a slightly wretched state, and he was accompanied by the wand-wielding Ryan Kent. Judging from the flickering light on the wand gem, it was he who had freed Zhang Cheng. Lane Kent, at this point, no longer looked calm, and a grimace extruded from his three-dimensional features. A closer look at that brow had cracked open a slit, and a pure black, merciless eye was set in it. He has been initially controlled by Zhang Cheng, but even so, Zhang Cheng's expression remained cloudy, without the slightest hint of complacency. Obviously, the sudden change had left him completely unprepared. What's going on here? Why is there suddenly an extra S rank? According to the previous plan, shouldn't it be Sumu transferring to other dream cities through that core dream realm? And then he would continue to set up traps to make this tiny E-ranked dreammaker completely lose his ability to resist? And now, the appearance of another S-class dreammaker had disrupted his plans altogether. Outside, Rafi escaped, and the other three dreammakers were sure to return quickly when they got the news. Hindered for a few moments at most, then he wouldn't be able to withstand the attacks of 4 S-ranked dreammakers even if he controlled Ryan Kent. The Desire Dragon and Plague Black Sun outside could never step into the Dream Network before the situation was under control. And even if they did come in, they were afraid that they wouldn't be able to defeat the 4 S-ranked dreammakers. The Dragons of Desire didn't bring their physical bodies with them. Moreover, this was a dream net, and the 4 S-class dreammakers were enough to completely control it, and could mobilize the huge source of energy on the dream net to constantly restore themselves. Grinding can also grind them down. If so, then his plan was a failure, Zhang Cheng thought, and his malicious black eyes looked toward Sumu, who was sheltered by the city god temple underneath the Huaxia Dream City. Damn it, I'll just have to see you next time, it said with a thought, and next to it, Ryan Kent raised his staff, and with a wave of his arm, it was about to disappear without a trace, along with his and the giant black eyes figures. Yes, after weighing the pros and cons, Zhang Cheng decided to run away immediately. He who had traveled across the stars was more decisive than anyone else at this moment. A setback in the plan to counterattack humanity can be revisited, but if he's gone, he's really gone. He couldn't just plant himself on a tiny planet. But just as Zhang Cheng and Ryan Kent's figures were about to dissipate into nothingness, a hoarse voice was suddenly heard resounding through the sky once again. Lifeless dreams, limit, teleportation is forbidden at this moment. Accompanied by a hoarse voice, the white bone-like vortex in the sky reappeared, instantly spreading into a 4-square field that encircled Zhang Cheng and Ryan Kent. The two men's figures that were originally about to dissipate solidified once again. Teleportation is useless. Hey, what the hell? The S-rank you trying to escape is actually restricted? Chang Cheng twisted his head to look at Ryan Kent somewhat broken. Before that it was fine. Before that it was considered a revolt by lame Kent himself. What is it now? He actually couldn't escape even if he was in the same realm? The Lord. Him. He's in an extraordinary state. Right now he's a bit or even more powerful than me. It's like I'm seeing a blazing sun. Ryan Kent looked ahead and said, "Blazing sun?" Zheng Cheng froze at his words and turned his head to look. And 100 meters in front of himself, Wang Qinjiang, who was wearing a bone-white mask and had wrapped his entire body in a sorcerer's robe, slowly appeared. Under the pale white mask, it was as if a volcano that had begun to erupt could be seen through those eyes. "Who the hell are you?" Zhang Cheng shouted hideously. Wang Qinjiang, however, ignored him and turned his head to look at Ryan Kent and said hoarsely, "Ryan Kent, I didn't realize that someone else in the afterlife would suffer the same fate as me. Fortunately, you have a chance to redeem yourself." Wang Qinjiang looked at the other party with a rather complicated expression, as if he had seen himself once. Again, it's controlled S-rank. If he didn't show up, Ryan Kent was bound to go back to his old ways and cause even more damage. The years, they are still a cycle. But the good thing is, now that he's still around, there's still a chance he can redeem himself. Come and fight. Let's see how strong the S-ranks will be in a few hundred years. Wang Qinjiang shouted angrily, and the surrounding white bone field light bloomed dramatically, covering the place where the three of them were in an instant. Forming a pale white sun, the violent battle instantly erupted, making it completely impossible for anyone to peer into it. Inside the Dreamweb, Rafi looked at the star giants in the sky that dared not enter, and with a slight wave of his cane, a series of messages instantly appeared from before his eyes. He skimmed through it for a few moments and then said in a somewhat dazed manner, "This new S-ranked Dreammaker came out of the core dream realm." Also, he frowned slightly and felt within the pale white sun, seemingly thinking of something, and slowly said, "All of you, avoid the sky battlefield and head to your country, Dream City, to help those children. This war in the sky is not for you to meddle in. Don't worry, we're going to win." This? The group of A-ranked Dreammakers were a bit puzzled at the words. "Your Holiness, you need to hold back the starry sky giants outside and can't assist in the battle, but we should be able to, right? We can completely use the Dream Net to go over and help in the battle, right?" Wang Zhi eagerly said. After all, this was an S-ranked Dreammaker from China. "With the support of the S-ranked Dream Network and a few of us, we think that we will be able to help this Chinese Dreammaker achieve a superior victory." Anna, the examiner from the White Bear country, also said. Rafi shook his head and sighed as he sniffed, unwilling to say more, only turning his head to look at Wang Zhao and Chen Fengqiu. "You can ask Su Mu about the key to this. He's already within the Chinese Dream City now. He'll tell you why you don't need backup." Wang Zhao and Chen Fengqiu both looked at each other when they heard this. "Su Mu, Your Holiness, shall we go over and inquire first?" "Alright, you guys go, and the other chief examiners hurry up to aid the candidates. We can't afford any more casualties. I'm enough here." "Yes," accompanied by the echoing voices of the crowd. All of the Dreammakers immediately vaporized their forms and disappeared at the sound of their words. Inside the Huaxia Dream City, Su Mu, who still possessed the authority of the Huaxia Dream City, was the first to sense the arrival of the two. "Principal Wang and Teacher Chen are here." He twisted his head to alert the two beside him. "Principal Wang?" The square shape was stunned for a moment without being able to understand the meaning. When he saw the light flickering in front of him, and two old and somewhat familiar figures quietly emerged. "This is the president of Montana University and the current examiner?" While Fong Xing was shocked, he heard the two Su Mus next to him. "Principal Wang, Mr. Chun." Fong Xing reacted as he listened and hurriedly followed with a respectful greeting. His tone seemed quite emotional, and his eyes were teary as if he had met a relative he hadn't seen in a long time. The two chief examiners arrive. Doesn't that mean this war is really coming to an end? They're sort of completely out of the crisis. Good. Wang Zhou and Chen Fengqiu nodded their heads in succession when they heard this, and they saw Chen Fengqiu look at Su Mu with a kind face and said, "Su Mu, you did a very good job. When you get out, just come to our Dream Tower University. As long as you nod your head, Dream Tower University's door will always be open for you." Wang Zhu added. Wang Zhi said, also turning his head to look at Fong Xing, who showed envious eyes, and Jiang Hong Spoon, who still had little expression. "The same goes for the two of you." This scene watched as the presidents of many universities slapped their legs for a while. They just didn't go in first, and then they let this kid, Wang Zhi, beat them to it. "Child, can you tell us who he is? Somehow I always felt something familiar looking at this dream." Chen Fengqiu didn't make too many pleasantries and hurriedly brought the topic back to the main topic, looking at the pale white beam of light in the sky. After all, there was one of their top dream makers from China there. "Him?" Su Mu froze at his words, remembering the promise he made earlier. and after a moment of contemplation, he only sighed and said, "It's probably a dream maker who just happened to be passing by, and saw that the situation wasn't right and pulled out his sword to help the S-rank dream maker." A Chinese S-class dream maker who just happened to be passing by and pulled out a sword to help? What? Listening to Su Mu's words, the audience in the live broadcast room was confused. Not to mention how outrageous it was that something just happened to be passing by. The fact that it was a Chinese S-ranked dream maker made it very confusing. Great China currently no one has successfully advanced to the S level. The earliest batch of Jin are to be traced back to decades or even hundreds of years ago. Where did this S-class Chinese dream maker come from? If the viewers weren't convinced that Su Mu couldn't have dreamed up an S-ranked dream maker, they would probably have associated it with whichever magical figure came out of ancient China again. So, we have an S-class dream maker in China now? Suddenly I feel like I'm dreaming. Can't it be that the masters are in the folklore? Some people are obscure, but in fact they are the top dream makers? It's not that bad, is it? Ahem. No chance. This is the mysterious power from our east. Just passing through? This. Chen Fengqiu and Wang Zhou looked at each other, both showing confused expressions. When Su Mu said this, it was obviously a bit perfunctory, or not able to be stated. I'm afraid there are some hard feelings. Is it hard to believe that it was that S-ranked dream maker who explained it? Mustn't be able to reveal his true identity? Chapter 174, High School Final Chapter, Falling Heroes. Did that honored one explain anything? Does it need our help? Chen Fengqiu hurriedly asked. His Holiness said that his life has reached its end, and this should be the last remnant. He'll help Lane Kent. Has life reached its end? Wang Zhou and Chen Fengqiu were shocked at the words, and their originally happy mood immediately fell to the bottom. He had just learned that his family had an S-ranked dream maker, but now, he was told that this dream maker was actually going to die soon. Is that why Rafi said no rescue was needed? Could it be that this honored one has been recuperating from his injuries inside? That's why it's delayed coming out? Wang Zhou muttered. That wouldn't be right, would it? Old man, I've also lived for such a long time. It's impossible that I haven't seen or even known of such an existence. Chen Fengqiu responded. As the two were pondering, they suddenly heard a violent explosion from the sky. Immediately afterward, the pale white sun completely collapsed, revealing the scene within. A few people hastily looked over, and saw the black giant eye in tatters. The exquisite dress of Lane Kent withered most of the way like leaves, and even the jewel in his hand that shimmered with a strange light was a bit dull. On the other side, the white bone-colored vestment-robed mysterious dream maker appeared to be unharmed, but the top dream makers were able to feel that the strength of his energy seemed to be rapidly weakening. Ha ha ha, soul, what did I think it was? It turns out that what came over is a soul that no longer has a physical body. Just like you want to go against my puppet? Zhang Cheng, whose body showed the appearance of a monster and was unable to take human form, looked at Wang Qianjiang and let out a weird sardonic smile. He, it's a bit early to say it's a puppet, isn't it? Wang Qianjiang said indifferently, and a crumbling sound was heard. In front of him, at the center of Lane Kent's brow, the giant black-colored eye disintegrated and shattered in an instant, disappearing into his forehead. A smattering of blood continuously flowed down from Ryan Kent's forehead, and at this moment, his expression once again turned incomparably struggling. What? Zhang Cheng seemed to have sensed something. His expression changed, and the huge black eye suspended behind him opened wide. Violet black light shot out from the eye and struck towards Lane Kent. Seeing this, Wang Qianjiang's body was like a disintegrating and shattered mirror, burning the last of his strength and flickering to Ryan Kent's side, blocking this black light for him. Lane Kent, there can be no hesitation. The time I have secured for you is now. Think of those you guard. Wang Qianjiang drank. Lane Kent sniffed, and a glint of human light finally showed in his hideous eyes. He sighed as he surveyed himself. I have never betrayed the human race. Between the voices echoing in the sky, Ryan Kent's body bulged, and his two-handed staff flashed with violent, terrifyingly extreme energy fluctuations. With a boom, a violent to completely unimaginable energy fluctuation capable of completely tearing through space erupted. S-class Dreammaker, Ryan Kent, blew himself up, already in a state of soul. Wang Qianjiang was unable to remove the thoroughly parasitized Ryan Kent. All he did was buy Ryan Kent a sliver of control over his body to blow itself up. It was clear to everyone that once Ryan Kent was back under control in the next second, then Zhang Achievement could either use Ryan Kent's power to leave, or temporarily not close the dream net to draw the star beasts in. In this day and age, an S-rank Dreammaker falling into the pile of starry sky giants could be equivalent to handing over the key to open the door between the dream battlefield and reality to the starry sky giants. Right now, with everyone unable to rescue him, Ryan Kent decisively chose to blow himself up, completely obliterating the star beast's attempt to invade Earth. Incidentally, take out the mortal enemy that controls him. The violent vibrations from the explosion destroyed the sky and the Earth, producing an ever-enlarging column of dark-colored energy. The column of energy covered Zhang Chung, who had him under his control in an instant, completely enveloping this starry sky beast in his own body. The three-eyed human was not good at attacking, and its body's defense was obviously not strong enough to resist the point where an S-class powerhouse could self-detonate, and it was whisked into oblivion in an instant, and it didn't even manage to show its terrified face. Similarly, Wang Qinjiang, whose soul was already about to be extinguished next to him, naturally didn't dodge it, or rather, he didn't have the intention of trying to dodge it. In the last moments of his life, he surveyed his body, which had begun to shatter, and muttered, if only I had been able to blow myself up back then, too, how good would that have been? Pillars of dark-colored energy covered his body, keeping his regrets for a long time. The column of energy expanded, completely covering the battlefield in the sky for a long time, surveying the attack in the sky that can be called the destruction of the world, listening to the last words from the two powerful people. For a moment, all the people were silent. Everyone knows what's going on. They are true warriors. Rafi looked in the direction of the self-implosion and bent down to salute. As a top-notch dream maker, he had already seen and even predicted this ending, but it still couldn't be stopped, which is why they said for the crowd not to go to the rescue. Lane Kent was never a traitor. Many of the top dream makers collectively observed a moment of silence. At this moment, they lost two of their top dream makers. As Sumu watched the scene, the eternally boundless black mist in his hands slowly surged, and the bodies of the black and white irregulars quietly floated out and flew towards the battlefield, seemingly wanting to search for something. Regrettably, Lane Kent's soul had dissipated into nothingness, and Wang Xinjiang's soul had also dissipated into nothingness in the burning of the everlasting heaven and earth. It's a pity. If they came to hell, they would surely be able to be made a big official, right? White Impermanence said. At least, the bridge of Manhwa can be walked in peace. Black Impermanence said solemnly. Chapter 175, the high school exam comes to an end. Merit reward and return to reality. 2 in 1. The black and white Impermanence returned to Sumu's dream-making heartland with regrets. Sumu also let out a long sigh as he listened to the words of the two and had to stop. Next to them, Chen Fingqiu and Wang Zhe were equally regretful. It's a pity that we don't know the name of that Chinese dream maker. Chen Fingqiu let out a long sigh. Perhaps, there are some reasons for not being able to show up? Wang Zhe muttered, and his mind seemed to associate him with someone whose leftover dream theory was somewhat similar to the lifeless Relma. But that person should have died centuries ago. Roar! As the crowd mourned in silence, the several starry sky beasts that had been observing from outside the dream network saw this and growled in displeasure, twisting away and disappearing without a trace. Zhang Chang was dead, and Ryan Kent blew himself up, which meant that their plot was a complete failure. Isn't staying here right now just waiting to be dumplings by the three dream makers who rushed back? In their soul state, they were still a bit short of strength after all. So, possessing spiritual intelligence, they decisively retreated. That was a pretty fast run. Seeing this, Rafi waved his cane, and a large amount of dark clouds swept in, quickly obscuring the entire lot of interaction between the Dreamweb and the Dream Battlefield, completely disconnecting the connection with the Dream Battlefield. And right at the end of the hour, the remaining 3 S-ranked Dreammakers rushed back in streams of light. The 4 supreme Dreammakers quickly took over the authority of the entire Dream Network, and countless bolts of lightning quickly brewed in the thunderclouds that covered the sky. Accompanied by roaring thunder, it obliterated all the starry sky giants that were still wreaking havoc. The big picture is set. The viewers in the live broadcast room were watching this scene was a complete long sigh of relief. It's finally over. Woohoo! My sonny survived. That's great. Damn, that was close. Really almost thought the star beasts were going to invade Earth again. Thanks to Ryan Kent and that unknown Chinese dreammaker. It's impossible for the ending to be so beautiful if it wasn't for them. And thanks to Sumu. Without Sumu, this incident would still be able to come to such an end? Amidst the audience's words, this Dreammaker Unified Examination was about to come to an end. A not-so-good ending. The human side lost 2 top Dreammakers, and many young Dreammakers with potential. Moreover, those top starry sky giants all possessed intelligence. This meant that the situation in the Dream Realm battlefield would become even more severe. Also, the exam is probably not going to be a good one. As for organizing another examination, I am afraid that there is no such time, and it is estimated that the final scores will have to be determined through other methods. But there is no doubt that the cameras of the Dreamweb bear in mind all the students who have shown their abilities and character in this supreme crisis, and they will all be additionally favored from the major colleges. And for the students who died in the sudden battle, their families will need to be appeased and will be compensated accordingly. Dream makers, since the moment of awakening, have to understand their destiny, giving your life to protect those you want to protect. These 2 words may seem light, but they are incredibly heavy when they actually come down on one's loved ones. All of these dead students died on the battlefield against the star beasts. They are warriors, strong and brave warriors. It's all over, isn't it? Fang Xing inquired as he surveyed the sky dully. Well, it's over. Sumu similarly looked at the sky and nodded affirmatively. In the midst of his thoughts, he heard a familiar shout from the side. Brothers, ha ha, I'm back. Turning his head to look, Jiang Li's figure quietly emerged along with a seven-colored stream of light, and along with him were many candidates in a daze. Chen Fengqiu released those students who were all protected by the invincible golden body. Brother, it was quite brave to go up before Fang Xing looked at Jiang Li and excitedly went up and patted his shoulder. He. Jiang Li hammed and hawed. That wasn't in the end, it had to be Mac touting. Otherwise I'd really be dead. And you guys know what? At that time I was thinking. Slightly talkative, gingerly began to chatter. Su Mu, on the other hand, smiled as he watched this. His expression relaxed like never before. Honestly, he was definitely the one who did the most work out of the group, and his demeanor was never in a tense state, completely afraid to relax. Right now, it's really good to get some rest. As Su Mu was thinking, he heard an old voice coming from the sky. Tell all the candidates, this Dreammaker's joint examination has been terminated due to unforeseen circumstances. All the injured will be fully treated and returned to reality, and the other candidates will return to their respective city test centers in an hour. For subsequent test scores, please check the rules issued by each country afterwards. The JE livestream is closed and the exam is officially over. The examination is over? The crowd froze at the words. The speed of this eviction was a bit too fast, wasn't it? But it's reasonable to think about it. After all, having almost experienced a life and death separation, the family out there can be worried sick. Oh ho, it looks like we'll have to catch up later. What's your cell phone number? Brother Mu, let's get in touch for the summer vacation. It would be best if we can come to my house to play. Jiang Li inquired. A cell phone? Add my tomato. I don't have a cell phone yet. My tomato number is, it's Pocahontas duck. Sumu said rather easily. Living on a student bond, how could he have a high-end device like a cell phone? Even the tomato number was something he had signed up for in a computer class dabbling with the internet. Of course, for the current Sumu, poor is only temporary. His hand that can be worth a suite of bracelets are still there. Casually sell a go. Enough to go to college expenses. This was also the reason why Sumu had never used it before. It was too expensive. Well, it's Pocahontas duck? Haha, what's with the name? I'll follow it when I get back. Remember to agree. My number is 123XXX. Big brother, add me too. My tomato number is. Fang Xing also came over to join in the fun. In the middle of the conversation, he saw Chen Fengqiu walk over and said to Sumu, Child, the venerable ones want to meet you. Your holiness? Those S-classes? Okay. Sumu sniffed and immediately nodded. Then Brother Mu, let's contact each other online? Seeing this, Jiang Li hurriedly said, online contact. See you later. After bidding farewell to Jiang Li and the others, Sumu first retrieved the city god temple that stood to the side before teleporting under Chen Fengqiu's leadership, weaving in and out of the cascading blocks of color, heading somewhere in the dream network. After all, the city temple was completely materialized by him without using any materials. Once it was discovered that it could exist for a long time, then Sumu couldn't explain it in any way. Right now, the Dreamweb permissions reverted back to the S-ranked Dreammakers, and he just happened to reclaim his city hall. The transmission process seemed to be a bit long, and while waiting, Chen Fengqiu suddenly looked over and inquired rather kindly, Oh Sumu, do you have any subsequent plans? Which favorite university are you planning to go to? College of choice? Sumu sniffed and thoughtfully replied. Currently the top institutions I know of are the Dream Tower University and the Red Flame in Huaxia, as well as the White Bear Country's Winter Tower, and the Eagle Country's Land of Secret Arts. To really consider it, maybe 2 universities within China? It still depends on the situation. That's right. Chen Fengqiu nodded with a smile on his face as he sniffed. This time your performance in the examination is the most eye-catching. The 2 schools in the country in order to recruit you to open the conditions will definitely not be bad. If you are not too clear about this, you can let the admissions office of the Dream Tower University to find the old man I help you to counsel. Yes, thank you, Teacher Chen. Sumu said gratefully. While going to the admissions office of Montana University to find Chen Fengqiu counselor, which university gives a good price. It always felt like there was a hint of something wrong. Aha. Chen Fengqiu smiled and nodded, seemingly unintentionally mentioning it. When you meet the several venerable masters later, you must be careful. They are each proficient in different fields and have different research on dream-making techniques, so don't just agree to things. Don't just agree to things? Sumu sniffed and pondered a little, and then it dawned on him that this meant that the olive branch thrown out by them should be considered carefully in the face. Is this because he's afraid he'll recognize one of them as his master? Sumu immediately nodded at his words. He had rejected riches even more precious than this in the land of hope, which was the life's work of dozens of S-ranked dreammakers. Please don't worry, Mr. Chen. I know what to do. That's good, that's good. Listening to Sumu's reply, Chen Fengqiu nodded with considerable satisfaction, and the speed of their teleportation immediately accelerated by quite a bit, and the surrounding scenery began to become clear in an instant. At eye level was a large round table. Beside the round table stood 4 men of various skin tones, dressed in starry vestments. There were 6 other old men around who seemed to be examiners from other countries. Seeing Sumu's appearance, they all cast their gazes over. There was a friendliness in those glances. Your Holiness, I've brought Sumu here. Chen Fengqiu brought Sumu forward and said, Hello teachers. Sumu respectfully said, Aha. The 4 people wearing starry sky robes all nodded kindly at the words. One of the 4, Rafi, who was holding a staff, stepped forward on behalf of the 4 and said, Sumu, this time, your valor, your strength, all of them played the most crucial role for us to win this battle. It has been decided after our deliberations that you will receive an additional commendation. Add 10,000 to your battlefield merits and open the S-rank battlefield treasury exchange privilege. Merit? S-class battlefield treasury? Sumu froze at his words and turned his head to look at Chen Fengqiu, finding that a stunned expression surfaced on the other party's face. It seems that these rewards are very generous. Without waiting to inquire, he heard Chen Fengqiu slowly explain for him. Merits are used to record the rewards of dreammakers killing star beasts within the dream realm battlefield. You can think of it as an item equal to money, but more valuable than money. 10,000 merits will be able to exchange at least 2 dream-making items of at least S rank in the battlefield treasury. 2 S-rank dream creation items? Sumu's eyes lit up at the words and immediately understood the significance of this merit badge. Isn't that like giving him 2 mountains of treasure? And the S-rank items within the treasure trove were able to be picked at random. If you say this thing is for nothing, then Sumu definitely doesn't mind. Thank you, teachers. Sumu hurriedly thanked them. Aha. The 4 top dreammakers nodded their heads in satisfaction at the words, and after glancing at each other, Rafi then stepped forward again to take the first step and inquired, Child, is it willing to be my disciple? Your talent is outstanding. If you can obtain my dream creation inheritance, I can guarantee that under my tutelage, within 10 years, you will surely be promoted to the S rank. I've seen your dreammaker fit, and all I can say is that I can assure you that it doesn't limit your advancement or play. Here we go. Chen Fengqiu's heart fluttered as he listened to Rafi's words and immediately looked at Sumu. However, he found that the teenager on his eyes did not have any expectant look, and after a few moments of contemplation, the teenager shook his head to indicate his refusal. I'm sorry, sensei. I want to try a whole new path. A whole new path? Rafi sniffed, then realized something. I've seen your dream-making videos, in which every dream-making is vaguely related to China, with its unique colors, but these dream-making also has the same very uncertain factor. After all, with your current level, it's not enough to support the S-ranked dream-making to truly manifest. The efforts you're making right now might easily become futile after you raise your level. In that case, do you want to continue? Of course, one must always have a supreme pursuit. Sumu replied rather confidently. Teacher can take it that I am, well, young and foolish. What failure? How could he fail when he knew there must be light ahead? The path of Lafitte can be traveled. The path of Wachovia can be traveled even more. Is that so? Rafi sniffed with regret showing on her face, but eventually nodded. My invitation still stands. As long as you're willing to say yes, you can come to the Tower of Winter to find me anytime. Thank you, teacher. As they spoke, the remaining few top dreammakers also spoke with a few words, and incidentally asked about the core dream realm. Seeing that Sumu indeed had no intention of worshipping his master and was not able to disclose the matter within the core dream territory, the 4 venerable masters didn't force them to stop there and left first. After the departure of the 4 top dream makers, Chen Fengqiu was afraid that Sumu would be snatched away by other eyeing main examiners again, and without any reasoning, he brought Sumu to quickly leave the place. When he returned to the square, the figures of Zhang Hong Spoon and Jianli had already disappeared, and a golden teleportation array had already appeared next to the city god's temple. So it was obvious that this side was the way to leave the dream network. Seeing this, Sumu also realized that it was time for him to take his leave. After all, Chen Fengqiu was definitely the busiest thing right now, and there were still many things that he had to deal with. Mr. Chen, then I'll go back first? Well, kid, go back and get a good night's sleep first. Just go home and wait for the enrollment team to come to your door. Your merit pay will be personally distributed later. After a few words of conversation, Sumu walked into the golden circle of light, and in a dreamlike feeling, he gradually broke away from the dream net. Waking up again. I heard a cry and a cheer. Mom and Dad, I survived. Ha ha ha, old me has survived to the end. And there are extra points for the unified exam. College shouldn't be a worry. No. All night dreaming tonight. Master has to struggle hard. It was too suffocating in the dream battlefield before. Never mind, it's better to play a few games to relax first. As far as the eye could see, there were parents hugging and crying with their children, and students jumping back and forth in joy. Sumu quietly watched for a while, then thought of going to the school cafeteria to see if there was any food. He hadn't eaten anything at all back there, and this was getting to the point of starvation. Sumu had just wanted to leave when he saw that there was something wrong with the gazes around him. Crap, isn't that Sumu? Finally squatted him. No. One in the joint examination of the Huaxia district. Shit, the great god, worship the great god. Great god, look at me. Great god, I'm in your class. The high school chapter ends and the reality chapter begins. The most powerful freshman ever on the line. Chapter 176, Vast Sea Mysteries. Summarizing the harvest, 2 and 1. Just as Sumu was surrounded. On the other side, along with the closing of the live broadcast, all the people who were watching Sumu took a long breath. In the Star River district, travel writer Gu Zhuan excitedly stood up and was about to start packing his luggage items for Linhai City. There's no doubt that she's planning to interview Sumu. By the way, going down to hell? You could have only experienced the incomplete hell before. This time you must experience the full version of hell. Sure, 18 layers of hell even, Gu Zhuan said, thinking slightly for a moment, but then he stopped moving. No. I can't necessarily meet anyone if I go at this time. Sumu is definitely the top student of this session, and he's definitely busy right now. When he's confirmed for college, I'll just go straight to the college and interview him, which will definitely give me enough time to experience his dream. Yes, that's it. Linhai City Lord's office. Ryuyan looked at the blacked-out live broadcasting room arranging for the lifting of martial law in the whole city at the same time, greeted his assistant, Xiao Lu, and walked over to inquire. What kind of commendations did Linhai City have in previous years for the top examination winners? A 5,000 yuan allowance and an award certificate. Assistant Xiao Lu pondered for a while before saying, so little? Ryuyan sniffed with some consternation. This, City Lord, after all, our Linhai City has never had a top student. The first place in the examination can't venture out in the whole country. Back then, they were able to have 2 people accepted by Dream Tower University or Red Dawn even if they did very well in the examination, and the bonus is naturally much less. Assistant Xiao Lu laughed bitterly. Is that so? Lu Yun smiled and pondered for a moment before saying, you arranged to go down and let the following redraft an incentive program. This time is different from the past. Our Linhai City has raised its eyebrow on a national scale. After the subsequent assessment indexes come out, all those who rank in the top 10,000 in the country will be subsidized at $10,000. And the top 50 in the city will be subsidized an additional $10,000, and they will be funded by Linhai City, and their 4-year tuition will be fully covered. As for Sumu, we also cannot be too stingy. Of course, the reward cannot be too flashy. We Linhai City is really not as good as the other regions. Cannot be swollen face. His single 60,000 bonus plus the whole city praise and publicity. Assistant Xiao Lu had taken out the notebook and pen she carried with her since the moment Lu Yun spoke and had memorized all her words. At the end, Assistant Xiao Lu briefly repeated Lu Yun's words to make sure they were correct before asking his own question. City Lord, isn't the reward targeting Sumu too shabby? As far as I know, not to mention the economic regions, the cities around us have at least 5 times the rewards for the first place winners. That is, $300,000 in prize money. And that's still at least. And there are other kinds of compensation in addition to the prize money. Lu Yun nodded at his words. Of course I know. That's why I'm prepared to add an additional reward in addition to the prize money. The 2 slots for our city's trip to the vast expanse mystic realm this year haven't been reported yet as far as I can remember. Have they? The secret realm of vast expanse? Assistant Xiao Lu froze at the words and was a bit stunned after thinking carefully for a while. It was a secret realm located in the next region, which possessed all sorts of rare items from the stars and the inheritance of certain S-rank dream makers. Back then, it was an ocean base to fight against the star beasts. And it was also the battlefield where several S-class dream makers fought the most powerful star beasts, located somewhere far out to sea. It only reaches opening conditions a few days a year because of ocean currents. Similarly, because of the influence of certain soul remnants of the S-class dream maker, this secret realm limited the number of people who could enter. Every district in the country is allocated fewer places. If it wasn't for the fact that their Linhai City was slightly to the side of that secret realm, there would be absolutely no 2 spots. City Lord. The dream maker heading there is at least D rank, right? Assistant Xiao Lu was stunned. It's fine. It's not like there's too much danger inside. They asked for it to be below level C. They didn't say above level D. It's just right for Sumu to go. Besides, didn't all the spots in previous years go to our Linhai City-sponsored college students? Just those two genius dream makers? They're both about to graduate in their senior year, right? But they never wanted to come back to support the construction of our Linhai City. You don't come when you're doing your business, and you wait until the secret realm quota is handed out to come back and join in the fun. In that case, why don't we let Sumu go? It just so happens that he's on summer vacation, Lu Yun said seemingly casually. Assistant Xiao Lu sniffed with some clarity. Linhai City, despite its low level, still produced some students who traveled to the world's top institutions to further their education. And Linhai City, for the sake of cultivating talents, always gave the opportunity to travel to the secret realm of the vast sea to these talented candidates, hoping that they would be useful to Linhai City if they succeeded in their studies. Right now, the quota students they had arranged for 3 consecutive years had been slow to make a move towards giving back to Linhai City, which made the newly appointed city lord, Lu Yun, look the other way. But isn't it too stiff to arrange for Sumo to just squeeze one out of the slot? She remembered that one of them seemed to be the son of the old city lord who had just left on a transfer, and the other was one of the few connections. Is this also a means for Yuhyun to suppress the old ones in passing? Assistant Xiaolu thought that he didn't dare to ask more questions and nodded his head repeatedly. Okay, City Lord, I'll go and do it right away. When the commendation against Sumu was about to be issued, inside Dragon High School, Sumu took advantage of everyone crowding over to watch the monkeys and quietly crouched down and mixed into the crowd to run away. After dreaming up a mask to cover his face for himself, he was able to safely and boldly squeeze out of the crowd in the direction of the school building. At this time, the teaching building was empty, and everyone was rushing to the entrance and exit of the Dream Network to watch the fun, which gave Sumu the opportunity. He entered the classroom, packed all his stuff into his book bag, took out his meal card and walked to the cafeteria. He still has $10 of subsidy in his meal card that the school recharged, and now that he is about to leave the school, he naturally wants to squander it. Fortunately, although they had finished their exams, the sophomores were still in class and the cafeteria was still open. Sumu ordered a sub-luxury meal with his meal card. $10 set menu, 2 meat and 1 veggie, 1 order of shredded potatoes and meat, 1 order of scrambled eggs with chili peppers, and 1 order of baby bok choy. After begging the cafeteria auntie, whose hand was already shaking so much that she couldn't hold the spoon steadily, Sumu was given a meaty and hearty dinner. After hitting up another free nori and egg soup, he took his tray and found an empty table with no one at it to dry out. The place was fairly quiet, with only 2 students at opposite tables talking as they ate. The shredded potatoes and meat tasted okay, the chili scrambled eggs staked a couple bites of chile. Sumu dried his rice while listening to the 2 students chatting at the opposite table. Shit, even though this test is dangerous, these candidates who came back alive can end their entrance exams early. It's too cool, another half month of fun and games. Our Dragon High School has raised its eyebrows this time. That student named Sumu was so showy. How come I don't have this kind of brain? Watching that wave of shooting sun before was simply amazing. God bless. I don't do well in culture, so when I awaken, I must awaken a good talent. It's best to be S-ranked, like Sumu. Then the days ahead will be much easier. I won't go to the battlefield in the future. I'll teach and get paid when I come back from a famous university. It's better to let other people do it when I go to the battlefield to die or something. Che, coward. If you want me, you have to be the best dream maker. I must have a statue of myself in Linhai City after I die. Beautiful you. And a statue. I think you're a statue. Go go go. Still have to go to night study, the 2 men said, getting up to clear the dishes. Sumu listened to the words of the 2 men with a slight bit of emotion. You're not going to war. You're going back to school to teach? How can it be that good? If you don't want to get ahead, someone is bound to force you to get ahead. After all, the threat from the star beasts would get worse the farther back in time they went, and humanity would need more powerful dream makers. Similarly, if the dream maker chooses to be comfortable, he or she will not end up being comfortable for more than a few years, and it is most unfortunate when faced with the day of disaster and being unable to do anything about it. Judging from the descent of the 3-eyed starry sky behemoth, there were more powerful starry sky behemoths out there in the starry sky. What if one day, a starry sky beast even more powerful than Zhang Cheng came and directly broke through the humans' high-altitude dream battlefield defense? Working your way up to S rank is the way to go. As Sumu was thinking, he suddenly felt a burst of attention, and looked up to find that the 2 students who were preparing to go to place the dinner plates were looking back at him from time to time, and also whispering at the same time. I was going to say it before. Why do I see that the guy eating behind us is Sumu? You don't say. It looks a bit like it to me too. But at this time of the day Sumu would come here to eat, eating more our cafeteria's set meal. It's because I've already set up a banquet at some big restaurant, right? It's listening to the voices of the two. Sumu hurriedly made the gesture of burying his head in dry rice, and only barely managed to muddle through. Seeing that the two left, Sumu also settled his dinner and walked slowly back to his place with a book bag and a mask on his back. He would have liked to use dream-making means to go straight back, but there was an explicit rule within the city that dream makers were not allowed to use dream-making means in public unless it was necessary. After all, if you're using dream building to rush, and I'm using dream building to rush, the city's traffic will still be in chaos. In order to put this rule into practice, there are also special monitoring and patrolling dream-maker back and forth patrol. Caught the fine. If the use of drunkenness dream-making is to be taken to jail, with the investigation of drunk driving a reason, Sumu strolled through the streets wearing a mask, followed a small path, and walked back to his place. A rather dated silo with creepers all over the sidewalls and lush greenery. It was a perk that Linhai City had arranged for him when he turned 15, and he had a room of his own in this small building, 30 to 40 square feet, a bedroom and an ensuite bathroom with 2 large sunrise windows, better than a school dormitory. The room's access is for 3 years, ending the moment he comes of age to take the entrance exam, and he can still stay until the end of September. If he succeeded in awakening in the college entrance exam, then he could completely apply to Linhai City for more comfortable residential conditions. If he fails the high school awakening, then I'm sorry, he'll have to make everything on his own subsequently. Max back? An old voice interrupted Sumu's memories, and looking forward, an old woman was sitting in front of the gate of the silo, lying in a rocking chair, holding a radio. A female voice was playing on the slightly worn radio, babbling some songs that Sumu couldn't understand. This is the grandmother of the neighbor who lives next door to him, surnamed Yang, and has 3 sons. The oldest died in battle within the Dreamland battlefield, the second is still struggling within the Dreamland battlefield, and the youngest son, who has no talent, has gone to seek an errand in the economic region, not good enough to pick up the old lady there. So Linhai City arranged for the old lady to wait until she was old enough to enter a nursing home directly to spend her days. Grandma Yang, it's almost dark, go back, be careful of catching a cold, Sumu said with a smile. I'll be right back. Xiaomu, how did you do on the exams? I heard that this year's exams were really tough. Became a dream maker, and it didn't come back alive. It's good to come back alive. It's good to come back. You've become a dream maker too. Maybe you'll see my son too. Let me tell you, dream maker can be godly. Don't live here in the future. Sumu listened to the old man's ramblings for a while before excusing himself and entering the building. Returning to his room, he dumped his book bag and went straight to his bunk, looking up at the ceiling for a while before casually opening his panel and starting to take stock of what he had gained within the entire entrance exam. Name, Sumu. Grade, E. Mental strength, 106, 5 for a normal person. Spiritual potential, S. Dream maker fit, 101, 100 is full. Profession, dream maker. Unique talent, ancient China. Occupational ability, 1. Dream making consumes mental energy to create people, scenes, and creatures of one's mind. 2. Embodiment, using a large amount of mental energy to create the scene of a dream created in your mind. Source power, 8960. Item, 12 dream gathering stones, can be incorporated into dream creations to enhance battle power by 2 to 3 levels. Starstone, incorporated into the jade seal, altering it to eliminate the blue. Sheep sign, see rank open scenes related to the stars. The creation within the dream-making heartland. The white jade cup, belonging to the yellow river bow. Mini banana fan. Yi's bow and arrow. Book of life and death. Jade seal of great sheen. Dream characters, Shimeji, black and white irregulars. Oxhead and horseface. Zhong Kuei, judge with a hooked pen. Tree demon grandmother. Charming fox. Su Fu, Fa Hai. City god. Kwafu. Mengba, many ghostly guards. Meng Tian and his soldiers. Yu Gong and the small village. The Duke of the Land, and the big Tsubaki tree seed. Dream scene, City God Temple, Lanrua Temple, Rice Noodle and Golden Lock. Hell, Land Temple, Dichin Barracks. P.S. This time is a summary. There may be omissions. The usual panel will not appear so detailed, lest it be said that Water QAQ. His mental power grew another 6 points to 106 with the constant consumption of source power. A small step on the path to D rank. According to the mental power required for unusual advancement, it still takes 100 points to go from E to D. Right now, my occupational fit has gone from 1 to 101. Does that mean that I only need 70 points of mental power or less to go from level E to D? It was good to estimate before when the fit was poor, but now it's not so good to be sure after the fit has exploded. Did he really lower the difficulty of this 101? Or did he raise it again? Also, going from E to D still requires 100 points. while D to C requires 200 points, and the amount of mental energy needed to go from level C to level B is a very high number. The hierarchy is outrageous. The knowledge in Sumu's textbook only explains up to level C. For C into B, the textbook doesn't have a detailed expression, only saying that it will be known when they reach the university. And the internet was completely inconsistent about it, with some people saying they needed at least 2,000 points of mental energy, while others said they needed 1,800. There is no doubt that this is bound to be a figure far in excess of that required for the previous grade. Who the hell designed this panel? The hierarchy has always revealed something that doesn't make sense. Is there something to be said for that as well? Is there any correlation between this and that goat sign asking for promotion to C-rank Dreammaker to travel to the stars? Chapter 177, Alternative Ways of Source Power Acquisition, Dream Creating Heavenly Court, 2 in 1. Sumu lying on the bed pondering for a while, not the mystery. Think can only wait until the opportunity to ask other high-level Dreammaker to be able to get the answer. More than exploring the mysteries of this, the present man had a very important problem to solve. The live stream ended at the end of the high school exams, so his source of source power was gone. Although the source power on the source power panel had now reached 8,960 points and was about to break through 9,000 points. But without a live stream, without a viewing audience, there is no source of source power. The growth rate of his source power would soon fall to a very low value or even stop growing. This is something to die for. The reason for the power of his golden finger could be in this magical source power. In addition, Sumu tapped on his source power panel and pondered a little for a while, digging out a doubt buried in his heart. Judging from the return, the number of viewers who watched his live broadcast was definitely not in the minority, and their school alone was afraid that there were tens of thousands of views. With such a large base of people, the source power he now possessed appeared to be far below the value he should have gotten. Currently the source power was close to 9,000 points, and even if each person contributed 0.1 to him, that would only be 80,000 people who had watched it, not to mention the globe, but more than 80,000 people in Linhai City alone? It was true that he had gained a bit less source power. Could it be that the rest of the source power was gleaned away by the Book of 1,000 Ancient Chinese? The value on my source power panel is actually, after splitting it with the Book of China, it's 9 and I'm 1? Just as Sumu was skeptical, the Book of Ancient China floating in the ocean of consciousness seemed to sense something, and the pages of the book opened on their own and slowly flipped to a completely new page. Along with Sumu fixing his gaze on it, the words gradually appeared. Whether to modify the way of obtaining source power? Current source power acquisition method is rainbow absorption. The location of the Book of Huaxia is the source of absorption, constantly absorbing the source power transformed from the shock produced by other creatures for the Huaxia's dream making and characters. In this process, limited by spatial distance, the farther away from the Book of 1,000 Ancient Chinese, the more source power absorbed escapes. The amount and speed at which source power escapes is related to level. Is the mode of absorption changed to localized precision absorption? Rainbow absorption? Localized precision absorption? Sumu looked at the words on the Book of 1,000 Years of China and immediately realized something after a little thought. So that's what happened. To put it simply, the previous me was the equivalent of a giant magnet with an extremely wide magnetic coverage, aimlessly absorbing source power from all areas. And the farther away the source power is absorbed, the more loss occurs during the process, which leads to an ordinary person who is too far away from me. Even if I am shaken by the Huaxia dream creation, I can't receive his source power, because the source power he produces is weak now. Perhaps as little as 0.1, and in the process of absorbing it, that minuscule 0.1 is quickly dissolved into nothing. That's why the names of people prompted to acquire source power on my source power panel are basically Chinese viewers. The place I've been in has always been the Chinese Dream City, and in that large mixed S-rank dream world, the location where the Chinese Dream City is located is most likely somewhere high above the sky in China. Of course, when I subsequently level up, I'll be able to effectively reduce the loss during the absorption process, and the efficiency of applying rainbow absorption might double at that time. Thinking like this, Sumu instantly understood, and the solution given by the Book of 1,000 Years of Huaxia was also very possible. Localized absorption was to change the way he absorbed source power, from the original diffuse absorption on a global scale to only accepting source power from a certain area around himself. This precise absorption could greatly reduce the loss of source power during absorption. To make an analogy, the way he absorbed from the rainbow before gleaned up to 500 points of source power from Chen Fingqiu, but if he changed the way he absorbed now, he might absorb up to 1,000 points of source power from his body. Without a doubt, this was definitely a program that fit Sumu's current situation. Modify. Without hesitation, Sumu murmured in his mind. It wouldn't be too late to change to rainbow absorption after one's level had risen and the efficiency and loss of absorbing source power had been further reduced. Along with the fall of his thoughts, The Book of 1,000 Ancient Chinese Characters immediately emitted a burst of shimmering light, and it was as if Su Mu was able to see the surrounding clusters of points of light that were constantly converging towards him in the netherworld. Along with his commands, the kind of energy that drifted from the air gradually solidified quite a bit, but the amount also dropped a bit. The range of being able to accept it was estimated to be left at the size of a city, and if he were to go live again, the shock value of the viewers outside the city was something he probably wouldn't be able to accept. Increasing quality and decreasing quantity is a situation he can live with. Just waiting to try something again to see how high the upper limit for absorbing source power is. It would be best to display a brand new Chinese S-rank Dream Realm in front of Chen Fengxiu and the others to see the limit value of being able to absorb source power. After Su Mu thought about laying down on his bunk and relaxing his thoughts aimlessly for a while, he moved his gaze within his dream-making heartland. Right now, the 3 underground layers of the sky and the earth are still in order, and the earth has become a lot more lively since Yugong and the small village joined in, with the sound of children playing and fooling around, overlapping with the sound of great Qin soldiers drilling in the surrounding barracks, and with the help of the land eunuch, the inhabitants of the small village even began to cultivate farmland within the dream-making heartland to create some of their own food. This was something Su Mu hadn't thought of. After all of the characters within the dream-making heartland were constructed and materialized from mental energy, so even if they didn't eat, they wouldn't starve to death. Right now their actions are adding a few more moments of life to the earth. Also, Su Mu took a closer look and found that this layer of soil seemed to have changed slightly differently, and the growth rate of the crops planted was exceptional. It was as if there was a life force in the soil supporting the nutrients the crop needed to grow faster. Upon closer inspection, the source of the life force that could change the soil texture was the small green bud that had just broken out of the ground next to the land temple, which had been carefully cared for by the land eunuch. The large tune tree species had broken out of the ground and gradually began to burst forth with its own powerful vitality, which directly affected the soil in which it grew, allowing the soil quality to be further enhanced. Watching this scene, Su Mu realized that it was time to build the heavenly court. Field crops grow without opening the sky. Clouds and rain have to be there. Thunder and lightning have to be there. Heaven has to start improving step by step. It just so happened that this was definitely a dream with S-class potential, and he had been laying it out for a long time before, just waiting to find a suitable opportunity to reveal it to the world. Su Mu thought, and his sleepiness subsided. He sat down on the bed and completely sank his consciousness into the dream-making heartland in his mind. Looking at the clouds that had been solidified, Su Mu's thoughts moved, and the pages of the book that belonged uniquely to the 1,000 years of China slowly flipped between them, coming to the part that belonged uniquely to the heavenly court. In the page, the stream of light appeared, different from the black fog of the hell. The arcane light here is extremely white, but under the detailed view there is a 7-colored color flow, and the 7-colored stream of light in the creation of the dream is a little bit similar. Looking at the page to look closely, the arcane light and clouds mingled. Above the clouds intertwined with all kinds of strange colors, set off the heavenly court's grandeur and the style of the immortals. It is golden light rolling red neon. 1,000 lines of auspicious gas spraying purple mist. Su Mu pondered a little, and already had a plan in his mind. This time, there's no need to simply create the 3 passes of the Yellow Springs Road, the Ghost Gate, and the Neho Bridge. Like before, he was now an E-rank Dreammaker with a base spiritual power of 106 and with close to 9,000 points of source power, so he could take a bigger step. 33 heavenly palaces, 72 treasure halls. He had to make up a few key buildings anyways, right? Let's make a base with 1,000 points of source power first. Su Mu thought, and sank his consciousness completely into it, and began to outline the scene he saw in the dream-creating heartfield within his mind. In the dream-making heartland, the land of the sky alone, the winds rise and roll with it, accompanied by the strange metaphysical light. The entire cloud layer shook violently, and a large number of clouds swept on the occasion, obscuring the sky, making the chickens and dogs that were happily pecking rice and licking noodles on the cloud layer chirp and bark wildly in fright. A few moments later, thick clouds covered almost all of the sky, and only some of the 7-colored beams of light were able to penetrate and shine out onto the earth. The characters on earth throughout the dream-making heartland were startled and ran out to look up at the sky. The sky has changed, the children in the hamlet exclaimed. Is the heavenly court finally coming out? The land eunuch, a civil servant of the heavenly court, ventured out to check with interest. Of these, a certain man carrying a bow and arrow was the most excited. The heavenly court, is it finally going to appear? He looked up at the sky excitedly with his bow and arrows on his back, as if he wanted to travel to heaven immediately. And all the nether gods in the hell is not any feeling. After noticing the vibration at most is to look up, through the thick black fog to see the situation. After all, truly speaking, their connection with the heavenly court wasn't too close, and the appearance of the heavenly court didn't have much of an impact on them. the Oxhead and Horseface, who are happy to collect tolls, in turn hate the appearance of the heavenly court. After all, there are always the so-called God's disciples and children in the heavenly court who will come to reincarnate, and these are all great masters, so they have to be careful in dealing with them. And where is the gesture of being a master in the hell and scolding all the ghosts? The main thing is they don't pay the toll. That's right, not a bit of incense. Cheap, Horseface snorted. The grumbling of the two naturally couldn't affect the pace of Sumu's dream building. As the clouds in the sky were covered by the arcane light, a violent vibration once again came from above the clouds that were like substance. In a flash, located in the remotest south of the clouds, roots of golden red pillars were erected in the clouds, and when they were connected to each other, a huge gate that seemed to be made of glaze with waves of light was set in the edge of the dome of the sky. On it, as if made up of precious jade, there is a golden seal script in the center. Nan 10. It is the southern heavenly gate. Its splendor and grandeur was impossible to ignore, and the word Nantian seemed to carry some strange intimidation that made people feel awe. Looking up at the entire south heavenly gate, the fog was dense, and the towering gate pillars were surrounded by delicate carvings, each of which glittered. Inside, on the inlaid stone pillars, there are golden dragons circling, with scales patterned like real dragons, which can come out of the pillars. Surveying the scene, Sumu's thoughts resurfaced, and as the southern heavenly gate was completely situated, he turned his gaze to an empty space next to its doorpost. Streams of light appeared. A dignified wearing golden armor, holding soldiers and milling face solemn god will slowly out, body towering huge. Actually will be the south heavenly gate blocked it tight. This is the so-called Jintian Marshal, also known as the 36 Thunder Generals. When Sun Wukong made a fuss in the heavenly court, he had fought with these people and counted them as the backbone of the heavenly court. The divine generals appeared. Sumu created dreams without stopping. A rainbow bridge immediately surfaced above the clouds, leading those who entered the southern heavenly gate to keep moving forward, to the heavenly court, the core place. Here, pavilions and carved beams emerge as the clouds erupt. Immediately after, located in the center of the entire heavenly layer, a huge building like a treasure gourd rises up from the ground. The whole red, like a stream of fire, on which hangs a plaque named Tushio Palace. Inside there is a gossip alchemy furnace, black and white. Internal flames seem to be refining something. There were two children serving to the left and right, but their looks were a bit drowsy, looking lazy. Outside the Tushio Palace, he suddenly saw dark clouds sweeping in, and a man and a woman coming up in the clouds. The male has two wings on his back. His face is as red as a monkey. He holds a nail in his left hand and a hammer in his right hand. And when the two strike each other, they can produce a burst of thunder. The woman is elegant in appearance, wearing a flowing skirt and a shawl, which she holds without wind. All of a sudden, above the earth, the dark clouds in the sky inverted, accompanied by bursts of thunder. Drifting heavy rain fell down, causing the people on earth who looked up at the sky to hasten to take shelter. It's raining, it's raining! The little urchin was very happy inside Yugo Nishan's hamlet as he yelled and ran around in the rain. Hey, it's finally raining and the crops are growing fast, the old man said in a tone like singing a mountain song. Sumu looked at this scene and nodded rather satisfied, slightly tired, and stopped his intention to continue dreaming. Right now, the southern heavenly gate is out, and the 36 Thunder Generals guarding the gate are in position. In the heavenly court, two palaces that looked like they could serve as facades also appeared. Thunderbolt has also appeared. So, there is already a prototype, and the rest will continue to be added when needed. As for the Canton Palace and all that, there's no rush. Sumu sat cross-legged on top of the bed, and after surveying his results, he slowly let out a sigh of relief. After a slight rest, a wave of drowsiness came. Sumu did not resist when he saw this, and gradually entered dreamland. He hadn't gotten a good night's sleep in a long time since the high school accident. Right now, it's a natural time to catch up on sleep. A combination of work and rest is the way to go. He definitely has his hands full tomorrow. After all, Longtang Middle School had produced such a top-ranked candidate like him in so many years, and would definitely try to catch him in a wave of publicity. There was no escaping it. He also took advantage of the fact that the school is now too busy to steal a night of leisure. Tomorrow morning, it is not likely that the principal will run over to pull him to the school to participate in various activities within the interview. Compared to this, Sumu still valued the prize money more. After all, he's about to run out of food. Sorry it's late. I'll try to finish posting earlier and more often in the future. QAQ. Chapter 178 Interviews. Early the next morning, Sumu's room door was knocked on. Sumu, accompanied by a knock on the door. A female voice that Sumu was familiar with came from outside the door. Homeroom teacher? Coming so fast? Coming. Sumu, who was about to go downstairs to buy a few buns for breakfast, was surprised and agreed to open the door of the room. When he entered, his eyes, Naturally, it was the smiling face of his old classmate, Lu Yu. Because he had been receiving care from Linhai City, the school naturally knew about Sumu's condition, and would have the homeroom teacher care for him during the New Year's festivals, sending Lu Yu over to send Sumu some various kinds of tonic food. This time and again Lu Yu naturally became familiar with Sumu's address. Mr. Ru, so early? You kid. Without saying a word to make such a big job. I would like to come later. The school leader must also agree. Lu Yu complained, but her face was still full of smiles. This is a student who came out of her class that she taught. It's a good teacher teaching a good teacher. Okay, don't say anything polite. You haven't eaten, right? Quickly, go downstairs and have a meal with me. You can't avoid the one-day event today. A one-day event? Sumu was startled. That's for sure. There are quite a few press interviews and such. And of course it won't keep you busy. I inquired about the school to step in and award 5,000. And in the afternoon, the Lord of Linhai City will come over to give you an award. And the prize money alone will be a full 60,000. It. So fast? Sumu froze. This was something he hadn't expected at all. And the rewards seemed to be pretty good. With the school bonus, he was able to get $65,000 for the day. And there hadn't been that much money lying around in his savings card. Of course, the dream gathering stone you wear on your hand doesn't count. It's only you whose rewards are sent out faster. Because you're now the internalized number one. The others will have to wait until the subsequent rankings come out. Quickly go downstairs and eat, Lu Yu said as she dragged Sumu downstairs. After casually swallowing a few xiaolong bao, Sumu was dragged to the school to start business. When he arrived at the school, he first met with the already bald principal of Dragon High School. It was a C-rank dreammaker who was nearly 50 years old and had begun to get fat. Surnamed Yu, Principal Yu also went to the Dreamland battlefield when he was young and fought for his life, and waited until he was old enough to retire and accept the arrangement to return to Linhai City to come to teach at Longting Middle School. Sumu thought of something while talking to him and raised his question. Principal, this school of ours has a history of more than 300 years? 300 years old? Principal Yu obviously froze when he heard this, and pondered for a moment before he said indistinctly, "Oh, you mean the former Longting Middle School, right? I'm afraid no one remembers anything so old now. The former Longting Middle School was that brilliant. It was also one of the top middle school academies in the whole of China, with many top teachers from all over the world. It's a pity that that high school was completely erased in the days when our Linhai City was the last thing we wanted to talk about. Tens of thousands of people up and down the campus basically didn't escape that disaster. When our middle school was first constructed, the name Dragontang also had the meaning of hoping to promote Dragontang Middle School once again. Thus the icon of Dragontang Middle School was used. Principal Yu said with a long sigh. That's so. Sumu sniffed in some silence. That disaster naturally refers to the control of Wang Qianzhang. Ha, let's not talk about this today. Now that our Longting Middle School has produced such an outstanding seedling like you, there is an opportunity to become the top school in China once again. Principal Yu saw this and interrupted this conversation. The two thus talked for a while longer, and by the time second period rolled around, he was being dragged to the school's auditorium to preach to the sophomores. The session was not bad, as Sumu showed the students on stage a bit of the rushing river of forgetfulness while he was giving his speech, controlling the ghostly bones as they roared. They tugged at the clothes of the students who had come close to watch, and managed to harvest a large swath of source power transformed from the students' fearful emotions, as Sumu expected. After transforming it into a localized precise absorption, the source power he was able to collect from each student received a significant boost. When confronted with ordinary students who hadn't yet awakened, he got a bit of source power from each of them, which would have been almost a 0.1 per person in normal times. With roughly 800 people coming from the entire sophomore year, he'd just about made up for the 1,000 points of source power he'd expended on Celestial Court last night. Being able to improve his strength while being forced to open for business to earn bonuses, Sumu was still considered to have a relaxing morning. At noon, on the other hand, the invitation from the school leaders was pressed, and accompanied by class teacher Lu Yu, Sumu returned to the cafeteria. This time it wasn't in the cafeteria lobby. He was directed to the second floor and had a small dinner. Perhaps knowing that this banquet was not ordinary, the cafeteria spoonmaster came up with a change from the previous barely edible specifications, and upgraded a notch. The beef is tender and flavorful, and the shredded potatoes are fried with ginger, which is also a great fry. Anyway, Sumu can't tell which is shredded ginger and which is shredded potato inside. Eating this dish is like playing the highest difficulty Minesweeper. In the afternoon, after a short lunch break, he was greeted by a bunch of journalists in formal work attire and government workers from all sorts of places whose names he didn't know. The question inquired was nothing more than, what were you thinking when you were confronted with a robbery that appeared within the Dream Network at that time? What keeps you going and keeps you going? Sumu replied naturally in line with what the other party wanted to hear. It was his own classmates, the more than 100,000 Chinese students behind him, and all the viewers who were watching the live broadcast. But in the back of his mind, he confirmed that he knew these were only some of the partial reasons. What really stuck with him on his journey was the Chinese gods he dreamed up. From all of China, it was the book in his heart that belonged uniquely to the 1,000-year-old Chinese. These, naturally, Sumu would not explicitly say within the report. The question and answer session was pretty normal and basically regular, except for one reporter who asked an interesting question. It was a young man in overalls from the local reporter's newspaper in Linhai City. He crowded the crowd and handed the microphone to Sumu to inquire. Sumu, when you were facing the controlled Ryan Kent, facing him who wanted to kill you, what did you think inside? Would there be some resentment towards him? Chapter 179, a request for a duel from a C-rank Dreammaker. Resentment? Sumu shook his head as he sniffed and slowly said, he is a strong warrior, a strong man that I respect. In this contingency, there is no doubt that he is the most determined and powerful Dreammaker who is most capable of looking out for humanity. Without his dedication, this accident would have definitely ended more miserably. Someone who can walk towards death without hesitation when he needs to die himself. Someone who can just blow himself up for the sake of humanity. At the present time, it is definitely considered to be the Dreammaker who has the strongest faith and holds on to his guardian beliefs. Lane Kent should not be criticized, just as Wang Qianjiang did back then. As the camera flashes kept ringing out, someone asked about the identity of that Chinese Dreammaker, and Sumu replied the same as before, but didn't reveal any information about Wang Qianjiang. At the end of the reporter's interview, the podium created by the Dreammakers had also been constructed, and a bunch of cadres also walked to the scene in a hurry. In the center of them was a woman in her late 30s wearing a white shirt and flat glasses. As the crowd tacitly changed the topic and addressed the other party as City Lord, Sumu also knew the other party's identity. Linhai City's new City Lord, a ranked Dreammaker Lu Yun. Sumu come. In the middle of his thoughts, he was hailed by the principal as he walked up to the awards podium and met up with Ryuyan, who had emerged from the pile of reporters. Good day, City Lord Lu, Sumu said respectfully. Well, Sumu, I've been following you on the live stream for a long time. Well done, Lu Yun encouraged from the bottom of her heart. If it wasn't for the fact that the current occasion wasn't quite right, with her nature, she would have directly patted Sumu's shoulder and said really give our Linhai City a long face. After the two of them took a group photo under the guidance of a staff member with an award that was dreamed up by who knows who, it was time for Ryuyan's speech. She first encouraged Sumu's achievements, and then began to deliver speeches such as addressing the current situation, creating Linhai City's top academic institutions, and restarting Linhai City's learning atmosphere. Sumu wasn't too interested in this, and had been quietly placing his thoughts within the dream-creating heartland, teasing a child playing with touching fish. At the end of the day, he listened to the words that pertained to him before focusing his attention. Linhai City will nurture and support a whole new young generation. Our Linhai City plans to give Sumu the quota for this year's trip to the vast sea mysterious realm, and we expect Sumu to be able to play better in it. The secret realm of vast expanse? Sumu froze slightly when he heard this, and his thoughts returned quickly. This secret realm really did ring a bell with him. It was not unusual for him to be able to watch the news for a period of time where he would hear information about the secret realm of the vast sea. This was a place that only Dreammakers with top talent could travel to, with C-rank Dreammakers all over the place and many D-ranks as well. Despite the apocalyptic environment, the Dreammakers are all united in their general environment, but the internal competition never stops. After all, there was competition in order to continue to develop, and the confrontation brought about by the competition between Dreammakers for the secret realm was allowed. Much of this comes out of the Dragon of Desire. After all, in the past, when the Dragon of Desire had not yet descended, the only thing that the Dreammakers fought against were the Star Beasts, and there were actually very few confrontations between the Dreammakers and each other, and what there were only some cuts and grinds. But after the Dragon of Desire appeared, and from time to time a controlled Dreammaker appeared, in order to target the controlled Dreammakers, the Dreammaker showdown appeared and has continued. Almost all countries maintain a supportive attitude as long as there is healthy competition, which is why there are still confrontations between candidates from various countries at the end of the Dreammakers Unified exam. Right now, Lu Yun actually asked him to go to the vast sea secret realm, which was something Sumu had not expected. After all, his rank was still a cut away from even D rank. Is this a way to get him to go for the long haul? If that was the case, Sumu wasn't repulsed by this, and this was clearly a good opportunity for him to earn source power. The media people who had been listening to Ryuyan's speech, on the other hand, couldn't sit still. Hands were raised to ask questions. City Lord Lu, In previous years, the candidates for the vast ocean mystic realm were all junior and senior students of Lin Hai nationality who were at the sea level restriction stage. Is it not too good to let Sumu go now? City Lord Lu. According to the analysis outside, a C-rank Dreammaker will only have a certain level of competitiveness inside, even if Sumu is a genius. This is only E rank, right? Is the gap between the two too large? In addition, as far as I know, Lin Hai City's slots for the past 3 years have been won by Lin Hai City's outstanding graduates, Ouyang Chang and Gu Lian, both of whom can now be at level C. They should be excellent candidates for Lin Hai City to send to compete, right? Lu Yun smiled slightly at his words. She naturally would not say that she saw that these two were not prepared to serve Lin Hai City, so she wanted to exempt one of them from the quota. After a slight recollection of what was in her mind's belly, Ryuyan gave the official explanation that had been prepared long ago. This is to encourage more children who are as gifted as Sumu to get good resources earlier. Ouyang Chang and Gu Lian are clearly not short of these resources. Of course, this is after much deliberation. Her words were broadcast live and it made a person located in a villa somewhere on the outskirts of Lin Hai City slap the table angrily. It's fine if she lets someone top it. She lets someone who has just been promoted to E rank top it? What's the use of an E rank going to the Hanhai secret realm? Isn't he going to get fucked by the gang from Red Dawn and Dream Tower University? Gu Lian. She's just giving us a wink. Hey, that can't be helped, can it? Who asked for a bit to be the city lord? Besides, Sumu was promoted to E rank during the Dreammaker Unified examination. He does have more talent than us, so it's only natural to let him go. Hey, Gu Lian, we've been brothers for so many years. Don't bring such a fall on the well. You clearly know that Sumu topped off my quota, and you don't care about my brother when you're fine? These two people are naturally the relations that Yuhyun was talking about. One was Gu Lian, the son of the former Lin Hai City Lord, and the other had a relative in the family who was a big officer in the army. The two people's talent strength was also considered to be a force to be reckoned with, and they were able to dominate the qualification to travel to the vast sea mysterious realm for 3 years. This was also the reason why they had kept their Lin Hai City household registration. Both of them planned to wait until their strength passed C rank before transferring their household registration and settling somewhere else. After all, after the C level can be B level, that belongs to a party of famous Dreammaker. But also come to the small broken Lin Hai City for what? Right now, the new city lord, Lu Yun, obviously saw what the two were planning to do, and that was not giving the slightest bit of face. Ouyang Kos thought that the other party was still taking into account the relationship behind them. After all, the old city lord had been promoted rather than demoted, and his official background was still pretty hard, but as a result, he was still kicked himself. Gu Lian, why don't you have your old man talk to Lu Yun? I'll ask my uncle to talk to him as well, and put pressure on both sides, so I can at least earn my resources for the last year of the year, right? I'll just transfer my household registration tomorrow and leave this shitty place, Ouyang Chang suggested with some anxiety. The resources of this vast ocean mysterious realm, he is very greedy. The previous 2 years because of various reasons have not been able to get any benefits there, and right now, he had become the most competitive C-ranked Dreammaker in there, and he had just thought about preparing to make a big profit, and he was ready for everything, so he couldn't just give up. Gu Lian, who was stabilizing the quota on one side, had a bit of a headache listening. The current one is a top A-class Dreammaker. That is a great god that could possibly be promoted to S-class, which even his old man is not willing to offend. If it wasn't for the fact that Ouyang Chang was still on good terms with him, he would have left with his eyes closed. Right now, he thought for a brief moment and had an idea. Why don't we use the media to arrange a match? You fight him? A fight? A C-rank Dreammaker beating an E-rank Dreammaker? Ha! Ouyang Chang was all flabbergasted when he heard this. Chapter 180, Ways to Exercise Spiritual Power. The challenge arrives. Making me fight an E-ranked Dreammaker? Can I agree to that? Ouyang Chang inquired in a somewhat dumbfounded manner. This was clearly beyond his thoughts as well. Class E? You'll have to beat him first. You didn't fail to pay attention to the live broadcast within the Dream Network earlier, did you? That Sumu resisted a blow from S-ranked Dream creator Ryan Kent. Gu Lian knocked on the table and said, "It's..." At Gu Lian's words, a slight hesitation appeared on Ouyang Chang's face. It shouldn't be that bad, right? I watched that live stream as well. Being able to catch an S-ranked strike is definitely problematic. Ryan Kent definitely let it go. Sumu only has 100 points of spiritual power. My spiritual power is 4 times higher than his. Even if his recovery ability is heaven-defying, he should still be crushed in a battle of attrition, right? That's hard to say. Gu Lian shook his head. Just say whether you'll fight or not. If you don't fight, then give up the opportunity to Sumu and hurry to buy a ticket and get out yourself. This, fighting, martyr around is to carry a reputation of bullying. I also give up. Yang sniffed and clenched his teeth. The temptation brought to him by this vast ocean mystic realm was sufficient, compared to the resources inside. What was face? Even if he really lost his face, the big deal was to hide in the land of secret arts in the Eagle Kingdom, and hide for a few years and come back as a good man again. But what should we do? Will Sumu pick up this matchup? After putting down his face, Yang asked bluntly. Gulian smiled at his words and said, "It's very simple. Let the media put out the word to publicize what the vast ocean mystic realm is all about. Publicize that all the other regions will be producing C-ranked heavenly talents, a sort of city-to-city competition against each other, and that they must send their best members. The wind is released. You will use your family's relationship to put pressure on Lu Yun, saying that it's not good to let Sumu go. The quota is still occupied by you. Of course, do not occupy Sumu's quota for nothing. You come back from the vast expanse mysterious realm. Inside the points scored him a few %. Let him whore out some supplies for nothing, as compensation for him. Of course, it's all up to you how much you share. What if Sumu doesn't agree? Just arrange for the two of you to fight, and the winner goes and proves in the sight of the media that you are indeed more powerful than him. Of course, even if Sumu loses this match, the share you promised will still have to be given to him." Yang Cheng's eyes lit up upon hearing this. So it is. If he could really carry out the method of taking care of the company, then he could be considered to be standing on the moral high ground. Under the banner of competing for the honor of Linhai City, propaganda sending Sumu would be disgracing Linhai City and failing the hopes of Linhai City's people. And against Sumu, he would definitely not lose face. After all, if Sumu lost, he would also give Sumu a share, which could be justified in front of the entire public. Likewise, it shows his respect for heroes who saved the world in a direct sense. After all, he was stronger and had promised to send Sumu resources for free when he returned from the vast ocean mysterious realm. When the public sees him being so committed, not only will they not scold him, but they will praise him for thinking about Linhai City. It's a good thing that Sumu doesn't go and still has the resources of White. High. It's really high. When he came back from the vast sea mysteries, he would transfer his household registration, and then casually send Sumu something to settle the matter. Even if the follow-up looked for trouble, it couldn't find it on him, and he ran away anyway. In addition, if Sumu didn't agree, he would continue to put pressure on Lu Yun. So true. Good brother, I'll keep this favor. Wait for my good news. But it's only an E-ranked one. So what if it's a genius? Who isn't a genius anymore? S-rank potential dream realm. I also have it. The degree of perfection is definitely higher than him. While the two were discussing the specific details, on the other side, the afternoon's activities were coming to an end. At night, Sumu and Principal Yu were arranged to have a meal with Lu Yun and other staff members. Within the meal, Sumu also expressed his gratitude for Linhai City, making the arriving administrators happy. This time he was extremely sincere and heartfelt. He could always remember Linhai City for his upbringing. Without Linhai City's welfare measures, he definitely wouldn't have survived the awakening and wouldn't have been able to go to college. Not to mention being able to claim the $65,000 now. Apart from the school's bonus which still had to go through the process and wait for a few days to be paid out, Linhai City's bonus was directly credited to his savings card under the urging of City Lord Lu Yun. Now, he's considered a millionaire, Sumu thought, and his heart became even more pleasurable. At the dinner table, he talked with Ryuyan again for a while, then remembered his previous confusion. Seeing that there was a high-level dream maker right in front of him, he naturally wouldn't let go of the opportunity to hastily inquire about the rules of promoting a C rank to a B rank. After sniffing and thinking a little, Lu Yun explained to Sumu, the amount of spirit power needed to promote from level C to level B tends to vary depending on one's occupational fit, and it's not uncommon for upgrades to require 10 times as much spirit power as the current spirit. I boosted myself by a full 5,000 points of mental power when I was promoted from C to B rank before I could reach the standard. That's why there are a lot of C rank dream makers now, but no B rank dream makers in sight. The difficulty of raising one's spiritual power by at least 5,000 points is very high, often requiring 10 or even 20 years of effort. That long period of time tends to weed out a lot of dream makers. After all, dream makers are also limited by age, and with age comes a continued weakening of both body and brain functions. Once one is not able to make a breakthrough before a certain specified age, it is very likely that the followers will begin to continually decline without a path to advancement again. Also, removing that, there are some underlying conditions that vary from person to person, such as constructing a unique, B-rank dream world that belongs only to you or something like that. These are the tests that one is likely to encounter when advancing to B-rank. In addition to the huge mental power requirement, there are some requirements for creating a dream world just for yourself. Sumu was staggered by what he heard. No wonder only B-level dream makers could be called a party of greatness. There is indeed a moat here. However, Ryuyan seemed to wonder why this stage was so different. Seeing Sumu's thoughtful look, Luyun seemed to have thought of something and reminded, by the way, now that you have reached the E rank, you should have your own dream realm for exercising your spiritual power. If you don't have any ideas in that regard, I have some reference dreams here that you can check against. As Luyun said, her index finger tapped the void, drawing a small black hole out of thin air, and a book just floated and came out to Sumu's side. A dream that exercises mental strength? Hearing this, Sumu's expression moved, and he couldn't help but recall the basic knowledge about dream makers that he had before. A dream maker's mental power can grow slowly, except when used diligently. It is also possible to construct a dream in your mind related to exercising your mental power, and from time to time, you can visualize this dream in your inner mind to gain an increase in your mental power. Only dream makers above E rank can make the attempt. This involves having a theory about dream making. This kind of visualization method of exercising mental power is also like meditation, which is to simply rely on one's own imagination to perfect a certain person or object seen in one's mind bit by bit. The more difficult and complex it is, the more it hones one's ability to conceptualize and think. Generally, dream makers have their own unique dreams that exercise their mental powers. Dream difficulty is also related to the number of characters conceived and the complexity of the scene. It's too easy to conceptualize dreams that don't work very well. This is an extremely dull and boring cultivation process. As Sumu received the books, a thought surfaced in his mind. I don't know. From time to time, he flipped through the Book of Ancient China to see if the historical figures in it could be considered as an exercise for his spiritual power. I'll try it when I get back. Thanks. Sumu was about to open his mouth to say thank you, when he saw a female wearing a white shirt hurriedly walked in, and ignoring the astonished eyes of the people present, he anxiously came to the side of Lu Yun and whispered something to her. Visible to the naked eye, Lu Yun's face, which was still happy, suddenly sank, and the chopsticks held in her hand were instantly pinched in half. Chapter 181, this map doesn't have a name? Let's call it Red Cliff. Everyone was shocked. What's wrong with Lord Willow City? What's happened? Why don't you go and get busy first? Principal Yu saw this and hurriedly said, it's okay, something happened, and it has something to do with Sumu as well. Ryuyan said, signaling to the female who had come up next to her to speak. Her assistant Xiaolu. Xiaolu, speak directly. Okay. Assistant Xiaolu first twisted his head to look at Sumu before saying, this afternoon, didn't the city lord announce that he would give Sumu the quota for the vast ocean's secret realm? This is actually topping off one person's quota. The one who was toppled by Sumu is called Ouyang Chang, a C-ranked dream maker, and he was a bit reluctant to contact the media bypassing us and releasing the news. The general idea is that it's better for him to go and be able to fight for the glory of Linhai City, and if Sumu doesn't agree, he can fight with him, and no matter if he loses or wins the fight, he'll give Sumu a share of the compensation. His family also has a bit of a background, and we were even stopped when we were handing in the list of people traveling to the vast sea mysteries, and now things are gradually going to get bigger. Ha! When Xiaolu said this, the whole room was in an uproar. A C-rank dream maker? Fighting Sumu? He really dares to say that. Ha! Principal Yu was furious. He was only at C rank. Letting Sumu, a newly awakened one, compete with a C-rank dream maker? Though he felt there was that much of a chance, it was ultimately unsteady. This is a young plot. This person is actually pressurizing us under the banner of being for Linhai City. After all, if Sumu really can't beat him in a duel, then if we forcefully send Sumu to the vast ocean mysterious realm, there are indeed people who will see this as tarnishing our Linhai City's image, saying that Sumu isn't very competitive, and that he's still too juvenile compared to Ouyang Chang. All these remarks will become arrows to attack the city lord in the end. Assistant Xiaolu analyzed. What about this? A staff member frowned. Don't care. Sumu goes as usual. The declared quota won't be changed. Here is still my say. Xiaolu, you notify down. Whoever dares to stop again, let him resign and get out immediately. Lu Yun said indifferently. She's this ready to force her own decisions, and others have a problem with that. So be it. The city is still hers to say. Sumu, she's got it covered this time. Isn't it too forceful? Why don't we just give him the spot, and fund it from our school, and then make some compensation for Sumu? Principal Yu listened and tried to round up the situation. Ouyang Chang he had also heard of. A very connected genius. Sumu hadn't grown up yet at the moment, and it wasn't advisable to make too many enemies. For this genius who had come out of the school, Principal Yu was still doing his best. No way. Just as Ryuyan shook her head no. Sumu, who was on the side, spoke. What strength does Ouyang Chang probably have at level C? The moment Sumu said this, the crowd immediately looked over with all their attention, listening to Sumu. He has the idea to be able to fight? Ouyang Chang, We received the form he reported when we screened for places earlier. Wait a moment for me to find it. Assistant Xiao Lu was prepared, took out his cell phone to search for a while and then read. Ouyang Chang, 24 years old, attending the top university in the Eagle Kingdom, land of secret laws, currently a senior. Spiritual power test is 489 points, talent potential A, spiritual fit 70. Is that so? Sumu nodded at his words. Sure. Lu Yun looked at Sumu and said. She could know that Sumu possessed an additional talent than Ouyang Chang. This powerful mental power recovery class talent might be enough to smooth out the gap with Ouyang Chang in some areas. The wins are there too, but it was afraid that Ouyang Chang was more experienced than Sumu. And Sumu planted himself on this. No, Sumu wouldn't fall for this. There's still her. Since Ouyang Chang wants to duel with you, the referee of the duel is naturally me. What rules do you want? Sumu, we can come from what you're good at, and I don't think he'll be able to refute it. Lu Yun pondered. Yeah, didn't the other guy want to duel? Then she'll be the judge. The content of the duel is her choice. Measure the other side can't say anything. Pick a rule? Sumu sniffed and pondered a little, and the first thing that naturally came to his mind was hell. Collide with the other side's death world and see who's bull. When the hell comes out, it specializes in overcoming all demons and devils. Isn't that a bit of a bully? Sumu thought about it as an alternative and once again inquired. What's the format of a match between unusual dream makers? I remember there were regular sort of matchups too, right? It seems like it's on some TV shows and within various universities. Formal sparring format? Ryuyan sniffed and after a little thought said. This is something I can also arrange directly. Basically it's still similar to the unified exam tournament you've taken before, where the first game is about using dreams to solve specific things in specific scenarios. The second game will be a head-to-head matchup, and if there is a tie between the two games it will depend on a specific score or a gasser third game. Little Lu. City Lord. I happen to have here the Dreammaker duel scene that was recently implemented on the military side of Linhai City. The well-prepared top secretary Xiao Lu slid his cell phone to open a file before handing it to Sumu. Sumu took a look at it, and on it, there were really all kinds of Dreammaker dueling scenes and dueling arenas. Scene dreaming, world dreaming, all kinds of things. Suddenly, his finger paused on a certain scheme, and a smile appeared on his face. We can fight him. Let's use this chart for this first game? Which one? Let's see. Ryuyan saw this and took the phone. It was a rather complicated dream-making duel, leaning towards the tactical side. It also requires a bit too much mental power from the Dreammaker. Simply put, it's one side on offense and one side on defense. The two sides were separated by a wide river with a swift and menacing current. The surrounding rock is a thick reticulated clay with a deep red surface, coloring the whole picture as if there were flames burning. The attacking side was so powerful and had so many ships that they needed to cross the river and attack the enemy. The enemy, on the other hand, is small, but has soldiers who are all elite and have additional bonuses on the river flow. It tests both Dreammaker's understanding and control of the dream characters under their command, and requires a certain amount of tactical psychology as well. This map, it doesn't seem to have a name yet. It's a ring that hasn't been applied to the army yet. Ryuyan frowned. Why don't we just call it Chibi? Sumu laughed. Chapter 182, you can add spirit power in history class. The opening of the Battle of Red Cliff. Chibi. Great name. Sure that's it? Well, let's use it for the first scene. I just happen to have something I can use within this scene. Sumu nodded. Xiao Lu. Arrange it. Seeing Sumu nodding, Lu Yun also returned the cell phone to her assistant. Okay. Assistant Xiao Lu agreed as she took the cell phone while looking at Sumu once again and inquired. That, Sumu student, when are you going to have a duel with Ouyang Chang? 2 weeks from now is the day when the vast ocean secret realm opens. We can at most delay it until a week later. About 8 days. Is that so? Sumu pondered slightly for a while before saying, why don't we just do it the afternoon after tomorrow, and there will be no delay. The afternoon after tomorrow? Principal Yu's forehead sweated as he listened. Wasn't this a bit too rushed? Sumu, you just came out of the unified examination. Do you want to rest for a few more days before you start? He tentatively inquired. Rest? Don't worry teacher. I won't fight a battle I'm not sure of. Sumu smiled at his words and replied. The reason why he was in such a hurry. Then naturally he had his reasons. Since Ouyang Chang wanted to fight, and had also channeled this matter into the media, he naturally had to take advantage of this win to absorb another wave of source power. There's bound to be media and audience participation in the public showdowns, and there's always a few of them that will be on live streaming, right? When the time came, he would change the absorption mode to macro absorption, and he would be able to earn a large amount of source power again as a capital for traveling to the vast ocean mysterious realm. Right now, one still has some heat, so naturally it's best to strike while the iron is hot. If it wasn't for the fear of things festering too fast for him, he'd even want to start the race straight away tomorrow. After determining the time again, Assistant Xiaolu wrote it all down in a small notebook, and at the same time tore off a page and wrote his phone number to hand it to Sumu for easy contact. With that done, she had the decency to leave first, and the crowd saw to it that the meal continued until it was finished. After dinner, Sumu declined the invitation to be picked up and dropped off, taking the note with the number and the books given by Lu Yun and choosing to go home alone by himself. On his way home he went to a cell phone store and purchased a working smartphone with getting a calling card. The phone is around 15,000 and is good in every way. After thanking the marketer for the money pit package, he returned home with his first cell phone in this life. After calling Ryuyan's secretary first and telling him his phone number, Sumu logged into his Tomato account. On it, friend requests from both Zhongli and Fong Xing had appeared. After clicking confirm and sending the note "I am Sumu," the two quickly agreed to be Sumu's friends and appeared to be online all the time. Zhongli even directly pulled Sumu into a Tomato group chat the moment he agreed. It was constantly filled with people he knew well who subsequently joined. Tang Lemon joins the group chat. Ginger Red Spoon joins group chat. Zhongli, you're finally online. Mac, what about summer vacation? What's on your mind? Do you want to come to Star River District for a walk? I'll take you to eat the specialties of our Star River District. Fong Xing, Star River District's specialties? Isn't our Xingha district a food desert? Besides Burger King and Sha Xian snacks, are there any other good food? Tang Lemon, at Sumu, which school are you going to? Sumu looked at the messages that kept popping up within the chat group, and with a slight movement of his fingers, he replied, "There's no rush on those. I've got a trip down for the summer, in almost 2 weeks, so those will have to wait until I get back to think about." Get a copy? A few people sniffed. Gingerly, what copy? Dream Realm Battlefield? Is it hard to believe that some honored one wants to take you to the Dream Realm Battlefield? It wouldn't be in such a hurry, would it? Sumu, it's a copy called Vast Sea Secret Realm. I should have a spot. The chat group was briefly silent for a while after Sumu's message was sent out, and everyone seemed to go searching for things about the Vast Sea mysteries. Soon, the chat group was frantically swept by the crowd's question marks. Zhongli, the secret realm of the Vast Sea? I didn't read it wrong, did I? Brother Mu, you're going to the Vast Ocean secret realm? Fong Xing, holy shit, isn't this Vast Ocean secret realm something that only C-rank genius dream makers can travel to? And there's a quota limit. Every city has a corresponding quota limit. Brother Mu, you can go to this too? Tang Lemon, I've asked. We have a total of 6 slots in the Star River District. Basically all the Red Dawn and Dream Tower University senior about to graduate students to go. We can't go except for transferring our household registration. As the crowd talked, an LD using the system's default avatar docketed as Ginger Red Spoon came online and inquired. There should be a spot? That means it hasn't been confirmed yet? Sumu sniffed and slid his phone to continue sending. There's a competition with me. I'm going to fight him the day after tomorrow. Whoever wins will go. Sumu's message had just been sent when Jiang Li's message bombardment began. Shit. I found out that you're going to confront a C-rank dream maker the day after tomorrow. Brother Mac? Or is it an official confrontation? The match map is out, and media people are welcome to come and witness it? Aha! Sumu looked at this message and froze. He had only come back not long ago, right? Is it amazing how fast information spreads? He thought, and tried searching for related keywords, and a whole bunch of news and posts quickly popped up. Sumu, one candidate in Huaxia, intends to travel to the Vast Sea Mysteries and will confront the C-rank Dreammaker, Ouyang Chang, at noon the day after tomorrow. The Battle of Red Cliffs is on. The talented E-level Dreammaker against Ouyang Chang, a senior from the secretarial land of the Eagle State. A fair and open summit duel. Ouyang Chang's heart is tied to his schoolmate, and no matter if he wins or loses, he's willing to give Sumu a share of the treasures of the vast ocean mystic realm. A series of news characters paired with Sumu's name quickly made it to the hot search under the top posting of those who were interested, attracting the arrival of countless media people and melon eaters. Holy shit! Sumu challenged a C-rank dream creator? Or a proper ring match? Red Cliff? This map is a bit difficult from the introduction. I heard that Sumu chose the map himself. Is he preparing to use tactics against a C-rank dream maker? That what's his name Ouyang Chang. Just wait for your death. Just kidding, before the S-rank dream maker couldn't even break the big man's defense. What are you coming over here to jump for? Sumu roughly perused. In which, excluding the audience's words that were still good, many posts carried a certain degree of bias. They changed the meaning of the theme of the post, creating a sense that it was Sumu taking the initiative to challenge the senior schoolmaster, while the senior schoolmaster was graciously welcoming the battle, and at the same time was also very generous and willing to share the results of the vast expanse mystery realm with Sumu. Within the comments section of these posts, There were quite a few unknown viewers who had already labeled Sumu with the 4 big words of youthful indiscretion. Sumu didn't look the slightest bit angry, but instead nodded his head in a rather satisfied manner. That's good. That's the effect to be desired. The more people pay attention, the more people who hype it up, the more source power he would be able to harvest. As for clearing up rumors and whatnot, when the final result comes out, everything will be clear naturally. Sumu was brushing through the posts when he saw another message from Zhongli in the tomato chat group. Brother Mac, the chart for this first ring match seems to be a new one. Ha, did you pick it? Sumu, well, I recommended naming this name as well. Zhongli, Chibi, from the general introduction of the ring, the attacking side has a great advantage. The defense is a bit weak. Mac, you are preparing to grab the attacking side first? It's very stable. The offense? Sumu sniffed and slid the screen. No, this time, I'm going to be the defense. Gingerly. Fongxing, the defense? While a few people were chatting. Inside a large villa on the outskirts of Linhai City, Ouyang Chang and Gu Lian were being smug. Brother, it's still your move that's high. Now that there are a lot of people occupying me on the internet, my image is better in turn. Ouyang Chang refreshed the post, looking at the above touting his moral nobility and charisma. A little fluttering. Don't get complacent too early. We currently have the advantage in public opinion, but the final result will still have to come out in the ring. Have you studied the map that Sumu chose? Gu Lian inquired. Well, hearing the mention of business, Ouyang Chang withdrew his gaze and thought, without a doubt, the attacking side with the most soldiers and the most ships on that map called Red Cliff has an absolute advantage. I got someone to study it. The probability of the defense side wanting to win is very, very low, and Sumu's choice of this map, which has only just been made, is nothing more than wanting to take advantage of the attacking side. That's a problem. Letting me choose the defense side. Then my own advantage is really weakened quite a bit. That's so. Gu Lian sniffed and pondered a little before saying, you definitely have to give up the right to be the first choice when you're high ranked. This might be in their calculations as well. However, I can try to use the attitude of the media and the audience to make this matchup fairer, preferably by having you and Sumu draw straws to decide who will pick first and who will pick second in the fairest way possible. Of course, it's just a backup option, and ultimately it's up to you to win. Who would have thought that Gu Lian had just finished speaking when he heard Ouyang Chang heave a laugh? Don't worry, it's definitely on my strength that I'll win in the end, and until then, I still have a way to enhance my strength a bit. Enhancement? Gu Lian sniffed. Enhanced how? Have you forgotten that my family's connections are in the military? I've asked my uncle's subordinates to get a copy of this map, so I can enter this chibi dream territory in advance for a simulated confrontation. I'll be counting on you to be my opponent for the next few days. Let's study this chart. Good. You kid. So there's still this operation. Then something is definitely going to happen to Sumu. While Ouyang Chang Gu Lian was plotting, Sumu ended his conversation with his little friends, lay back on his cot, and began to try to meditate. Source power that shortcut-like means of enhancement was certainly swift, but he wouldn't let go of a method that could slowly enhance his spiritual power. He took out the meditation book that Ryuyan had given him earlier and started flipping through it to check it out. It briefly describes how to meditate by constructing dreams in the inner mind, and at the back of the book, it shows several types of dream compositions. It has everything from simple to complex and is quite suitable for beginners to learn. However, Sumu only skimmed through some of the methods of explanation therein, and then he sank his consciousness within his mind to the Book of Thousand Ancient Chinese that was floating in the ocean of consciousness. He was going to experiment with his earlier idea to see if viewing the Book of Chinese could serve as a meditation. If it works, it's another one of my unique meditation methods. He used his thoughts to flip through the book to one of the pages and looked at the characters on it. That's Zhong Kuei, with his green face and fangs, wearing a big red official robe. Sumu worked hard to watch all kinds of details of Zhong Kuei on the pages of the book, trying to restore a most realistic Zhong Kuei, but after observing for half a day, he didn't feel any signs of a slight increase in his spiritual power. Instead, he looked a little tired from staring intently at a picture in his head for so long. It doesn't seem to be working? Could it be to view the scenery? Or more people? Sumu thought, and as his thoughts flashed, the pages of the book that belonged uniquely to the Thousand Ancient Chinese slowly flipped, coming above the Great Wall of China, to the picture of Meng Ten and other generals. Sumu carefully stared at the picture in it, trying to conceptualize the scenery of the Great Wall, trying to draw the general's demeanor and clothes on the Great Wall, and tried for half a day, but still nothing. He couldn't help but feel a little deflated at the sight. It seemed his methods weren't working. In the midst of his thoughts, Sumu's thoughts unconsciously controlled the Book of Thousands of Ancient Chinese toward the back and flipped another page. His consciousness scanned the image, but it was a sudden lurch. The mental strength inexplicably got a little better, and the original tired demeanor also recovered quite a bit at this moment. Useful. Why? Sumu looked towards that picture. It was the scene where Meng Tian was swindled by the edict and drank poison wine to kill himself. Is this scene any different? Sumu watched carefully for a few more moments, and that feeling disappeared again. He saw this and tried to turn back another page, which was the scene of Qin Ershi's death. It was also in such a moment that Sumu felt that his spiritual power had once again recovered a trace. Gradually, he understood a little. Backward and carefully watch each page. Read a page and then turn a page. Spiritual power in this flip between began to improve. I see. My unique cultivation method of meditating and exercising my mental power is not constructing any Huaxia dreamscape. The Huaxia dreamscape is already all within my mind, and it's useless to construct it. So, my approach is to read, watching and learning to memorize in my mind the various types of history there are about the 1,000 years of China. And the way to be able to boost your mental power is to watch a period of history in a row. In other words, he was able to improve his spiritual power by studying history carefully. It's a history lesson. The appearance of the 1,000 ancient Chinese books gave him great convenience while at the same time, in this way, urging him to profoundly learn everything there was to know about China. It's so empowering. Figuring out the doorway, Sumu then lay down on the bed and closed his eyes to study, swimming in the sea of history of the Qin dynasty until his own drowsiness hit him and he couldn't hold on and fell into a deep sleep. The next day was the same. Excluding eating and sleeping, Sumu had been hunkered down inside his hut, working hard to improve his spiritual power. During that time, the assistant, Xiao Lu, had called. Sent Sumu have a detailed analysis of the situation of the Red Cliffs, which does not lack some professional analysis, but all in the absence of cheating real combat. In addition, Assistant Xiao Lu also conveyed to him the words of Lu Yun, telling him to just play with peace of mind, and that no matter if he succeeds or fails, in the end, she will be the one to hold the bottom. Sumu gratefully said thank you, carefully checking out there about the Red Cliff detailed situation analysis. The more you look at it, the more familiar it becomes. The pages of the book in his mind that belonged uniquely to the 1,000 years of China had begun to turn. The Battle of Red Cliff is coming up. Chapter 183, actively choosing the weaker side. The entire room was bewildered. Time quickly reached the afternoon of the third day. Sumu slightly napped for a moment before receiving a call from his assistant Xiao Lu. The match with Ouyang Chang would start at 2 o'clock this afternoon at an athletic stadium on the outskirts of the city, and his assistant, Xiao Lu, would drive over to pick him up. After returning the other party's call, Sumu slightly washed his face with water, and after sobering up a bit, he walked out of the room in full costume. Outside, the sun was high in the sky, and the sound of a radio showing the news echoed from the doorway of the building. The old Mrs. Yang was lounging in a rocking chair holding a radio and relaxing in the sun. Sumu whispered as he passed by her and walked to the end of the street. Here, Assistant Xiao Lu was already waiting in a black Buick. Sumu student. Here. Upon seeing Sumu, she beckoned toward Sumu with a slight anxiety. Hello, Sister Lu. Sumu politely shouted. Alright, enough with the polite talk. We have to hurry up. There's a number of media outlets coming to the racecourse this time. Basically all of them are coming for you. Oh, Sumu sniffed while sitting in the passenger seat of the vehicle and asked. Is there a live broadcast of the scene? Live broadcast live? There's more than one live broadcast media. It looks like all of them were invited by Ouyang Chang's side. The city lord is temporarily going to meet with several leaders. He'll only arrive later. We'll go first, Assistant Xiao Lu said and then started the car, driving fast on the way, but without any bumps. Professional technology is a masterpiece. After about 10 minutes or so, she led Sumu to the entrance of the large stadium. This place usually hosts some dueling battlegrounds about dream makers, and there are all sorts of related dream implantation facilities and various types of dream items and displays that show the inside of dreams. At this time, the entrance had already pulled up a blocking tape, opening a direct path to the competition field for Sumu. And just the moment the car door opened, noisy voices from outside came in. Coming. Sumu is here. I didn't expect to see him again so soon. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm here at the scene of Sumu's fight against the C-rank Dreammaker, challenging a C-rank Dreammaker right out of the gate. Not bad for a gifted player. What kind of dreams will he bring us this time? The media's words and flashing lights covered Sumu's entire body the moment he got off the bus, and the light pierced his eyes a little, sweeping around. In addition to the many spectators in the bleachers inside, the rest are all media people with various types of broadcasting equipment. Chasing hotspots, they throw all the attention at the moment they come out on their own. And on the internal competition stage, there was already a tall youth wearing a Starry Sky Academy uniform standing on the stage. Obviously, it was his opponent this time, Ouyang Chang. After Sumu slightly scanned a glance, with a thought, he changed the source power absorption method of the Book of 1,000 Ancient Chinese in his mind back to rainbow absorption. The time has come to make a killing. Sumu sighed. Assistant Xiaolu directly parked the car at the entrance and pulled Sumu into the passageway. During this process, there were media people around with microphones passed next to Sumu, following Sumu's steps while walking and inquiring. Sumu student this time challenging a senior student from the land of secret arts. What do you expect from yourself? When Sumu heard this, he smiled faintly and said, definitely win. Ooh. As soon as Sumu said this, the surrounding people were in an uproar, and even Ouyang Chang, who had already stood on the sparring stage and was ready to go, cast a look over, surveying Sumu's rather confident appearance. At this moment, on the contrary, the heart of him who was already skilled in the whole map started to mutter a little. This Sumu, did he really not put him in his eyes? That wasn't possible. He had seen Sumu's previous performance within the unified examination. Not at all the arrogant and rampant type. Right now, if the other party dared to say that, then there must be some certainty. Is it true that you're ready to grab the attacking side first? That big of an advantage does give one a lot of confidence. But, the offense doesn't have to be yours either. The eyes of the teenager Ouyang Chang walked over to him narrowed slightly, and he secretly sneered a few times in his heart. He's just getting started with his plan. Under the anticipation of the crowd, Sumu walked onto the sparring stage and stood across from Ouyang Chang. Ouyang Chang, a senior student of the land of secret arts in the Eagle Kingdom. Bro looks confident. Ouyang Chang, seeing the media's eyes gazing at him, immediately changed to an official smile and went forward to shake hands with Sumu. Sumu, just graduated from senior year. More guidance. Sumu said similarly. The two men had just finished shaking hands and talking when they saw a government worker walk onto the stage carrying a cardboard box. Good. Both players, come over here and draw lots to see who's on offense and who's on defense. The staff yelled. Aha, drawing lots? Assistant Xiaolu, who had just sent Sumu to the ring, froze at the words and frowned. Wait, is there such a process? The government employee who was shouted at sniffed and said to himself, it didn't seem to be mentioned before, but we thought we had to arrange it carefully, so we added this link. What's wrong with it? Ouyang Chang still had a smile on his face as he watched this scene. This was naturally arranged by him. Even the short delay of a period of time for reunion, who was supposed to be there, was something he asked Gu Lian to drag his connections to do. The goal, naturally, is to make the game a little fairer. Right now, so many multimedia present. Lu Yun less than, this little assistant absolutely do not dare to blackmail the offensive side to Sumu. Just as Ouyang Chang was thinking, a female voice was coming from beside him. I'm the referee. How come I didn't know there was a rule about drawing lots? Ouyang Chang's back went cold when he heard this voice. Turning his head to look, at some point, Ryuyan had already stood next to the competition stage. Behind him, the powerful pressure from the A-class Dreammaker instantly made Ouyang Chang almost unable to move. And he couldn't even make a sound. Why is she here now? Wasn't it stalled? Ouyang Chang rolled his eyes, but his gaze was fixed. Lu Yun's side actually stood a few bald old cadres, the appearance of which he was very familiar. Wasn't this the pawn he had arranged to stall Ryuyan? The other party had actually brought them directly here. Lean, was this guy really so appreciated by the Linhai City Lord? Ouyang Chang thought, barely squeezing out a smile, and was about to make a round up, when he heard Sumu say with a smile, that, don't bother. I'll just talk it over with him. Discuss? Ouyang Chang froze at his words and just wanted to say something, when he heard Sumu say, how about the offense is given to you and I'll be the defense? Sumu's words caused the entire crowd to freeze, voluntarily giving up the superior offensive side in favor of the defensive side? Inside the live broadcast room, the viewers who had rushed to watch after hearing Sumu's inquiry frantically swiped their screens. Crap, Big Brother 666, can this be allowed? I had thought that Ouyang Chang would give up the offensive side to Sumu, but I didn't expect it to be Sumu who gave up to Ouyang Chang. Is this afraid that the other side will take the defensive side and lose too hard to see? But, Sumu generally do not do unprepared things, so that is certainly prepared. The defense is difficult to have any unexpected advantage? The offense side to me? Ouyang Chang's eyes widened, and for a moment he actually didn't know what to say. Obviously, he hadn't expected Sumu to make such a choice at all. Honestly, a lot of his preparation over the last 2 days has been for the offense, and the more he does it the more he feels a little desperate, because it's really hard on the defense. The first thing is that when you enter, you're not yet the boss of the defense, and you have to make a series of moves to regain the hearts and minds of the people. Not only that, but there's no advantage in it other than the fact that the soldiers are good at some water combat. They even lacked arrows. The Gulian who fought against him merely launched an attack and used some tactics, not even making any additional dream creation, and he was routed and sent away on the spot. The offense has a big advantage. And what is it now? Sumu took the initiative to abandon the offensive side, which had an almost absolute advantage. and chose the defensive side? Could there be something to be said for this? Or has the map been changed? Is the defense actually more dominant? Ouyang Chang almost subconsciously turned his head to look somewhere in the stands, which was in Gu Lian's direction. Gu Lian, who was standing on the bleachers, had his brows similarly tightly locked at the moment, and obviously couldn't imagine that Sumu would make such a choice. However, he was certain that although this map was not yet online, there were definitely not a few people who had tested it, so Ryuyan could not cheat. In addition, he had also found and inquired about the character of this new city lord in the past few days, which didn't seem like a lord who could tolerate cheating. He shook his head at Ouyang Chang, signaling the other party to figure it out on his own. Ouyang Chang, all of a sudden turned a little flustered, for a moment unexpectedly unable to choose. This long-dreamed-of offensive side was suddenly delivered to his mouth by his opponent, and he was actually a little hesitant to take it. It's just too easy to come. Lu Yun, who came over from the side, was also stunned when she heard Su Mu's words. She hadn't really asked Su Mu which side he wanted to choose, and naturally assumed that Su Mu was going to choose the dominant attacking side. Frankly speaking, Ryuyan came over to back Su Mu up so that Su Mu could choose the advantageous side he wanted. And now, the other team is actually choosing to go straight to what looks like a somewhat inferior defense side. This kid has something on his mind again that we can't guess. Good. Let me see what kind of miracle you're planning to create again. After confirming Su Mu's request, Lu Yun turned her head to look at the thinking Ouyang Chang, not giving the other party any more time to react at all. Ouyang Chang, make your choice. Do you agree to Su Mu's request and choose the attacking side? This, Su Mu, are you sure? Ouyang Chang was a bit torn. Of course, if you don't want the offense side, it's fine to give it to me. Su Mu smiled. This, well, since you've said so, I won't be merciful. Once Ouyang Chang heard Su Mu's bombing technique, how could he dare to agree to it? And hurriedly said, I'm going to be on the attacking side. This is something you chose yourself. Of course. Su Mu nodded. Good. We won't delay any longer. Let's start directly. Ouyang Chang let Su Mu change his mind also to get rid of the gaze from Lu Yun. He said in a loud voice, I have no problem with that. Su Mu smiled and nodded towards Lu Yun. Good. Seeing this, Lu Yun nodded and didn't hesitate. And after saying cheers to Su Mu, 7 colored streams of light flashed in her hands, and a sound echoed throughout the competition arena. Both players in position. Chibi map loading open. Accompanied by the sound of words, the silhouettes of Su Mu and Ouyang Chang instantly disappeared on the competition stage, and the big screens around them were synchronized to show the waves of the rushing river. The Battle of Red Cliff begins immediately. Chapter 184 Quartermaster, Chief, we are short of everything here. Go Mako. Inside the Jiang family compound, Jiang Li sat cross-legged on the floor of the living room, observing the battle with an oversized display screen. Jiang Hongspoon, on the other hand, sat on the couch in the back with Jiang Xiaoxiao, who had just started middle school. Sis, why did Su Mu choose the defense side? Jiang Xiaoxiao looked at Su Mu's move with some confusion. That goes without saying. My brother Mu must have let the opposite side have a hand, seeing as he's too good for fear of abusing him. Jiang Li interjected. Really? I always feel like Su Mu thinks the defense is stronger? Jiang Xiaoxiao said. The defense is stronger? Xiaoxiao, you've been enrolled in fewer Dreammaker cram classes lately, haven't you? This map was also shown to you by brother before. It's obvious that the offense side is stronger, so go to a few more sets of papers when you're done reading it. No, it's just stronger, but it's Su Mu who thinks that this defense side is stronger, Jiang Xiaoxiao retorted. His words had inadvertently spoken to Su Mu's thoughts. Su Mu does think the defense is better. Ah, the Battle of Red Cliff. The Sunlu Alliance is on the defense and Xiao Qiao is on the offense. The attacker is powerful, but not skilled in water warfare. The defender is weak, but has excellent tactics. Now, the Battle of Red Cliff is back, and the other side is not Xiao Qiao, and there is even less of that top strategist under his command. But he did create a dream Zhouyu Zhuge and walk through the Red Cliff War again. This one is definitely different from the original, but more useful. Between the thoughts, Su Mu felt his feet stepping on the stone ground and smelled a gush of water vapor. Craning his head to look around, he was in a military camp. There were dozens of patrolling soldiers around, somewhat tired from the looks of it. Next to it is the river that you can't see the edge of at a glance. It was early in the morning, the sun had not yet risen, and the whole river was covered with a thick fog. Like a dream, Su Mu had just scanned the area when he saw a prompt box pop up beside him. Welcome to the ring map. The Battle of Red Cliff. You will play the role of a leader who has just taken over the military power, leading 32,000 soldiers against 200,000 enemy troops. In order to balance the strength of both sides, your camp has the following gains: Tide Runner, Ship Mastery, Getting the tide, every soldier is an extremely adept naval warrior who is comfortable in the water. Your sailors have slightly fewer ships, but they are all proficient in water combat techniques, plus 20% ship speed. Requirement for winning this round, eliminating at least 50% of the opponent's troops. Failure condition for this round, the enemy army disembarks. Because this is a combat control map, the commander-in-chief is prohibited from going out of the camp alone to carry out beheading operations. After reading the rules carefully, Sumu already had a few feelings of familiarity in his mind. This is similar to the analysis information that Ryuyan sent earlier. It only adds an extra prohibition on beheading to the end. This prohibition on decapitation was naturally meant to prevent the two sides from fighting to the end and then turning into a one-on-one duel between Dreammakers and Dreammakers. It was also in line with Sumu's intentions. It would be a shame to play Chopper with such a picture. In the midst of his thoughts, a small soldier in silver armor walked up to him and said respectfully, "Chief, please proceed to the camp. We are all waiting for you. The game is on." Seeing this, Sumu nodded his head and followed the steps of this junior soldier, heading in the direction of the camp, striding towards it. On the other side, Ouyang Chang, who had just descended into his luxurious army tent, first checked up on the rules. Land wolves, your sergeant's combat ability on land is increased by 40%. Likewise, your sergeant's combat ability in water is reduced by 50%. A unity of 8, all your sergeants are united and completely obey your command. It seemed. It's exactly the same as what he saw in the combat simulation. This also showed that Sumu's side was also exactly the same as when he simulated it. Surveying the scene, Ouyang Chang's entire body relaxed, leaning back in his seat in relief while revealing a rampant smile. Sumu, right? Arrogant. Isn't he? So what if he's a genius? This kind of genius with no intelligence will die on the battlefield sooner or later. Now, it just so happens that it's up to me to teach you the first lesson of your life. I'm not like that stupid bastard from the Qian family. I'll be very careful, and little by little, I'll devour you completely. The scene the two were in and the content of the rules they saw were all fed back to the large screen outside. The audience surveyed the rules for both sides, their eyes growing more and more worried. That looks like a very bad choice for Sumu. Hey, how does this defense side feel a lot weaker than it looks from the outside? Holy shit, this difference in strength is more than 10 times. How could Sumu choose the defense side? This is a little too difficult, right? Actually, I have a feeling that Suomu can use his unique dream no matter if he chooses the defending side or the attacking side, right? I'm a bit confused by it. This defense hasn't stabilized yet, and the opening game is simply a heavenly collapse. Between the audience's deliberations, Sumu had already followed the soldier who led the way into his camp. Here, 10 generals have been seated. Seeing Sumu approaching, they all cast their scrutinizing gazes over, with expressions of distrust in their eyes. Before Sumu was guided to the topmost seat, a man next to him stood up and blocked his face. "You're the new alpha? Not bad." Sumu nodded. "My name is Fang Wu. I'm the quartermaster in the barracks. You didn't bring any weaponry with you when you came over?" "No. Then how are we going to fight? Right now the warriors don't even have arrows for their bows. And when the water war opens up, are you going to have us holding swords against their long-range attacks? Here comes this first pass." In the stands, Gulian watched everything that happened to Sumu as he sharpened his jaw. He had naturally acted as the leader of the defense side when he accompanied the training. And this first pass of the arrows was not so simple to pass. That Fang Wu is talking about 100,000 arrows. Where is he going to make them? It took a good deal of persuasion to get that off his chest back then. Right now, what choice will Sumu make? Chapter 185, Straw Boat Borrowing Arrows. But Dream Maker version. No arrows? Inside the defense side's military tent camp, Sumu didn't show any difficulty in listening to the words of the quartermaster's official Wu, but instead smiled and inquired, "How many branches are missing? How much is missing?" "That's a lot of missing. At least 100,000 arrows, right? With 100,000 arrows, it's enough for our defense and offense," the quartermaster official Wu said after slightly calculating for a moment. 100,000 arrows? His words immediately caused the audience and media outside who were watching Sumu's movements to burst into an uproar. 100,000 arrows? That's not at all a quantity that can be created through dream making, is it? Is this match that long? Sumu dragged it out until 100,000 arrows were made? What's with this defense? It's not even a problem that there's a shortage of people. There's a shortage of weapons. It's still missing so many. Sure enough, it's a map that hasn't been tested yet, and the difference in strength between the two sides feels too wide. Brothers, I'm already a bit confused as to why Sumu chose this defense side. Come in and give a dismounted ah. If you don't handle it well, you'll be carried off directly on the spot. The viewer said and compared Ouyang Chang's perspective and the other big screens. and realized that the other party was having a comfortable time. The opening has soldiers, food and ships, not to mention that the main thing is that the men listen to him. That's too flavorful of an offensive formula, isn't it? Between the contrasts, the crowd suddenly heard a voice from Sumu. 100,000? Is that enough? How about giving it to you today? Give today? Ha! Hearing Sumu's words, everyone cast their eyes over again. What's he talking about? Gu Lian, who was standing on the bleachers, listened to Sumu's words, and his expression was suddenly frozen. Today? Give 100,000 arrows? Is he kidding? He built 100,000 arrows today? He couldn't even dream of doing that, could he? Inside the defense's camp, the quartermaster's official martial arts were stunned as they listened to Sumu's words, and waited until Sumu asked a rhetorical question of "Can't you?" before coming back to their senses. If you can gather 100,000 arrows for us within today, then we will obey you. The followers will listen to your call 100%. Let me say this first. The craftsmen in our barracks don't have that much material or manpower. Trying to manufacture it with the capabilities of our barracks is definitely not possible. Fang Wu said with some skepticism. No need for the artisans in the barracks. Just keep an eye on it. Sumu smiled and finished, then put his consciousness back inside his head. Between the slow turning of the pages of a book that belonged to the ancient Chinese, it came to a page that belonged to the Three Kingdoms. The two young military teachers surfaced in front of his eyes. A man with a handsome face and a slightly high jawbone, who raised his hand not like a military commander but like a general. This is Zhou Yu, a famous Confucian general in the Three Kingdoms and one of the leading figures in the Battle of Red Cliff. There is a poem. With a feathered fan and a spandex, the boom will go up in smoke while you laugh. Speaking naturally is Zhou Yu. Another one, also holding a feather fan, 8 feet tall. The look of the form is more like a scholar. Eyes clear and bright, without a trace of trickster that sinister and cunning state. Zhuge Liang, since needless to introduce. 3 Gas Zhou Yu culprit. Life legend deeds in China for thousands of years. Now that Red Cliff is back in action, what sparks will erupt when the two top military strategists from the Three Kingdoms reunite? With anticipation, Sumu's hand flickered with 7 colored streams of light, outlining the image of the two in everyone's eyes. Just as soon as they appeared, both of them looked around, and after looking at Sumu and shouting Lord, Zhuge Liang smiled and looked at Zhou Yu and said, Gong Jin, how is your health? Zhuge Liang's words were clearly very unusual and even polite. However, Zhou Yu was breathing a little sharper after hearing this, which was visible to the naked eye, and was infuriated, seemingly recalling that both born Yu, why born Liang, the sad memories before death. It was just a matter of time before, but now after creating the dream, he actually met his old enemy again, and no one can calm his mood. I'm sorry that brother Zhuge is concerned. I'm fine now, Zhou Yu coldly said. Cough cough. The two gentlemen, let's wait for the rest until afterward. Please preside over the battle and go Red Cliff War again. Seeing that the situation was not good, Sumu hurriedly rounded up the situation. It's the Lord. After receiving Sumu's order, the two of them then put down their mutual dislike, but they didn't rush to start lining up their troops to take action, instead pulling the quartermaster next to them to ask for information, such as the approximate strength of the force, and the location of the enemy. After getting a general idea, they looked at each other and already had an idea. Why is it necessary to take a day to fetch 100,000 arrows? 1 hour is sufficient. Zhuge Liang gently waved his fan and said. However, unlike back then, this time, the Lord's cooperation is still needed. Please speak, sir, Sumu asked in a hurry. Right now, the fog on the river is thick, but it doesn't necessarily resist the prying eyes of the other side, so please eliminate the interference and just leave the rest of the situation to us. As soon as he heard Zhuge Liang's words, Sumu was somewhat enlightened. This was, after all, a Dreammaker duel, and Dreammakers were always an unstable factor on the battlefield. Within the original Battle of Red Cliff, the river fog was enough to obscure the vision of his side, but here it was indeed not enough. Ouyang Chang had the presence of mind to summon a large hairdryer that would disperse the fog. This required a response from Sumu. No problem. Sumu nodded. Then, send generals to tie up some straw men to fetch some hay and other things nearby, and prepare 20 fast ships to send me and the Lord out to sea. Zhuge Liang looked at the munitions official Wu Dao. Haystacks? Fast boats? The conversation between the two men was heard in a cloudy manner by the spectators outside the arena. What the hell does this guy want? Preparing these things, and Sumu to cover up the prying eyes from Ouyang Chang and the others? This is the warlord Sumu dreamed up, right? What's his name? Gong Jin. Zhuge? Looking at the attire and dress seems to be from ancient times again. Is it possible that it is a top military master from ancient China? That's right. Right now, commanding such a large-scale battle, naturally it's best to leave it to a specialized person. But this dream-creating warlord can be different from dream-creating other characters. The warlord has to have his own intellect and ability to think. And to put it bluntly, he has to have his own soul. And a dream-making character with a soul is at least at C rank to be able to dream a decent one, right? That's just Sumu. Or else who would be able to create such a living and breathing character from any other low-grade dream maker? As the audience chatted away. Inside the stadium arena, Ryuyan looked up at the screen after dismissing the old cadres who had come over to stall for time. Listening to Sumu's conversation with Zhuge Liang, she internalized an idea after a little thought. Shielded peeping, clippers, strawmen. The three did not seem to have any connection, but when combined with considering Ouyang Chang on the opposite side, then there was a result. While the onlookers were confused, she immediately drew the message she wanted from it, and her eyes showed satisfaction as they flowed. Naturally there is nothing on the river to make arrows, but there are so many arrows on the opposite side of the river. No wonder he dares to pick the defense side, when he really wants to win with weakness. It looks like there's no need for me to step in and forcefully install the quota to Sumu today, she thought, and twisted her head to look at the other quota holder, Gu Lian, and realized that the other party was still displaying a confused look, so she couldn't help but let out a sigh. It's a pity. If only there were two Sumus, then I could have eliminated the two white-eyed wolves through this duel. With that, she continued to cast her eyes into it. Chapter 186, Fog on the River. Ouyang Chang's Fear. 20 fast ships. Strawman, are you guys sure? Fongwu was a bit stunned. Of course, it's best to prepare a few cups of wine while I have a few drinks with the Lord, Zhuge Liang said in a cloudy manner. As for Gongjin, there is no need to say much. I will stay in the camp and wait for your news, Zhou Yu said, turning his head to look at the quartermaster next to him. Why don't you go get ready? The commander-in-chief temperament brought about by long experience in the battlefield instantly subdued the munitions official Wu, who promised to quickly make arrangements. The defense is weak and poor, but that's something that can easily be taken out. After a quarter of an hour or so, a small soldier came to report that he had brought the people out of the camp all the way to the riverbank. Here, 20 fast boats were waiting in readiness, with a few soldiers on each of them as boatmen. A pile of scarecrows is then stacked on the shore. Stack all of these outside the ship, Zhuge Liang commanded, waving his fan. Stacked outside the ship? The quartermaster official Wu scratched his head at that, and ordered his men to do the same. By the time the 20 ships were stacked, it was just as the sun was about to rise and the mists were at their thickest. It's not too late. Lord please, Zhuge Liang arched his hand and said. Good. Sumu didn't dilly-dally when he heard this, and followed Zhuge Liang right onto the boat. Honestly, it's still a little exciting to experience the straw boat in person. Chief, am I able to follow you guys over there to take a look? Quartermaster official Wu stood on the shore, looking at a few people, always feeling a bit unreliable, so he tentatively asked. Of course, it won't take long around. Sumu nodded and smiled. Come up. Good. Fongwu sniffed and stepped onto the fast boat as well. Seeing this, Zhuge Liang recruited the soldier who was steering the ship and instructed him for a few moments. Soon, accompanied by a soft bellow from the boatman, the fast boat instantly set off, speeding forward under the left and right of the river current, traveling straight towards the left side. The fast ship sped forward under the control of the soldiers. Fongwu looked at the direction, always felt that there was something wrong, and quickly probed and surveyed. Chief, it's not right, right? This seems to be the way to the enemy. Return quickly, return quickly. We're going over there with just these few ships. That's not a dead end. Fongwu's expression was somewhat alarmed. Don't worry, that's the side we're going to. Looking for them to fetch arrows, Zhuge Liang said as he sipped his wine. This trip is also a test to see how good the other side is. Looking for Ouyang Chang to fetch arrows? Play with it? Ouyang Chang would be kind enough to send an arrow over? The first time the audience heard Zhuge Liang's words was disbelief, but once they contacted the words spoken by Sumu's few people before, they vaguely seemed to guess what was going on in their minds. Why do you need so much hay before you travel? Why bring a couple drummers? Why cover yourself? Deception. Sumu was trying to trick Ouyang Chang's arrows. In the stands, Gulian's brain had an electric tingling sensation. His face was shocked as he looked within the screen. Borrowing arrows. Borrowing arrows. What a subtle trick. By virtue of the defense was never going to get 100,000 arrows, but attacking the party can be a different story. They've got a lot of arrows. Gulian muttered a few words, having the illusion that his intelligence had been finished off. Undoubtedly, within the past few days of battling against Ouyang Chang, he had never thought about this ploy. Not in this direction at all. Finished. Almost at the same moment, Gulian remembered his previous instructions to Ouyang Chang before he went on the field, because both of them had previously thought that Sumu would most likely succeed on the offense side. Gu Lian had reminded Ouyang Cheng a few times to be careful before going on. Careful and careful and careful. Right now. This ploy. It's just coming at his heart. This is the time to be careful and hide to use long-range arrows. That would be a ploy to fall for the other side. Totally defenseless. Did Sumu anticipate all of this? Or is this military advisor able to see things before they happen? At the same time, Gu Lian muttered. Within the various live broadcast platforms, there were quite a few dream makers who watched the live broadcasts who reacted and shared Sumu's ploy with the viewers in the live broadcast room. In an instant, all the pop-up screens in the live broadcast room were frantically swiping, borrowing arrows. Crap! What a damn ghost talent. How did this brain grow? Holy shit. I was previously thinking whether Sumu was preparing to utilize some kind of water power or something to get 100,000 arrows on the river. I never thought about this move at all. You guys, I've come to my senses. No wonder Sumu chose this map and chose the defense side. Do you guys think he did it to exercise his dream-making ability? The ability to create a dream warlord. Exercise your abilities. A pop-up in the live feed caught the viewer's attention. Think about it this way. Hiss. It's really possible. After all, this is the master who dares to tell everyone a story without panicking in a desperate situation. Right now, the choice of a weak defense is not likely to be an experiment to see just how strong your dream-making warlord is. Sumu was practicing with a C-rank dreammaker. Lean. Who said before that it was Sumu who challenged a C-rank dreammaker? It seems to me now that it was the C-rank dream creator who challenged Sumu. Sumu is posing as if he's able to play Ouyang Cheng to death just by playing around. Poor Ouyang Cheng. To be teased. Brothers tell you a bad news. Ouyang Cheng has not dreamed up a military division until now. He has not even considered this problem, and is completely scheduling his own command, as expected from the audience. After determining that he was in an advantageous position, where did Ouyang Cheng go to dream up some kind of warlord? He directly started dispatching his army based on his previous experience of playing the attacking side. Something about pulling the archers forward and pulling supplies to the riverbanks, and then urging logistics to ramp up production of ships and deploy more to the front lines. In his thoughts, as he had once fought against Gu Lian, when he charged with his army, the defense was just sent away on the spot. Of course, not forgetting to be cautious, he still drew out a group of sergeants and prepared to form a spy squad to be dispatched to the opposite side to check out Sumu's situation. As a result, Ouyang Cheng felt that he was a great marshal with good dispatching skills. Looking at the strategic materials that were constantly being transported up, Ouyang Cheng's heart had just risen with a small touch of complacency at the same time, when he saw a soldier coming to report in a panic. Report, chieftain. The sound of attacking drums is coming from the river. It seems like a lot of boats are coming. The opposite side is attacking. What? Ouyang Cheng's heart jumped at his words. Attack? Do you want to listen to what you're saying? He's the one on offense. Shouldn't the defense build a bunker on their own ground and wait until he rushes? What's the situation now? This game hasn't even started for long and the opposite side is already gathering an army to rush over? Which side? Ouyang Cheng inquired as he dabbed and sat up. The boat water fortress in front of us, the junior soldier said in a hurry. Damn, Ouyang Cheng cursed. 7 colored streams of light flashed in his hands, summoning a large flying bird in front of him. He sat on the back of the flying bird and sped directly and rapidly into the sky above his water fortress. Looking at the river, the sound of drums, in the thick fog cover, countless ships reveal their shape. A glance actually cannot see the specific number. More than staggering. Ouyang Cheng looked at the scene and was startled. Is this the main event coming? Is it hard to believe that the reason Sumu chose the defense side is because he has a way to gather all of his troops in a very short period of time, and then directly use the superior speed of the defense side's water battles to come over and attack me? Seriously? Chapter 187 Borrow. Borrow again, gasping at Ouyang Cheng, 2 in 1. Above the lake riverbank, Ouyang Cheng listened to the voice in the fog that was surprised and suspicious. Scanning around, in the clouds and mist along the river, shouts and drums come from all directions, all unknown. And just as he was thinking about it, inside the water fortress, a large number of soldiers heard the sound and kept pouring out from the barracks with weapons in their hands, coming to the front of the water fortress. Chief, what shall we do? One of them, who was dressed like a general, looked up at Ouyang Cheng, who was hovering and flying in the sky, and shouted, How? Cold sweat broke out on Ouyang Cheng's forehead all of a sudden, and the various types of maneuvers Sumu was likely to make kept surfacing in his mind. He was not at all expecting the duel to start now. Nowadays, the ships in his water fortress had just been parked and were not quite equipped to meet the battle quickly. If one were to recklessly go to war at this point in time, there was no chance that one would really be replaced by the other party and die here. This was something Ouyang Cheng could not accept. He can have the absolute advantage of the whole situation, and can completely win easily by playing steadily, absolutely not able to gamble on a great situation here. Also, that's a bit of an abrupt start to the fog. Ouyang Cheng muttered. and the 7 colored streams of light in his hand flourished as he pressed a hand to the forehead of the flying bird underneath him. The giant green-colored flying bird let out a clear bird chirping sound and constructed a giant energy light mass in front of the bird's peck. A large amount of air around it absorbed upwards, forming a huge air vortex around the light mass. As the flying bird cried softly, the energy ball of light quickly smashed down towards the mist. The surrounding gale then gushed out, like a meteorite that smashed down on the sea, causing the originally fairly calm sea water to set off waves, carrying the gale across the entire river, wanting to blow away the thick fog on the river, allowing the ships on the river to reveal their specific shapes. But for some reason, this fog that filled the river not only didn't dissipate under the effect of the gale, but instead was gradually spreading its own area, becoming even more intense. The white fog was few and far between, and the pale white fog that seemed to be able to cover everything was still spreading towards the location of the water fortress. Windstorm useless? Ouyang Chang was startled, and before he could think much about it, he heard the sound of the drums beating even louder, as if it was the horn of an attack. The fog along the river accompanied by the sound approached towards their water fortress more and more swiftly, as if it had already begun its attack. Chief, make a quick decision. When they get closer, our ships won't be able to get out of the water fortress, the general on the water fort shouted. Being urged by this general, Ouyang Chang's heart was all of a sudden tensed. Right now, where to think? Looking around for a moment, he saw a large number of bows and crossbows held by soldiers. Without too much hesitation, Ouyang Chang quickly controlled the flying bird to land and ordered loudly, "Quickly, transfer the crossbowmen, the faster the better. Release arrows to stall for time. Give the sailors time to gather." Yes. Along with Ouyang Chang's order, the generals responded in unison. A large number of archers appeared in front of the water fortress, raising their bows and arrows, aiming at the spreading mist. Accompanied by the sound of the machine bracket and the soft chirping of the bowstring, rounds and rounds of arrows pierced through the fog in no time and entered the location of the drums, visible to the naked eye. The sound of the drums weakened a little, and a hooting and hollering sound came from the mist, as if it was fending off his arrows. Ouyang Chang was overjoyed at the sight and hurriedly instructed the general next to him, "Maintain this speed. Quickly, keep shooting them for me. Don't ever stop." Yes. Above the river, along with the sound of a burst of drums, like the sound of raindrops hitting the ground constantly resounded. For a while, looking at this scene, Ouyang Chang breathed a sigh of relief while his gaze revealed a smug look. As far as he was concerned, there was naturally no shortage of arrows, and being able to consume Su Mu's troops like this was simply a huge profit. But is it really? Outside the battlefield, inside the stadium, the situation of both sides was clearly displayed on the screen. In the view of the spectators, a large number of arrows were shot at those straw men, within those haystacks, and stuck steadily into the ships. That so-called hooting and hollering was also a decoy in disguise. Borrowing arrows, that's where it comes from. Shit, this warlord is truly divine. With such a frequency, I'm afraid he'll be able to collect all the arrows in less than a moment, right? Convinced, fetching arrows like this is really a brainwave. Sumu also seized Ouyang Chang's trait of not being able to afford to lose, and using such an attack, he directly made Ouyang Chang stupid. Zhongli is shocked by the Chinese historical story The Straw Boat Borrows Arrows. Source power plus 25. Wang Yukai is shocked by the Chinese historical story Borrowing Arrows from a Grass Boat. Source power plus 25. Willow Rhyme, amazed by the Chinese historical story The Straw Boat Borrows Arrows. Source power plus 500. Since the moment the borrowing of arrows began, a large amount of information began to surface on Su Mu's source power panel. His source power value, which had been growing slowly since the end of the college entrance exam, rose once again. Sitting cross-legged in the cabin, listening to the sound like rain outside, Su Mu was satisfied. Chieftain, military counselor, truly divine. Quartermaster official Wu kept muttering in his mouth at this moment, carefully sticking his head out to check outside. Looking at the dense arrows, he no longer doubted the ability of this new chief. A ship can accept arrows on both sides of a round trip. At least 3,000 or 4,000 are there. Around down 80,000 upwards. Looking at the way 100,000 should be about the same. Yeah, great, he said with some hand-wringing. Zhuge Liang smiled at the sight. Thanks to the Lord's help, we were able to make such a gain. Otherwise the Duan Feng would have recognized our ploy. What did Su Mu do? That would naturally be to release the Mirage Dragon to spit out a disorienting mist that would confuse the hell out of everyone. Ouyang Chang had already blown away the fog on the river, but he hadn't solved Mirage Dragon's disorienting fog, which led to the fog remaining in the other party's eyes and how it couldn't be blown away. Also, Lord, I have another plan. Zhuge Liang waved his feather fan and laughed. Oh, please speak. Sir, Su Mu sniffed and immediately said, these 100,000 arrows are still too few. We need to borrow more. 100,000 arrows is still too few? Still need to borrow more? outside the arena. The audience froze as they listened to Zhuge Liang's words. What's that supposed to mean? Crap, this guy isn't going to make another trip, is he? Seriously? Borrowing again? Ouyang Chang will react, right? What is he going to do? Completely explode Ouyang Chang's intelligence? Borrow again? Sumu listening here are stunned. Before he could make a sound to ask, he heard Zhuge Liang said with a smile, I see that the other side's military discipline is scattered, and there is not even the barest sound of drums caterwauling. Nothing like Chow Chow back in the day. In that case, why don't you come back again? And first send Fong Wu back to the camp, and then send 20 fast ships over to exchange rowboats on the river with the returning us, and we can go again. Ha! Fong Wu froze at his words. It's almost enough to be fooled once, and the opposite side is able to be stupid enough to be fooled a second time? Nowadays, if Ouyang Chang, who was cheated of his arrows, sees us coming again, he naturally won't release his arrows so easily. But what if we come over halfway through at the moment when he's about to relax in a form that can't be seen through? Zhuge Liang waved his fan and asked with a smile. With greater speed, close in on his sailors, and with thinner, as if absent, drums to make him think and ponder, in a form that is completely impenetrable? Upon hearing this, Sumu immediately had a connection. The mist of the Mirage Dragon could be broken, but there was a mist that could not be seen through. The black mist from hell. If he wrapped all the ships in black mist and used the Oblivion River to open the way, how would Ouyang Chang react? The corners of Sumu's mouth slightly sketched out a smile as he thought about it. That's the difference from the Battle of Red Cliff back in the day. He's a dream maker. That's why Zhuge Liang dared to do it again. Fong Wu, you change boats and leave first. Do as the military division said. Sumu turned his head to look at Fong Wu and said, yes. Seeing this, Fong Wu didn't question it too much and hurriedly said, a small boat, not yet filled with arrows, then left first and disappeared over the river. Stop. Half a quarter of an hour later, seeing the river shouting still, and there has been no ship wants to get close to the meaning. Back to the taste of Ouyang Chang realized that it is not right. He called off the archers at the same time, carefully measured up the fog at the riverside. Under the effect of the arrows, the fog did not seem to be broken open because of the arrival of the strong wind. On the contrary, it seemed to be like not feeling the general fixed existence in the air. Ouyang Chang frowned, always feeling as if he had seen this scene somewhere, and it was something related to Sumu. Thinking about it that way reminded me of the source of the familiarity. Illusion. His complexion changed as 7 colored streams of light flickered in his hands, and a horse lamp emitting a dim yellow light emerged from his hands. Accompanied by the emergence of the horse lamp, Ouyang Chang and the soldiers located near him immediately felt that the front gradually became clearer, and the long-lasting fog unexpectedly changed without a trace in an instant, and the dusky yellow horse lamp and the splitsome flame projected into the sky, with the original invisible place, irradiated a golden long dragon. Seeing that he had been discovered, that little dragon softly chanted and disappeared in front of Ouyang Chang's eyes with a flick of its tail, and below, that shouting and killing sound instantly stopped, only to hear the sound of oars sliding. Above the river, a series of 19 fast boats that were stabbed by arrows like hedgehogs were quickly about to escape from this place. One of these ships also had a general who showed his head and waved provocatively toward him. 19 fast ships. Is that all the troops you got? Ouyang Chang looked at this scene, first froze, and his mind also went over what exactly the other party was trying to do. Immediately afterward, he looked at the ships full of arrows and thought of something. His eyes bulged out, and a fire exploded from his heart in a blaze of miso. Arrows. Borrowing arrows. He's also played on the defense side, so naturally he knows that the defense lacks arrows that, right now, looking at the situation, where did he not know that the other party was coming to him to get the arrows? The other guy came over and tricked him with what seemed like a very simple ploy, and he actually sent it to someone. Sumu. Ouyang Chang's eyes flushed red and he called out the flying bird about to reach directly above the 19 ships and give Sumu a good go. But just as he made his move, a prompt paragraph from the game surfaced. It is forbidden to practice decapitation between chiefs. If you continue, you will be judged to have violated the law. Fuck. The reminder from the rules made Ouyang Chang quickly stop. He twisted his head to look behind him. Those soldiers were still standing in the water fortress dumbfounded at the scene. Only he rushed over. Clearly, this meets the requirements of the rule determination. Can't be decapitated for confrontation. Nameless fire. And do not dare to use skills to interfere. Ouyang Chang fire on the face rose into a pig liver color. He controlled the bird of prey to quickly return to the water fortress and yelled towards the soldiers who were foolishly standing around watching. Damn it! What are you standing here for? Board the ship with me and kill them. Kill them? Chief, we can't catch up. The general who dispatched the soldiers said hesitantly. Chief, the other side's ships are faster than ours. And now that the sun is coming up, we'll be traveling against the light from west to east, and it's not a good position to be in. Ouyang Chang almost fainted from anger when he heard this, which means that if he wanted to bring people to chase after them, he might not be able to catch up. Also, even if he used dream creation to increase the speed of his side ships to catch up with the other side, it's still not necessarily a fight. His ability to fight on water is reduced by 50%, which means that once he and Sumu are both engaged, and both of his men are equally engaged, and as soon as the soldiers he brought there die out, he'll be ruled to be carrying out a decapitation operation, thus losing the game directly from the rules level? No wonder Sumu personally came over just to restrict him like this. Ouyang Chang panted heavily and gradually calmed down after taking a deep breath with effort. No, I still have the advantage. So what if I send him 100,000 arrows? As long as I finish mobilizing all my troops and delay until my own naval division is completely formed, I can still push flat out. Taking this many people over to the duel now is also giving the opposite side a chance. I have to be careful. More careful. After Ouyang Chang relieved himself for a while, he coldly said to the general next to him, continue to follow the previous process, drill the navy and get to the battlefield as soon as possible. In addition, quickly train your own spy team. When the training is done, I'll be the one to take them over to spy on the intelligence and wreak havoc. Not being able to decapitate doesn't say you can't do damage. Yes, the general hurriedly agreed. Seeing this, Ouyang Chang didn't have anything to say. He rode the flying bird, turned around, and went back inside the camp, ready to conceptualize exactly how to harm Sumu, so that Sumu would pay back 100 times over. How about poisoning their camp? Directly weaken the opponent's battle power. No, no, no. Sumu seems to have performed a dream-making character that detoxifies poison. Poisoning is a bit too simple. What to do? Ouyang Chang mumbled in the camp. Suddenly his mind flashed. Wait, what if I was able to turn their general? Or covert control? Perhaps because of the pressure, Ouyang Chang came up with a ploy that he had never come up with before in his battle against Gu Lian. The more I think about it, the more I think it's possible to implement it. After all, who would have thought that the loyal NPC under his command would be a mole, would plot a rebellion? If you can really control such a key person, when the Great War opens, buy yourself to stall Sumu, and let the other side start to mess with Sumu's chain of command. The more Ouyang Chang thought about it, the brighter his eyes became. He paced back and forth, thinking it over, feeling that it was a fine ploy, one that absolutely no one would ever think of. Right, that's it. The spy squad's primary mission is to go over and turn a key player. Once you're discovered, try to do something like poisoning to cover up your own purpose so that Sumu can let his guard down. By the time Sumu realizes the poisoning and fixes it, he won't be suspicious of anything else I've done. Ouyang Chang came to pace back and forth in the camp, constantly constructing and perfecting his own scheme in his mind. Suddenly, there was another sharp shout from outside the camp. Report, Chief, opposite. The opposite side is attacking again. What? Still dare to come? Ouyang Chang shuddered at his words, roared angrily, and dreamed up his own flying bird to quickly rush above the water fortress, looking away from the river. At that moment, the sun had just risen, and the slightly fiery orange-red light completely dispersed the layer of thick fog across the river. Ouyang Chang looked ahead at the river with the sun's light and found an area that was not covered by the orange light. There, an eternally black fog shrouded the river. Between the black mist, a scarlet river flowed out from the side, within which there were constantly white bones sinking and floating, looking at the direction of the water fortress and letting out greedy cries. I saw it. I saw so many living people. Come down and stay with us. Accompany us in this endless sinking. The roar from the ghost bones made the generals above the water fortress physically shiver a little. It made Ouyang Chang's expression in the sky gradually turn grave. This is Sumu's S-rank dream creation hell. This time, this guy won't come for real. Will he? Chapter 188, thanks for the 200,000 arrows. Old iron swipes. Above the sky of the attacking party's water fortress, Ouyang Chang watched Sumu's move and once again fell into thought, and again fell into a dilemma. He struggled to remember what he had encountered while playing on the defense side. It could be determined that what the defense lacked in weapons was roughly 100,000 arrows, and now that this 100,000 arrows the other side had obviously acquired, there was naturally no need to make another trip. If you think about it logically, then what's coming is most likely the main one. Sumu first sent ships over to borrow 100,000 of my arrows, and the main force behind him took this time to dispatch and prepare to attack me with my arrows? Ouyang Chang was furious when he thought so. He was just about to call out to his men to shoot indiscriminately to intercept them when he thought about it and felt something was wrong. This time the black mist seemed to be a bit weak from the surface. Is it hard to believe that it's another scam? Without the sound of beating drums and the shouts of the soldiers, the only thing that gave them a deterrent were the ghostly bones that were sinking and falling outside. It looks powerful, but it's just the same as before? Ouyang Chang thought, and wanted to bring troops forward to test, but looking at the black fog in front of him, as if he could not wait to rush into his fortress, he felt that there was a fraud. Show your enemy that you're weak, and then be real and fake. In fact, here really came Sumu's main force, and they wanted to fool themselves with the help of their last deception and then have a real attack? In the midst of his thoughts, the dispatching general below tilted his head and shouted again inquiring, "Chief, what shall we do? Shit, what to do? What to do? Hell, is the ring paired with a support character that bad?" Ouyang Chang listened with a burst of annoyance, but he knew deep down that this was the ring's arrangement. After all, if your side does have a powerful general, then the other side will also have a nice increase based on balance. Ouyang Chang was furious, not yet able to refrain from responding. He controlled the bird of prey to hover for a while and landed in front of his water fortress, and asked sharply, "How many ships have been assembled for ship consolidation now?" "Probably. There are a total of 12 medium-sized ships that can be dispatched, but with this speed of attack from the other side, it's very likely that our ships won't be able to walk out of the water fortress before they're blocked at the entrance. There's a good chance that there will be chaos then, which will give the other side an opportunity to take advantage of it," the general said hesitantly. 12 medium-sized ships, and not necessarily out of the water fort? Ouyang Chang's face turned blue as he listened. He had a mind to bait the enemy and then continue the duel with them on the surrounding shore. That way your own side's land wolves game can be used perfectly. However, this meant that one had to give up their water fortress, and in case Sumu didn't go ashore and chose to directly destroy the water fortress and a large portion of the boats inside, then Ouyang Chang would be numb. Not enough boats and he's likely to lose this race outright. The water fortress was saved, which meant he had to make the decision to fight a duel or continue to be consumed at a distance. Through the previous test, Ouyang Chang knew that Sumu was in the midst of the black mist, and the unusual poison attack and fire attack that could never affect him. Right now, the best option would be to consume the weapon. "Release the arrows, intercept," Ouyang Chang said with a grim face. "Yes." The general who received the order then began to greet and arrange for the archers and crossbowmen to take their positions. Along with a command, a large number of black arrows rained densely across the sky, like a black iron curtain rapidly falling and smashing into the black fog. At once, the black fog that had been spreading rapidly came to a halt, and inside, bursts of cries and screams began to emanate. "Ah, my leg! Everyone raise your shields! Block! Archers in position!" Accompanied by the sound of words, an iron black arrow spewed out from the black mist, shooting towards the top of the water fortress. Many archers who had not yet reacted were directly pierced, and fell on top of the water fortress with grim faces. That's quite an attack. This one looks real. When Ouyang Chang saw this, his heart tightened and he quickly yelled, "Quickly, dispatch the soldiers, prepare to meet the battle." At the sound of his words, more and more arrows smashed down into the black mist area like a curtain of rain. In the black mist, the sound of counterattacks from the soldiers, from the screams of those who had been hit, continued. Both sides looked to be fighting back and forth. This scene lasted for half a quarter of an hour until Ouyang Chang realized that something was wrong. Isn't the number of arrows shot from the other side a little too low? Ouyang Chang thought. His gaze condensed and he casually recruited an arrow shot from the opposite side and crushed it. At once, 7 colored streams of light appeared from his hands. "This is Dreamscape creation." Ouyang Chang's face solidified slightly as he shouted with slightly trembling fingers, "Stop!" along with the surrounding soldiers stopping their archery movements. Outside, the shouts and cries instantly came to an abrupt end. Visible to the naked eye, the black fog covering the entire river surface quickly dissipated, revealing the ships therein. There were 20 ships in a row, lined up, with arrows sticking out of them, and somewhat differently from before. Some of the ships had the flag named Qin hanging up, with many soldiers in black armor surfacing on them, and below these ships, there are constantly ghost bones sinking and floating up and down. Between the bones' friction, you can also hear a few sounds. "I'm hit by an arrow. I'm going to die," and so on. There was no doubt that the opposite side was completely faked and no one was hurt at all. Almost mischievously, a strong sense of humiliation covered Ouyang Chang's cheeks. Borrowed arrows again. He was fooled twice by one play. As Ouyang Chang's brain was rapidly heating up, Sumu stepped out of one of the fast ships and looked at Ouyang Chang. He arched his hand slightly towards Ouyang Chang, while the surrounding group of black-armored soldiers shouted in unison, "Thank you, brother." Chapter 189, Thunderbolt and Electric Mother show their might. The battlefield of the rainstorm. Pust. As soon as the Black Armor Army's words came out, all the spectators in the stadium watching this scene could no longer hold back their laughter. Crap. Killing people still has a pig's heart. Those who don't know think that Ouyang Chang is foolishly humbling Sumu. Ha ha ha. I can tell that Ouyang Chang is trying his best to control the command, but the gap between the segment and the person is a bit big. Thank you Ouyang Chang for the 200. 000 arrows. This is great. Suumu's shortcomings in armaments are considered to have been made up a lot. Ouyang Chang, you'd better just give your spot to Suumu. With your brain, going to the vast ocean mysterious realm is just food delivery material. On one side of the stands, Gu Lian couldn't help but cover his face as he watched the scene. While sighing internally, he couldn't help but be slightly alarmed. He tries to bring himself to Ouyang Chang's side, and perhaps the choices will be the same as Ouyang Chang's. After all, at that point in time, unless Ouyang Chang really did personally lead his army in a decisive battle. Otherwise, utilizing other consumptions like poison arrow rockets is a waste of one's mental energy. Both sides are dream makers. Both have a way to use the means of dream making to restrain the other side of the means of dream making. And in the end, what can be spelled out is still these generals under their command. Ouyang Chang undoubtedly made the most correct and careful choice. However, the other party just happened to count on this kind of caution of his, and thus humiliated twice, directly exploding Ouyang Chang's intelligence. Above the screen, Ouyang Chang, who felt completely humiliated, had reddened eyes and let out a low roar. Suumu, accompanied by the sound of words, 7 colored streams of light surged out of his hands, and the green flying bird next to him circled with the sky on its own, coalescing towards the front where Suumu was a wind ball that was 1 story high, and spitting it out to ruthlessly smash it on the surface of the river. All of a sudden, as the wind ball fell, it set off a rough tsunami. It was as high as a 3-story building, and it smashed fiercely towards the 20 ships where Suumu was. Looking at this scene, Suumu smiled slightly, and the same 7 colored streams of light appeared in his hand, and a miniature version of a small fan quietly emerged. He held a small fan and waved it towards the rushing tsunami. A gust of wind rose up from the flat ground, as if a wind giant had condensed out of nothing, colliding with the tsunami and emitting a violent roar. Accompanied by the roar, the tsunami that was originally accelerating forward actually changed its direction, turning into a huge amount of seawater, and splashing directly to the place where the water fortress was. Ouyang Chang subconsciously dreamed up a shield for himself to resist these splashes of water. The archers who were watching around them were not so lucky, and were drenched into a soup chicken at the same time, but also smashed to the ground by the impact force, colliding with each other, wailing, "You, my leg, who hit my loins? I feel like I lost my loins. Hell, this bow and arrow is stuck in my hand. I'm gonna lose my hand." In the midst of many wailing voices, Ouyang Chang ignored this and casually grabbed the general next to him and yelled lowly, "Quickly gather all the ships that can be gathered and go out to sea with me." "Ha?" The general who was drenched in water subconsciously tried to question. "Chief, it's backlighting our ships." As he said that, he saw Ouyang Chang's eyes that wanted to completely devour people. At once, the general was jolted and shouted, "Yes, please rest assured. Chief, start assembling immediately." On the other side, the boats leaving the rowboat were filled with the joyful voices of the generals. "Our chief is truly divine." This time, he borrowed another 100,000 arrows. Now our armament is not inferior to the attacking side. No, you didn't hear the other leader's roar of annoyance. I was ashamed for him. If you ask me, let's just go one more time and finish each other off completely. This go-around is a fake. The second go-around is a fake. And the third go-around, let's make him think about whether it's real or not. Zhuge Liang heard these words then smiled and shook his head. Once and for all, it's over. If we go again, that side is bound to be able to react and will probably lead a naval division to fight us. Now is not a good time for a duel. Now that we have the advantage, it is most appropriate to naturally go back and regroup. Borrow more arrows than we can use. Let's do it according to the military counselor. Suumu was quite trusting of Zhuge Liang's words. After all, he was not an omniscient expert in everything. In this kind of large-scale war on things, naturally, it was better to leave it to a specialized person to specialize in. Then again, if a dream maker reaches a certain level and is able to dream everything he wants at will, can he be said to be considered omniscient? As Suumu was thinking, he suddenly felt a violent vibration coming from the rear. I heard a soldier outside the ship exclaim, "Chief, it's bad, the enemy is coming after us." "Chase?" Suumu sniffed and stepped out of the cabin to look at the rear, where dozens of large ships with their flag sails flying high, breaking the waves at a speed that resembled that of a yacht, sped towards them, and in the sky, a huge green-colored bird hovered, and on its back was the figure of Ouyang Chang. Is this an attempt to speed over while they're small? It seems a bit crowded. Suumu raised his eyebrows, thinking for a while with an idea. There was no doubt that the ship was able to accelerate to such a point, and it was clearly Ouyang Chang who provided the dream-making support, and even then to catch up with him and engage him in a sparring match? Right now, although there were many people on the other side, once the battle started he would definitely make it impossible for Ouyang Chang to take care of his men. Was Ouyang Chang trying to bet that he would be able to overwhelm his side with the advantage of numbers because he had brought more people? In that case, where is Thunder God and Mother of Lightning? The attacking soldiers were not good at water, so they themselves made the living conditions on these ships even more hostile. Once the river kicks up a stormy wind and waves, the soldiers on the sail-powered ships will certainly not even be able to stand up. So, Ouyang Chang also dares to fight with him? Accompanied by the sound of Su Mu's words, the Thunder Duke with 2 wings on his back and the Electricity Mother, who was as gentle as a fairy, slowly stepped out and bowed towards Su Mu. Come on a storm. Yes. The 2 men bowed and saluted, then called out a cloud to float above the sky, and high in the air, with all the spectators watching, the hammer and Lei Gong's hand struck toward the nail. The rumble, deafening thunder rang through the sky in moments. What came before the thunder was a flash of light that seemed to be able to cut through the sky. The sun, which had just been first born and had only begun to release its rays, was instantly obscured by gusts of thunderclouds, which quickly piled up. A majestic momentum coalesced above the firmament, and the sunlight was dispersed by the intense thunder and disappeared without a trace. At that moment, the world seemed to be plunged into endless darkness, and everything trembled as if it was about to collapse. Immediately afterward, heavy rain fell from the cloudy sky. Bean-sized raindrops fell into the lake with a splash in no time. Gradually, the originally fairly calm water surface gradually began to ripple with waves, and all the small boats on the surface began to undulate up and down, left and right. Vomit. The negative effects of the attacking soldiers' lack of adaptation to naval combat quickly manifested themselves in the ever-swirling waters. A large number of soldiers suffered from seasickness and other unpleasant conditions. Even the boatmen at the helm, to keep the ship from tipping over immediately, they wanted to slow it down. Damn it! Stop what? Go on, keep going. Seeing this, Ouyang Chang, who was holding up a barrier in the sky and constantly flying, roared downwards. Between the flashes of 7 colored streams of light in his hands, he was about to tentatively create some items to counteract the weather of this thundercloud. But just then, a mental sign of warning from the Dreammaker rose from his back. With no time to think, Ouyang Chang almost subconsciously rolled off the back of his flying bird, and just at the same time, his eyes were enveloped in a brilliant burst of electricity. Boom! With the sound of a violent thunderstorm, the high-flying green bird was immediately electrocuted to black charcoal, emitting some zippy meaty aroma. Thunderstorm days, caution stands tall. Su Mu looked at this scene and said with a smile, Chapter 190 Heavenly Court vs. Sun God's Kingdom, 2 in 1, 666. As he watched the thunder that split in the air like it was destroying the world, violent applause erupted in the live broadcast room outside the arena. Crap, that's so cool. What are those 2 characters, making lightning and booming thunder? It feels like some dream-making thunder god in the West. The big sister floating in the sky is so pretty. Her dress is so beautiful. Which merchant hurry to come out with the same model? I want to wear it. With the words of the audience, the green-colored giant bird that was struck by the thunder shattered into pieces of 7 colored streams of light after a mournful cry and disappeared into the sky. Ouyang Chang, who was rapidly falling into the ocean, had a 7-colored stream of light flashing in his hands, and a human dreamer wearing silver and black armor appeared behind him, holding him steady in the sky as he slowly fell. When the lightning strike was about to hit Ouyang Chang's head, the silver and black armored man bloomed behind him as if he had sensed it, and wrapped Ouyang Chang in 6 light and clean wings. The roaring thunder smashed down and smashed on the feathered wings, but it didn't even raise a single windstorm. Going to zoom in? Su Mu looked at this scene and immediately realized something. At this moment, the ship from Ouyang Chang was still breaking the waves on the sea, without seeing the slightest stagnation. Apparently, he was prepared to put up a good fight with himself with the help of a fleet of ships. In that case, let's do it. Su Mu was thinking. In the sky in front, wrapped Ouyang Chang's wings instantly opened bloom and the sky formed a through the world of golden light god column, visible to the naked eye. The storm that raged like a beast in the sky gradually calmed down under the effect of the golden divine pillars, as if being pulled by an invisible force, retreating in all directions. The air was filled with a strange odor that seemed holy and bright, giving one's heart the urge to immediately kneel down and worship. Gradually, at the top of this golden divine pillar, a lofty and magnificent castle that seemed to be inhabited by gods emerged like a dream. The quaint dome in the form of the Eagle Kingdom is surrounded by a number of strange and mysterious paintings inscribed around it. It is like a bright pearl, set in the edge of the sky, with the sun and the moon. This epic sight was likewise mirrored in the outside stadiums, causing countless spectators to gasp in amazement. Crap, this dream seems like something. This is Ouyang Chang's killer weapon, used to fight against the dreams of hell? There's an angelic dream realm about the sky? It looks like the level of perfection is high. This can't be an S-rank potential dream, can it? Above the stands, Gulian looked at the dream with a slight smile. This was a top S-class dream conception from the land of secret arts in the Eagle Kingdom, the kingdom of the sun god. Now, under Ouyang Chang's continuous construction and refinement, this dream realm had already recovered to the level of C grade. No matter how strong Su Mu's Hell Dream Realm was, it had at most recovered to the level of a C grade dream realm, and it was not comparable at all to the already perfected sun god's kingdom. One in the sky, one on the ground. Ouyang Chang still has a chance to end the ring in one fell swoop now. Although the fighting strength of the soldiers he brought wasn't too high, it was better than the number of people. Enough to tangle with the soldiers led by Su Mu for a while. As long as Ouyang Chang is able to kill Su Mu with this dream world during this period of time, the situation will be finalized. What's the use of plotting more? In the end, it's the strength that counts, Gu Lian said with a smile. On the other side, Ryuyan looked at the golden glowing kingdom in the picture with a deep frown. She was considered very familiar with the sun god's kingdom, and had once crossed paths with an A-ranked dreammaker from the Eagle Kingdom to experience this dream world for herself. This is a land where so-called angels can appear, and the strength of the angels has a lot to do with the amount of light wings behind them. A six-winged angel is pretty much the equivalent of a powerful C-ranked dream creation, dependent on the kingdom of the sun god. This angel will only become stronger. Since Su Mu had the certainty to fight against it, then his hell must carry the pressure in order to do so. At the very least, he had to carry on until the soldiers under his command had completely finished off the soldiers that Ouyang Chang had brought with him. Can hell do that? Su Mu. A low, mellow voice emanated from within the already constructed castle in the sky. Along with the voice, the castle's doors slowly opened, revealing the elegant and majestic sculptures decorating it, while a huge throne was placed in the very center. Above the throne, Ouyang Chang's figure appeared. His head was crowned, his eyes were pregnant with golden light, as if there was a divine light appearing behind him, and his entire aura was very different from the one he had before. As his fingers gently tapped, angels with open six-colored wings of light continuously emerged around the throne, flying down with endless light, 20 in a row, forming a powerful angelic battle formation. The thunder outlined in the sky smashed into their circumference, instead making the light of the feathers shine a little, seemingly without the slightest damage. This is being stimulated to the point of wanting a direct duel. Su Mu looked up at the sky that seemed invincible like a god-possessed. Ouyang Chang faintly smiled. Within the dream-creating heartland, above the sky, the heavenly court was about to levitate out. Since the other party was above the sky, it was only natural for him or her to return the favor in the same way. Just as Su Mu was about to start dreaming, he suddenly heard a stirring sound of beating drums coming out from behind him. He craned his head in some surprise to see, on the level of the sea behind him, a giant ship traveling through the waves with its flag flying. At the very front of the ship, Zhou Yu's figure emerged. At this critical moment, Zhou Yu actually came to his aid directly with his main force. Obviously they didn't schedule this session. Su Mu didn't even let the black and white irregulars move directly over to notify him. It was this military master who had keenly foreseen everything and personally brought his troops over to block out the subsequent problems. It seems that in addition to harvesting 100,000 arrows, this one was also able to harvest a few large ships. What? Ouyang Chang, who was sitting on top of the sky throne, looked at this scene, and the original thought of directly crushing Su Mu completely disappeared all of a sudden. The one who came here was obviously Su Mu's main man. Watching this scene, Ouyang Chang's mind couldn't help but go over Su Mu's intentions. After deceiving him the first time, he would deceive him a second time. If he still fell for it the second time, Su Mu would do it a third time. If he hadn't chased out and seen this scene, he would have probably been sent away by Su Mu on the spot. Is this man's scheming actually so subtle? Ouyang Chang's back couldn't help but chill a little, thinking about it, but not being able to keep him going any longer. Now, even if the large force arrived, he still had some time to launch an attack on Su Mu. As long as Su Mu couldn't defend himself, he still had a chance to end the battle by crushing him in one fell swoop. Thinking of this, Ouyang Chang's eyes blazed with golden light, and the 26 winged angels that were suspended in the sky were instantly about to charge towards Su Mu. Su Mu, that's the key to deciding the victory, Ouyang Chang said in a low voice, looking at the angelic figure that was about to fall from the sky to the side of the ship. Su Mu did not panic. The 5 fingers of his left hand were slightly opened, aimed at the sky, and 7 colored streams of light instantly bloomed. The pages of the book in his mind that belonged uniquely to the 1,000 years of China flickered slightly, and at the uppermost level of the dream-creating heartland, the heavenly court flew towards the outside of his mind as if it was called upon in some way. It was also at this moment that the clouds in the sky emitted a rumble like an explosion, and as the thunderclouds rolled over, gusts of arcane light flowed through them. Inexplicably, Ouyang Chang, who was seated on the Sun God King's throne, felt a slight vibration in the place where he was. It was as if the Sun God's kingdom standing in the clouds had been subjected to some kind of powerful deterrent. What? Ouyang Chang's eyes flickered with light, and he was able to feel more clearly that the sun god country he was in was actually somewhat unstable. Obviously, this is because of Su Mu's dream making, but scanning below, that symbolic black fog of hell did not emerge, and even the so-called River of the Dead, which had been seen before, did not appear. Instead, it was as if something was brewing in the thunderclouds of this sky. Hell, naturally, is underground, and what is this sky? Su Mu actually didn't take out his own S-rank dream realm when dealing with his own S-rank dream realm? Is this looking down on him? While Ouyang Chang was slightly stunned, inside the stadium, in the various live streaming rooms, the eyes of many viewers who had been experiencing the entire unified examination within Su Mu's live streaming room lit up. This doesn't seem to be a dream-making manifestation of hell. He comes from the sky. It's the Heavenly Court. It's that incomparably powerful S-class dream world Heavenly Court in Su Mu's dream-making. I didn't expect to meet the Heavenly Court so soon. I just don't know how much the Heavenly Court has been perfected. The Heavenly Court has finally arrived. This is definitely an extremely S-ranked dream-making with our Chinese characteristics. As many of the old viewers were excited, there were even high-level dream makers in the live broadcasting room to science. Brothers, give everyone a little bit of information. Ouyang Chang dream-making is from the top S-level dream-making Sun God's Kingdom researched in the land of secret arts of the Eagle Kingdom. This time it's the Kingdom of Heaven versus the Kingdom of the Sun God, with dream-making from the Chinese specialties against the top dream-making from the Eagle Kingdom. What is certain at the moment is that the Sun God's Kingdom already belongs to the extremely well-developed top-tier dream creation, and it definitely occupies a great advantage in the early stages. So I don't know how Su Mu's Heavenly Court is actually doing. The arcane light mixed in the thunderclouds tumbled, and in a moment it spread to the entire sky again, sweeping the thunderclouds that were originally dispersed by the Sun God's country from. Gradually, in the viewpoints of the audience, the sky that was originally occupied by the Sun God's Kingdom was being continuously engulfed by pitch-black colored thunderclouds, as if it was about to be so completely exterminated. Visible to the naked eye, the golden light emanating from the divine country weakened a lot. 26 winged angels in the sky along with the weakening of the light of the Sun God's country weakened. The middle two of the 6 winged wings in the back actually gradually surfaced a little transparent color, and it looked like it was going to be downgraded from a 6-winged angel to a 4-winged angel. No good. Ouyang Chang's heart tightened as he watched the scene. 26 winged angels were naturally not something he was able to maintain in one breath at this stage, and if he wanted these 20 angels to exist on the battlefield for a long period of time, it would be necessary to utilize the light of the Sun God's Kingdom, which was situated on top of the clouds. With the help of him, this is how one can maintain the angelic bit and reduce the consumption of one's spiritual energy, and he was situated on top of the throne, relying on the Sun God's Kingdom, which was an S-rank dream-making property, and was also able to absorb the surrounding light to slowly restore his spiritual power. Right now, the light of the Divine Kingdom was about to be engulfed by a shroud of thunderclouds, and the gain he possessed was beginning to drop drastically. Damn it, could it be that Lu Yun knew about the characteristics of my Sun God Kingdom and specifically told Su Mu a method that could restrict me? That's underestimating me, isn't it? As long as I control the angels to return to the Sun God's Kingdom and look for Su Mu's dream-making in the middle of the clouds, I will instantly resolve everything. Also, this Sun God country isn't as simple as they know. As long as I use that last move, no matter who it is, they'll have to fall at my feet. First settle the trouble above the clouds. Ouyang Chang thought of a thought. The 20 angelic figures suspended above the sky appeared in the Sun God's Kingdom in an instant, and as the 20 pairs of golden eyes flickered, they gazed towards the thunder goddess of thunder and electricity who was above the thunderclouds, stepping on the clouds. These two dream-creating figures are definitely related to Thundercloud. Destroy them first. As he spoke, the throne under his seat erupted with a golden light that shone straight down on the 20 angels, adding an armor that glowed with a golden light. Along with the attachment of the armor, the 20 angels dazzled like the high sun, bursting out with an extremely hot light. Thunder God and Electric Mother looked at this scene, but instead stopped the action in their hands, and didn't rush to attack, but some expression of watching a good show. It was also at this moment that the arcane light tumbling and flowing in the thunderclouds reached the extreme point of blooming. There was a slight rumble. Several stone pillars carved with the picture of a true dragon hovering in the center of the angel and the thunder goddess of lightning and the mother of electricity had risen up. The dragon scale-like patterns on the stone pillars came alive under the light, as if a real dragon was tossing and turning on the pillars. When the stone pillar was completely raised, the true dragon seemed to be alive as if it had erupted with a fierce intimidation as if it had come from the ancient past, constructing a powerful barrier in an invisible manner, setting up a block in front of the 20 suns that flew rapidly, causing them to fiercely collide into the barrier. The blazing light came into contact with the barrier and erupted into a violent vibration, but there was not the slightest sound of rupture. Instead, It was the 20 angels that were knocked back a few meters and stalled above the sky. What's that? Ouyang Cheng's pupils shrunk slightly as he looked at this scene, and an ominous premonition suddenly came over him. Before he could react, the golden red stone pillars still outlined each other, forming a magnificent heavenly gate between the arcane light of the dream-creating technique and the 7 colored streams of light interacting with each other. That heavenly gate, which could be several feet high and seemingly boundless in width, seemed to be able to follow the movement of the line of sight and continuously extend to one side. It is suspended in the air, but does not give people a sense of shaking, solid as a mountain, as if it should be in the clouds above the appearance. At the center of the heavenly gate, 2 large characters gradually appeared. The ancient and vicissitudes of the stroke seem to have been carved by the ages, and the momentum is majestic, in which there seems to be the strength of 10,000 pounds, so that people cannot look straight. The crowd was shocked by the heavenly gate. Suddenly, a majestic and solemn voice rang out. What kind of little demon dares to trespass the southern heavenly gate?